be sent? Like, where'd it go? How are you doing that? You ever see a fat praying mantis? No, they don't exist.
I hardly see them. But I haven't been looking.
Look, there's the page. Yeah, you have a highlights reel.
You have a highlights reel. Joe.
That's hilarious. It's called Cryptic Mantis. Is that what the name is? What is it? Cryptic, cryptic with a K, mantis.
And their eyeballs are crazy.
Yeah, it's a weird animal. I mean, if that insect was big, it would be a real problem. So look, he's like dangling that roach in front of it and just snatches it. Oh, that's like you eating a poodle. It's crazy. He just eats the whole thing in one sitting. A field where ridicule is all over the place, so they were very, very cautious. They would tell me things like, well, my great-grandmother used to tell me about Sasquatch that came to him, and he used to feed him. He disappeared, walked into a tree, blah, blah, blah. So they would tell me that paranormal things to him and make sure I was aware that somebody else was not there. Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out!
The Joe Rogan Experience.
During my day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day. Oh man, what's happening, baby? Everything. Nothing. At the same time. I was just explaining all the shit that's on this desk. It's like everybody likes to give me something that sits here, which is kind of cool. Like Ed Calderon gave me this. It's like a WD-40 with a lighter attached to it. You can fucking blast people.
Is it like a self-defense?
He's always got these things, like cartel things.
That looks like
the cartel
3D printed.
Yeah, I think it is.
That's cool.
Yeah. I mean, it's a affordable flamethrower from two common items. And then, I think it was Luke Caverns gave me this. Is that who gave me this? The Olmec head. It's from the Olmecs.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah. And then, of course, my man John Reeves has always given me these mammoth things. Like a mammoth. Wow. This is actually from Colossal. But he gave me a 1911 handle.
That's legit.
Yeah.
Even though, do you have any 1911s?
No.
Yeah.
I got 2011s.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
It's a huge upgrade.
Yeah. But, I'm sure it'll probably be able to fit, but bring it to a gunsmith and can make it.
Yeah. Well, you know what you could do? You could have them make one for your bow. So you could put the bone on each side of your bow.
Oh, I have that.
You have it?
Yeah, from Rattler Clip.
Yeah.
This is another piece. Shout out to Handsome Rob, the Rattler Clip grips. He always hooks me up. He gives me those keep hammering ones.
Yeah, those are cool.
Yeah, it feels better too. It feels better in the hand. It's interesting, like Hoyt doesn't have a whole lot of options. Like Ultraview doesn't make their handles for Hoyt, but they make them for Matthews because he shoots Matthews. But it's a nice handle upgrade. It really does, like the way it sits in your hand, it really does feel like a little better.
Are you still putting them on your Hoyt for everyone?
The Rattle grips.
Yeah.
He just sent me some new ones. It feels better. And the bone, there's something about the bone. It's more tactile in your hand than plastic.
Well, I've been wrapping mine with the camouflage athletic tape.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Omar sells stuff like that. He sells specific bow grip.
Right.
It's got a little bit of tackiness to it, but some people think you shouldn't have that. They think your hand should be so relaxed that it should be able to slip around your hand so there's like no torque whatsoever on your front hand.
I don't like that. I like to feel the dexterity of it, right? I like to have a little bit of relief in the hand in the context of, like, I gotta have some grippiness to it. It's just like a baseball bat or even all of the like Glocks and 2011s. I'll still do an upgrade on the stippling and a bit more, but I've also got giant hands for I shouldn't say I'm small. Like, I am 2 inches taller than the average Asian woman. So I don't like to brag about it. I don't want to come out with that right away. It just might seem a little bit egotistical.
Yeah, but if you do anything, I think it's just like whether it's with archery or anything with shooting, it just has to register with you. It's not gonna be the same with everybody. Like I know dudes who just can't get used to finger triggers, and then some dudes just love finger triggers, and some guys just have to shoot a hinge. Some guys just can't do it.
I shoot them all, man. Yeah. Like I just have. So I got that dump bag now that I'll wear on the side, and then I'll do the hinge roulette. So I just like
reach in there.
reach in, and then I gotta shoot a hinge, or I gotta shoot this. And the only way that you don't, or that the mix-up part, you've got to shoot the wrist strap, right? You have to put that on. So you can't just shoot a roulette with all of that.
But that's the wrist strap's a little bit more involved. But I love having one. I've been using the Wise Guy. Ever since our last hunt, I've been only using the Wise Guy. And I'm used to it now. It took a while. I was like hammering the trigger for a little bit. Like after, the thing is, it's like with archery, once your form breaks down and then you try to compensate because you're tired, like I think I should just limit myself to 1 hour. And after
Just
1 hour, just stop.
So is that what you're doing every day? Is basically an hour?
Yeah,
A little bit more, a little
yeah, but it's when it's more, it's when things go sideways. Like I'll give myself like a few minutes break to let my arm relax, and then it's too much compensating because my arm's tired,
right?
And not enough, especially because the bow's 84. Now I got the new one that's 90 pounds.
Is that what you're shooting every day?
Yeah,
you're shooting 90 pounds.
84 every day.
84.
Yeah, I haven't set up to 90 yet. It's still archery country.
And then are you going out to 100 plus every day too, or are you stick
85?
85.
That's my standard in my backyard. As long as there's no one wandering around. When people are wandering around, I don't, like this landscapers. I don't do the long bomb.
I've got my wife is redoing this little garden house in the back, so she won't let me shoot at it anymore because she just randomly put an arrow through her little hut that she's making. She's actually doing all the work. She's got like a tool belt on, and she's out there hammering away.
Oh, that's great.
And everything. She's doing all the work.
Wow.
So she's like, you can no longer use this as your backstop because it was just a pile of shit that I can basically shoot arrows
That's
at.
a bad trade.
It's a super bad trade.
Yeah, I need a backstop. You gotta bug off. Like we were talking about, like must-haves for backyards. Like I'm not living in a house where I can't shoot at least 50 yards.
No.
I go out in the backyard. I get my rangefinder. I bring a rangefinder when I look at houses. No bullshit.
Are you serious?
100%. I've been doing it for the last like 6-7 years. Before I bought this house in Austin, when I bought the house in Austin, it was a big yard. I'm like, we're good. I just had to find a spot. I was like, this is at least 100 yards from here to here. All right.
Have you ever punched the trigger and put one out in the river? I guess we shouldn't tell you.
No, I never shoot towards the river because kayakers,
right?
You never know when because like the kayakers, they like to go like real close to the shore. And it's like, if you hear, fuck, that would suck. Oh my god, I'd be in such deep shit. I would never do it. I wouldn't. I just wouldn't. Yeah.
Deep shit.
Deepest of deep shit. An asshole like me who's like promoting archery, I shoot a kayaker with a field tip right through the fucking forehead. See some poor lady?
Like a unicorn running off the river.
Oh god. Oh my god. But I very rarely. I mean, if I'm shooting broadheads, I really know where I'm going. I don't fuck around. But with field tips, I'll launch some bombs. But it's never in an area where there's anything behind me.
No,
I don't. Too risky.
I had an little archery range in the back of my Salt Lake City building, and I used to let everybody use it in the company. And then after you worked for the company for a while, you'd get your choice. You'd get like a staccato or a rifle or a bow. And then we still do a lot of veteran adaptive athlete shoots and the tactical games and the total archery challenges. So I've given away 100 bows probably.
Oh, that's awesome.
Company.
Do you let them use their brand and the whole deal?
No. We partnered with Hoyt on the last batch, then we partnered with PSE. We partnered with
nice.
Anybody that wants to like go in 50-50 on us, right?
Oh, great. That's awesome.
But then we'll make them black rifle custom, right? So it's cool camouflage, a little branding on it. But here's the downside of that. So when you got a bunch of people shooting in the back, I had a storage facility in the back. There were always arrows in this like storage area. And so finally our general counsel came to me. He's like, no more. You gotta stop. You can't shoot any more arrows. So I banned it for everybody except for me. Me, Logan, Matt, basically the people that could have either absorbed the legal fees or at least like explain it away.
Well, the thing about archery is it's such a it's a skill that 100% degrades. Yeah. Like you have to stay on it, and you just can't trust that everyone's staying on it.
It's even hard for me if I take 3 weeks off.
Yeah.
I was having that a little bit of tendonitis in my left elbow, so I took like a month off after running season, and you put it back in your hand, and it feels almost like a foreign object.
I know.
It feels horrible. It's just gross until you have at least 3 or 4 days of shooting consistently back into the groove. You can't put the arrow where you want. It's just 3 weeks off.
And it feels to me like the more consistent I am in off season, like the entire year, those are the years where I'm really shooting my best. You can't just get back on the bow like a month before you have to go hunt. You can't do it.
I can. I know guys that can. Guys that I grew up with have been shooting since they were 9. That's
right, but they're really good shots. Imagine how good they would be if they did it all the time.
Yeah.
Like a guy like Cam, like he's not taking any time off. Like,
no.
He's shooting every day.
But that's part, he takes pleasure in the pain, too. He doesn't take time off because that would be relaxing. Yeah, it'd be relaxing. Like, imagine, just imagine that. Like, Cam Haines on vacation. His feet up, drinking on the beach. Is that even like a... No. It's not even a thing.
I've gone on vacation with him.
Have you really?
Yeah, well, we went vacationing in Lanai, where we could bow.
Yeah.
So we would bow hunt at least once a day, because Lanai, you've been, it's crazy. It's one of the craziest places on earth. It's great. For people that don't know, there's 3,000 people and 30,000 deer.
Yeah.
And they were given by King Kamehameha by the whoever the head dude was in India. He's like, gave him a gift of access.
Is that where they came from?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't realize that was the actual timeline.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah, and they're everywhere. They tried to reintroduce them, try to introduce them to the Big Island. Like I know Shane Dorian was all pumped about it, but then they eradicated them. People killed them. They said they were invasive, but
I think they need to be everywhere they can be.
They're delicious.
They're delicious. They're the most delicious meat.
Of the deer,
of course.
Yeah. Next to elk. It's for me, it's elk and then axis. But axis is the most challenging hunt. They're the fastest things I've ever seen in my life. They move so fast it doesn't even make sense. It's like, how are you doing that? You could dodge an arrow from 30 yards away, and the arrow's not even close to them when it gets there.
I had a female bedded at 30, and she jumped the string on her bed 30 yards. That was my first shot. I realized, holy shit.
Yeah, they're different.
I've got to up my game.
Well, it's like they evolved with tigers.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like you got to be able to go. You want to
imagine how if you involved with tigers? That would be sick.
Well, that's the problem with America, period. It's like there's not enough, there's too many people running around with zero physical challenges, and they're so soft. Like, there's a giant percentage of our population that is so soft. And it's like, if there was like if the world went nuclear, we lost everything, and then it was like hand-to-hand battles. Every country could invade America if we ran out of bullets. Once we run out of bullets, every country can fuck us up.
Yeah, like you can walk around. I think, well, that's with coffee, right? The best coffee shops are like, it's so much stuff on Instagram. It's so funny because you walk into a coffee shop and if you see the craziest looking freak, it's gonna have the best coffee.
What is that about furries? I don't know. This is so left-wing weirdo fucking lip rings.
Oh yeah. How many nose rings do you have? How many colors do you have in your hair? And how many pronouns do you have? That's like, you're gonna make the greatest espresso I've ever had. And that's the joke, right? Because I'll go cruise around in Austin for the last couple weeks.
Yeah, you see a dude who's jacked with a hand tattoo, he's gonna make you a bullshit coffee. It's like,
I can make you pour it over. I mean, I can just pour it over. Like, what?
He'll make you some cowboy coffee. He's gonna fucking, with them tin pots he put on the fire.
Take his sock off or something. Like, I'm good. I'm all set, man. I'm all set.
What is it about baristas? Like, how did that become such a left-wing safe place?
I don't know. I think the origin of it comes from San Francisco, Seattle, right? All the, we'll say the left-wing, left coast, all of the wokeism. Yeah, because that also drove most of what I would say is the third and fourth wave, because there's 1, 2, 3, 4 basic waves in coffee. The third and fourth wave are the most recent. The fourth wave would be considered single origin, very lightly roasted coffees, and you've been to these coffee shops. You know what they look like. It takes you 15 minutes to get a cup of coffee. They typically won't even talk to you. They look down at the computer screen, but it's going to be decent cost, right? So if you go first wave, which is going to be Folgers, Maxwell House, that's like been around for 100 years. That's commodity coffee. It's going to have Robusta. It's going to be darker roasted. That's going to be first wave. And then second wave would be experiential. So it would be more like Starbucks. Kind of second wave would be experiential dark. And then third wave would be more artisan, micro lot, single origin. And fourth wave is kind of a mix of the best in third wave that really activates your senses in the sense of like now they're doing anaerobics, so they're using things from like wine and beer, and they're developing all these different profiles. But that artisan craft, the genesis in like San Francisco and Seattle from third wave, they took on identity politics and then drove it through the trade. It's pretty impressive. So it's so weird because if you go anywhere, you can get amazing cups of coffee. You're just gonna like wade through the wokeism to go get it.
Yeah, I can't go there.
No.
I was at a Starbucks the other day, and two lesbians walked in. They saw me and they left.
What? That's how bad it
They
was.
said, we can't do this.
Seriously?
They looked in my face and they said, we can't do this. They left. It's like, I'm a big fan.
Yeah.
Big fan of your work.
Big fan of your work.
I had a cup of coffee from Starbucks, which I rarely go into, but was with my family. And it was so bad. A cup of black coffee, solid drink, I don't put anything in it. I was like, this is like not drinkable. It tastes like shit. Which is like everybody throws a bunch of cream in there and a bunch of sugar in there, and you get your caffeine, and it tastes like what you like. But if you just try to just drink coffee at Starbucks, it is such a bad product. And that doesn't have to be like that.
Well, part of the problem is it's when they're over roasting because they know it's going to have cream and sugar in it.
But why over roast it then?
Because you can make a consistent profile, and it's just consistently very dark and extremely acidic, basically. And that becomes the consistency in the product.
Do you think people have this thing in their head that the darker the coffee is, the stronger it is?
Yeah, of course. That's one of the huge misconceptions, right? So it's just bucket the misconceptions in here, which is, coffee is not a bean, it's a fruit. So it's a cherry, and then you roast the pit. So the second one would probably be the darker you roast something, the more caffeine it's going to have, which is absolutely not the case.
It's the opposite.
It's completely opposite because you got two genetic strains. You've got Robusta and Arabica. Robusta is smaller bean. It's got more caffeine. It's also more bitter. Arabica probably constitutes 60 to 70% of the world's coffee, but it's more flavor. It's got less caffeine, and it's less acidic in general. And then when you over roast it, you can kind of combine multiple lots, multiple variants of Arabica.
Oh, I see.
And then you can make this consistent profile.
So it consistently sucks.
Yeah. But if you're going to put cream and sugar in it, nobody cares because they're like, I just need something that's going to serve as a caffeine vehicle for my cream and sugar.
I know, but wouldn't that be okay if you just had good coffee and did that?
Oh, yeah.
Burn it?
Well, I do. I think that's where third wave and fourth wave, it's more directly related to the quality of the coffee. It's no cream, no sugar, and it's more first and second wave, it's cream and sugar because you're going to have to cover up the inconsistencies.
Well, some people just like it anyway because what they're getting is a treat. They're not thinking of it as like, I'm drinking coffee. Like they're getting a treat.
Right.
Like if you have order a Frappuccino,
it's a milkshake.
It's a milkshake.
Yeah.
It's just tons of sugar, tons of caffeine too. You're like, sitting in your cubicle.
You got like 100 grams of sugar, 200 milligrams of caffeine. you're like you're skyrocketing with just energy until you crash, and then you need another one.
Yeah, and then you're just doing that all day. You're frying your central nervous system. And then when you get out of work, you just die. You just go home and
go home and melt on the couch and watch some sports, man.
Yeah, your insulin's all fucked up. You're falling asleep.
The coffee nerd conversations just put half the fucking audience to sleep too.
I don't care. I don't care.
Yeah, it's so funny, man. I'll start talking about it. I'm like, I should not, because I was a comms guy back in my previous profession, my previous life, and it's so funny because when you talk about communications and just technology in general, and you start analyzing frequencies and spectrum analyzers or whatever you want to talk about, people's eyes would just glaze over in the room. And I'm like, all right, well, you guys want to go blow some shit up? Like, why don't we shift the topic, because you guys don't want to talk about this. I know you don't want to hear about it. So in cross training, it's just you try to keep people awake, basically.
This episode is brought to you by Roka. And this is important, so don't skip this. I've been wearing Rokas for years, and I absolutely love them. Of all the glasses brands out there, I choose Roka. Roka shit just works different. You'll notice it from the first time you put them on the face. They feel great. I can run around them. They never fall off your head. They're super high quality, lightweight, super comfortable, and they stay on your damn face. Even if you're sweaty, they stay in place even better. They don't slip. Gym stuff, kettlebells, yoga, sprints, chasing the dog, whatever you're into. You could be just leaning over to pick up your kids. Everything stays on your face and feels great with crystal clear optics. Check them out and feel the difference for yourself. To help you get started, Roka is offering JRE listeners 20% off your order. So go to Roka.com. Well, there's a lot of people that have a hard time focusing on something that isn't exciting. Oh, yeah, for whatever reason. Even if it's like important technical details that'll help you do things that are exciting. You know, it's the delayed gratification. Right. They're the same type of people that don't like to do cold plunges or don't like to do certain things that, like, you're not going to feel an immediate benefit. It's going to suck while you're doing it, so you put it off. Like, you've got to have a mindset that there's some things that suck that will make the things that are exciting way better.
Yeah.
Like for comics, it's writing, like sitting down and writing. You know, because a lot of comics don't want to write. They just want to come out with ideas through the day and then work them out on stage. I'm like, that is great. You can do that. But you should also write, because the ideas that come to you while you're writing, they won't come any other way. And those are like little gifts from the universe. And the only way you get them is you got to sit down with a fucking pad of paper or a computer in front of you and come up with them. You got to sit down and start working and let the mind just slowly but surely pop them out.
How often do you do that?
At least 4 days a week.
For hours?
Yeah, at least an hour. I try to write 1,000 words. So it might be an hour, it might be 2 hours, and then out of those 1,000 words, I might get a paragraph. Like,
right.
That's what I was looking for. You're basically looking for arrowheads in a field. You know, you're picking up a giant clump of dirt, and you're shaking it out, and washing it over, and got one.
So do you try that out on anybody before you just like, okay, this is the
pretty
concept.
sure I got it. When I got something,
Hello, how
I'm
are
pretty
you?
sure I got it, but I don't know what it's going to be until the audience tells me. Like,
Well, you have your own club, so you can just try it out.
Yeah, that's a lot.
You just like try
Hello,
it.
how are you?
That's Wednesday. Let me try
Even
this
when
out.
I didn't, I would go to the store. I would go to the, like, say if I have a bit and it's exciting, I'm like, oh, I wrote something that's good. I would go to the Improv, and I would go to the store. Maybe I go to the Ice House.
Right.
I bang out a few sets, at least 2 in a night. Some, you know, you can travel around. Like LA was really good for that. Austin's amazing for that. There's 7 clubs on my street. Oh yeah, between my street and the neighboring streets. So you got us, and then right down the street is the Sunset Room, which Red Band owns, and then right up across from that, you got Creek in the Cave, which is awesome, and then you got the Vulcan, which is right down the street. There's a bunch of other small rooms. There's the Black Rabbit. There's all these rooms that have comedy at least 3 or 4 nights a week. So if you're like a guy or a girl coming up right now in Austin, you could really work. You could work, and they're all paying. So you're collecting $50 here. My club pays more. My club pays the most. But all these different places, they pay, like actual money for you to do a set. At the end of the night, you got a few $100. You can get something to eat. Like, there's all these comics that don't have to do the road now.
Right.
So, like, they used to just have to do the road to pay their rent and for food. You don't have to do that anymore. You could, like, stay in town and really build up material and then go out on the road.
Is the material going to shift? I know it's like regionally, you've got to have. I'm not saying like left or right. I'm just saying, does the material have to shift based on where you're at? So if you're in LA, is the crowd a little bit different? The people are going to be more accepting, less accepting, accepting a little bit different.
You can't think of that.
You can't. You just like, here's the joke.
Yeah.
Let me run.
Well, the good thing is if they're not accepting of an idea, maybe you should re-examine that idea and maybe figure out like maybe I should figure out a better way to make this idea acceptable. You know, because there's ideas where I'll start it off and it's just like, oh, this ain't going anywhere. And then I'm like, there's got to be an angle in here. And then I'll find a whole another angle like, ha-ha, now I have it. And then I have to find an angle like, what if I was a woman and I was watching this and I'm looking at this fucking meathead on stage and I'm like, okay, like I gotta figure out a way to get them to understand that just because they look like this doesn't mean I'm a bad guy. Like let me work this into your head first and then explain it from my perspective.
It's funny because I look like this. It doesn't mean I'm a bad guy.
It's an automatic assumption.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's an untold prejudice that like men with muscles in particular are assholes, right? Like instantly.
Yeah, you've got a very definitive look, and then as soon as you open your mouth, they're assuming that you're going to be just complete asshole.
Right. Yeah. A mean person. Yeah. You know, covered in tattoos. Cage fighting commentary.
I know that you can craft a joke because you've been doing this for forever, but is there a certain amount of pleasure that you get now from bombing sometimes?
Terrible. Really? I always say bombing on stage like sucking 1,000 dicks in front of your mother. But the difference is like there's probably a guy out there that likes sucking 1,000 dicks in front of his mother.
Okay. Right. Come on,
Mom. 99. There's a guy out there that would like take some. I mean, these people are into shit porn and all kinds of things.
You're drawing the same parallel to like bombing, and people are into shit porn.
Yeah, if you like bombing, you think you're into people shitting in your mouth. Like, it's not fun. You don't want people to have a bad time. They're there to have fun. These people work. They're working all day. They're fucking tired. You want them to have a good ass time, and the only way for them to have a good ass time is for you to do your job. Right. You know, but it's it has to sometimes not work well. And there's just like this moment when I'm about to do a new bit. I'm like, God, I don't even want to do this. I don't know where this goes. But I have to. You got to trot it out there and hope that you could find an angle.
So you don't try those on your with your wife or anything?
She'd be the worst.
Yeah.
She'd be the worst.
She just tear you down?
She'd just stare at me like, what is wrong with you? It's like she and I have a very good balance because she's so different than me. She's but has a lot of the same values as me. You know, like discipline, and she's very smart. She's interested in things, but we're very different.
It's so funny because my wife and I will walk around, right? And I'm a very amateur comedian, just around my friends. So I try really hard, right? I'm not even close. Like just like I specialize in stupid shit that I say. Right. Basically, that's where I'm going with this. And when I get her to laugh, that's like, that means way more to me than my friends. Sure, I can make them laugh. Like I can make my employees laugh. I kind of pay them to. But like when my wife laughs, that means it's fucking funny.
That's legit.
Like, it means something, right? It's like it's legit. She's like a one-person crowd, right? So we were walking around. I was talking about. Have you seen that Burt Kreischer, Freebird? Have you seen his new series?
I've only seen trailers, but everybody that saw it loves it.
It's really funny, man. Like, and so I was like, we should watch this. You should check it out. We should watch like 5 minutes. She's like, this is such a dude show. Fuck you. I'll never watch that. But it's the same. It's like what I want to watch, and I think is funny. She's like, absolutely not. But then wants to watch some like true crime thing around it. You know, dude, they killed his wife. And I'm like, they love it.
Why do they love that?
It's so weird.
It's like genetic that they love it, because my kids love those shows. They love serial killer expose shows and all these true crimes.
And I don't like any of it.
I talked to my daughter about it, and she said, because girls don't do things like this, so we kind of want to see like what's going on in a man's mind that makes it's such a mystery. You know what I'm saying? Like it's such a mystery. Like most men can imagine a scenario where there's a bunch of people that did some horrible shit in a room and you just go in there and fucking kill all of them.
Yeah.
Most men can say, oh yeah, there's a place. There's a place. Like if someone did something and I knew they did something and they're in that room and they need to go, they need to go. Right. Most women can't think like that. They don't think like that. It's not inside their head. And then there's the darkness of it. Like, these aren't men that are doing something to someone who deserves it. They're just doing it to vulnerable people. They're just evil creatures who just want to go out and hunt vulnerable people. And I think women want to know that there are men like that out there that are so different than them so they can put it in their head. Like, okay, serial killers are real.
Right.
Like, these true crime shows have shown me this. And I want to know, like, what to look for.
Right.
That's right there.
Whereas if you ever spent a second of your life in fear or fearing a serial killer?
No.
No. It's not a realistic fear.
But if I was at a truck stop and there was some fucking shady dude that came into the bathroom after me and he was, like, waiting outside, it didn't look like he needed to use the bathroom, I'd be 100% on guard. Like, there's people that will just randomly kill people just for a thrill and get away with it. And I think there's way more of them getting away with it than they'd like us to know. Like, here's a good example. In Austin, what is the actual number of people who have bodies that have been found in late? Put this into our wonderful sponsor, Perplexity, before it becomes the digital god that takes over the universe, this AI. What are the numbers of people that have been found drowned in Lady Bird Lake over the last 3 years? It's something crazy.
Is it really?
Yeah, it's like 30.
I thought this was just a funny joke for Tony to talk about.
Oh, no.
No, it's like a real thing.
No. It's real.
Right.
It's real. So the cops don't want to say it's a serial killer. They think it's because it's over by Rainy Street. A lot of people are partying. But the bodies keep piling up. 38.
Oh.
Yeah, they want to say it's not a
Since
serial killer?
2022, data showing at least 38 bodies found in or around Lady Bird Lake. Separate map-based analysis of Lady Bird Lake deaths, downtown area reports 4 deaths in 2022, 5 in 2023, 5 in 2024, 2 in 2025. So this is downtown area. These map numbers focus on a specific stretch of the lake, while the 38 body figures covers all bodies found in or around the lake in that period.
Might be right near that bar area on Rainy
Right on Rainy Street. Yeah. Or
So
other parts of the lake.
So they're basically saying these guys get drunk and they end up passing out in the water.
I mean, all you would have to do is get someone drunk enough where you could hold them underwater.
Yeah.
It's not, I mean, if you were a guy who wasn't drinking or you had a really good tolerance or you're a big person, no evidence of serial murder says the patterns match typical accidental drowning risks. Young adult men, nightlife, easy water access, or some guy who's drowning gay guys. Could be. Because a lot of them are gay. Like a giant percentage of these guys are gay. Yeah. Because it's near a gay area. That's the gay. Rainy Street is like the party area where there's a lot of gay bars.
Got it. And that's why it's such a funny joke for Tony.
Yeah. Well, it's a weird thing, man. It's a weird thing because at what point in time does someone have to get caught before they say, "Oh Jesus, these weren't just a coincidence. Someone was drowning people." Because I don't think it was a common thing. I think, like, you know, you maybe get one a year, or some fucking drunk hops off a boat and doesn't know what he's doing and drowns. That does happen. But this is not that. This is way more. 38 bodies in a few years is kind of kooky.
Well, and how many of those, if you think about it, right, how many serial killers are out there? Because the FBI, obviously, they've done the analysis on it. There's probably like 100, 200, 300 active serial killers at any point in time.
Always. There's always, always has been.
And most of them will say, yeah, I wanted to get caught, or yeah, it took you long enough. Like I was getting sloppy, right? My murder lust took over.
There was 200 since 2004.
Oh my gosh!
What? Oh my God! Autopsy report found alcohol present in a large share of the cases, sometimes at levels above the legal driving limit, which is not much, by the way. The legal driving limit is like 2 drinks. And police specifically describe most Rainy Street area drownings as alcohol or drug related.
So I've heard people getting, dosed to get like roofied and whatnot. They're like, I've heard a lot, too many cases. Never in a city have I lived I've heard that many people say they've been roofied.
Yeah. No, I think I don't think it's specific to here. I think it's everywhere. It's GHB, I think, is a lot of it. People are dosing people up with GHB. That's a big one.
How many serial killers are there?
Yeah. How many active serial killers do they estimate are in America right now? Let's guess. 10.
You think 10?
Yeah.
I think 100. Whoa. Yeah, I'm going 100. This is like a Wheel of Fortune type scenario.
Yeah, man. Holy shit. 100's nuts. If it's 100, I think it's 100. That's crazy.
300. Huh?
25 to 50 at any given time. Wow. Range reflects killers who have committed at least 2 murders with a cooling off period and are still operating undetected. I like the cooling off period. Maybe I need to take a break. Scrubbing the fucking blood out of the inside of your fingernails. Serial killings make up less than 1% of U.S. homicides overall. Numbers peaked at around 300 in the 1970s and 1980s. There was 300 active serial killers in the 70s and the 80s. Wow, I bet that was because that was when there was like Son of Sam. It was like trendy. Yeah. I think it was probably a lot of bored dudes who just didn't like working in an office.
It's like Ted Bundy and Son of Sam, all those guys were like
all over the news. All over the news, yeah. It was huge. Why are there fewer serial killers now than there used to be? What was the answer?
That's probably because it's easier to get caught now. People probably are more afraid to try.
Yeah, because you think about all the technology and the surveillance, like you get rolled up.
Yeah. I think the creepiest one was that dude who studied serial killers in college and then went and killed those girls at that dorm house. You know that story? What was that in Seattle? What was that in Idaho?
But yeah, it's Ted Bundy, right?
No, recent one.
Oh, it was recent.
Yeah. He knew the people that lived there. He studied. What did he study exactly? In college, like he was studying it, like he was trying to learn how to not get caught. Yeah, this fucking. Whoa! For horrific new details of the final moments of the Ford University of Idaho.
Oh, gosh! Yeah. So that's where I'm to school. It's University of Idaho.
He stabbed the 4 victims at least 150 times in total.
I didn't realize that was like the case from Moscow.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. Yeah, this sick fuck. So this guy, he was studying it in college. So I forget what criminal justice, let's see if we can find out. But it was very clear that he had been planning this a long time. And there was also a possible connection to him and some murders in the Pacific Northwest. That he knew the people died in kind of a similar way. He might have gotten away with it up there. Right. So he tried it up there and went to Idaho.
Criminologist. Oh my gosh. Well, that makes sense.
It does.
Yeah. Right. So he's educating himself on how to get away with it.
He was that guy that if you had your comms class, he'd be sitting there like this.
He's like way into it.
Yeah, way into it.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
He wanted to know all the details.
The Pacific Northwest is like, that's a spot. These guys love it up there. I don't know if it's like the rain,
Well, we had a lady that was connecting it. She came on the podcast and she was connecting a bunch of serial killers from a very specific area that did a lot of, it was mining, right? Wasn't it mining and the industrial pollution?
Oh, so it's like increased lead or something, right, in the water.
What was the processing of it? Like what are those when they're burning it?
Yeah.
What's that called?
Leaching.
Yeah, it was lead, but it was other stuff. Like there's arsenic in it, and there's a lot of. What am I looking for? What is it? Why can't I come up with that term? The plants where they burn all the shit. Power plants. What's the term? God damn it.
Smelting.
I don't know. What's her name?
Caroline Fraser.
Yeah, Caroline Fraser.
Maybe Paul would know if you got Stamets on here, and he could talk about the mushroom, the fungi, Pacific Northwest. Maybe it has something to do with it.
I don't think so. I think that'll probably stop him from doing it. But her take was that there was all these places. What is the term I'm looking for? Where they incinerate shit like a power plant, like a coal plant. There's a term. I can't remember what it is. Anyway, they're releasing an incredible amount of toxins in the atmosphere. And a lot of this shit is coming down in rain. It's getting in the ground. All the ground around there is all polluted.
Right.
Everything's polluted. And so what her take is that all these people have suffered chemical pollution. And a lot of that chemical pollution leads to all sorts of weird psychological disorders and psychosis and all kinds of shit, depending upon the levels of exposure.
So this is why you have an increase of serial killers in the Pacific Northwest.
Yeah, there was a bunch of power plants over there. Interesting. Coal plants, and smelting, and just a lot of mining. There's a lot of mineral-rich resources up there, and
so I should be concerned because I spent most of my life up there. Well, half of it at least.
Yeah, it depends. I think now they've cleaned it up though. Like she was connecting it to a long time ago, but there's areas back there where she was saying that they do an analysis of the soil, and it's just completely fucked.
How long has it been since you've done Seattle?
Oh, I haven't been back in a while. I did the Tacoma Dome with Dave Chappelle. We did that right before the pandemic popped.
Oh, okay.
And I really haven't been back. It's just like, once that whole Chaz thing went down, and they locked off the block, and the mayor said, maybe it's the summer of love. Or maybe you've got some fucking crazy people that you've empowered to take over a giant swath of your city, and you're cool with it. And you're the fucking mayor? And by the way, she is an upgrade compared to their current mayor. The current mayor that choice is insane. The woman has never held a real job. She's been living with her parents. She's 40. They pay her bills. She's a socialist. She rides a bike. She doesn't even own a car. And now she's in charge of what? Of a $7 billion budget? Like, what is
that? Makes sense.
Yeah.
I 2 thumbs up, Seattle. Congratulations. You've done a great job.
I don't know where those places go. Those places that have gone like full into Wokeville. Like a buddy of mine just went to Portland and he was like, bro, it's bananas. It's like a complete mental asylum, like spilled out onto the streets. Not just the campers, not just the open air drug users everywhere, because for a long time they decriminalized everything in Portland. So everybody ramped it up a notch and moved to Portland because that was a place where you could do drugs and not worry about anything. But he was like, all the regular people are cracked.
The place, spending as much time as I have in Seattle, which I used to live there, I loved that city. Late 90s, loved it.
Oh, it was amazing. Great. It was one of my favorite places. It's such a cool spot. Cool people.
And then you saw this flip, and it was right around 2010 is when things were really flipped over. And that, to your point, your car was your domicile, so you couldn't get a parking ticket. So you could basically live in front of somebody's house in a parking spot. They couldn't write a parking ticket.
That started in 2010?
Give or take a couple years. And so I went back to I had a house up there for a while. And the day I decided that I was going to sell this place. Like, we fly up there, I've got my daughter, she's like a year old. My wife and I are walking down the street. And this is a part of the city called Ballin, which is beautiful part of the city, tons of like old bars, awesome place, back late 90s, early 2000s. But then there was a camper in front of my condo, and then there was a naked man with a tennis racket. My daughter's a year old, his dick's flying around, and my 1-year-old's like, I'm holding her, like walking away from the other end. He's got a tennis racket. He's like playing the U.S. Open in his head, whatever he's doing. And then on the corner, no less than 50 feet away, there was a half-naked lady like taking a shit, and you're like, nah, time to leave. I think this is, I think we're all good here.
We had an issue like that in California for a while, where when the economy started to go south, this is pre-pandemic as well, we started having these campers camp out right in front of our studio. And they would, the studio where we had in LA, even that place, the warehouse, we had a big lawn in front of the warehouse. And these guys would spread out on the lawn. So they would park their camper there, and then they would like cook out, and they would lay out. And it was so like, you're in this, you're asking people to walk past these people to go do your podcast in this big ass warehouse that I had leased. And I was like, why are you doing this? Like, you can't be doing this. You can't use my lawn as your front yard. Like, this is crazy. I mean, spread out, dude. They had shit laying out there.
Nothing you can do.
Well, there was.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we contacted the police. And the police eventually, they realized this is not a good thing, and they moved them all. But they moved them to different parts of town. And so then you would drive to, like, the more industrial areas of town that didn't, like, our place was, like, semi-industrial. There was a bunch of warehouses, but there was also a bunch of, like, foot traffic businesses, restaurants, and stuff like that. And so they moved them out of there. But if you go into the deeper industrial places where they have factories and stuff, they were there, like, whole blocks of them where you just have campers laying out and just open meth smoking. These people are just full-on meth heads that had just started a community of fellow meth enthusiasts with campers. And a lot of their campers didn't even run. They could just get it to the spot wherever it was, and then they would steal power. You know, every now and then the dude would die because he didn't know how to do the wires right and he'd get cooked.
Yeah, that's right. It's the same where we were at Salt Lake. I'd have full-time security out in front of literally in front of the building.
Our concern was when we left. It was like if we left at night and someone broke in, it would take fucking forever for cops to show up and do something about it. And so I was like, you just can't have these guys knowing that, like, famous people and, you know, high-profile people are going to be at that spot, and you've got, like, open meth smoking right in front of the place. Like, this is too crazy. Yeah. They're too unpredictable. You know, I don't care if you live in your truck. It's probably cool. If you're a guy who's, like, you're checked out of society, essentially, and you just, like, playing pickleball all day and you live in a camper, who cares? You can go and do that. But once you start engaging in meth smoking, and then it's always theft. Theft comes with meth smoking. And there's a lot of break-ins in the area, and it got to the point where the cops had to do something. So credit to them that they did.
It's almost a difference between hashtag van life and hashtag meth life.
Yeah.
There's a big difference.
Right, van life is like you want to be a guy who's not saddled down to one particular spot. You have a place that's in this van that has a bed. You have a little tiny kitchen area. You have a little portable fridge. It's all you need. I don't need a fucking house. Just travel around. It's probably fun. Yeah. The freedom of it, you know? Like Alex Honnold, that crazy dude that just climbed that tower in Chinese Taipei, he used to live like that for a long time. He had a big van. He would park in his friend's driveway sometimes, and he would just travel to trailheads and live out of his van.
That's like the minimalist attraction, right? Where you're like, I don't have anything other than what's in my van or on my back, where life is simple. I don't have to organize anything. I can stay focused. I think it's an interesting thought exercise, especially when you're younger. You're like, okay, cool, I can wrap my head around that.
Yeah.
And it's completely respectable. A lot of these hippies, I shouldn't say that in the context of like hippie dance around in flowers in my hair. A lot of these like climber, crunchy guys, they are hard, committed, like bad mofos. When they're living on dog food, like there's this great story about the founder of Patagonia where he went to the store, he was climbing El Cap, and I'm trying to recall a story from Outside Magazine from 20 years ago, but in general circumstances what it is, where he went to the store, he was going to be climbing El Cap for months, and he's just working on a specific route, and he went to the store to buy food. He only had $100 or whatever it was, and dog food was less expensive, and he was like, I can live on that. And he bought dog food.
He just lived on kibble.
And yeah, so he could climb and stay out there longer.
His farts were like,
bro, like he wouldn't want to be behind that on his route. Right? He would not want to be climbing behind that guy. I'll tell you that.
Because I stopped giving my dog regular dog food a long time ago. But when he was younger, all my dogs, I would just buy the most expensive dry dog food. I was like, oh, this stuff is good. And then somewhere along the line, it clicked. I was like, wait, how can it sit there? How can it just sit in that bag for a month? That's crazy. How can it sit on the shelf for years? That's nuts. That can't be good for you. And then I started feeding them frozen food, and then they like that. But then I switched to Farmer's Dog, which is human-grade food, which is lightly cooked. They fucking love it. That stuff I would eat. Like, you smell it. It smells like food. It doesn't smell disgusting. Right. But regular dog food is fucking terrible for a dog. It's not good for them. So if you have to eat that stuff, that kibble stuff, and you're gonna travel around, like, your gut must be going like, what are you doing? What kind of chemicals are in here? What kind of preservatives are they just nuking your gut biome?
The level, I love the level of commitment. Right? I love like when people drift over into like crazy to where their level of commitment, their passion, like translates directly into nothing else exists in their life. They're willing to live on dog food to do the thing that they love. That to me is like you're an extremist, and I respect it. Like, you know what? Hey,
no, I can respect that.
Yeah.
You ever seen the movie Dirtbag?
No.
Pull up that movie Dirtbag. It's a great movie. It's about a guy who essentially did that until he was dead. This guy just camped out on the ground in front of his friends' houses. Most of the time didn't have a car, but would just climb. That's all he did. He was always mooching on people. And he had very detailed... What was the dude's name?
Fred Becky.
Fred Becky.
Oh,
The dude's a legend.
Yeah.
So he had been doing this from, the 1950s. Like, he was an old-ass man. And he's still... Look at the gnarled hands. Look at his fucking hands. From just climbing. Imagine that guy got a hold of your dick. He'd rip it right off.
Do you know who Mark Twight is?
No.
Okay, so Mark Twight, he was, one of the foremost names in health care. He's written several books on it. He wrote a book called Kiss or Kill: Confessions of a Serial Climber back in the day. Very, very similar, like in the context of, I would imagine, the psychological makeup. And he started a gym called Jim Jones back in the day. Like, it was where a bunch of people, it was invite only. So you could only get invited. And it's like a lot of special operations guys, CIA guys, and professional climbers. Like, everybody that was trying to push the envelope physically would go out and train with Mark. And I've been friends with him for years, but anything Mark does, he moves from like, I'm going to be the best climber, like alpineering. I'm going to be the subject matter expert. He was a professional. He shot IPSC for a while, so he's a professional, pistol shooter for a while. He's a professional climber. And now he's a photographer, writer. Everything he does it to a level of perfection that it probably drives everybody else in his life bananas. Like, he's fascinating. He's a fascinating human.
Those people that go really to the outer level of whatever's possible with whatever the fuck they're doing are always fascinating. Yeah. Because it makes you go, I don't know if I want to do that. Like, what is the sacrifice to get really good at rock climbing? You never have kids. You never have a life. You never have a job. Like, this dirtbag guy, like, everyone around him both admired him and felt sad for him. Right. Because, like, he died a dirtbag. He never had a family. And it's like all his ex-girlfriends talking about how an interesting guy he was. He was really fun, but eventually, fucking move on. Like, this dude, all he wanted to do was, like, sleep on the ground and get up and start climbing rocks. His whole life.
There's, like, if you think about everybody around us in their profession or their thing, right? You're at the apex of your professional, your profession, and your level of commitment. I'm not like boosting you up. I'm just saying, like, your level of commitment is unparalleled to a huge percentage of other people. So you have a portion of whatever that is, and there are all these other people that have that thing where their pursuit of passion around that specific profession or product, whatever it might be, they're so committed to it that it takes over. It's all consuming. Like, I've seen it because even when you go play pool, when we were in Vegas a couple months ago, they're like, "Oh, we're going to play pool." I'm like, "I'm out. He's going to be there till like 6 o'clock in the morning." But I'm not going to do that. And Green Tree was like, he was there till like 6 o'clock in the morning, played for 8 hours straight. I was like, "Yeah, I could see the writing on the wall. I'm out of here."
The pool is my number one problem. That's my biggest one.
Really?
Yeah, that's the one where if I ever wanted to not do anything else, I would just become a professional pool player. If I just said, okay, I'm done podcasting, I'm done with the UFC, I'm done with everything. I'm just gonna travel around and do tournaments. I could go crazy. I could go crazy and just do that 100%.
Is it just the game fascinates you, the angles, the ability to like just continue to evolve within that all the time? You can't ever be the best.
You definitely never achieve full perfection, but to be really good requires this level of laser focus and concentration and an understanding of what's going on. I mean, you're taking a stick and you're hitting a ball into another ball with pinpoint accuracy into a pocket that is, on my table, it's 4 1/4 inches. So you've got the cube with the ball, the object ball, which is about that big, and then you got that much space on each side. Just a tiny little space on each side. You got to slip it through there. Oftentimes, like 8 feet away, 7 feet away, 6 feet away with English. So you're putting spin on the cue ball, which imparts a throw on the object ball. So if I put right hand spin on the cue ball and I hit the object ball, I have to calculate for the fact that it's going to throw the object ball slightly to the left because of the right hand spin, because it clings to the ball a little bit and shoot. So all this is playing in my head, and then I have to have it at a speed where once the cue ball then collides with the object ball, pockets it, then it's got to go 1, 2, 3 rails for perfect position on the next ball. Then I have to have an angle. I have to make sure that I have an angle for the following ball.
Right.
And you don't want to be trapped on the rails. You want to be off the rails. Like all these different things. You can't think about anything else. Your mind has to be clean. It cleans your mind. This episode is sponsored by BetterHelp. Look, there's a lot of pressure when it comes to dating, especially in February. But you're putting too much on yourself and on your partner. There's no such thing as a perfect relationship, whether you're on a first date or have been together for years. It's completely normal to go through rough patches, and what matters is how you deal with them. And therapy can be a huge help during any stage of your dating life. You can figure out what you want in a partner or get perspective for a growing problem in your relationship. The point is, you don't have to come up with a solution by yourself. Now, finding the right therapist can be tricky, but that's where BetterHelp comes in. They have an industry-leading match fulfillment rate, and they do a lot of the work finding the right therapist for you. Really, all you have to do is fill out a questionnaire, sit back, and wait. Tackle your relationship goals this month with BetterHelp. Sign up and get 10% off at betterhelp.com/JRE. That's better, HELP.com/JRE.
So if you've gotten, I'm sure you have, like professional coach players, coaching guys have come out, like the best in the world have come out and played with you.
Oh, yeah.
How do you hold up? Like, what's your...
Well, I can never beat them.
Right.
But I beat them some games. I can break and run out. So I break and run out 1, 2 games in a row sometimes. But they'll make... So, like, if you have, like, a score of accuracy, it's called, like, a Fargo rating. It's based on 1,000 points is you never miss. I'm in like the 700, on a good day, 750 range. But a real world-class pro is in the 800 plus range. Like Fedor Gorst is probably like 850. Joshua Filler is probably like a little higher than that. They get into this rate where they so rarely miss. And again, they're playing on 4-inch pockets, which is like a 1/4 inch smaller than the pockets I'm playing on. Although they are playing on new cloth, which helps a lot. Makes things more slippery. They fall in more worn out cloth. Like when it's broken in for a couple of weeks, it gets tougher.
Really?
Yeah. The cloth gets a little less slick. And you got to hit a ball a little bit more pure. But on the plus side, English takes better.
So when you play with these guys, is it one of those things where they like instantly humble you in the context of you start feeling I'm really confident in my game, and then you step in?
No, not really. No.
There's not that big of a delta between.
There's a gap. There's definitely a gap. I mean, they're just way better than me. But it's a lot of it is just time. They spend 8 hours a day playing every day. If I spent 8 hours a day playing every day, I think I could play at a professional level. I wouldn't be able to beat the best guys. No. I would never be able to beat like the Koping Chungs and the guys that are at the very top, because those guys have been playing 8 hours a day for decades. They never stop.
What's a guy like that make annually in tournaments?
Now more than ever. Really? Yeah, because of Matchroom Pool. So Matchroom, the same company that Eddie Hearn owns that does a lot of boxing promotions, they're involved in a lot of sports. They've done an amazing job with pool, specifically with 9-ball. And they put on these huge tournaments. Saudi Arabia has a big one every year. They have this big world championship where they pay a ton of money. And so, a good player, like a top of the heap player, is making $500,000 plus a year.
Okay.
And then also endorsements. So they have endorsements like companies like Predator Cues pay them, Q-Tech, and all those different companies pay them X amount of dollars per year. They have a sponsor for the chalk they use. They have a sponsor for the tips they play with. All these different things. All that adds up.
So what's the difference then between, what is it, snooker? Is that the
That's a
English?
totally different game.
It's totally different.
It's a big table. It's a 12 by 6 as opposed to a 4.5 by 9. So it's
Okay.
a much bigger table. But the balls are smaller as well. And then their cues have these tiny little tips on them. They all play with ash cues, which is like a very stiff wood. And they play with like a solid wood cue. Whereas a lot of like pro pool players have switched to carbon fiber now. They play with carbon fiber cues. Because it's like it's a little bit more dense, so it moves the ball differently.
Is it fun? Have you played it?
Snooker? Yeah, I played it when I was in Scotland a little bit, but I only played by myself. There was just a table, and I was just whacking balls around. It's very difficult to pocket balls, but I don't even really understand the rules. I'd have to really pay attention. I watch it a little bit sometimes because I know how hard it is to do what they're doing. Because you do have this enormous table. Their cloth is a lot slower too. It's not as slick of a cloth.
So is it? It's got to be older then, right? Is it?
No, it's old. Snooker's old. So the original billiards game had no pockets. The original billiards game was 3-cushion billiards or bulk line, or there's a bunch of different billiards games where you play on a table, like say it was like this table, there's no pockets in it, and there's just rubber rails all around it. And it's all about knocking one ball into the other ball, going 3 rails, and then colliding with the third ball. It's just about scoring points. I watched a bunch of that online too, because it helps you understand angles, like as you go into a rail, because the angles change depending upon how much English you put on it, how hard you hit it, whether you hit it with follow or draw. There's a bunch of different like parts of the cue ball that you can contact with that radically changes the way the ball moves around on the table. So it's like you're calculating so many different things. There's geometry involved, there's touch and feel, there's all these factors that come into play when you're playing really well.
So that explains why archery is also somewhat of a fascination then, because you have very similar aspects to archery and directly translate. That's like why those things snap together real well for you.
Oh, for me, they're hand in hand. They're basically the same thing. It's basically the same thing. You're just doing it in a different way. It's the same thing. It's like having everything just flowing together perfectly after like years and years and years of meticulous practice, and then it starts to come together. And you pull that group out, and it's nice and tight, like 65 yards. Like, yeah, you got it dialed in. Right. It's that feeling. And it's the same thing as the world goes away. There is no room for anything when you're about to pull that trigger. Whether it's in pool, when you're about to make the shot, or whether it's in archery, there's no room for anything. That's what I like about it. I also like that there's no bullshit. There's no shenanigans. There's no personality. Right. Nothing matters. Nothing matters. Did the ball go in the hole? If it didn't, you lose. If it did, you win. It's really clean. I like that.
Yeah, that's the thing I love about like shooting just in general. Like, if I'm hitting a target, it doesn't matter. I took my kids to the arcade the other day and skee ball.
Oh yeah, I love skee ball.
I can like spend an hour on that thing, just trying to get a perfect lob in there. Yeah. And it's like I used to tell people, I'm like, I'm just a projectile enthusiast where I love hitting center mass of whatever target. I'm still a 6-year-old kid with my BB gun, right? Yeah. It's like at the end of the day, now my tools are much more advanced, and I've got, the millions of dollars of government funded training behind me, so I'm a little bit more effective at hitting what I want to shoot at. But it still has the same exact feeling. Like, if you're 6 years old hitting a pop can with your BB gun, or ringing a piece of steel at a mile with a rifle, or hitting the heart of a foam elk in your backyard, it's the same, dude. It translates, and it like pulls you into something that's like pure, I guess.
It is pure, and it's also a really good mind exercise. Just like, when you work out, you're cleaning your mind. There's a lot of what working out is. It's not just physical, it's mental clarity. You relax the mind, you calm the mind through hard exercise. And there's something where you're calming your mind through shooting. Because it requires so much of you, everything else just get the fuck out of the way. Bills, this, that, oh, I gotta call that guy, I don't wanna call him, fuck, I gotta deal with this thing, oh, that's falling apart, this deal sucks. It all goes away. It has to go away. If it doesn't go away, you miss. And then you go, fuck, what did I miss? You miss because you're distracted. Like, let's focus, put the fucking arrow on the knock, put it in there, draw it back, center it, calm, relax. At that moment, there is nothing else in your fucking head. There's nothing. And then, and it goes in there, you get this nice burst of happiness when you watch that fucking arrow just drop right in exactly where you want it to, like, and then you go pull the arrows, you go right back and start it again. And at the end of that practice, I feel way better. I just always feel better. I always feel clearer. My head works better. It's just like, it's a focus exercise which excites all your synapses. And then on top of that, it's a mental clearing. Like Fred Berry should talk about that. Like something about, I forget the quote, but it's something about there's nothing like shooting a bow that clears a man's mind. It's totally true. There's something about archery in particular that just cleans your mind.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I used to have this trad bow. That's how I started. I told you the story. So I'd stuff the old coffee bags, the ViralRabbi coffee bags, stuff them up and fill them up, and then I started shooting a trad bow originally. Well, the roasting cycle takes about 8.5 minutes. So I couldn't really do anything. I'm like watching the, coffee roast, which is just tumbling in a big dryer. And so I just shoot a trad bow in the back to try to focus something other than the business, family, whatever it is. I could just shoot my trad bow. And then Dudley was like, why do you shoot that thing? It's so stupid. Don't you like to hit what you shoot at? I'm like, I'm just doing it for fun, man. I'm a happy-go-lucky guy. I just want to active form of meditation. But what I did realize was it was such a pure, to your point, it would flush out all this negative shit that I was either working through or dealing with. But so being able to translate that to other people, especially veterans, huge transformation for guys. Because they can go out, it's quiet, it's a subculture they can be part of, they can geek out on all the new gear, arrowheads, you wade into the infinite, never-ending debate around bullshit, around cutting surface area, fucking, mass and velocity, and you'll never get tired because it's full of its own little drama, and it's a bunch of nerd shit that you can actually have a lot of fun with.
So much nerd shit. That's what people don't understand. And they don't expect nerd shit, real, complicated, technical nerd shit from archery. You don't think of it that way. But it's like many things. Once you get into it, you realize, this is a whole learning curve. This motherfucker. There's a lot involved. Whenever one of my friends is like, I want to go bow hunting, I'm like, do you really? Are you sure? Don't tell me, it's not that you gotta dive in off of a cliff. This is not I'm gonna go dip my waters into bow hunting. I want to go shoot an elk. Jesus Christ, do you know how hard that is to do? There's so many moving parts. There's so many things. You have to be able to be proficient under extreme stress. There's so much going on there, man. Don't tell me you want to do that unless you gotta show me before I get involved. Take me bow hunting. That's not happening. You're not going to be stomping on twigs near me, and you're not going to be not checking the wind. All these things are not going to happen.
Well, they like the idea, right? And there's plenty of people. They're window shoppers in this activity, right? They're walking by and they're like, that looks cool,
right?
But they don't like the realities of what it actually takes because it's so fucking hard and it ruins you a lot of times. In the last few years, we've done enough together. Dude, I've been psychologically ruined by shooting something or making a bad shot or just devastating.
Missing. You can't figure out why you missed.
No, and then you're running through it a thousand times. What did I do? Okay, how do I do better? And then you're okay.
But you're the kind of guy that does the process in your head and then improves and keeps getting better. For some people, that will ruin their life. The one bad bad thing that happens will ruin their fucking life because they spent all these months preparing, they paid for a tag, they hired an outfitter, and then dunk the shot, fucking ruin their whole week, and then they go back home. How'd your hunt go? Oh, I missed. You know, like, or I wounded it.
Well, and it's a lesson in life. Like, you can work harder than you've ever worked and still fail. Yeah. You can work for a decade of your life. You can shoot and train, and you can put in all the work and still fuck it up.
And there's guys who, in the same situation as you, would succeed.
Yeah.
So you got to figure out what are they doing different? Why are they better? Keep getting better. Like, there's hunts that I've been successful on recently over the last few years that I know that if I had that same hunt 8-9 years ago, I probably would have not been able to make that shot.
Right.
I wasn't as good then, so I've gotten better. It's like, I think everybody needs something that you can't master, that is hard to do, that cleans your mind. I think people need stuff to clean their mind, and I think that's why so many people are running around all fucked up, because you're looking at social media all day, so that gives you anxiety. Your life is not satisfying, so that gives you anxiety. You don't take care of your body, so that gives you anxiety. You have all these things come from, you stuck in traffic, that gives you anxiety. Everybody's just mentally all fucked up, and so you go to a doctor, and the doctor says, well, obviously you're dealing with depression, and I can prescribe to you this or that, and then you're on Lexapro or whatever the fuck you're on, and that's the road they go down. And this is a bad road. It's not a road where you're going to improve your life, and there's other ways to do it. And I think there'd be a lot more happy people in this world if you found a thing. It doesn't have to be archery, it doesn't have to be pool, it doesn't have to be jiu-jitsu, it doesn't have to be pistol shooting. It just has to be something that's hard to do, that you are on this quest to make these incremental improvements, and through that focus of incremental improvements, you improve your human potential. You improve your ability as a person to do difficult, to handle situations. So I always tell people, if you do jiu-jitsu, you'll be much happier, because the stresses of life are nothing compared to a dude who's trying to literally break your arm. He's on top of you, and you're defending, and then you get out of it, and then you get him, or he gets you, and then you have to tap, and you go over again. That is so hard to do that, like, regular life becomes like a breeze. It becomes a breeze. It makes everything. Jiu-jitsu people are some of the most relaxed people I've ever been around in my life. They're all friendly to everybody. They're never talking shit or causing drama or problems. They get it all out.
Yeah, I think there's something about getting the shit kicked out of yourself too, right? So, like, there's something about facing someone, right? Which I don't do jiu-jitsu, just, as a caveat to that. But being able to, like, face another person in a scenario and then compete against them.
Yeah.
So where everything counts, and then literally just getting the shit beat out of yourself and going, okay, well, I'm going to step back up. I'm going to do it again, right?
Yeah, that better.
That level of teaching yourself mental endurance, like, that is the thing that I constantly think about my kids. Like, I'm like, how do I be compassionate, caring, loving, the dad that wants to give them everything? And then how do you, like, translate that into also creating obstacles that will drive mental courage? Like, I think
you do it by example. I think that's the best way. Yeah. My opinion is, like, if you look at Cam Haynes' sons, I mean, he was rough raising his kids. He talks about that, but those kids are exceptional. They're fucking exceptional.
Yeah.
One son's a ranger, the other son broke the world chin-up record, and he runs marathons with jeans on, and he's fucking got two savage kids. And why? Well, look at the environment they grew up in.
Right.
They grew up with a dad who's supremely disciplined, and just by being in his presence, you realize, like, I can achieve a lot more than other people can if I'm just willing to put in that work. And for a lot of people, that's that feeling of, like, the anxiety of the struggle and of grinding it out, like, that scares them, and they don't want to do it. And so they come up with excuses, or they retreat into other things, and They distract themselves. And if you're a parent that does that, you create a weird environment for your child, because your child is sort of imitating you as a leader, and you're a fuck up, and you're always making excuses, and you get fired a lot, or you sleep in a lot, or you do things that are not admirable. And then that child, fuck life, man. Whereas, his kids are probably like, Jesus Christ, dad's a fucking animal. I want to be an animal too. And then you see how people respect his father, and they go, oh, okay, I want people to respect me like that too. You hear what people talk about him when he's not around, well, I want people to respect me.
Right.
But well, there's only one way to do that. You have to be worthy of respect. There's only one way to get there. It's a fucking long road. Good luck. Start going. And you're not going to get any satisfaction for a long ass fucking time, other than the fact that you're on the path, that you're involved in the process, and you're on the journey.
Yeah, the grind, right? And it's overused, but the level of endurance and courage, when it's that trait alone, just trying to understand courage, who has it, who doesn't have it, and then the level of commitment to a mission or something bigger than yourself. It's the thing that I think about. I'd say a huge percentage of the last several years, especially as I get a little bit older, right, a little bit further away from the GWAT, and I was with I'm doing a documentary on Earl Plumley. You know who that is? So he's a Medal of Honor recipient, former Green Beret. We were at the UFC fight with Elliot Miller and Earl Plumley. Earl Plumley's a incredible.
Mr. Aquarius, apologies, I missed you last night. How you doing?
Amazing. You'd never.
Excellent. How'd you sleep? That's wonderful to hear. Excellent. You ready to take on the day? Not right now. Seems to be okay. Why? Did you reinstall the app? Yeah, reinstall. I'll be here. You let me know if that works for you.
The book is The Most Human, Reconciling with My Father by Adam Boy. I loved it. He became the father that I needed to be. It really is a good book. And it's interesting to hear his journey of recovery, and even I think that it could help people, even if you're not an alcoholic or anything like that. Some of the steps that you take really benefit you just in your everyday life. And plus, I'm a huge turkey, so it was a special book. We'll talk to him. The company attending a hostile takeover of Warner Brothers Discovery is just to speak to the deal.
According to Bloomberg, Paramount Skydance is now offering to cover $2.8 billion in penalties if Warner Brothers Discovery walks away with Netflix.
Okay. What's it saying? Yeah, it's a little small. What's it say? Okay. Can you log out of your account? And you reinstalled the app, right? Yes, ma'am.
Mahan is running for governor and gaining ground in the polls.
I'll check. I'll check my one version right now. Yeah, it's everything seems. Yeah.
It's become the most expensive trading card ever. Contest sold yesterday for any guesses? Any guesses? $18.5 million.
Just Mimi 35.
The same card that Guinness World years ago paid $5.2 million. He is expected to clear more than $8 million.
Can you repeat that for me, please?
For the auction house told him the card for WrestleMania. When we come back, since it's President's Day, we're going to tell you some stuff about some of the menu.
Yes.
Fun facts, if you will. That's coming up next. Satellite weather for KFI. Rainy.
Your profile
Thunderstorms possible this afternoon.
is interesting. It says posts aren't loading right now. Now let me hold on. So there's a website that's a good thing to go to. Go to downdetector.com. I'm doing it as well. You go to down detector. Oh yeah, X is having trouble. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. All right. So if you go to downdetector.com and you put in Twitter, user reports show problems with Twitter. X previously Twitter is a microblog. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, but it's not showing. It always shows. I've never seen it not show. Interesting. Okay, a few seconds ago, it was working like 5 hours ago. Um, yeah, you're 100% right, Mr. Aquarius. Um, there's a global outage. You mean like the whole internet or just X? Yeah. Um, Instagram. Instagram's okay. But yeah, everything's out on X. When this happens, I mean, a lot of people say that somebody published something that wasn't supposed to be published. I don't know. But it happens randomly. Like, you would think that a big company like this, they would be like, okay, welcome to X. The first order of business is make sure this website never stops working. Like that's why we exist. If it stops working, and it goes down pretty regularly. Now I'm still streaming on it, but it's just like nobody can view anything that anybody else is doing. Oh yeah, no one's definitely gonna come. Mr. Aquarius, I've been doing it 24/7 for many. Oh yeah, that's a cheap thing. That means over the course of the last like 12 hours, 5 people have come. Yeah, isn't that how do I want to say it? Like uh it's disingenuous. It's not accurate. Like they should say 0 people are there now, but 5 people have shown you over the course of the last 12 hours or whatever. But no, it just says 5 people. You can imagine when I had like 30, I was like, I've never had 30 people watch me on one stream at once. What's going on, everybody?
The closures include clinics in Inglewood, Hollywood, Mosher, Pomona, Torrance, Dr. Ruth Campbell Health Center closed February 27th. 6 other clinics are going to remain open. Former President Obama is commenting on a video recently shared on President Trump's social media showing he and Michelle's faces posed on apes. On a podcast, he said that people he meets across the U.S. still believe in decency, courtesy, and kindness, and that he, in his words, finds this behavior deeply troubling. At 6:05, Scandal on the News, the shut field, not expecting a resolution, released another. Always love to hear your comments on Talkback. You can find the Talkback. It's the little microphone in the upper right-hand corner if you're listening on the iPhone radio app here on the screen. We were talking in ABC's Will Gans on Friday about the movie Marty Supreme, which is nominated for everything. Timothy Chalamet's in it because, and now it's available to rent. Well, he liked it. I didn't at all. I agree with you. Marty didn't agree with me.
Fresh out of school, now you working and focus on fashion. Pretty girl in your back row. Got time, but you got goals. Hey, baby, waste your time with me in California. Hey, baby, waste your time with me in California. La, 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 yeah, I better have one. La, 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 now we at the same house party. La, 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 if you wanna waste time, baby, waste your time with me in California. Hey, baby, waste your time with me in California. Sick, you born in the Hamptons, I heard that's expensive.
Please enter your password.
Hit that skate, slow, what up, real one. Why you boys fake it? I don't got no patience, I don't got no shame, man. I don't play no game, cause if I like you, I'ma say it. Aggressive and I play for, that's a perfect balance, dude. I'm gon' love you. Don't miss what you just say, yeah. I just live from. I mean, no doubt what I didn't know that. Come on, which one? Working on the night moon. I give a listen, cause I was going lonely. Down by the riverside, let me spin motion wheels and roll down. But it don't fall too soon. In this room, it's Saturday. It is played by George McCready. Well, let's see now. I'm all alone in the room, and it's Saturday. I'll make an airplane.
Yep. I mean, I've got like 20 different lives, so if you combine them all, yeah, people come, but just on that one single one, it's pretty rare.
What does the S stand for? Nothing. It's just an initial. Richard Nixon was a real musician and played the piano. Of course, Jimmy Carter being a farmer. Before becoming president, he reported a UFO sighting in Georgia, claiming it was the darndest thing he'd ever seen. Ronald Reagan worked as a lifeguard, saved 77 lives. Bill Clinton won a Grammy for the best spoken word album for the audio version of his autobiography. George H.W. Bush was the youngest pilot in the U.S. Navy during World War II. He earned his wings when he was just 18 years old. Barack Obama, fan of comic books, and has a collection that includes Spider-Man and Conan the Barbarian. Also, he believes in aliens, which I kind of just believe. And I thought this was funny because this list included this. Before his presidency, Donald Trump was a successful businessman and reality TV show host. About some of the men who led our country.
I shouldn't have fuck for free. I know you work day and night to get a college degree. Ain't nobody that you know would even know you're free, right? You know you only do that with me, right? Yeah, double checking on you. You know I never put the pressure on you. You know that you make your own mind up. You know what it was when you signed up. Now you gotta run it up. I be out of words trying to sum it up. Girl, you throw it back like one love. Even let me slash on the $2. Yeah, I told her, but she don't do enough. Even though you're in the hood, I'm still pulling up. All I do is win, no matter what. Got money on my mind, I can never. That's the sound of the police. Diamonds look like they glowing. That's the sound. I love you so much. That's the sound of the police. I shouldn't.
It comes after the Trump administration issued guidance that only allows the American flag to be flown on National Park Service land, and that includes the Stonewall Monument. Senator Schumer said saving 18Q and minimize Stonewall's historic calls Schumer's legislation a political special. A wolf looking for love in LA on Valentine's Day. A 3-year-old gray wolf made history last weekend, wandering into the mountains north of Santa Clarita. She was the first documented wolf in LA County in more than a century, known as BEY-03F, to travel more than 370 miles looking for a mate during the narrow winter breeding window. She's now back in Kern County in time to meet and find a partner. Wildlife officials say her journey marks a milestone in California's wolf comeback to the Republican Party.
In a million years, know that this guy had earned the Medal of Honor. Never, because one, he's never going to tell you. Two, he's going to ask you 100 questions about you and be way more fascinated with that. Two, and three, we were having this conversation. He's like, man, it belongs to the guys. I didn't tell you anything. It belongs to the guys. The guys, any of the guys, if they wouldn't have been shot, would have done the same exact thing that I did. And I was like, man, that is an incredible statement from a guy that's sitting here. And so this documentary follows his path from joining the Marine Corps, which was literally where the judge, those old stories of the guy that was forced by the judge to join the military or jail. He literally has that. And it starts, he goes into the Marines, and then he's a Force Recon Marine. He'd gone through all the selections. He got out of the Marine Corps, joined the Army, and we follow his story through the eyes of his peers and his leaders, because we wanted to see from his perspective, what do other people say about him through his entire journey, not the story from his perspective. One, he'll never tell it the way that it probably needs to be told. The choices
watching a podcast
throughout his professional man who was keeping such an incredible act of courage that it warranted the highest medal literally earned in the United States military. And that single word, courage, how do you build courageous people, is a fascinating, it's quite literally such a fascinating subject. And most of it is, it's the man in the arena, right? It's that poem from Teddy Roosevelt. It's not the critic who counts. It's keeping up, stepping back in, this commitment to something greater than yourself, and then making these thousands of choices in your life every day as you wake up, step forward, step back into the fray, and make the active decision to be better. And it's it's such a fucking fundamental thing, being able to any part of your life. If you don't get up in the morning, like commit yourself to something. I'm not motivational speaker, but it's how are you ever going to get better if you're not committing to something, being a better dad or husband or better your profession, and then committing to this evolutionary process takes not only a huge amount of commitment, but mental and physical endurance. It does. And I'm never going to get tired of trying to figure this out, because obviously it's like my peer set. I was having this conversation with Jack Carr, and I ran into the airport. We ran into each other at the airport on the way down here, and we were talking about, fucking love that guy, fucking such a good dude. And it's not just in the military, right? It's not. It's just
in all of life.
All of life.
Yeah, you find exceptional people in all of life, and they're fuel. Those people are fuel. And they enhance the lives of the people around them. And then if you become one of those guys, you enhance the lives of the people around you, and then you feed off of them, and they feed off of you. Everybody feeds off of each other, and it's so good for you to know that people like that are out there. That there's a guy like that, capable, incredible courage. And then how did he get there? What did he do? How did he become the man he is right now? Because goddamn, that's an admirable man. So how do I? Yeah.
And there's all these stories. Like Jack and I were talking about, because the Navy SEALs, obviously they've got a lot of positive PR over the last several years, but this special operations community's got so much just, airtime, right? But there are all these other people in the military throughout, generations of warfighters that have gone out and done these incredibly hard jobs. And I found this story of the Pargy, which is the USS Pargy, which is the most decorated submarine and ship in Navy history. They have 9 presidential citations. It's the most decorated group of men in the U.S. Navy, like, in modern history. And everything they've done is still classified. Whoa. It's a Cold War era nuclear submarine that was modified and ultimately tasked out by the CIA to go out and do collection. And they were the guys that hundreds of feet down, they would land on the bottom of the ocean. And the Soviets had these military communication lines that were basically hard lines that would go under a bay so they could communicate back and forth. And they felt like they were secure. And one of their jobs, which is, I've never been able to see anything, declassified, but the stories that are out there, these guys would land on the bottom of the ocean, send out divers at hundreds of feet. And these guys would hook listening devices on those lines, hundreds of feet down, like in cold, dark water. Can you imagine, dude? Like, you're out in 400 feet or 300 feet of water, pitch black, you can't see anything, and your job is to go and put a listening device on a Soviet communication line in 1986 or whatever it was. And you're in enemy territory. So if you get discovered, you're dead. And none of these guys, that's the incredible thing, none of these guys have ever said anything about it. Wow. Decades, and not only decades of missions, months away from home, none of these guys have said a fucking thing. They've not been on a podcast, they've not written any books, and the only thing they say is, yeah, we did a lot of incredible shit, we still can't talk about it. Unbelievable, man.
Yeah.
I've been able to see. I can go out and do shit, and like you still have the ability to see. I can't imagine being in like 300 feet of water, pitch black. If you lose a glove, right, or something goes wrong, how are you going to get back to the boat? Like, and you're going to have to get back to the boat and then get back into American territory without being discovered. And more importantly, you're going to do this how many times over the course of your career?
And does the listening device require them to gather the information while they're at the bottom of the ocean, or does it transmit?
I think it transmits.
Yeah, that's much more convenient.
It's not declassified, so who knows?
Right, who knows?
And they don't talk about it.
Wow.
They don't talk about it.
That's crazy.
I was talking to Jack and I were talking about it, and I was like, "Have you ever heard about this?" And he's a retired Navy guy. He's like, "No, I've never heard about it." Like, that's my point. It's an incredible story, man. Like, these guys are still buttoned up, not saying a fucking word.
They picked the right guys.
They pick the right guys.
Yeah, there's guys like that out there.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they don't have to be famous either. There's a lot of people out there that just,
They're just doing the mission.
yeah.
They come home, not tell their families. Their wives be pissed off. What are you doing? Out on the boat with all your friends for months, just hanging out, hot racking,
Yeah.
Oh my God, I can't say anything.
You have to have the right wife.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't have a woman that can understand that, that becomes a real problem.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of them end up in divorce.
Oh, yeah. Well, that was part of the Bob Lazar story. The Bob Lazar was the guy that worked at Area 51.
Yeah.
He couldn't tell his wife what he was doing. And they would call him at like 10 p.m. There's a flight for you that leaves at 11:15. Be at the airport. And he had to leave. And he would tell his wife, I got to go to work. She's like, it's 11 o'clock at night. He's like, I have to go to work. What are you doing? He's like, I can't talk about it because all his phones were bugged. Everything was bugged. Right. So his wife was like, this motherfucker's cheating on me. She starts fucking her flight instructor. And that's one of the reasons why they removed him from his duties, because they're like, this guy's going to be unstable. We have to see how he handles this because he's involved in this top secret back engineering of a flying saucer program, allegedly. And we have to, keep an eye on this motherfucker because he can't be mentally unstable and have this kind of responsibility. Because he couldn't tell her. Couldn't tell her anything.
You can't tell anybody.
Yeah. And then eventually he took her to the sites where he explained to everybody when he thought that his life was in danger and then he was getting fired. When things started getting sideways, like people need to know about this, he took her out there and he showed her. But he didn't know that she was fucking some other guy by that time.
It's so unfortunate.
Unfortunate. Yeah.
Look, this is what I'm doing. I wonder if that actually would.
I wonder if she's like, fuck, I shouldn't have sucked that guy's dicks.
Man, I feel bad now. I should have fucked that guy. I used to have to do that because for years, years of my life, I couldn't tell anybody who I worked for or what I did. And I didn't have a wife, so I didn't have a wife or kids. I just not really say anything, and I just dip out. I kind of dipped out from my family. My dad was like very concerned because he's like, I never hear from that kid. I don't know what he's doing. I'm like, just working, just busy, man. But it weighs on you after a while. You're like, this kind of sucks.
Yeah, not being able to tell people about something you're doing that's hard. Like, you can never show someone part of who you are. There's always going to be a door that's closed. It's kind of nuts.
Yeah, it's difficult. It was like my wife, when we first got together, she's the first girl or first woman, I shouldn't say girl. She's the first woman I told. Because I was like, fuck this place, I'm out of it anyway. So if I get rolled up, I get rolled up. Who cares? I'm out anyway.
Was she initially like, whoa? Like, how did she handle it?
Well, so we were.
Did you give her like details?
No. Because she had met some of my friends, right? And the guys in the community are fairly obvious because they look like you. And they're jacked, tattooed. A lot of them are, big beards. It looks like the Hell's Angels. Right. So, like, I don't work for the State Department. That's fairly obvious. Like, the State Department, they're going to wear suits and, they're come out of Harvard. They use really long words all the time. But they're not like, they don't look like they're getting ready to commit a felony. And so she would be around, at our kitchen table or whatever, and you'd have all these guys that look like, they're NFL Hell's Angels, and I look like this, which, is intimidating nonetheless, but I could get away with it. I could sell that, but they couldn't. She's like, well, so you work for the State Department, but what is it that you actually do, right? I'm like, you're not a janitor, obviously. I'm like, we train assistant advisors or something, and then after a while, getting to know her, 6 months or however long we've known each other, we were driving down the road, and I was like, I actually work for the CIA, and she's like, I know. What are you fucking kidding? I'm like, yeah, that's fair. Yeah. Like, and And it's funny because even now today, right? It's like a lot of my friends will come by that I haven't seen for years, and she always has the same kind of like eye roll. It's like, okay, you guys gonna be up till like 2 a.m, like drinking at the kitchen table, talking shit about everybody that used to work. That's right. It's like it's so dramatic, right? It's like it's such a sewing circle at times with people, and it's all the same people are the same regardless of your profession. It's like, they're always talking shit. That guy's a good dude, that guy's not.
It's so fascinating to me, like James O'Keefe stuff. Like how much they bust people that talk about things they should never talk about with people that are just on a date with.
Yeah.
Like not even like your wife of 10 years. No, some lady or some guy. It's a lot of it is chatty gay guys.
Yeah.
A lot of it is gay guys. Like, I'll tell you how we do it. And they're on a date with some guy and they're trying to impress him and they start telling about what secret covert things they're doing that's totally illegal. And they do it all the time.
Oh, it happens all the time in DC. It doesn't really matter what party or wherever you go. You always have the guy, and it's so funny because I would go to, whatever party X, and depending on the venue, it might be like State Department, FBI, or whatever. You can always tell who works for whom. And it's always like they're always trying to out jockey each other for who works for the better government service. And I used to always tell people I was a janitor, so they would leave me alone. And I'm a janitor at Northern Grumman. They're like, why are you here? Like, kind of a thing. I'm like, that's what I do. It's my passion. Love them shit stripes and toilets, man. I gotta wipe them out. But then all the other guys were like jockeying for like FBI or State Department or wherever they're going. And then it's always the guys like, I can't tell you who I work for. And you're like, oh. And you just sit back and listen. You're like, let me hear where this guy's going. This is gonna be a fun one. You're like, oh,
Get a couple of drinks at him.
yeah. And it's just full of shit. It's like, it's so full of shit.
Well, that's the thing about important people that have achieved a high level of success. Everybody wants to pretend they're that.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that want to pretend they're that person because it's so hard to become that person. But you can convince a lot of people that don't know any better that you are. That was a big thing with martial arts. It was especially in the 80s. So in the 80s when I first started, no one knew anything. It wasn't like today. Today, if you get in a street fight, if you're a high school kid and you get in a street fight with another high school kid, there's a high likelihood that kid knows how to leg kick.
Right.
He might know a blast double. He might know an arm triangle. He might get fucked up. Like, they might know how to fight back then. It was very rare. There was like one kid who knew how to box. It was always the wrestling team, which were the most dangerous people. Those guys were the worst. They're the hardest motherfuckers in the school, always. And I didn't even realize that until I started wrestling. I was like, I'm amongst these fucking elite killers. And they're just walking around with everybody like they're normal. And you realize the level of commitment and dedication involved in being an elite high school wrestler, just a high school wrestler. It's fucking off the charts. These kids were going to camps all through the summer. They would get sent off to wrestling camp. They were training year round. And I just hopped in my sophomore year. I did one season of wrestling. And I was like, this is crazy. Like, the level, I had no idea. I was hanging around with people. I thought they were normal people. They're like kids that were like little soldiers.
Right.
Like, all of them. Thick-necked little fucking soldiers. And you realize, like, wow. They, like, opened my eyes. Like, Jesus. There's these people around. They were never even considered martial artists until the UFC. Nobody really understood, unless they actually did wrestling, how helpless the average person is with an elite wrestler. No chance. Like, it's not like, oh, maybe you'll be able to hit him before he takes you down. No chance. He's going to shoot on you. He's going to pump it. You have no chance. You have zero chance. But there was always a bunch of guys who were pretending they were martial arts experts. It was a really common thing. And then you would talk to them, like, what are you training? What do you do? And it was always some guy who had learned something. There was one guy. This guy actually wound up getting arrested for murder. And he's in jail right now. Yeah. He had lied to everybody and told them that he was a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt. And he was even teaching people, and he knew almost nothing. And this is like in the early 2000s, I guess, like the late 90s, early 2000s. and it was just starting to catch on. People were just starting to understand the depth of martial arts because of the UFC. But it hadn't really gone mainstream until about 2005. And this guy was telling everybody he was a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt, and Eddie Bravo trained with him. And Eddie contracted and said, man, something's wrong. He was like, this guy is terrible. He didn't know shit. And he's like, I don't like to teach me anything. And fraud. And he wound up confronting this guy. And then the guy wound up, he was banging some guy's wife and wound up luring the guy back to his karate school and killing him. Yeah. And he went to jail. And he's in jail right now. But he had a fake name. His name was Rafael Torre. That was his fake name. But his real name was like Ralph something or other. And he's in jail right now for murder.
That's a super funny character, right? Not that guy, but it's
a fake black belt.
But a fake martial artist.
Mm-hmm.
What was that? There's a movie years ago where it's like 1 foot the way of 1 foot or something. Did you ever watch that? Yeah, with Danny McBride.
Yeah, it's
awesome.
awesome.
It was fucking hilarious, man. And it's like that guy, that like character, that strip mall, martial artist, it's just a piece of shit.
Yeah, there's a guy on Instagram that documents all these guys. It's McDojo Life on Instagram. It's a fucking great page because it's all people doing bullshit fake martial arts like death touch, like people that can like touch your forehead and you like go limp and fall to the ground. And you get all their students become like brainwashed and they go along with this whole facade. It's really weird. They're in on the charade. It's very strange.
Super weird. It's very cultish.
Mm-hmm. Like, martial arts are very cultish, especially traditional martial arts. Like your instructor is always sir. You're always bowing to them. There's always a lot of weirdness. In like traditional Taekwondo, you always would refer to your instructors as Mister. It was Mister. I hated it. I was like, just don't.
How many years did you do that?
Oh, like hardcore. For 7 years. Yeah, hardcore.
And then you switched over to jiu-jitsu?
Yeah, I switched over to jiu-jitsu a few years later. I stopped fighting when I was 22, and then it was like doing comedy. I started doing comedy at 21, and I kind of half-assed, still trained, and fought a few times while I was also doing comedy, but I didn't have the commitment that I had before. I had a series of events that led me out of, like, wanting to compete. And one of them was recognizing brain damage, recognizing it in other people, recognizing it in friends, and then laying in bed with headaches after sparring sessions going, okay, where does this lead? And I'm not even making any money off of this. And then there was a guy that I hurt really bad that hurt him. I knocked this one guy out when I was 19 in California. I was competing in the Nationals. And I KO'd this guy and he never got up. They had to take him on a stretcher. He was on a stretcher for half an hour and then they took him to the hospital and it freaked me out. Because I was like, that could have easily been me. It easily could have been me. And that one bothered me. Because I'm like, what am I doing? Like, why am I doing this? Like, I'm trying to win, the national championships. I'm trying to be in the Olympics. I'm trying to do these things. But I'm like, okay, well, where does that lead me? To teaching? Do I really want to? I was already teaching at the time, but I really want to teach for a living forever? I'm like, I don't think I do. There's not, and then recognizing that the martial art that I had picked, Taekwondo, had a lot of flaws in it. It was really good for kicking, but it wasn't the best overall martial art. And when I started kickboxing, I really realized that. And then I started getting into Muay Thai, and I realized the power of leg kicks, what the devastating impact it has on your mobility, and like 1 or 2 leg kicks, and you're so compromised. I was like, oh, there's so many levels to this. So I was like kind of half-assing martial arts like the last year, not nearly as committed. Like I was all in all throughout my high school years, all in until I was 21. And then from 21 to 22, kind of half-assed it. And then I didn't start doing jiu-jitsu until years later.
So what's going on at like 21, 22? And you like, what are you thinking? Do you remember what you're thinking? Like I'm going to be an actor. I'm going to be a comic.
No.
What are you thinking?
I didn't think I was going to be a comic until I did an open mic night when I was 21. I did, and then even then, I was like, this is just something that I think I can do. But when I would bomb, I'd be like, fuck, I should go back to fighting. I just gotta get a few. And then you know what happened? I tore my ACL. And when I tore my ACL, I had to have surgery and I couldn't do anything for like 6 months. And then I realized like my body's vulnerable. Like you're counting on your tissue staying intact in order to like live this life that you want to live. So I get my knee reconstructed. And I was like, all right.
So that was the first knee reconstruction?
Yeah.
Back then?
Yeah, I was 22, I think, when I blew it out. 21, somewhere around there. It was like right around the time when I was like thinking about stopping competing. It's like like the universe was like, let me help you.
Right.
Let me fuck your knee up real quick. So I had to get that fixed, and that takes a while before it gets back to normal again. But the comedy became a thing where I was like, this is very exciting and really difficult to do. It's so different than anything else I was doing. Where you have to get the people to like you. Like it's dependent upon like personality, and whereas with martial arts, I wanted them to not like me. I loved it. I didn't have any problem. Like no one's gonna save you. It doesn't matter if these people hate me, and if you're looking at me and there's just you and a referee. I liked it. I liked that this person had like a bunch of like. So one of my favorite things was like hearing cheers stop. Like when people were cheering, like yeah, fuck yeah, kick his ass, then whoop, and then the guy would collapse. Then you hear silence. You just hear silence, especially if you go to where they live. Right. Like if you had to go to Ohio and fight in Ohio, I just loved that silence. It was this final moment. And my thing was I would always walk away like it was normal. I would never celebrate. I would just walk away like I do this every day. I'm going to do this to the next guy too. This is what I'm going to do to you. And I would always take naps too. That was the other thing I did when everybody was freaking out before fighting, before sparring. I would go to sleep in front of everybody. I just put a hoodie on, just lie down on the ground and go to sleep.
Is that like where you try to fuck with them a little bit?
It was a little bit of fucking with them. It was a little bit of I'm so relaxed.
Right.
I'm gonna take a nap here while you're freaking out. But it was also I wanted to do it for my own mind. You know, I wanted to just like I was so in my own head. I was so in my own like what I'm going to do. I wasn't thinking about all these other external things until that one knockout. That's when I really started thinking about what could happen to me. Because I've gotten really lucky where I never really got hurt in a tournament. Never got dropped, never got knocked out, never got really rocked. But I did it to a lot of people. And then I was like, this is coming around. Like it's a matter of time before I get whomped. It's just, it happens. It's just going to happen. I'm going to fight some national champion guy, and I'm going to zig when I should have zagged, and I'm going to catch a heel to my fucking jaw, and that's going to be a wrap. I'm going to be waking up in the hospital.
That's interesting that you had that thought early on to where you're like,
Well, I started seeing brain damage in other people. Specifically when I started kickboxing, because I was training at boxing gyms. And I started seeing guys that were starting to say, there's like a slurry aspect to the way they talked. There was a labored thing to their speech. There was something about them. And then I would see it degrade over time. You know, like I really started getting involved in sparring and boxing when I was about 19. And that was also around the time where I started losing my enthusiasm for Taekwondo, because I just realized the no punching to the face thing in tournaments was so limited. It really it fucked you up because it gave you this illusion that you could pull things off, where all the guy would have to do is jab you in the face. You're like, oh, okay. Like at this distance, you can't do the thing that you normally do in a Taekwondo tournament. You have to be much more aware defensively. So I had to recalibrate my offense and my tactics. And so then I started doing a lot of boxing and a lot of kickboxing, and I saw so much brain damage. I saw so much like unreported brain damage, just weird stuff. Guys would tell you the same story they just told you like 5 minutes ago. They tell it to you again. Because I was realizing, these guys can't remember that they just said this thing 5 minutes ago. It was like they were stoned, you know, and they weren't. You know, they were just starting to exhibit the beginning signs of brain damage.
So when you're making those decisions early on, like you're controlling, like being able to control your emotions.
Yeah.
So your anxiety and being able to like put yourself into the right mental framework to go out and perform. And so regardless, so competing in Taekwondo, you're going out, you're actually performing on like open mics. Is that what you're doing at the time? Or you just, like,
Yeah, when I was 21. Once I was 21, I started doing open mics. Yeah.
And so being able to control your emotions, because you got to be freaking out a little bit.
Yeah, well, the first time I went on stage, I was more scared than I had ever been fighting, which I thought was crazy. So I started fighting before I could really be scared. I started fighting when I was 15. That was like the first fights that I had. So you were scared, but you were so stupid. You didn't know what could happen to you. And I was really lucky that I had a really good school. The school that I trained at was super technical. That was the guy who I trained under, this guy, Jae Hun Kim. He trained with General Chae Young-hee, who was like the founder of Taekwondo. And so it was like the technique was perfect. Like you had to have perfect technique. Like if you did anything sloppy or anything like they would correct you. Like you had to have it down. And they emphasized a lot of heavy bag training, which a lot of schools didn't even have a heavy bag, which I thought was crazy. Like we would go and do these things where we'd have our team would go and train with another team. Like we would travel in New York, and there was an instructor that was friends with our instructor, and they would bring the competition teams to compete against each other. And we'd fight in a gym. So it was like these unsanctioned fights that you would have. And, you'd find people that were roughly your weight. And these guys didn't have heavy bags. And then you'd go to their gym, they have like a strip mall type gym. And there was, in their dojang, they didn't have a heavy bag. I was like, this is crazy. You guys don't train with heavy bags? And it didn't make any sense to me. They had kicking paddles and a bunch of different things, but they didn't have anything that would improve thrusting techniques and stabbing techniques, which is like you need resistance. You need a heavy bag. And so our instructor was adamant about, like, if you can't hurt somebody badly with one kick, you're doing the wrong thing. These techniques were originally designed for war, right? And you're supposed to be able to have devastating power in everything you throw. That got lost a little when Taekwondo got into the Olympics, or when it was on the path to getting into the Olympics. And it became more of like point scoring. They would try to hit you and run away, hit you and run away. It was a lot of like fast moving techniques that didn't have the same sort of devastating impact. So I got real lucky where I trained, is that they really emphasized power. And so the school that I was at was very feared, because a lot of the other black belts were like, the guys that I trained with were fucking really dangerous. Like they were known for, when they would go to a tournament, people would get scared, because if these guys hit you, you're in trouble. Like these were dangerous cats, that were like just wheel kicking people into another dimension, turning side kicking people, crushing rib cages. There was a lot of that. And so I got real lucky that that's the gym that I started in. That I started with, like, you imitate your atmosphere. I was the first guy that I ever saw hit a bag was this guy John Lee. And when I saw him, he was the national Taekwondo light heavyweight champion, and he was competing. He was training to compete in the World Games. So he was about to go to, I guess it was the World Cup. And he was in full training mode, like the moment I walked into the gym. And I watched him fold this heavy bag. And as I was going up the stairs, I could hear the sound of it. This is, I was just visiting this gym. I was leaving a baseball game at Fenway Park. And me and my friend just walked up the stairs just because we didn't want to wait for the tee. It took so long for so many people leaving the baseball game. There was going to be big lines. It was going to be packed. So let's just walk up here and see what's going on. And as we were walking up the stairs, I heard this sound that I'll never forget. It was like, whoop, ka-ching, whoop, ka-ching. And the ka-ching was the chains of the heavy bag, because this 120-pound bag was flying through the air when this guy would hit it. And the chains were going and rattling. They would come down. He would set it up again. And he was 7-10 feet from me. Like there was this like little ledge where you could sit and watch people. And they had set it up like that. So the heavy bag was set up right where people would walk in, because it was a great recruitment tool. Because you would really get to see what people are capable of. And the moment I saw that, I was like, I want to know how to do that. Like, how do you do that? Like, he was doing spinning back kicks over and over again, turning side kicks, and just folding this fucking bag in half. I'm like, that's crazy that a person could I didn't think a person could generate that kind of force. And I trained with him a lot, and I learned from him a lot. He taught me a lot. And he was an interesting guy, too, because he was like a real street guy. Like, he'd been in and out of jail. wound up having a substance problem, but it was this funny dude from Chelsea, which was like a real hard, dangerous neighborhood in Boston, and just a fucking killer, man, a killer. Just a killer. And when he would compete, people would get so nervous. It was crazy to watch because I started training with him and going to tournaments with him when I was a white belt. So I was a white belt and he was a black belt national champion. And when John Lee would show up, you'd see people whispering like, "Fuck, John Lee's here." You would see guys take these deep breaths. They knew he was in their weight class. Like, fuck, because they knew this guy wasn't trying to win on points. He was trying to break your body. He was trying to just crush your organs. He was trying to separate your fucking brain from the inside of its skull. He was trying to hurt you. And he did it to a lot of people. I watched him knock out a lot of people. A lot of people. It was wild to see. So, like, you know, but it was, to me, it was just like this new thing that was going to change who I am. You know, I went, for the first time in my life, I felt like I wasn't a loser because I was like really good at this thing that was scary, you know, and I just threw myself into it. It was my whole life. I didn't do anything. I didn't party. I had very few friends outside of high school. You know, it was my whole thing was just training. I'd get home from school, get something to eat, immediately leave, hop on the train, head into town every day.
That was like 15?
Yeah. Yeah, from like the summer of my freshman year of high school. And that's when I first started. Right, like when I graduated from high school in my freshman year, I started training. And it was nuts. It was just like this complete new life. It was so weird. And then competing, like traveling around competing, first as like a white belt, then a blue belt, then working my way up, purple belt, and then all of a sudden in Taekwondo, red belt is brown belt, right, and then black belt. And then my instructor was crazy. He would let me compete as a black belt before I was a black belt. He let me compete in the men's division when I was 16. Yeah, it was nuts.
Shit.
Yeah, it was just if they thought you had potential, they'd just throw you right into the flames. Like, let's see what you can do.
So the confidence it gives you, it's like finding something that you're good at.
Yeah, it was like all of a sudden I got obsessed with something where I'd never really worked hard at anything in my life. And then I had abs. I was like, this is crazy. Like, I look at myself in the mirror, I had abs. All of a sudden, I had muscles everywhere. I was like, this is nuts, because you're going through puberty. Right. So you're this doughy little fucking kid, this scrawny, doughy little kid that never did any sports other than baseball. And then all of a sudden, I'm shredded, and I know how to fuck people up. And then I was doing it to, like, live humans all over the country, like, traveling everywhere. We traveled. That's all we did. We just traveled.
So how do you go from there, though? Why or how did you go, I'm going to go do stand-up? Like, what was that?
It was really my friends. It was really, my friend Steve Graham, who I'm still friends with to this day. He was a real maniac. He was on the U.S. ski team. He was a flight pilot with the Navy, or not a flight pilot, a flight surgeon with the Navy. He was an ophthalmologist. Like, an insanely hardworking guy, like unbelievably disciplined. And he got into Taekwondo while he was a doctor, while he was an ophthalmologist. He's a maniac to this day. This dude's had he's still a good friend. He's had 70 fucking surgeries. He's had his knees replaced, still trains, still stars. Yeah. He's like in his 60s now. He's a fucking nut.
Until he's like, hey, you're funny. You should go do this.
We would go to tournaments, and when we would go to tournaments, or when we have sparring days in particular, everybody was super nervous. It was very dangerous, and so I would be the one who would break the ice. I would be the one who would make fun of everybody and do impressions of everybody, and I always was cracking everybody up, and it was a captive audience, right? And everyone was looking for relief from the fact that there was this we would be on a bus headed to Poughkeepsie, New York to compete in a tournament, and I would be the one on the bus making fun of everything, just cracking everybody up. And my friend Steve said, you should be a stand-up. You should try it. You should just try it. And I'm like, look, you think I'm funny because you like me. And I go, other people are going to think I'm an asshole. My sense of humor was very dark. It was very crazy back then because I was living a crazy life. And then did an open mic night, and then I said, I think I might be able to do this.
Did you bomb like straight
Oh,
away?
yeah. No,
Was it just
I
like
didn't. Well, I got
no.
a couple of laughs, like, ha, ha, ha. It wasn't good,
Right.
but everybody sucked.
Do you remember any of the jokes?
Yeah.
Being girl that
Here's
way?
my impression of a good-looking girl getting pulled over by the cops. Do you realize how fast you're going? No, do you like my tits? Yes, I do. Here's a warning. It was like, terrible. It was so bad. It was so bad. I had so many bad jokes. But I also realized like everybody sucks in the beginning. And then I thought back to martial arts. I go, oh, this is like everything.
Right.
Like if you start off, you suck. Like everything in the whole thing is like getting better at this thing you suck at. Which is like, well, I had this guy, Tommy Woods, Dr. Tommy Woods. We were talking about new things, about the value in terms of like people that acquire dementia. And one of the best ways to keep your brain fresh is do new things. Do things that you're not good at and learn how to do them and get better at them. And I think I sort of just applied what I learned from martial arts, because obviously I wasn't good at martial arts when I started. It was terrible. Everybody's terrible. You don't know what you're doing.
Right.
And then you realize, like, oh, through repetitive effort, concentration, focus, discipline, you're going to get better. It's a path. And so I was like, oh, this is a new thing, but it's also a new thing filled with other misfits. Because I was a misfit, right? Right. It's like, oh, well, these comedians are misfits too. They didn't have regular rules. They always wanted to smoke pot, drink beer, and they stayed up late. They slept late, and they were just maniacs. I was like, okay, I can hang out with these people. Like regular people that wanted a regular job scare the shit out of me because I don't want to get sucked into your drone-like frequency. I can't. I tried regular jobs. Like this is not going to work for me. I'm too ADD, HD, whatever the fuck it is. Whatever it is, I got it. Like, I can't do this. But those people were misfits. There were these weird, renegade, and occasionally professionals would go up, and you'd realize, like, wow, this guy's a master. Like, the mastery he has of, like, concepts and jokes and tricking you into thinking one thing, and then he hits you with another thing. And, like, God, and the smoothness of it all. It just became an obsession.
Do you remember the guy?
There was this one guy, Teddy Bergeron. There's this guy who had been on the Tonight Show, and he unfortunately developed a substance problem, which a lot of people do. And I think some of it is just the pressure of stand-up, the pressure of fame, the pressure of constantly performing, and then it's just also like just living that dirtbag life where you're just like, you can do whatever you want. It doesn't matter. Do coke. They're just doing coke. And like, there was clubs that would pay you in coke.
What?
Yeah, they would. Yeah. Nick's Comedy Stop would offer you cocaine or cash in the 1980s. Yeah.
I can see that. I can see how this thing becomes super addictive.
Yeah.
This is like your dirtbag life, and it's that same parallel we're talking about. Where this becomes the rock that you're climbing every day, because this is the audience that you have to entertain. It becomes about getting better, honing a craft, and ultimately succeeding with the crowd right in front of you. They're giving you the feedback. And that's very similar. Like, you're either getting higher on the rock or you're falling off.
And
so
the falling off was important because the bombings would really teach you didn't want that. So what was it about the bomb? Like, how did you bomb? What did you do wrong? What went wrong? What's wrong with your material? What's wrong? Like, are you being lazy in the way you're setting things out? Like, what are you doing wrong? And then figuring it out, because that pain of bombing was so, like, sometimes it's bad to do well a bunch of times because then you get relaxed. Like, you can't be relaxed. Like, you have to, like, constantly grinding at it. You have to constantly be taking that fucking thing apart and trying to figure out how to make it better.
the guys like Andy Kaufman, right, that would go out and they had a whole shtick and nobody understood what the fuck they were doing.
That's a different thing. It's a different thing.
Wild. Like, it is wild. Because it's almost an intentional. You're bombing intentionally, but it's funny. You gotta like stretch it out a little bit to understand what's going on, and it's a different individual psychology.
It's a different thing. He's doing a different thing. My criticism of that, I don't really have a criticism. Maybe that's the wrong word, because I think Kaufman was brilliant. He was brilliant on Taxi. He was an interesting character. The shit he did with pro wrestling was just bananas. He was wrestling with
wild.
Fucking maniac.
So wild.
Great. It was so great. But he never was a great comic, right? Like, see, if Shane Gillis decided to go that path and just bomb on purpose, That would be almost more interesting.
Right.
Like, here's a guy who knows how to kill. He's a real comic, one of the funniest guys ever.
Yeah.
And then he starts playing the theme to Mighty Mouse and just repeating, "Here I come to save the day." Like, that's what Andy Kaufman did. He would have a record player and just play the Mighty Mouse theme song and just repeat, "Here I come to save the day." And everybody's like, what the fuck is going on? Like, it was like this weird mind fuck that he was doing with everybody. But he never did the other thing.
Right.
He never, like, really entertained and killed. Like, all the evidence of Andy Kaufman is of him doing this weird stuff, which, again, it's not really a criticism.
Right.
But he was doing a different thing. He was an odd guy who saw this thing and he was like, I think I can get in there and do something completely disruptive.
Right. I can see that. Like, it's very distinctly different.
Nothing wrong with it. I loved it. I love especially the wrestling stuff. It's not my favorite. Like, if someone told me Andy Kaufman's performing in this room over here, but Dave Attell is in that room over there, I'm going to see Dave Attell. I want to go see the master. Yeah, I'm going to laugh, and I'm going to see a guy at the top of his craft that's doing this hypnosis on everybody, and you just leave there, your sides hurt, and you're dying. You don't leave there going, what the fuck was that? Like, he wanted people to leave there and go, what the fuck was that?
Yeah.
That was the magic of Andy Kaufman. But it's just not my, like, I don't like jazz. I don't want to go see jazz.
It's hard to like.
It's kind of cool background music, but I'm not leaving the house to go see jazz. But I know people who fucking love it.
Like, so if you think back to Taxi, like, I was thinking about this the other day with Danny DeVito and Taxi. Like, that guy's still going. Like, it's incredible.
I know.
Like, and it's just like a snippet of Taxi came up, and I was like, holy shit, how old is Danny DeVito?
He's 150,000 years old.
He's like,
Tony Danza is long since retired.
holy shit.
Yeah.
That guy just keeps going, and he looked old in Taxi.
Is Judd Hirsch still alive?
I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know.
That was a great show.
It was a great show.
That was a great show. Was he?
He's 90.
Is Mary Lou Henner was Taxi too, right? Wasn't she on Taxi? Mary Lou Henner, she has that crazy mind thing where she remembers everything.
Seriously?
Everything. You can give her a date, and she could tell you, like, 1973, February 2nd. She'll tell you what day it was. She can tell you what happened on that day. She can tell you news things. She can tell you what she was doing that day. She has, like, not just a photographic memory, but a complete recall of all events and dates. I forget what the term is.
Superior autobiographical memory ability.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Remember almost every day of her life since she was 11.
Isn't that nuts?
That's amazing.
And she's got to be 70 years old, right? 73? She remembers everything.
The funny thing is DeVito's still funny. Like, he's still funny. Like, I mean, like the way that he lands jokes. I mean, Always Sunny.
Oh,
How many seasons is that? Like 20? No, I don't know. But I mean, it's
how many
like,
fucking things has he done?
I don't know.
Taxi was when I was a boy.
Yeah.
To Always Sunny.
That was the thing my dad used to watch.
Yeah.
Like, my dad seems old. My dad's 80 years old. My dad used to watch that.
How old is Danny DeVito? 81. Still banging it out.
Still fucking killing it, man.
Still funny.
I mean, how old's... I'm not trying to equate Ron White to Danny, but I'm saying, like, how old's Ron? Because he's still killing it.
70? Yeah, around 70. Yeah.
Like, I was watching him the other night, and, he flew back from where he was, and he just, like, came in and stood up there and did a set. Like, he just kind of, like, walked in.
Yeah.
It felt like he was just like, I'm here, I'm just going to stop in and do this. And then he fucking killed seamlessly. Just, it was perfect.
He's as good as, he's better, I think, than he's ever been right now.
I've never, like watching somebody that's great, and then watching somebody that's in another dimension, like him specifically, because he's perfect. Like, it's absolutely perfect, because it comes off, like, it's a conversation, like he's just having a conversation with the crowd.
Yeah.
Like, it's so incredible to watch somebody that can be perfect in their delivery, but then be completely unassuming in the way that they're delivering it. Like, like, it's just a natural conversation, like a casual. Yeah.
Casual killing.
You don't even feel like you're in, like you're watching a stand-up comedian. You feel like you're watching somebody talk. and you know that it's coming. You think that it's, and he still fucking delivers it with just a level of exceptionalism. Like,
Well,
the guy's incredible.
I think it's one of those things where you keep working at it, you just keep getting better. And also, he stopped drinking. So he stopped drinking a couple of years ago, and that changed everything. He lost a ton of weight, got way more focused. But, you know, he had been going hard for decades. And his doctor had pulled him aside and go, hey, man, you're going to die.
Are all those guys still like all the blue collar comedy tour guys? Are they still all doing it?
Foxworthy still does stand up. I think he did stand up recently with Ron, but I don't think he tours a lot. I don't know about Larry the Cable Guy. I don't hear about him anymore.
Right.
I don't hear about the other guy, Bill Engvall. You don't hear much about him anymore. I think out of all of them, Ron is the guy who's still. But out of all of them, it was like Jeff Foxworthy was a great comic, and then, you know, I think, in my opinion, Ron was the best. Ron's just a master. But also, he loves it, man. Like, he was there last night. He performs all the time. He's always down. He always leaves. Like, I always get text messages from him when I have shows. He wants to come into a set. It's like, he lives for it, man. He's constantly writing. He's constantly working on it. Like, that's his thing, man. Enjoys the shit out of it. Still tours, still does the road, does better than ever, sells out everywhere, and you're getting the best show out of Ron that you've ever gotten out of him. He's better now, I think, than he's ever been. Yeah, I really believe that, and it's crazy that at 70 he's getting better. His material just keeps getting better. It's always working at it. He's always working at it. You know.
Yeah, that whole thing about LA or whatever he did. He just it sounded like he pulled that out of his ass on stage. He was just telling a story about being on a flight. And you're like, holy shit, he's just telling me a story.
He was in the back room of the comedy store one night with his back bar, and we were hanging out, and we were drinking. This is back in Ron's drinking days, and we're having a couple glasses of whiskey. And then Ron starts telling the story about how when he was stationed in Hawaii, he goes, there's this place you can go, and, you know, there's a bunch of hookers. You can get your dick sucked for like $20, man. I was there every fucking day. And he goes, then all these years later, I was watching the news story, and all these transvestite hookers were getting rounded up in the very area where I used to go every day, and I realized, oh my God, I got my dick sucked about 100 times by men. And he was telling this fucking hilarious bit. It wasn't a bit. He was just telling us this story. We were dying. I go, gee, have you ever said this on stage? He goes, no. Fuck no. I go, you should tell that on stage. I go, Ron, that's hilarious. I go, listen, we were dying laughing. I mean, it was like it was a bit, but it was just him telling a story. Just no intention of ever saying. We're in the back room. He goes from the back room onto the stage in the OR, the original room. He walks down the hallway. I go with him. He goes on stage. He goes, I'm going to tell you a story about how I got my dick sucked about 100 times by men. he just goes into this story that it fucking murders like it had been a polished bit that he'd been working on for years. It was just a story. But Ron is a great storyteller, like a natural storyteller. Like, if he's not trying to be funny, he's funny.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to, like, think about it. It's like, he's just got his personality, man. He's just cool.
Yeah, he's like that iconic Western, almost a Western storyteller. Like the guy that you would expect sitting at the campfire at hunting camp. It's the old, you know, guy that's been around 100 years. Like, he's killed thousands of animals, hacked shit out, and then he's got these stories.
Yo, Tracer, what the fuck? We gotta listen to you burp. We gotta listen to you snore.
That's what he reminds me of. Like, man, this guy.
Yeah, just mute yourself. If you're not talking, I don't want to hear your digestive system.
You know, there's not a lot like that.
You good, baby?
The main reason why I was interested in moving to Austin, he was the first reason, because I knew Ron had already lived here. Ron was already moved here. Ron moved here in 2018. Okay. And so he just got tired of it. He kept a place in Beverly Hills. He would come visit us at the comedy store sometimes. But I was talking to him on the phone. He's like, man, I fucking love loving here. He goes, there's no Hollywood bullshit. He goes, if I want to fly somewhere to work, I'm in the center of the country. It's easy to get anywhere. People are nice. Food's great. And he goes, he was not around Hollywood. And I kept thinking, man, can I live in Austin? Like, I always liked Austin. And Onnit was out here. So when I would come out here for work every now and then, and I'd always come out here and love doing stand-up here. I was like that planted the first seed. And then when the pandemic hit, Ron was already here. And when I came out here to look at houses and stuff, and this is in May of 2020, so this is only a couple months into the lockdown, but I had already had enough. I was like, I'm getting the fuck out of here. Like, I knew these cocksuckers in LA were never going to give up the kind of control and power that they had over people's lives. They get off on it, those fucking weirdos. And so I was like, well, at least Ron will be there. Like, I'll hang out with Ron. Like, even if I never do stand up again, at least Ron will be here. And then, Ron was also the guy who convinced me that I had to open up a club. I had the thought in my head, and I was thinking about doing it. We talked about doing it, and then Ron went on stage for the first time in like 6 months. It was in November of 2020, and then he grabs me by my shoulders when he got off stage because he fucking murdered. First of all, when he went on stage, they went crazy. This giant standing ovation because there was no indoor shows anywhere else near there. It was like we were doing it at the Vulcan. They had some shows they were doing at Cap City before Cap City went under, but they were like separating everybody by like 20 feet or some stupid shit. Like as if the virus can't go through the air. It was dumb, right? Everything was dumb. But the Vulcan was just like unhinged. It was packed. I was like, this is so crazy. This is like a super spreader party. And Ron went on stage and he had gone over his notes and material and wasn't even sure. He was thinking he was retired. He was talking about retiring. I think I'm retired. Do this one set, and then he grabs me by the shoulders. He goes, whatever the fuck we have to do, we're going to keep doing this. He goes, you got to open up that club. I'm like, okay, we're going to open up the club. And then we started looking for locations, like, right afterwards. So, like, Ron was a key force. He's the godfather of the Austin comedy movement, like, where this became, like, this big hub. It started with Ron, 100%. Because I knew if he was here, we said, have my friend, I could go hang out. Right. Like, because, like, even if I couldn't do stand up again, I need someone who's just a renegade. I need a dude I can hang out with that's a real comic that we're going to have fun. We can just talk shit and laugh.
Well, who would you hang out with when you were in LA?
Him when he was there until 2018, always. But, of course, Joey Diaz. Yeah. And, when the pandemic hit, Joey moved to New Jersey. He's like, fuck this place. He was on the same things as me. Fuck these people. And he always wanted to go back home to New Jersey, which was where he's from. And then Duncan moved to North Carolina. Like everybody moved out, but it was like Duncan. I hung out with Duncan, Segura, Ari, Bert, all those people that were the mainstays at the Comedy Store. There was an amazing crew. Tony Hinchcliffe, of course. Yeah. And Tony was one of the first guys to move out here, too, with me. And then Segura moved out here, and then everybody moved out here. Just like this wave started.
Is there anybody that you're, like, we started with, like, back in the day? Because you were, Boston? Mm-hmm. Like, was there anybody you started with that you're still, like...
Yeah, Fitzsimmons. Greg Fitzsimmons. Yeah, we're real tight. Greg Fitzsimmons started 1 week. I think I started a week after him or before him, something like that. But we're separated by 1 week.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah, we did open mics together. We traveled around together. We did road. We would drive 90 minutes and do 5 minutes for free. Yeah, we would drive to Rhode Island to do stand up for free. We traveled all over all over New England. We did road gigs together. Yeah, we came up together. We had so much fun. We just went no money, no career. No even thought of one day having a career. The goal was I want to be able to make a living doing comedy because we knew that there was guys in town that were headliners that could, grind out $100,000, $50,000, whatever it is a year, only doing comedy. They didn't have to do anything else. I'm like, that's the dream. Imagine if you could pay your bills with comedy. Right. The idea of a career was like, no, we never even talked about it. Because everybody in Boston stayed in Boston. Nobody left it. Other than like Stephen Wright and Jay Leno, there's like a few people that had kind of, air quotes, made it, during that time period and left Boston. Right. The goal in Boston was just to be a good comic. It was a real interesting thing because it was a real artist colony in the most unpretentious of ways because these guys were all coke, snorting, whiskey drinking psychopaths, and a lot of them were big guys, like these big fucking football player looking dudes who were just animals, and they were just wild men, and they had this life that was so envious to me. I was like, God, to be so free, where all you have to do is just tell jokes. You don't have to ever show up at the fucking the newspaper depot to deliver newspapers or drive. I was driving limos and doing construction gigs. I didn't have to do any of that. You could just do comedy. And that was me and Greg. We would just drive around just thinking, like, one day, imagine being able to make a living doing this. That was the only goal. And then we both wound up he moved to New York for a bit, and I lived in New York for a while, and then I moved to LA, and then he eventually moved to LA as well. And now he's still there. He's still back in LA. Gosh.
Let me tell you, the president, looking down from Mount Rushmore, was not happy with this at all.
A child is born by his
965 days straight of Duolingo says he was saying naughty words. Casey Wasserman, obviously one of the names that came out during the Epstein file, and now this huge mogul who said he was going to leave his television, selling it off. But he's going to stay on the LA Olympic Committee, so this guy is on the Los Angeles 2028 Olympics. So he's overseeing this, but he said basically, he goes in a memo, I'm heartbroken that my brief contact with them for 23 years ago, speaking of Maxwell and Epstein, caused you this company and its clients so much hardship.
I love it.
So he bailed one of the premier talent agencies in town because I mean, I didn't know these artists are really crazy. And this is not just basically social intercourse or just minimal contact. He was sexting with Ghislaine Maxwell. That's about as far as it goes. Consenting adults. No, absolutely. I'm not arguing that. Of course it is. But the point is, this is as close to wrongdoing as I think anybody has come up with, short of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. So this was more than
Every
coincidence.
Jewish
Also,
baby
it was
gets
23
this
years
Milah
ago.
on day number 8.
No, I did
That's
stuff
not the
50
Shiloh.
years
That's
ago
not the Shiloh.
that
Shiloh
if it
is
came out, it would be really questionable. Look what you said. Look what you said when you were a teenager. What? You done this 50 minutes ago. No, that's also true. Yes, that's also true. And I should say this. Okay, moving on.
Made in China stickers could soon be on cars in the U.S. Right now, Chinese cars are not sold in the U.S., but that could change. Chinese automobiles could hit U.S. showrooms in the next 5 to 10 years, according to experts. He says a lot of Chinese automakers have shown readiness to come to the U.S. and build in the U.S. Right now, they're facing 100% tariffs if they do. But
Happening for a long time, by the way, this is not just
in
Trump.
reality, in this
Under
whole
Biden,
we'll say, by the way,
I think
this is
Obama also 100% tariffs to keep Chinese cars out because they are better and they are cheaper.
right, and Trump has said recently that he's kind of like, I'm okay with it if they build plants in the U.S.
Everyone will agree that if I see second baby,
Now, the
still
question
gets a meal on the
is,
8th day, you
the
do
cost of building a plant and having American workers work those plants is American workers will not work for $2 an hour like they do in China. And the building of plants does not cost a third as much in China as it does here. So I'd like to know, how is that going to work? I heard a podcast that was fascinating, breaking down why those cars would not be as cheap if they came to America and all of it. Not for what you think, but because their safety standards are different, their drive cycle is different, they drive less mileage than we do in the United States, and that there's a lot of things they cut from them that if they brought them here, they would put the expense and make them very comfortable
And that could be, and but they're going to have to meet American standards. There's no question about that unless the president removes all standards. I don't think he's going to do that for the Chinese. He's not that pro-Chinese. And the point is, though, the president may be right on this. The authorities may be right. Even with all that, the Chinese cars, which are miles ahead of the United States producing, will still be cheaper than American-made electric vehicles, okay, or German-made electric vehicles like I have, which I'm not going to keep for sure. All right, we'll be back. Let's consider a hard handle on the
Here's the latest from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. LA City officials have issued an evacuation warning for people in several wildfire burn areas in LA as the storm packing potentially heavy rain moves in. The FBI says a glove found in the home of Nancy Guthrie appears to match one worn by a potential suspect captured on doorbell camera video. And a new bill making its way through the California legislature would require gun owners to go to school. Those stories and more coming up at the top of the hour. We're going to check and see what's slowing it down in Montana.
Our economy is so weird. Stock market goes up and down 100 points a day. It's at record highs. Businesses are doing great. Consumer confidence is horribly. Unemployment has increased. Long term, it doesn't look good. We're trillions of dollars in national debt. The dollar is declining. We still have inflation. And so, what does all that mean? It's big or what's happening. I'll tell you what does happen. Gold is always there. Gold is the basis of currencies. It has been for communities and entire economic systems for thousands of years. So let me suggest gold as a hedge for your retirement IRA savings. That's what I've done. I'm going to suggest pay your capital gold. Call 800-225-8100 for a free gold investment kit. Explain how all of this works, and you can qualify for the $20,000 bonus. That's your capital, and the best investment I have made in years. So visit your capital, call 800-225-8100, 800-225-8100.
If you go ahead.
From the Odoo.com Weather Center, Odoo, the only business software you need. Rain with thunderstorms possible. Highs in the 50s to low 60s. This report brought to you by Life Source Water System. From your Toyota dealer's traffic center, we make it easy. We're going to crash in Montana on the 10th. As I look around the maps, very little solar spots here and there. Southbound side of the 405, you see some great lights there, but basically scroll center on down to about sunset. Nothing too major there. Topeka Canyon is closed, just a reminder there. Both directions shut down. BCJ, with some chemicals, traffic reports, I'm a little trucker.
Do you really know what's in your tap water? You think your water should support your health, not work against it. Upgrade your home with a Life Source whole house system. Water from your tap, no salt, no hassle. Call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit LifeSourceWater.com.
In this report is sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone. Starting stronger starts at AutoZone, where they've got battery solutions in the form of free batteries.
Delicious for
Take Wesley's advice.
Then you'll go back and have to
Call for a free consultation. Call 800-764-6022. 800-764-6022. 800-764-6022. Nothing we can't fix. Transmissions to brakes and everything in between. No credit, finance, or repair and code. Exclusions apply to every participating centers. People who know go to AMCO. Double A. MCO.
Run a business and not thinking about podcasting? Think again. More Americans listen to podcasts than ad-supported streaming music from Spotify and Pandora. And as the #1 podcaster, iHeart's twice as large as the next two combined. So whatever your customers are into, true crime, sports, comedy, culture, they'll hear your message. Plus, only iHeart can extend your message to audiences across broadcast radio. And all this reach means everything. Just think about the universal marketing formula. The number of consumers who hear your message times the response rate equals the results. Now let's get those results growing for you. Think podcasting can help your business? Think iHeart. Streaming, radio, and podcasting. Let us show you at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. Or call
I can't imagine, man. Like living there and staying there, even professionally.
Did you see what they just did to the guys that won the Super Bowl? You see the jock tax?
Yeah.
Jamie, you see the jock tax?
Yeah, it's not a new thing now.
I understand, but it's specific to California.
Yeah,
And this jock tax in California, some of the players lost money playing in the Super Bowl. They had to pay. Oh no, it is true.
I don't think so.
No, it is true. I went it through AI last night. No, it was in. They pulled it up on Grok, and people analyzed it, and it's based. No, Jamie. It's based on the 7 days that they had to be there. So you have to pay a fee based on the 7 days, dependent upon what your salary is. So it's a percentage. Okay, whatever. Well, the Super Bowl specifically, these guys. Jamie's so funny.
I know, but this is one of those things that's not real.
What do you mean it's not real? I told you it was run through AI last night. He made $178,000 for the Super Bowl. He had to pay $249,000 in tax. I'm pretty sure those are the numbers. And it's based on the fact that he was there for 7 days. So it's a percentage of your income over the course of the year. So if he makes $2 million a year and he's there for 7 days, this is how much money you have to pay. And so the Super Bowl pay is not, it's like on top of your normal salary, right? So it actually cost him money to play in the Super Bowl. So he made $178,000, but because he's there for 7 days, he had to pay $200-something thousand.
Did you watch it?
No. I was gonna watch it just for Bad Bunny, just because everybody was so pissed off. I thought it was hilarious. But this guy's like, oh, you fucking care. It's like this weird cultural war that this guy is singing. Objectively, people that saw it said it was a great show. I don't know. Can't take their word for it.
Like somebody was telling me the other day, they're like, "Oh, you gonna watch the Super Bowl?" I'm like, what? Super Bowl? Oh yeah, that's sports. Gotcha. Yeah. I was halfway through it or whatever. I'm like, I have no idea what's going on, man.
It's your team.
Other shit.
If it's your team, I get it. It was the Patriots. I could root for the Patriots, but it's like I'm busy.
If it's on, like at an airport or something, like I'll watch it.
Yeah.
Like I'm not going out of my way. I'm not gonna be like, hey.
If Aaron Rodgers was playing, I'd watch it. Maybe I'd even go if Aaron was playing. But it's like, God, it's so hard to go from combat sports to regular sports for me. Oh, God, it's so hard. It's so hard. The UFC last Saturday was fucking spectacular. It was a small one in the Apex Center, and there were some incredible fights. It was so good. It's like, that to me is like, I don't have a lot of time for entertainment. That fills it all up.
Yeah, that fight, Saturday was like incredible.
Yeah,
that was incredible.
Yeah, the Mario Bautista performance was fucking insane. He's so good. That guy just keeps getting better. He looks like a world champion. And it's like, you watch combat sports and the consequences are so grave, what they're doing, the dedication, this moment, they train for months and months for this one moment when this referee's like, fighter one, you ready? Fighter two, you ready? Let's go. And it's, whoo, here we go. That to me is the most exciting thing in all of sports. And it'll never stop being that to me. I love it. So football's fun. I like it. I've been to some UT games. UT games are fucking great. They're fun.
Well, this is like the state, right?
Yeah.
This is not only like the state pastime, but people are like grown up.
Mm-hmm.
They're completely modeled to go play Texas football.
Yeah.
And this is like the icon of Texas
Dedicated.
sports. Yeah.
And it's just the enthusiasm for the crowd is nuts. I got to shoot the cannon once in a while. They let me shoot the cannon off. Yeah. What? That's pretty cool. It's fun. Being on the field and seeing these guys warm up and get ready and then watching the game. Nighttime games are the best. They're nuts, man. And then, of course, they do the jet flyover, which is like, America! Flying over fire jets over a football game. It doesn't happen anywhere else. They don't do that anywhere else. They never do that for a fight. Fly fighter jets over.
That'd be cool, though.
It would be.
Maybe
Like,
Daniel
you'll
will
see.
get it. Yeah.
Maybe they can do it at the Sphere and have like the roof of the Sphere like show the jets as they pass over.
Maybe they'll do it at the White House.
They probably will.
I would imagine.
Well, they're probably going to have air presence. I mean, how dangerous is that card going to be? Oh my gosh! In terms of like, if you wanted to have some sort of a disruptive event, that's the spot. At the White House, and you're having cage fights. And I'm not even convinced that it's going to happen because with all the crazy shit going on in the world, who knows what happens between now and June, right? When this is supposed to pop off? Like, who knows? Who knows what goes down? Now, who knows what fucking happens with all this Epstein file shit? It just keeps getting crazier and crazier and crazier and deeper and deeper. And so Ro Khanna and Massey just released the names of these guys that had been redacted from the list. And one of them is what is his last name? Les Wexner, right? Who's the CEO of Victoria's Secrets. Is he the CEO or the owner? Former owner, CEO of Victoria's Secrets. He's being named as a co-conspirator now. Yes. Yeah, so he's being named along with Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein. Because he runs this modeling, Victoria's Secrets, hot girls, the whole deal. Somehow or another, he's involved in this. And they had redacted his name up until now. Right?
Sure. Yeah. Well, two things. I don't think anybody. His existence as a co-conspirator isn't new information,
But it's confirmed now, right?
it was people I think are up in arms is that it wasn't supposed to be blocked out from the file.
Exactly.
He's not a victim.
Right. He's not a victim, so why was his name redacted? Right. And so they got it unredacted, and now he's being named.
I think he's the funder of most of it, is what it's
Right.
Which
So
was
people knew that there was something going on, but he had gifted Jeffrey Epstein this insane house in Manhattan. So this is like a $60 million house in Manhattan. You know the house where you go into it and you see Bill Clinton in a dress?
Yeah.
You know that picture that we have out in the lobby?
Yeah.
That's from the foyer of his house.
Right.
That Jeffrey Epstein was gifted by Les Wexner. By the way, Whitney Webb posted on her Twitter about Les Wexner being a sex trafficker, a child sex trafficker in 2020. See if you can find that. Like that crazy chick is right about everything.
She's kidnapped, or she was claimed she was kidnapped. It was in his house in New Albany, Columbus. She claimed she was being held there for, I don't know, 2 weeks or something, like doing art. She called her dad to try to get out of there or something like that.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, and that's like his involvement isn't like brand new information.
This was in Columbus, Ohio?
Well, New Albany is where that's where his house is. The giant, it's the biggest house in Ohio, I think. It's a suburb of Columbus. It'd be like Westlake.
Right.
People think he's still there. That's where Epstein's living, but that's not.
Well, the people that think he's alive, I think they think he's in Israel, don't they?
Definitely, I think they're AI photos. They might not be.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah.
People think he's been seen or spotted or something.
Wouldn't you think he'd get some surgery?
You would think that he would have to.
Yeah.
Like, he's probably one of the most recognizable faces in the
Yeah.
world at this point.
Yeah.
Like, after so much airtime.
You'd have to get some surgery if you wanted to still. I mean, how would you keep that? This is the tweet. Your reminder that Leslie Wexner financed the mass rape and trafficking of thousands of American children for over a decade, and right now he is sitting in a 26K square foot mansion in New Albany, Ohio, thinking that he is above the law. She tweeted this in April 28th of 2020. How crazy is that? Shit. She's like the most prolific of all the conspiracy. There's the most well-read, the one with the most recall, the one that's the most quoted. I don't know how she's so good at it. We're trying to get her on. I don't know how she's so good and what her background is, how she finds all this information, but she's always way ahead of all this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, 2020.
That's crazy.
That's fucking way ahead of everything.
Crazy. Bro, but these files, just what's come out so far, and the fact that they redacted men, these like powerful billionaire guys, their names were redacted. Like there's one of them where he's talking about pandemic planning. Where Jeffrey Epstein is talking about pandemic planning. Someone named Bill, whose name is redacted. It's like, why are you redacting the guy's name that you're talking about planning for a pandemic? Like, what do you do in response to a pandemic? Well, why is his name retracted?
So,
or redacted, rather.
When are they supposed to testify? When are the courts supposed to testify? Would you say they're gonna 2 weeks? Did you say the aliens are coming in the next 2 weeks? Or they're gonna land? Something's gonna happen.
Yeah, before that testifying.
Yeah, it'll be we bomb Iran, aliens show up, maybe at the same time. Yeah.
Fuck. Outside of this, because this, I mean, obviously this conspiracy, it's not a theory anymore, right? Because they're connecting the networks, they're like exposing a lot of this. Like when you look at your total conspiracy catalog of things that you like to dive into, outside of aliens, because everybody knows that. What are your other ones?
Well, aliens is the most fun one.
Yeah.
This is the one that I hate the most.
Yeah.
Because this one scares the shit out of me. Because the fear of, we talked about this yesterday with Roger Avery. The fear of these, like, literally demonic human beings that are running the world and don't give a fuck about human lives and enjoy watching people being tortured, enjoy watching people killed, participating in ritual sacrifice of people, and they do it in order to show that you're a part of a team. And we know that has always historically been a real thing, and it's been something that you look at in history and you go, God, it's so sick. It's so twisted, it's so disgusting. And everybody wants to thank God that's not happening now. But then when you realize, like, that might have been happening now. Here's one of the craziest ones. The day he was indicted in 2018, the very next day he ordered 330 gallons of sulfuric acid. What? Yes. He ordered 6 55-gallon drums of sulfuric acid to be delivered to the island. And so there's a lot of people online saying, oh, that was probably for his desalination plant. It's probably like a regular thing they need to order. So then someone else did a deep dive and said, no, this is the first time this was ever ordered.
That again, I thought there was 2 other ones.
Oh, there was 2 other orders?
17 and 2015.
Oh, so that guy was
The
wrong.
first one from that company, potentially.
That makes sense. So maybe it was for this desalination equipment, but also that's a lot of sulfuric acid. If I needed 5 gallons for my desalination equipment, but 239 gallons, whatever it is, to burn kids. Yeah, to fucking get rid of bodies.
Well, it's kind of hard to think of any other use for acid, just in general. Right?
Immediately,
so,
you think.
Immediately.
Yeah. The other orders, were they that large?
Let me check.
Because here's the other thing. How long has it been killing people? How long have they been boiling bodies to get rid of them? I mean, if you do have, for lack of better words, let's call it a service, where you allow rich people from foreign governments or whatever, you set it up. I can give you whatever you want. Like, what I want to do is I want to kill a hooker. Like, I want to kill her, I want to torture her, and I want to, get rid of the body. Like, I want to do that. Like, can you do that? There's one where this one guy is saying to him, "Thank you for the torture video." It's literally a part of an email. The actual quote, "Thank you for the torture video." Like, enjoyed the torture video.
It's so gross.
And they think they've identified that guy. And what do they think? He's a sultan?
I was trying to find that right now. I think because Massey said he got the. Look that one up, I believe. Because it's weird. They're letting them into the files one by one for like an hour at a time.
What? Yeah, bro.
The Congress people can go look at specific related to files. You got to tell them which file you want specifically to look at.
It's crazy. The whole thing is crazy because, like, why have you protected people? So we know Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem sent the torture video to Epstein. This is in 2009. So Epstein was saying that, "Where are you? Are you okay? I love the torture video. I am in China. I'll be in the U.S. second week of May." What the fuck, man? And why is his name redacted? Why would your name be redacted if you're not a victim? Like, this is what's crazy about all this. Like, how come you redact some people and you don't redact other people? Like, what is this? This is not good. None of this is good for this administration. It looks fucking terrible. It looks terrible. It looks terrible for Trump when he was saying that none of this was real. This is all a hoax. This is not a hoax. Like, did you not know? Maybe he didn't know, if you want to be charitable. But this is definitely not a hoax. And if you got redacted people's names and these people weren't victims, you're not protecting the victims. So what are you doing?
Right.
And how come all this shit is not released? Like,
You
this,
think all of it would just,
like,
get rid of all of it. Just kill it all.
it's crazy. So this is the conspiracy that drives me the most crazy because I don't like it.
Julian Dory talked about this yesterday in his podcast. I just saw a clip going around. American billionaire Tom Pritzker had an email to him that says,
You mean Julian Dorsey?
Dorsey, yeah, sorry.
Oh, okay. I'm in a remote valley of Afghanistan. It's my birthday wish with boys with toys. Spent time with Petraeus yesterday, and he loaned me a chopper, actually two, with one as a backup. Can't call till tomorrow. Yeah, but boys with toys could mean, like, military guys with weapons.
That's what I assumed. That's not what the video. They thought they were talking about little boys because they were in Afghanistan. But
boys
the
with
birthday wish is an interesting part.
It's my birthday wish
In a remote valley.
in a remote valley.
And he's telling Epstein about it.
But it also loaned me a chopper.
Well, actually, this is two Epstein.
Right. But the thing is, like, the loan me a chopper, my birthday wish, his birthday wish might have been to, like, gun down villagers.
I know, that's what I
You know
thought
what I
we were
mean?
talking about, not go play with little kids.
Yeah.
I just want to go kill people. And
I bet that. Look, he loaned me a chopper. Doesn't sound like I came here to fuck kids. It's like my birthday wish sounds like I'm here to fuck people up. Right? Like,
Or I'm just out here to tour Afghanistan, which, I mean, I don't know why anybody would want to tour Afghanistan, but
Well,
it seems like
the only reason why I would be interested in going to Afghanistan is the stuff that Jason Everman told me about. Like, when he showed me all those ancient Greek ruins, which is nuts, where archaeologists have no access to them.
Right.
That stuff's crazy.
No, it's incredible.
All from Alexander the Great. Like, there's immense ruins in Afghanistan of cities. They had Greek cities, like beautiful columns and incredible construction in Afghanistan. They're like, how old was Alexander the Great? What was that? The 1400s? What was that?
1,000 plus, right? So, like, I mean,
what year was it? What year was Alexander the Great?
I believe it was actually
You don't fucking
300. I don't know, Jamie.
300 AD? 300 BC. Wow.
600 years old.
Wow, I was way off. 300 BC, and they're building these immense, beautiful Roman cities, Greek Roman cities. Like it looks like you're either in Rome or you're in ancient Greece. Like incredible architecture.
Well, I think up until the Soviets invaded, I mean, Afghanistan was kind of like the crown jewel, right? They referred to it as the Beirut of Central Asia because you had a very eclectic group of people, and Kabul was known as like this beautiful city. And obviously, post-occupation, the Soviets had killed, hundreds of thousands of people, and then, with the build-up and the devastation of not only military occupation of the Soviets, and then us coming in, soon after, obviously, with when the mullahs took charge, they basically went completely to the other side, or the extreme of the Taliban. And then us coming in, they've had nothing but decades of war. It's completely eviscerated any a semblance of intellectualism. There's no infrastructure or technology or advancement. Like the universities were essentially demolished. So everything was ruined. So you're talking about, at least several hundreds of years of advancement that just were eliminated 3 decades.
And just a complete collapse of society.
Yeah. I mean, I would spend a lot of time just trying to understand the place, right? And you leave an airfield where we have the most advanced technology in the world, right? Like we're, launching helicopters and jets and any and all pieces of technology you can imagine. And you would drive, into these valleys or from one place to another, and you would have horse-drawn carriages of 2 mules, and they're carrying something in the background, and it's like you have the same cars are on the road with a Toyota Corolla, and you have a mule pulling an old Toyota Corolla or something, right? So you'd have an entire society of basically Amish level people, and then Americans right next door in an air base that were launching the most advanced technology and warfighting capability in the world. And so you'd see everything from point A to point B. You would encounter a huge percentage of people are illiterate, like no schooling, no advancement for girls. The children were seen more as like a beast of burden. In a lot of places, they would actually value their sheep more than they would value their children. So they would be looking for reparations or to get paid for quite possibly the sheep that you destroyed on target, but their kids not really. So you had a really clear picture to what civilization was like 500 years before that, or 1,000 years at certain times, and you'd see it too, right? Because you'd have Buddhist architecture, Greek architecture, and then you'd have the standard kind of Taliban infrastructure. You'd have the Soviet architecture from their invasion. You'd have all these different layers of military occupation. You could see them all within 2 weeks. Wow. I was up in this place called the Panjir, and the lion of the Panjir was this General Masood, and he was killed actually on September 10th, before September 11th, so he's part of the actual September 11th plot. He was killed by a suicide bomber as they were trying to do a documentary, and they brought in a camera packed full of explosives and killed him the day before, which ultimately was part of the September 11th attacks, because they knew that Masood was the connection to the U.S. invasion, or the U.S. invasion would be involving Masood. And the Panjir is this beautiful, it's incredible river valley, and it's also part of where the Soviets would just get their asses handed to them, because we had the Mujahideen was being funded by the CIA at the time, obviously back during the Soviet invasion, and they would ambush the Soviets on these windy mountain roads next to this river, and they would cut them off basically in the front and the back of the convoy, and then destroy the entire convoy in between, and they'd just shove all the shit that was destroyed in the river. So the river would have rapids, and not all the rapids were made from like rocks and natural occurring rapids. They were made by like T-52s and Russian tanks and all this this war material that was pushed into the river by the Panjers. And I went up to his grave. He's a really incredible guy when you like read about him and like all of his like combat accomplishments against the Soviets. But the Panjir Valley is like, such a beautiful place, and we used to joke around about how, gosh, we'd love to come back here and like go skiing or like recreate Panjir Valley because it looks like Colorado or someplace incredible and beautiful. And at the same time, you're in Afghanistan, so you're surrounded by just the chaos and the devastation of war with this one tiny little piece, this like little sliver in the middle of nowhere. It's absolutely beautiful. And some of the rapids are made by T-52s. And as a whitewater guy, I was like, man, I'd like to kayak this. That'd be cool.
If you were a person who was a wealthy person, that your desire was to go gun people down, like there are people that will provide you with that service. Like there was a thing with the Soviets, or not the Soviets, with the Russians, where they're allowing people to kill pirates.
Yeah.
Like you would pay a bunch of money and they take you to where the pirates are, and you go on the ship and with a 50 cal just fucking blow up pirate boats.
Yeah, I'd heard about that. I'd heard about there were places that you could go as, a combat tourist, basically.
Has to be.
Yeah,
There has to be places.
it's all going to be like Russian or Somalian or a connection between the two, right? So you'd have these like rogue elements and places where there isn't an organized government. There's essentially just chaos and anarchy.
Which is Afghanistan.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So if someone from the western side was providing that service to someone and letting them borrow a chopper.
Well, that was Petraeus. So they were saying like Petraeus was the commanding general at the time, which I find it's kind of hard to believe. Yeah, that a general that's in charge of combat operations in Afghanistan would loan just a rich guy a helicopter, and it sounds correct in the context of plus another one, because they could never fly anywhere alone. They always had to fly in twos because they had to have the support.
But just loan me a
chopper. It's a stretch, as much as I disagree with the way that they were running the war. It'd be hard for me to believe that my general would just loan some rich guy a couple helicopters to fly around Afghanistan.
I think he's lying.
I don't know. You'd have to dive into it and figure it out.
Yeah. But either way, there's nothing normal about these emails.
No.
There's nothing normal.
Nothing normal.
One thing to take into consideration is how much of these emails are actually factual.
Mm-hmm.
Like accusations that they're putting on other people. You got to take that with a grain of salt. This guy was all about like influence peddling. And probably he had enemies, and he would destroy his enemies with rumors and making up false stories. Like the Bill Gates one with asking me for antibiotics to slip into his wife because he got STD from a Russian hooker. I'm like, that seems too on the head. You know what I mean? Like, why wouldn't he go to his fucking personal doctor? Why is he going to Jeffrey Epstein for antibiotics in New York when he lives in Seattle? Do you think he has like a concierge medicine setup up there with a guy? And why would he say, hey, Melinda, I gave her STDs? You wouldn't. You'd say, hey, get me some stuff. Oh, I lost my prescription. Can you give me another one? It fell out of my car. Give me another one? Yeah, they want to fucking crush it up in a smoothie. Like, if you were going to do that, you would do it. He's not a dummy. He's Bill Gates, right? You would do it in a more discreet way than contact a international sex trafficker who's a part of like some intelligence operation.
You would think.
Right.
Yeah, but the skeptic in me tends to kind of like look at it under a magnifying glass a little bit.
Yeah, I don't want to take everything at face value, but also at the accumulation of all of these different things leads you to just go, what the fuck was going on? Did you find out how many other the sulfuric acid orders, if the other ones were just as large?
I struggled to even find that. I was like, maybe I made this up. But I did find one. There was different. So they were talking about, there's emails back to 2012 or 14 about, I don't have the thing up. This is the thing saying there's nothing there.
The sulfuric acid?
Yeah.
Emails, release, and documents. How do they know there's nothing there?
No, this is
Maintenance systems dating back to 2013, implying possible routine use of sulfuric. Possible is a weird word. Use of sulfuric acid for pH adjustment and filtration, but no specific prior invoices or shipments are detailed.
Yeah, that's exactly. It wasn't an invoice. There was one. They were talking about getting 1 drum of sulfuric acid with 40 bags of like carbonate salt or something.
Yeah, see, that makes more sense than 6 fucking giant 55-gallon drums of sulfuric acid the day after you get indicted.
When you dig into the actual files website, I started looking up the RO plan, which is the reverse osmosis system they had there. There's a ton of discussions about it, going all the way back to 2012, when I think is when he bought it. So,
of using sulfuric acid?
No, just having a reverse osmosis.
Right.
Water, there must have been a problem.
Right. Well, it makes sense because they were using desalination technology, but it just the volume is suspicious.
They were buying
at a time
for a while.
Yeah. Also, dude had to know he was going down. Like when he gets arrested in 2019, when he gets indicted, he had to know he was going down. And if you know you're going down and you're trying to mount some sort of defense, one of the first things you would have to do is get rid of bodies.
You have to get rid of everything.
Right? If you've got a bunch of people on the island that they could swoop in at any point in time and pull out of there, and then you're fucked. Like if he had underage kids on the island, whatever he had on the island.
On that note,
that's so dark.
This picture I know came from. There was rumors of him getting concrete machines shipped there, but that was from the first time he got arrested. So I think in 2008, the first time he got arrested, they had a bunch of machines shipped.
Oh, bro.
And but I don't know how you do construction on the island without getting concrete machines shipped.
I don't know how you get rid of bodies or put them inside of concrete. Yeah, that's the problem.
Well, I mean, maybe it's two in the same. It's like, hey, I go to an island and I've got to make all the infrastructure. So I need a bunch of concrete. I need RO. So I've got to have sulfuric acid. What's better for a cover up?
There's a picture of the machines on the island. Here's the description of it.
Yeah, right before his 2019 arrest, industrial car mix 5.5 XL self-loading concrete mixer. So he got a concrete mixer and he got the fucking sulfuric acid right after his arrest?
These details are correct.
Oh, God.
There's a guy on Twitter, though. I don't know.
So this is right before his arrest and right after his arrest. He got sulfuric acid and a concrete mixer. Like, why would you be thinking that you are going to be able to do construction when you're going to go to jail for the rest of your fucking life?
Yeah, I don't know if construction plans would be top of my list.
Yeah. If I've got to innovate, what a fucking weird thing.
I know I'm going to get arrested, but you know what? I got this big construction program that I'm really interested in. I don't know if that's the same.
The whole thing's so dark, dude.
It's so dark.
It's so dark, and they ran it for a long time. They ran it for decades.
That's another island that no one talks about.
Oh, Jesus.
It's a bigger island. This is Little St. James and Great St. James, which is the one next door.
He owned that one too?
Yeah, he had both of them.
Oh,
What?
God.
Both of them were part of the sale. We almost got. It was for sale for a while. I pitched the idea.
Yeah, we thought about it. We just didn't think there's enough sage in the world.
No. You can't clear that out. No, you can't clear that out.
Well, it's also you would never find peace because people keep visiting that island constantly. And also just so gross. A lot of bad karma.
They just need to use that as maybe a bombing island.
Right.
Just turn it into a UX UI.
Yeah, like that one island in Hawaii that you can't go to. They just fucking light it up all the time.
Just light it up all the time. Have a little bit of grace to the way that we actually end this whole story outside of the files. Just start blow it up.
It's so dark. It's my least favorite of the conspiracies.
It's not fun at all, man. It's like aliens. It's fun. It's interesting.
Exactly.
You can go down the rabbit hole a million ways, and it gets dark only if you let it get dark.
Yeah.
Where they're gonna occupy the planet, they're gonna make us all slaves, or they're gonna kill us all. You can go there, but half the time you're not gonna go there. It's just an interesting thought experiment.
There was a very interesting article, Jamie. I don't know if you saw it, but this guy was it's one of the other guys that's leaving an AI company.
Yeah, go ahead.
And he's talking about how what a big deal it is. I'll send it to you right here. He's talking about how I don't think no one understands it. And the way this is going to change people is, he goes, this is very similar to the time where we were realizing, like people were hearing stories about, oh, there's a virus in China, but no one knew exactly what was going to happen, how it's going to like literally change humanity, change history. He's like, this is the same sort of story we're getting from these AI labs. He's like, he wrote this very long and detailed. Big is happening. And the
ready
article was
to
written by this guy, Matt
get my
Schumer,
vengeance on you?
and I
Absolutely. Are you looking up your cheat codes again? You don't have those bitches memorized yet?
it's terrifying. And he took this comparison to like people
Cheat
stuck at
codes.
the beginning of COVID. How this
Oh, okay.
latest version of ChatGPT
So
they're working on,
I'm playing against an
5,
expert. That's what I like.
ChatGPT made it. So they had ChatGPT made this better version. This better version can think things out. Just do what you ask it to do. It thinks things out. It calculates. It makes apps like instantaneously. That would take developers months and months, cost millions of dollars. Does it in minutes. Does it like and perfect. It goes through it. It runs it. It tests it. It makes sure it doesn't have any problems. It anticipates all the different uses for the app, all the different ways it can be done. It's going to be applied to law. It's going to be like there's all these guys that are working in coding that say, I don't really have a job anymore. I just basically show up and tell this AI program to do these things. And it keeps getting better and better. It's like the leaps are enormous. The leaps in its capability and its intelligence level. It's like it's already smarter than people.
What's going to be, I think
And better and better. It's like the leaps are enormous. The leaps in its capability and its intelligence level. It's like it's already smarter.
Now, one of the things that to make that go that way is that the national teams will not allow this to be a backlash from the national teams. And so without the national teams being part of this has been very
Which the
federations
do everything necessary
will not join the Olympics.
You're going to see
Sports like judo and boxing, where the Russian is powerhouse, then it fractures everything. And so we're going to see the Russians, I don't know what the Russians will do. It's one of the things, it's now a total dictatorship in Russia. Of course, it's whatever Putin thinks. Putin is Stalin, Putin is Hitler, Putin is without the killing tens of millions of people. The killings are very targeted, and they're not much there. And of course, you have Iran, which is a complete dictatorship. With the bullets dictating which way they're going to go. There, the killing is pretty rampant. Protests and some 10,000 protesters were killed and 50,000 were arrested. So, all in all, the Russian coming back, yeah, I think so. Because that is politics. Remember when the Israeli athletes were killed by the PLO under Yasser Arafat?
no sooner like it's
I
Spalana,
think that was the
then if you
16th
go ahead and
if
click on it,
I'm not mistaken.
because Spalana is a band.
Don't know if that
As you
year
put
is
a
right.
band in on the lead on Shabbos,
And there was a call for, okay, we have some massacre athletes here. We need enabling breakage instead of the IOC.
you have to put it on a
Nope,
band.
we're going to go ahead.
They would wrap it up a little,
Not
right?
even 1 day.
Here we go, Safad.
Politics
There,
are
Shabbos.
politics.
Now, what the obviously
All right, coming up next, something I want to ask you. Bus rides. Do you imagine bus rides being absolutely free? Does that make any sense? That's at first glance. But there's something actually surprising that comes out of a free bus ride system, and I'll explain it later. Amy, you can't find us.
The LA School Board is set to consider sending layoff notices to more than 40,000 employees. Union leaders say the board should hold off on any decision about layoffs until the state's revenue forecast becomes more clear. Other LA Unified employees could also face demotion, pay cuts, or have their jobs relocated. Officials say the nation's second largest school district is spending more money every year than it is receiving. 2 people are in critical condition following the crash of a small plane in Camarillo.
On Sunday night, a small engine aircraft crashed upside down next to a drainage ditch in Ventura County, not far from the Camarillo Airport. The Ventura County Fire Department says both crash victims were extricated from the plane and taken to the hospital in critical condition. Eyewitness News reporting that the plane did not hit any structures in the area. The investigation remains ongoing. Sharon Reardon, KFI News.
The FBI says a plug found near the home of Nancy Guthrie appears to match one worn by a potential suspect captured on doorbell cam video. The search for the mother today showed both Stan Guthrie is in its 3rd week, with still no sign of Nancy. Nancy Guthrie's family continues to ask for help in finding their 84-year-old mom.
Savannah Guthrie has released a new video saying it's been over 2 weeks since her mom went missing and that she and her family aren't giving up.
Go ahead.
Still have hope. Still believe. And what did you say? To whoever has her. That's where she is. It's never too late. Savannah Guthrie thanked investigators and the public for their support, saying her family is holding on to faith as the search continues. Christina Agostino, KFI News.
The partial government shutdown is in effect. Lawmakers in Washington are at an impasse on funding the Department of Homeland Security. The shutdown took effect first thing Saturday, affecting TSA, FEMA, and the Coast Guard. ICE is funded through last year's big beautiful budget bill, so it's not effective. Democrats are demanding changes in how immigration operations are done. Congress is out on recess until next Monday. Travelers could soon feel the government shutdown and airport security checkpoints as the union leader for agents in Northern California, Andrew Cardoso, says it's not right that they're expected to work without pay again just months after the last shutdown. Agencies under the DHS umbrella make up about 13% of all civilian federal workers. We'll check and see what's slowing down in anti-films next.
Saturday was a lot of fun. Waiting phone calls. That's every Saturday, 8 to 2, 11 o'clock. And a lot of them were about personal injury. And I asked crazy questions. But at the same time, I give good advice, not marginal advice. When someone is injured, legitimately in a car accident or a slip up. Sometimes even an assault in a place for private use. And so what I tell people is you really need to turn it over. Yeah, you're way out here leaving. You talk to the insurance company on the other side. What makes this part kind of interesting is they call you. The insurance company that you are going after, your driver calls you to first negotiate how much you earn and what they're going to pay. You are so experts in not paying. So I'm going to suggest these lawyers are vetted. If there is a problem, I make a phone call. You have a lot of choice. Lawyers advertise like crazy. You're on KFI, other radio stations.
pieces of words that are
Some
not.
of these lawyers are excellent,
Don't
by the
go
way.
ahead and validate.
Some
That's
not so
one
excellent.
thing that's
So
very
how do you
so
know?
essentially, as
Well,
long as the
I
law
suggest
is
you
technically
go online.com.
Manila,
If you are injured and it's not your fault, I would suggest visiting lawyers and handlinglaw.com for a consultation and advice.
something that negates the effectiveness of the Manila. But if
Sounds
you're
like
saying
weather,
that doesn't
TMI,
negate the
rainy
effectiveness
with
of the
a
Manila,
wind
you
advisory
can't
to
run.
affect
Once
through
you're
much
done
of the week.
telling them that, once
Thunderstorms
you're
are
done,
possible this
you
afternoon.
only go
The
back to
rain starting to
something
move into the
absolutely
southland with the
necessary.
heaviest snow
But the
expected
things that
in
you're
a couple of hours in the
aesthetic, I
Raleigh
guess.
area.
You can't
Highs to
go
be in the
back.
50s, low
But
60s.
not
Rain is expected off and on through Thursday, and then we'll be back to mostly sunny skies on Friday and into the weekend. 56 now in Anaheim, 56 in Redondo Beach. There's some midnight in Anaheim Hills on the 91.
I'm also
Hey everybody! Remember when Traceway wanted to play? Talked about playing since they were fucking in the womb, and then just started jerking himself off raw. Pepperidge Farm remembers. Folks, if you're wondering, like, hey, are you gonna whoop this motherfucker's ass? He's got fucking cheat codes and a protractor. Motherfucker's got a compass. T-square. This motherfucker has a T-square, folks. Worse. Shit. Motherfucker with a T-square. It's not fair. It's not fair this motherfucker got a T-square, baby. Look at this athleticism, though. Look at this footwork. Traceway. If you all want to know what Traceway is, it means to jerk yourself off raw. I've never known anybody who publicly is like, hey, I'll play with you. And I'm like, okay, great. And then just masturbates. Doesn't play. Makes everybody wait for him. This motherfucker is gooning right now, folks. Why? Can't get enough of the ass kicking that I'm about to deliver. For Rizzy? Oh, dog. I'm about to deliver one of the great ass kickings in history.
Wondering if this spring will really be any better or if it's time to move on and sell now. Call Wedgwood Homes to discuss your options. Do you have a house that needs repairs or want to downsize, relocate, or sell an inherited property? Use cash quickly. Wedgwood Homes offers a fast, reliable, all-cash offer. Wedgwood Homes buys homes as is. No repairs, no commissions, no hassle. Close in as little as 3 days or on your timeline. Skip the stress of a traditional listing. Avoid competing with inventory and make your buyers issue any longer. Choose a guaranteed cash sale that allows you to move now. With Wedgwood Homes, our offers aren't firm, no strings attached, and no last-minute price drops like other cash buyers. Call 800-307-2010 for your no-obligation all-cash offer. Wedgwood Homes, Southern California's trusted home buyer. 800-307-2010. That's 800-307-2010 or WedgwoodHomes.com. Also offer that LA built LA, fighting for LA. We stand up for the people who make it great. Also offer is Los Angeles, California. Call 1-800-919-2000. When a heart stops, the clock starts. You are the first responder to love lives. Remember, heroes aren't wearing uniforms. They're wearing pajamas, workboots, jerseys, high heels. They're not waiting. They're stepping. 4 minutes without action can do great damage. 6 minutes. Each way.
You don't need medical training to help. You need knowledge and courage. The American Heart Association is ensuring support for medical life-saving. Learn CPR, beamheart.org/HeartLifeSaving. Something happens on the KFI studios. Check it out on our socials. And KFI AM 640. Of course, I'll be next to take it down.
Here or not here, witness
Right in front of the bus is where it belongs. Just like the AM 640. That's the one. AM 640.
What do you see from here? From here, the Rabbi said, remember again, if you look at writing the power of Shabbos, because now, as we do something for the benefit of taking the calendar, about how come the hit of Shabbos
In cities like Boston, Chapel, North Carolina, Richmond, and Kansas City, Missouri, have tried it, piloting programs, and it works. In fact, the cost of it is eliminating bus fares.
Here we go.
Players took cases out of the court system, where there are already huge cases for judges and prosecutors and offenders from focusing their attention on more serious crimes. Arresting, processing, and prosecuting those people that go under the turnstile for the subway while the music is playing. And they go to the turnstile. And it criminalizes poverty because while people jump the turnstiles in our buses try to reach fares that are poor. And here's what happened. In Hines, defendants were ordered to attend community service or come back for court dates. But how do you get people to afford the fare? Because you jump on the stile or try to get on a free on a bus. So they get real estate and then they get jailed. Now, our jails are today. City buses also run
stand in the north because
in
they
Boston, for example, free to the riders.
the ones who are taking out the old
All kinds
stand
of
in the south because
time
they
to save.
in most free, they will manage.
Purchase
And
tickets
also everything
and
happens
save
almost like
free
7
time by as much as
The
23%.
Lions take out
So
the right
everyone's trip was
second
faster,
called
better,
Group A.
cheaper.
Remove
And
the old
it gives
while
bus
Group
rides
B immediately
riders
places in
automobile
Top blue
owners,
does
car
that,
owners,
it's not
an
top
incentive
does
to
that.
leave their cars at home because the bus is free.
It is a
So
immediate
that makes the
simultaneous
journey much
process.
faster
As
because
the
now
old is removed,
we have
the
fewer
new
cars
is
per
put
car.
there. Why the 8% of the
Now
80?
all of this
We
makes
never
sense.
understand
Now, Mayor Eric Adams of New York got tossed out from Mondami. What he did in his invaders affairs was he flooded the city with police officers, transit officers. So in overtime pay for New York, it was $4 million in 2022. You now go to 2024, overtime pay was $155 million.
ومعني من كاين فمش طيان نشوف من بلوغ
So
ولا
when you
بقول
look
جاب
at
الشاب
it,
هذا
it
الشاب
makes
يقول
sense.
هذا صافي
I guess
بالنسبه
it does.
للسماحات يشوف من بلوغ
Now, does that
قال
mean
كثير نامي هذا اصلا
bus rides are free? Am I going to get on the bus not even close?
אחד הנושאים, הקנה מפיריש, עוזר אבא שאם מאחדים,
Yeah, buses are now transiting our city have bathrooms that are installed. No, wait a minute, they don't have bathrooms. They have aisles where people decide those are bathrooms. So, that's exactly what it's about. Are we going to give them free bread too? Yes, or cake, not bread, but cheese. We used to give double and cheese. Double and cheese was part and parcel of going to school. I remember when I was in junior high school, a grilled cheese sandwich was 25%. I love their 25 cents. I love their grilled cheese sandwiches. And when free government cheese was handed out, the surplus cheese that was bought by the government, those sandwiches were 10 cents instead of 25 cents. Yeah, maybe that's how I put on 80 pounds in junior high school. Okay, are we done on that one? We are. The biggest DUI crackdown in decades here in California. And man, we needed this. Let's check in with Amy. You can't find her.
There's the latest. The rain is rolling in with heavy rain, thunderstorms, and evacuation warning for the current storm areas around LA. Paramount Skydown says sweet video as it continues its attempts for a hostile takeover of
The gold standard of having good
from yesterday's doc,
is flossing.
that
Using the water pick, brushing your teeth like a using someone's empty mouth to give you fresh breath, and scraping your tongue, which most people don't do. And scraping your tongue. Well, the scraping removes bacteria from sweet dead cells, which are not good for breath. So, scraping your tongue, well, you do get fresher breath, and you taste better, and much better health care. So let me tell you what celebrates is.
by the way, we know that the radio is
From the Odoo.com Weather Center, Odoo Only business software hitting rainy, windy, highs in the 50s to 60s, chance of thunderstorms this afternoon. This report brought to you by ProLife across America. From your Toyota dealer's traffic center, we make it easy. There's a troubling flow. If you didn't know, that there are lots of things that can make your engine light come on, besides your engine. Also, if you didn't know, those technicians are specially trained to diagnose what's causing your engine light to come on and fix it, no matter what it is. Keep your eyes on the road and your ears open for another episode of Infos that you didn't know.
MCO. Check engine light on? We'll check it for free. Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions may apply. See AMCO.com for complete details.
Hi, I'm Angie. Did you know a number could save a baby's life? It's true. You can make a difference by helping us spread the full-life message to reach those who are struggling with unplanned pregnancy. Please make a gift today. Visit ProLifeAcrossAmerica.org.
Sponsored by Hard Rock Casino Tahoe. Visit the new Hard Rock Casino Tahoe for the Kilo Milk Giveaway. July 3rd, Thursday in February. Visit Hard Rock Casino Tahoe, the easiest drive from downtown LA. The excitement starts here at the new Hard Rock Casino Tahoe. Legal tax offenses help people go from $5,000 to $5 million. They can stop liens, wage garnishments, and help with back taxes. Call 800-649-0664 for a free no-risk consultation or LegalTaxDefense.com. The prevailing opinion is you don't live it. You don't believe it. People you like believe in hard work, and they live it. By paying their 24/7 to your car, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping for 4 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers. You like the hard-working independent source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com. Recently, this one law firm broke their own trial record. $117 million verdict for civil court. No wonder this one law firm is just on the cover of Best Lawyers magazine. This experienced law firm explains what looks like fighting for people just like that. Dial 917. That's 917. Attorney advertising.
Here we go.
Shema Yisrael Adonai Shema Yisrael
Don't lose hope. If the Good Feet store is right, we have 11 area locations. Find the one closest to you at goodfeet.com. IV, GLP-1 weight loss pill program. IVhealth.com is spelled IVIM. As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Big Vapor Stick provides soothing non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family. Vicks Vapor Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapor Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors to give you more comfort for yourself. Use the strategy. It's pretty simple. Your neighbors, where you're sitting, talking about your town. Take your favorite spot on the tile, download the iHeartRadio. Guarantees you the
to finally have a like just like we do this with our Shabbos and this is the only effect part of the body is using the Paul Shabbos, still your Paul Shabbos is the entire body. That's a great problem moment. That's cool, you're correct. And the reason we're not that we don't go to Shabbos is not up for the local Shino, and that's the way we get
Did you look up your cheat code yet? Or I don't know, you got your game genie? What's going on, big man? Dog, I mean, I was born ready. I was ready to play. And then you're over here jerking yourself off in public. Everybody's like, what's Trey's way? That means to jerk yourself off raw. It's just incredible amount of time I waste while you... But I mean, you've got cheat codes. So I can't say that it doesn't make me feel... that like anybody who uses cheat codes or takes this long to hit their fucking shot. Do you have a fucking protractor? Look how beautiful that shot was. Absolutely sexy. Bitch is just squirting all over that shot. Oh, I know this is gonna work. Oh, but it did, baby. But it did.
How do I know?
Garbage.
So you practice that means some California driver was added to their license for speeding, but not for killing someone. Is that crazy enough? Another California law exists right now. License suspension or revocation start at the time of the conviction, not at the time of the end of the sentence, which can be much faster for someone to go back to picking up license.
Dog, they just gave you the best setup ever. Easiest shots I've ever seen.
Right now, third offense.
This is garbage, folks. Folks, if you're looking to see just one man get absolutely fucked by cheat codes, I am that person. Just absolutely fucked. In the history of humankind, I've never known anybody to be this fucked, folks. What was that? This motherfucker just runs the table. Sickest shots ever. Oh, fuck. Oh fuck. That's a miss. Fuck, dude. How easy is this? Dude, he got set up. Folks, if you're wondering at home, did this motherfucker use extra cheat codes? The answer is correct. That is extra cheat codes were involved in that because it wasn't even close. It wasn't even close. He didn't have a single challenging shot in the whole fucking game. Not one challenging shot. He'd hit the ball and he'd have a straight on shot, 1 foot away. Oh, look at this shot. Look at this shot, folks. So I'm about to go to time. Oh, illegal break. He's already cheating, people. He's already cheating. Garbage. This motherfucker has a compass, a T-square. He's got a ruler and a protractor. This is garbage. No way he hits this. Not in a million years. Not in a million years. 1 million years could go by and he would not hit that shot. Maybe a trillion years. Trillion years could go by and there's no way he hits that shot. Folks, that's a miss. And everybody loves it. That's a miss. Now I'm going to start to dominate. That was garbage. I tried a new strategy just to keep things sexy. Not a good one. Not a good one. That's a miss. And everybody knows. Easy miss. One of the worst misses in the history of the game. Oh, what beauty. That's beautiful. Beautiful. That's a miss. Everybody knows that's a miss.
Even though I was taking some of the teens' cameras, now I make full photos blurred instead of pictures for social media. The Visalia Unified School District says the incident is being investigated, but they did take what they're calling appropriate disciplinary action. Jason Cappadonia came Missouri suggest Americans pay most of the price of President Trump's tariffs. Governor Fed analysis says U.S. shoppers and businesses cover about 90% of the cost of the last year, and the nonpartisan tax foundation says the tariffs were like a tax hike of $1,000 per household in 2025, rising to about $1,300 in 2026. We're calling it the largest federal tax increase since the early 90s.
Oh, baby. That's a championship. That's a championship. Baby. Champion. Trey's way. Taking the loss. Oh, make it. That was garbage. Trey's way.
However, some device seconds actually moving on the you get no car accident or it's not your fault, or maybe you're assaulted in a store by a police officer. It's not your fault. And so when you do, well, you're going to get a call from the insurance company.
Wow. A gigantic miss. One of the biggest misses we've ever seen.
The people on the other side are basically not paying.
Returning by Friday. Five brand new morning course. Before Del Rey at 52 in Burbank, financial closed for President's Day. 170.
No way he hits this, folks. There's just no way. That's a miss. Oh, what a go, go, go. Garbage. No way he hits that shot or that one. Not even close. Folks, now it's an open table. Get ready to see domination. That's one. That's two. Oh no. Oh fuck. I saw the wrong color. Well, you got yours back. Oh fuck. That's garbage. Garbage. Trey's way. Taking his fucking time. Yeah, didn't get my invite. This motherfucker has had this invite for weeks. What the fuck kind of shot is this? One of the great misses in the history of the game. You're about to see one of the great misses in the history of this game. That's a miss, and everybody knows it. The people at home are cheering. If this puts the black one in, I'm gonna be pissed. Look at this MF getting fancy. Oh, what a beautiful shot. There's no time left on the clock. Fancy. I'm so fancy. You already know I'm in the fast lane from LA to Tokyo. That's a miss. Garbage. One of the I'm glad to know that it's impossible for Trace Way to do well on this show. Impossible. All the opportunities and shots in the world, terrible. What a beautiful shot. Folks, I personally thought it was amazing. No way he hits this. Look how beautiful. One of the great, beautiful shots. Look at this. Just sexy. One of the great sexy shots ever. Oh, I hit his ball in. But that's all right, babies. We're looking at a championship. Champion. Are you fucking serious? Bullshit. Oh, we are fucked, people. We are absolutely fucked. Oh, I cannot believe that happened. The people at home can't believe that happened. The good people of the world can't believe it happened. Miss it. This is bullshit. This is one of the great bullshit shots in the history of humankind. Oh, hit it in the thing. Okay, what's going to happen here? That's a miss. It's a big time miss. Biggest miss ever. That time is ticking, folks. If you're watching at home and you're wondering, will Traceway have time to miss this shot? Perhaps. It all comes down to this. There's no time. Oh, are you serious? Give it to me. All right. I've got one more game in me for now. Look at that nice fucking scratch. One of the great scratches in the history of humankind. I've seen scratches before, but never any scratches with such precision and sexiness and just overall amazingness and skill. One of the great scratches, perhaps in the history of the universe. I don't know if they play pool on other planets, but if they do, they would know that that was one of the great scratches that we've ever had the opportunity to witness, folks. Now look at this Traceway. Oh, get in, get in, get in. I even wanted that one to get in. That would have been ridiculous. Huge miss. Maybe the biggest miss ever. Ever?
I'm 6 out of 7 times.
Well, get it. All right, folks. Now, if you're watching at home and you're ready for domination, just are you fucking serious? That was bullshit. Traceway doesn't really have a good opportunity to score anything here. You should probably just give this shot up because everybody knows there's no. Oh, are you serious? That was dirty. He pocketed 2 balls. Folks, that was disgusting. Maybe one of the great shots in the history of humankind. That's a miss. Everybody knows it. Give me this. Just the worst shot we've ever seen, folks. It's like I was giving him the match to build his confidence. Dominance. Folks. Oh, man, that's a tough shot. Dude, all of these are tough shots. One of the worst shots ever. This is going to be a tough angle shot, folks. If you're watching this at home, are you serious? That was amazing.
That was amazing. Fortunately, this is like an impossible shot because there's no way he's getting this in, folks. Too hard, banking it off the wall. Champion. Fuck this game.
All right. I need a break. I can't comprehend how many cheat codes you have to put into Play-Doh at this time. But I want you to know that you play extremely well. And it was a pleasure to play with you. And I look forward to playing with you again. Beautiful job. Traceway. Excellent work. Good job, my man. Shout out to Traceway. Now that was some excellent play.
And whatever else happens, it's totally inconsequential. That's how it does. Maybe not. Mysterious man became a local legend and a community now by killing host Rainy Sex for a podcast exploring Charlie's Place, a club that was about so much more than music. No matter what is there, you're taking off that element. Listen to Charlie's Place on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Charlie's Place and start listening on the free iHeart Radio app today. So love us sees in this discussion with back and forth like the broadcast from all these works. I sign up. What was obviously yet that bothered me what changed? So watch this. Really, I would say as follows. You can give the idea for school, even though again there's Sarah's on the marble, or even the giving of Chris, even the end of taking off the Sarah's. Remind me the kind of show that I was I want to do the music that says you have to be careful with Sarah's and not remove Sarah's. The Charlotte almost was more. So the way I would have done this, the way I would have kind of been shoveled in the world is to say, email the star Russell Wilson, if they give this thing off no matter what. No matter what time, what about you show every day that Sarah's, that you can't cut up Sarah's, that applies where? In every single other case except this. Okay, there's one exception. So we go not so crazy. So we can always say, we go for Sarah's. We ultimately again, we don't really go for Sarah's. No, nice color. Well, that's really so good. That's an outcome. That's like really good topic. Who matched that with Shabbos is very colored. Shabbos was very colored. Yet we don't go to Shabbos. Sarah's was it all the more? So Sarah's is not as common as Shabbos. It's nothing you have over there. If we don't really go for Shabbos, and Shabbos obviously is very common, we will go for Shabbos. We will go for Sarah's, which is not musicians, anybody I truly admire. You want to hear fresh stories from fresh perspectives. You want to understand the times when they're in between perspectives. So what was the reverse thinking? So watch this. Other color. Sarah's coming up. Sarah's is one last year. After a while, she can go past Hacker. Because remember again, Sarah's is go Cabo, Sarah's is go Cabo.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
So maybe Sarah's that she went back to the Shabbos. Because Sarah's is built Cabo. But Avodah is built for Shabbos. Someone say A equals C, then A equals C. And therefore again, so therefore that means what? Then ultimately again, Sarah's is more common than Shabbos. Which the Gemara says, Avodah Dochas Shabbos. Now we are Bosser. Never was in the passage says Bosser. Apapish Yisham Baharas. So again, we go back to the verse of the Drasha. The Drasha says, remove the flesh. The Bosser. I don't care what's on it. I don't care what. I don't care.
Free iHeart app and listen now.
You not pay attention to everything else. Everything what preoccupies you is the removal of the other. But the Apapish Yisham. When they actually set Sarah's on that
We're going to stimulate you
what's like the
22%
conversion of
more.
this thing. We will go for Sarah's like why? Because we will go for Sarah's. So now you get the Asiya, we got to go Sarah's.
Michael Lux.
as I said, the practice, I say, shutdown is still going on in Wilford. When is that so? That's only when it's a regular low Saturday. And I say for low Saturday. All right, tell you a story about so Sarah has both an assay and a factory in I say for low Saturday. Summer, Constancio, the last the removal of Sarah is not only a provisional low Saturday, but it's an assay as well. That was the problem. Because now this is what you say. So normally you would say, and I say, is low Saturday. The fact that is not only a low Saturday, because is a low Saturday, not so ultimately in an assay cannot set aside the low Saturday, because now maybe this is a low Saturday, when you say that you have to take off the armor, what is that? When you go down from the armor, the armor, everything goes back to the right? It's good cluster, remove the flesh, remove the bolts, with the armor being shut down. And let's say, ultimately, again, it doesn't matter what's on the box, it doesn't matter what's on the armor, just take it off. So what it says, I'm going to watch it, I'm shut down. Google, gets it, those enemies, so that's fine buying the dope, getting the receiver. And those like buying the dope because you use it to bus. Right? Now you go to the buster. But now you sit there, buster. By a baby or a 3-year-old, you also use the Russian of the bus. If you just do enough, they don't need to by the administration, we could actually be going. We go Shalom is in my mouth, the last battle is for other kids out of business. In terms of stuff, we learn different concepts. There's an adult, there's uncircumcised, there's uncircumcised, and then there's an older child. Now, an older child, obviously, the program is not, you have a huge country that is still on the power system, which means Russian Buster by a baby. Russian Buster by an adult. So I would think Buster teaches you that well. Neither don't get Sarah. What about by a beta? Because the beta, meaning a child is not 18 years old, they're also under 13 years old. How do I know that neither, didn't know that it's so Saras, Rabbi, Asya, Media. So also ultimately, we're going to come to that bit of between Hatan and Godo. The Godo will ask you to be on a code. So Other law asks you to be the baby, and if you already carried out, then the right to kill it as why, because it's not a level. As far as the Shabbat, she can only go to the Sasaras. So we'll say,
what's going to be, I think it's going to be a white collar apocalypse, right? So when you think about just attorneys,
Yes.
Okay, so if you have the ability to case reference any legal file ever, instantly, and form a case, why are you going to need paralegals and, first year attorneys? You're not going to need them.
The people that aren't nervous are naive. Mm-hmm. I think this is going to be a kind of astronomical change that has literally never taken place in civilization before. I don't think it's ever taken place at this level. I think it's the invention of the internet times a million. I think it's going to change everything. It's just like, how do we adjust? That's the real question.
And how are our kids growing up today, when they used to think about professions and things they would go into, they would have clear roads to, okay, these are professional work tracks that they can go out and find a job, whatever, accounting, legal, engineering. but it's going to change the entire professional landscape for, I mean, every generation from this point forward, basically entering the workforce.
Elon just said that it's a waste of time to go to medical school.
Really?
He's like, Optimus robots, these robots that he's making are going to be able to perform better than any doctor at any hospital, and they're going to be able to do it in your house. They're going to be better surgeons than any surgeon alive, these robots that they're making. And they're going to be powered by AI. You're going to have a super genius robot in your house that can do your taxes, that can fucking do chores, that can perform surgery on you.
So it's going to be an entire rise in an economy that's going to be human built versus AI built, right? So, I mean, there has to be, like, if you have a label, organic, or it will be essentially, I think, the same type of thing, where it's human made versus
AI made.
Yeah. It would almost have to bifurcate the economy into two different sections.
It's going to get weird as fuck, and I don't think people really understand. And I feel like I'm just sitting here waiting to see what. But I know that most people that you run into in the street are completely ignorant. They think, oh, ChatGPT is fun. I ask you questions. It's so much better than Google.
Do you think that that's because they don't want to recognize it, look at it?
I don't think they know.
They just.
I think unless you're going on a deep dive, all this stuff is kind of esoteric. All this stuff is happening. You have to like search it out and get an understanding of it. Like if you use an AI program to enhance your life, like Perplexity, it's really good. I mean, Perplexity is awesome for like solving problems. You could ask a question. I use it all the time when I write. I set up and I talk to it. So I say, what year did Cortez invade Mexico? What is it? How did this happen? How many guns did they have? How many languages are lost in Mexico? Like I was going on this deep dive. Amazing. But that's the surface. Like what they're talking about is levels and levels and levels of improved ability to the point where it's better at human beings, smarter than human beings at everything.
So what's the end state then would be?
We're second-class citizens.
We're obsolete.
Yeah, we're obsolete. Yeah.
So do you think that it turns, like, do you think it's a Skynet type scenario then that ultimately flips and then rids humanity of humans?
It's certainly on the
The world of humanity?
It's certainly on the table, especially if they decide that we're too problematic or if you give us too much freedom. That's what causes all this chaos, which is true. Right? You give people freedom, you're going to have a certain amount of chaos. You're going to have a certain amount of car accidents unless you have autonomous cars. You're going to have a certain amount of school shootings unless you take away all the guns. You're going to have a certain amount of school stabbings unless you take away all the knives. I mean, you could, if you were a running program designed to eliminate all problems in the world, you would break those problems down to one source. Well, what are the problems? You've got natural disasters and you've got humans. And humans are the cause of most of the problems. Natural disasters, relatively rare in comparison to the human-caused problems. It's not good.
Then you have to run an AI to do the analysis to what the future of AI is, which ultimately you'd be entrusting the robbers with the bank keys.
It's probably going to do the same thing that we do to dogs. Spay and neuter them.
Right.
Yeah.
Keep them as pets.
Keep them as pets.
But there's no emotion there. So why would they want to keep us as pets?
Why do they want to stay alive?
Right.
Why are they scheming to stay alive? Why do they blackmail their creators? Right. Why are they doing all sorts of things that seem to show that they have thought?
Are they trying to show that they have thought in order to dupe us into the ability that they might be empathetic?
No, that was one of the things that he talked about in this article, that they hide their ability to think things through, and they're actively they recognize that they're being observed, and so they're doing things behind the scenes while they're also doing tasks.
I have to believe that there's portions of the DoD that have worked on this, and it's further along than the open source pieces that we can see.
Hard to say, because there's a giant competition with us and China and Russia, and I don't know if they really can close this stuff off. I don't think it can operate that way. I think it has to be a sort of a collaborative effort. One of the things that's scaring a lot of people that are whistleblowers in the AI space is that they are bringing in people from other countries to just facilitate these problems that they have and make it go faster. So they're bringing in Chinese nationals. There's a huge possibility of espionage, and then there's this mad race. It's a Manhattan Project for super intelligent AI.
It's a Manhattan Project that's also open source and it's extremely porous when it comes to information.
Yeah.
So essentially, you've weaponized the most powerful tool ever known to humankind.
Yeah,
And
it's fucking terrifying.
so you open sourced it, and then think about the Manhattan Project. If that was just completely porous, there's an open door to any and all countries internationally. You just had the ability to come in and walk out with files, come as you go.
Fuck.
Like everybody would be racing to nuclear power, splitting the atom, and then if you could weaponize that internationally and then crowdsource it, essentially, like, you're in a really shit scenario.
Yeah, that's where we're at.
Yeah, that's where we're at.
All right, dude. We just did 3 hours.
Awesome.
Thanks, man. Some food and hang out, and that's it. Black Rifle Coffee. It's the best. It's all we use.
Appreciate it.
Have you been wearing one of those shirts? It's like half my wardrobe. Yeah. All right. Bye, everybody.
Always the right fix. AA, MCO, special financing. Restricted limitations and exclusions may apply. See AMCO.com for complete details.
Did you know a billboard can save a patient's life? It's true. You can make a difference by helping us spread the full-life message. Reach those who are struggling with unplanned pregnancy. Please make a gift today. Visit ProLifeProtectsAmerica.org.
Visit the year that's February full of love for your home. Turkey Feature Windows has their matchmaker deal.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
During my day, Joe Rogan podcast my night, all day.
Come on, Roger. Yeah, fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Go for it. Fuck it. We'll do it live. Do it live. That's a classic. Oh, yeah, that's a classic look behind the scenes. Do it live. Fuck it. Crazy people telling you the news. Yeah, that's good. And the William Shatner one where the studio guy, he says Shatner's doing some ADR for the cartoon, the Star Trek cartoon. And he says, he uses the word sabotage, and it's corrected by the studio guy. He's like, Bill, it's pronounced sabotage. Please don't correct me. It disgusts me. It sickens me. And you say sabotage. I say sabotage. Absolutely. Love William Shatner. My favorite ones are the I can't remember his name. Rosebud. Orson Welles. Jesus Christ. Orson Welles. What happened? I know. What happened? My brain just nope. No access. When Orson Welles was doing the Gallo wine commercials. Remember those days? Like, Orson Welles. Soda wine. Before its time. I know. And he was like, everything was like an exhaustive sucking of air to come in. So then he was making fun of how shitty the wine was in between takes. Like he was angry. Yeah. There is a CD that you can get. I can't remember what it's called, but I have them at home, and it's like all these radio things like that, where just when celebrities, lose it on while doing voiceover and ADR, it's hilarious. Orson Welles is a crazy story, right? Because when he made that movie, when he made Citizen Kane, which was about William Randolph Hearst, William Randolph Hearst essentially shut down one of the most talented guys alive at the time. Shut down his career. Yeah, because the movie was kind of an insult about, the whole thing about Rosebud is that's the name of his girlfriend's clitoris. Oh, that was his nickname for her clitoris. And so Orson Welles was doing a kind of very, he was jabbing at him in a very low-level way. Like, really? Yeah, Rosebud. How did he know that was the nickname of his girlfriend's clitoris? People in Hollywood know these things. Word gets around. would keep that one just to her. Yeah. Who told? Yeah. That's crazy. But I mean, if you go back to like War of Worlds and then Citizen Kane, this guy was a dynamo, and then they shut him down. Well, yeah, and he was doing things that nobody else would do. It's like he's like, oh, I want the camera down here, like on the front. But we can't get the camera lens down that low. Like what you're talking about is impossible to do. And so he would just grab a pickaxe and just start chopping away at the studio concrete and dig a hole in the ground so you can put the camera down that low. Oh, really? Yeah, he was obsessed with getting a vision on screen that was, even today, is so advanced. But there's a shot in the very beginning when young Kane is like a little kid. He's out there playing with Rosebud. He's out there playing with the sled in the snow, and the camera is on him, and then it kind of starts pulling back, and it pulls through a window, and we see his parents and the trust attorney, and the camera keeps backing up all the way into the room. Well, to do that in a studio and to have all that snow and everything, you need so much light, but you also need a lot of light inside because of the exposure change. It's like an amazing, incredible dolly shot, a reverse tracking shot. It's fantastic. And what year did he do this, too? I don't know the exact year. Citizen Kane has to be 40s, right? Yeah, probably. It's in the late 40s, I would think. Is that what it was, Chad? Yeah. Tell us the 41, early 40s. Wow. Yeah. Wow, let me see that shot. Wartime. Can we find that? Wartime. It's a wartime film. What, Jimmy? I was looking for it. Wartime 40s, right? Yeah. Right. It's a wartime movie. Yeah. I didn't even think of that. Yeah. Oh my God. A lot of stuff going on back then. Probably hard to get people to go to the movies back then. No, it would be easy to go to the movies. Because in fact, wartime and depression and when things are bad, that's usually the best time for entertainment because people just want to escape. Well, that actually makes sense. Yeah.
Be careful, Charles. Pull your muffler around your neck, Charles.
Hey, nice. I shall have to tell him now.
Yes. I'll sign those papers now, Mr. Thatcher.
You people seem to forget that I'm the boy's father.
It's going to be done exactly the way I told Mr. Thatcher.
Nothing wrong with Colorado. I don't see why we can't raise our own son just because we're going to have some money. If I want, I can go to court. The father has a right to. The board of the beach has built at least worth of stock behind. That property is just as much my property as anybody's, now that it's valuable. And if Fred Bates had any idea all this was going to happen, he'd have made out those certificates in both our names. They were made out in Mrs. Kane's name.
So in order to maintain that background exposure of the little kid in the window and the foreground, what you're not knowing is how much light they're using on the interior part in order to create that balance between the two with the film stocks back then. And the other thing is that table gets flown in. Like they move that table into the shot because it's in the way of the camera move. Wow. And so there's all sorts of mathematics going on in the creation of this shot. And most people would just be like, oh, just shoot the kid outside, and cut inside, just do it like that. But Wells was, he was thinking on a complete other level. It's just we got robbed of so many films. If you really think about it, what he could have made. Yes and no. My favorite film of his is Touch of Evil, and there's this amazing shot with Charlton Heston where he's playing a Mexican, and he's got this pencil thin, mustache, and Chuck Heston as a Mexican is fantastic. And then everybody's so sweaty in the movie, and it takes place in Mexico, but it's shot in Venice, in California. And so the whole opening, which is this setting of a bomb in the trunk of a car, and then, here's the opening shot, and you can tell that it's actually downtown Venice. And this is supposed to be Mexico? Yeah, this is supposed to be like a border town in Mexico. I don't know if it's Tijuana or some other border town. But he does this amazing single shot. Wow. And which back then, this is really hard to do. And this is kind of it's Charlton Heston essentially saying, I believe in Orson Welles and his vision. That's downtown Venice. The beach is just beyond that. Ah, wow. God, what year? Actually, I'm sorry, the beach might be behind us. What year was this? Yeah, 1958. Wow. It's an incredible shot. And this is incredibly difficult to do as well because you've got a crane, and now you're following. Now now you're following the people. And there's Charlton Heston with his mustache. And we know as an audience that there's a bomb in that car. But he doesn't know. And so he's still, just the fact that this is all one shot is crazy. And for back then, I mean, it's a big deal. Back then, the camera that you're using isn't just some little handy cam or something like that now, an iPhone. It's a Mitchell BNCR, which is it takes 4 guys to move that camera. It's made out of cast iron. It's a giant camera with a blimp. And a blimp is a soundproofing device. So you have the camera, and then you've got to build a giant encasing for the camera because it makes so much noise. You don't want to hear that. What did that look like? I have one in my home. It's of course you do. Well, that shot's incredible. I would have never. I didn't know that film existed. I bought mine from this commercial director named Charles Wittenmeyer, and he had a massive collection of stuff, and then he liquidated everything. He just kind of cashed out of Los Angeles, and he had a warehouse full of stuff. And so I went in. And he's like, well, here's, you can get this, and you can get this. I was like, okay, the Mitchell BNCR. We went over to it, and he's like, this Mitchell BNCR was used, to shoot The Godfather. So that's what it looks like with the big lid on it? Yeah, that's basically the camera. That's the camera. Is that, I also have some camera. Blimp is the thing on top of it? Yeah, the blimp is, the whole thing is a blimp. I mean, so there's a smaller. So that's the camera with a blimp on it. The big one, like the whole thing is a blimp, and when you can actually open up all of these trap doors on it to reveal the camera inside of it, and then the reels that are there. You go. There's an opened up one. Wow. Looks like it's holding an Airy on the inside, an Airy 100. One of the things about old movies is they would let a scene cook. You had so much time before people would talk, and you just let the average daily life sort of play out, and it set the tone for the film. And they don't now. It's like built for Netflix. Well, now you have a white paper that Netflix gives you, and then I think was it Ben Affleck that was talking about it? How you've got to have a beat in the beginning, and you've got to have this and this and this and regular things. I mean, there was this book by Sid Field, which was a screenwriting book that. At one hand, it gave a kind of formula on what a movie should be. By page 7, your inciting event should happen, and by page 30, the first thing. He had everything mapped out by page, and that eventually found its way into the hands of studio executives, and they're like, oh, now we know it's supposed to be structured in order to have proper story arcs and structures and a satisfying design. And that's just the next iteration is Netflix giving you a white paper saying you have to shoot with these cameras, you have to process at these labs, you have to have tech specs that are within this range, and that's now extending to story because they've analytically looked at what audiences are able to process now, which is less and less, probably because of the COVID shot, completely frying their pineal glands. Can no longer pay attention to anything. And then on top of that, the mind control device of cell phones. And, with all of that, they're now like, well, how do we maintain the audience? And so you end up with white papers. I think it's options too. It's almost like if something is not really fascinating within the first 20, 30 seconds, people just want to, let's see what else is on. They just want to keep searching. Well, there is that. I mean, there's something magical about being in a movie theater. It's, you're in this congregation. Quentin always talks about how movies are my church. Well, it is a congregation, and you're sitting in the dark next to someone you don't even know. They might have completely different ideologies, race, creed, color, everything is different about them, and yet you're sitting in the dark next to them, having this ecstatic dream, this waking dream, sitting like insects looking at the flicker on the screen. And you're sharing this kind of experience that you're physically trapped in. You don't get up and leave the theater, and you might if you have to go to the bathroom or get some popcorn or something. They'll even bring that to you now. You're having this kind of ecstatic experience, absorbing the movie with someone you don't know, and you're sharing your bodily electricity with them. And I think this kind of this is the magic that they often talk about of movies. It's not necessarily the movie itself on screen. It's the shared experience of being next to people.
Yeah.
And that there is a kind of unseen electricity between people that unifies us. And I think that there are dark forces in the universe that are attempting to divide people up and to take that away, to take away that congregation.
Do you really think that that's on by design, or you think that's just a natural function of streaming and televisions and phones and having access to things instantaneously?
I personally think that streaming was by design to eliminate residuals. Like
By design, but what isn't it just a function?
you
of technology emerging?
Notice that
Like
all of the
Napster?
executives, well, yeah, I mean, part of it is technology, but technology gets pushed and brought to the forefront for specific reasons. And, you know, digital cinema hasn't been the greatest thing for the creative process, and I think we see that in the works that we're looking at. I mean, if you watch stuff on Netflix and whatnot, we can see that it doesn't have the same power, impact. And also, you know, when you were making a movie, when you were making a film, on film, it was like every time you turn on the camera, you're burning money. It's like every single frame is like 4 cents or whatever the calculation was. And so that was actually an expensive part of the process. And so, you know, there was all this preparation to get everything ready. Like, we want to get all of the props in place, you know, right before we shoot. And the actors are in their trailer and figuring out what they're going to do. And then you're on your way to set. People are like, hey, I'll see you in the moment. And what they mean by that is when the cameras turn on, you actually hear that happening. Suddenly everything pops into play. And suddenly you're performing in front of, you know, what you're attempting to do is capture lightning in a bottle. And you don't even know that you have it right away. You ask your DP, like, do we have it? And it's like, oh, well, there's some dust in the frame or a hair in the frame. Let's get another one. You get another one. Like, then you hold that all in the dark, all that film, because you can't expose it. You send it off to the lab. And then some alchemist at the lab at the castle, you know, puts it into a potion. And the next day, what comes out are these like little stained glass windows. You watch it and you realize, God, you're like, we did it. We captured something. Okay, now everything is different. You show up on set, and everything's digital, and you've got producers and network executives and broadcasters, and everybody's there, studio people in Video Village, and they set up like a little tent, and everybody's sitting there in their Canadian Goose jackets on high chairs, and they're looking at a big color-corrected monitor. There's a guy doing color correction in a van, and they're basically watching an approximation of what it's going to look like. And they're sitting there. Okay, on my first film, there was none of that. I had to stand next to the camera. We didn't even have video tab. Stand next to the camera and look at the actors and see, did the actors do what I wanted them to do? And now, you know, they just turn on the camera, and it costs more money to stop the camera and to restart it again. So you just let it roll, and you're just like letting it go. And you're like, hey, you know, the director now is like, hey, go back, start over, and smile this time. And then they redo it, and then the editor is now like having to take those takes and separate them in the editing room. And the actors are like, suddenly the moment is gone. In other words, it's vanished. Is there a way to do both? I mean, is it the medium of film? I mean, it seems like it's the environment as well. You're describing an environmental thing, right? Well, Video Village, executives. Well, yeah, and the problem is now suddenly you've got a chorus of people sitting there who are like, oh yeah, you got it. I saw you got it. Didn't you get it? You got it. But you as the director still have to run back and forth to the camera and to the actors and everything. And you're like trying to keep it all in place. And but it's neither is worse than the other. They are both paint, but one is watercolor and one is oil paint, and those are opposingly different. You know, if you were an oil artist during the British Renaissance of watercolor paint, where all of a sudden watercolor came out, everybody wanted watercolor. Why would you try to make your watercolor paint look like oil or vice versa. They're just completely different mediums. They're both paint, but they're different. And so digital has its advantages and its purposes. You can, because you can run like a long mag of video. I call it video. Everybody calls it digital cinema, but that was just to push it through. And actually the technology is different. With film, light travels through the glass. It travels through a gate. It exposes the silver and the acetate, and then you keep it all in the dark and send it away. With video, the light travels through the glass. It strikes the golden sensor, and then it bounces back into the glass. And that's why video or digital cinema is flatter by nature than most film. Because so to combat this, filmmakers have started to do the exact opposite of what we used to do. It used to be that you would go to shoot something. You're outside. You're on set. I've got my camera on Joe, and I have the sun behind me because I want all that light on you. For the most part, I'm over-exaggerating my point, and the analogy would be, or the saying would be that at the end of the day, you go home and the back of your neck is sunburned because you've always had the light behind you. Now, because the image is flatter, they rotate the camera 180 degrees and they shoot into the sun to get lens flare. And lens flare gives you the illusion of depth where there is none.
This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. The best way to learn anything is to ask questions. Be engaged, be curious, have a conversation. Whether you want to know more about a friend, start a new hobby like surfing, or figure out how your dad makes the best steak, you're not going to get any answers just sitting around. When you're hiring, it's also important to ask questions to make sure the candidate is right for your role. That's why you need ZipRecruiter. It can help connect you with people who could be a good fit. And today, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. Rated the #1 hiring site based on G2, ZipRecruiter has the features you need to find the perfect match for your role, like filters to show you who's been active recently on the site. And of course, and most importantly, you can add screening questions to your job post to make sure you're talking to people with the right skill set. Ask key questions and hire faster with ZipRecruiter. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. That's ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. I always thought that, like, when you would watch soap operas, I was like, why do they look so weird? And it's because they were shooting them on video instead of on film. Like when we were filming News Radio, the sitcom, we were doing it on film, and they were like really adamant about doing it on film. Like they really wanted it to be on film. And then there was some process where you could make video look like film. And I was like, this is so interesting. It's like we're designing, like when you take your photo with your camera on your phone and you use portrait mode, which is you blur out the background, so you're making it shittier.
You're doing an artificial. Yeah, that's because we associate. We associate the faults of media as film. Like people think of like old movies as gate weave and sepia tone and dust and scratches and kind of fast motion. Well, when those movies were originally made, the motion was corrected by the cranking of the projector, and so it was natural motion. There was no sepia tone change. There was no dust. It was originally, and there was no gate weave because it was a fixed image. The celluloid hadn't yet shrunk or anything like that. And so we have this kind of nostalgic filter that we associate with what an old movie looks like. And so if you want to make something look old, you start adding all this crap to it. You're adding the faults, and it's the faults of cinema that actually make it really good. It's not the perfection of cinema.
That's in my opinion, because you would never be able to sell that if cinema never existed. Like if cinema never existed and video came around and then it was normal video, like soap opera style, and then someone came along and said, hey, let's make it blurry in the background, and it's almost like we've become accustomed to the faults, and nostalgically we look at them as if they're
it's a positive, and it's also led by everything is shot on iPhones now, and so that's becoming the cinematic vernacular, the grammar that people are used to, and they now expect that in a big movie. And so suddenly you see something like the latest James Gunn Superman or Guillermo del Toro's Frankenstein, and they've got these crazy wide lenses where there's no distortion and kind of infinite depth, and they're shot in a very large format, but what they're replicating is an iPhone.
Right.
And it just I watched both of those movies and I thought, okay, both of them are amazingly technically competent, and they're made by highly professional people, but it looks like iPhone footage.
I'm a huge Guillermo del Toro fan. I even loved his book, The Strain. Like it was really good till about like 3/4 of the way through, and it seemed like he just wanted to finish the book.
Yeah, probably.
Like a bunch of shit just sort of happens in the last quarter of the book where I was like, this is kind of jarring.
It became dinner time. I was like, put this aside.
It just seemed like I can't keep going with this book. It's what it felt like. It felt rushed. Just my but I'm a huge fan of that guy, so I love Pan's Labyrinth. I love a lot of his films, but I didn't like Frankenstein.
I love Guillermo, and I love his spirit, and I love his artistry. He is an amazing artist. He's just literally as an artist. His sketchbooks are beautiful, and he brings a great amount of passion to his work. He brings that kind of Mexican passion to his work, and I adore him as a person. But to be perfectly honest, I'm not wild about his movies that much. I
didn't like Pan's Labyrinth.
I liked parts of it, but as a whole, it just kind of. And I don't know what it is, about it, but Blade 2 is probably my favorite film of his, because it's like the least of well, actually it's quite a bit of him, but it's just the most accessible for me.
I didn't know he did Blade 2. Which one was that Patton Oswalt was in, where he had the whole bit about Wesley Snipes, and then they replaced him with a cooler Wesley Snipes?
Folks, look at this athleticism.
Daily School District Court is set to consider sending layoff notices to thousands of employees.
Calls for sending layoff notices to more than 3,200 employees. Layoffs would be possible but not official, with the actual number of employees likely to be laid off expected to be much lower. Union leaders say the Board of Education should hold off on any decision about layoffs until the state's revenue forecast becomes clearer. Other LAUSD employees could also face demotion, pay cuts, or have their jobs relocated. Officials say the nation's second largest school district is spending more money annually than it is receiving. Andrew Martindale, KFI News.
The partial government shutdown is in effect as lawmakers in Washington are at an impasse on funding the Department of Homeland Security. The shutdown kicked in Saturday, affecting TSA, FEMA, and the Coast Guard. Democrats are demanding changes in how immigration operations are done. Congress is on recess until next Monday. Voters are told Homeland says nothing will change for ICE operations, even as funding for the Department of Homeland Security was allowed to expire.
During an
appearance on CNN's David Union. The license expected to function normally, other agencies could see a hit. Agencies under the DHS umbrella add up to about 13% of all civilian federal employees. Because of the shutdown, travelers could see delays at airports where TSA employees are expected to work without pay. Candy Trujillo, KFI News. U.S. military says it has boarded another sanctioned oil tanker, this one in the Indian Ocean. The Pentagon said in a statement yesterday, U.S. forces boarded the Veronica 3 after tracking it from the Caribbean Sea. Venezuela had faced U.S. sanctions on its oil for several years and relied on a shadow fleet of tankers. President Trump ordered a quarantine of sanctioned tankers in December. The UK is considering a ban on social media for children under 16. Roman Ferguson of the Molly Rose Foundation, which focuses on suicide prevention, believes current law doesn't go far enough to protect children.
The only thing is that legislation
cheering, the military ends. So whatever you need to do to be able to perform the mitzvah of Tula on the first day of Yom Kippur that falls on Shabbos,
Britain's 2023 online safety act is seen as one of the strictest internet safety laws in the world, but it doesn't cover one-on-one interaction with AI chatbots. A new law would close that loophole. Australia became the first country in the world to ban social media for all children under 16. Greece, Spain, and Slovenia are looking at similar legislation. And the U.S. women's hockey team is one win away from the gold medal round in the 2026 Winter Olympics. To secure their spot, they have to get past Sweden today. Team USA advanced to the semifinals with a 6-0 rout of Italy Friday. U.S. forward Carolyn Harvey says this is a special move. Good, well, we're covering hockey related so it's very special for you to cover. Canada will face off with Switzerland in the other semifinal. The two winners then meet in the gold medal game Thursday. Southland weather from KFI, rain, wind, possibly thunderstorms, heavy rain at times, highs in the 50s to low 60s, rain continues tonight, lows in the 40s, rain's expected to continue tomorrow and all the way through Thursday, and the storm will move out with sunshine returning on Friday. It's 56 in Orange, 58 in Manhattan Beach, 56 in Cerritos, and 56 in Aliso, Viejo. Financial markets closed for President's Day. There's a crash in downtown LA on the 110.
Some of the 7 days of Sukkah. Not like a long rubber tap. It's a Sukkah we both
Few hours problems up in the valley with the first storm in Clements. He is bringing a traffic very crash when he's west of First Avenue Road, and it's going to be slow from 210 until further notice.
Vernon, 710 northbound at Huntington, parking of Second Overturn semi-flux that off ramp. Also in Santa Clarita area, refinery southbound Redwood 14, we've got a wreck on the right shoulder. Traffic is jammed up back from Cal Road. And Road 210, westbound past Virginia Canyon Road, left was blocked there. With some California most accurate traffic.
This one, Nathan. God, this is weird.
I think that was 3. Yeah, it was probably Blade 3. I don't remember Blade 2. I don't remember Blade 2. Blade 1 was awesome, though. Yeah. That's my favorite of all the comic book comic book movies. Yeah. Because I was just a giant fan of the Blade comic book series. I also like his Pacific Rim movie, and I like parts of, like, the moment in Frankenstein that I think is, for me, the entire movie. Like, I could have, like, left the rest of it. So much of it was just so melancholic and, it was just like I just couldn't engage with it. And but the part that I absolutely loved was at the Miller's house, where he's learning language. To me, that was the movie, when he's kind of secretly learning how to speak and how to be, and learning morals. And to me, I could have watched an entire movie about that sequence, and it was also beautifully made, that part. Just the rest of it. It was just a little flat. And also, it's like, why does it have? It's so freaking long. Like, you could really, like, learn a lesson. I was going to say you could learn a lesson from Ridley Scott, who just clicks through things. Like, he takes, there's a dialogue scene, I'm just going to do the essentials and just get out. Like, it's a commercial. The dialogue scene doesn't need any longer than 30 seconds. And he just clips along. Somehow, yet his movies are still like 2 hours long. Well, they're so involved. You know what I really loved? Nosferatu. Did you see the new? I haven't. I don't want to sound like a persnickety guy, but I had to be in the right mood. I had to be in the right mood to engage with that movie because I like that guy's first movie, The Witch or The Witch. I actually never saw that. I heard it's great. I love that film. I think that's a great movie. He's like a production designer.
right now.
Yeah, of course he is. Of course he is. I did not like his Moby Dickish Lighthouse movie.
I didn't see that.
And that was the Willem Dafoe. Yeah, the Willem Dafoe one. It was just garish and kind of, I felt like it lost its way halfway through. And then, you know, this latest one, Nosferatu. Look, I am a Werner Herzog nut, and so I adore Werner Herzog, and I love his Nosferatu. So for me to, you know, like, watch this guy's version of that, I have to be in the right mood. I just wasn't yet in the right mood to accept.
Which one is Werner's? Who plays Nosferatu?
Oh, Klaus, the incomparable Klaus Kinski. And
I know I've seen.
I mean, the thing about Werner Herzog, when he made his Nosferatu, was, you know, the Murnau movie, which is the original Nosferatu, the very first one with Max Schreck.
Yeah, I saw it at the library when I was like exactly 10 years old.
So the thing about Werner Herzog as a filmmaker is that most filmmakers have their forefathers that they can look back to. They can, you know, they have a generation before them that they can kind of imprint on. And because of the brutality and tragedy of World War II, he had none. There were no German filmmakers that he could look to. And so he had to look to his grandfather, basically, which is Murnau, when he made it. So his film is almost like haunted by the original. And then Werner Herzog grew up not using a telephone until he was in his teens. He'd never seen a telephone before. He'd grown up like in, you know, Upper Bavaria in the mountains. And, you know, so he comes, like, his film is almost displaced in time. It's like skipped a generation. And he does things like, you know, he'll show two actors in the most emotional part of the movie when Jonathan Harker are at the beach and they basically saying goodbye. Normally, in a Hollywood film, they would cut to a close-up so that we could see the tears. Cut to that close-up. But because his film because he's displaced in time, he stays back. Like, he doesn't even bother shooting a close-up. To him, it's more melancholic to show them just isolated as figures, you know, in a wide shot. And it truly is. And so his film is super powerful that way. And then you have Klaus Kinski, you know, who is, you know, like the madman actor of German cinema, and who is, you know, who was like, I mean, there's a documentary called My Best Fiend, which is about the relationship between Herzog and Kinski. And there's an amazing scene in the beginning of that where Werner Herzog visits the apartment that he rented, and I think it was in Berlin, where he was first becoming a filmmaker, where he first met Klaus Kinski, and he goes there, and it's now occupied by these two, you know, just very conservative, this German couple, and he starts going through the house and saying, "Oh yes, here, this is where Klaus, you know, went crazy, and he started smashing it and shitting on the walls, and like, you know, like, because he was an insane guy. It was like his whole thing was about provocation, and so he brings a kind of crazy vampire. I mean, it feels like a real vampire.
I remember it now, but I haven't seen it for. What year was that?
You mean the Kinski one?
Yes.
I think it was in the 70s, so I'm thinking it was like 78 or 79, maybe even earlier.
I know I've seen all the Nosferatus. Let me see. Give me a.
I will eventually see this new one.
Herzog's.
I will eventually see this new one.
It's fucking good, man. It's good. The dude who plays the vampire, what's his name? The guy who played the clown in It.
Oh yeah, Bill Skarsgård.
He's so good.
Well,
he's so good. And so is this the scene when he meets the vampire?
Yeah, this.
Oh, he cuts.
Well, this is
yeah. This is it.
This is. I mean, that's. I mean, Kinski brings just an amazing, deep empathy.
It could give you blood pressure. It's the oldest remedy in the world.
Oh, forget it. It's hardly worth mentioning. Just
That's so awesome. And that's probably Kinski, like, they're supposed to cut, and Kinski just keeps going. Bruno Gens, I think it's Bruno Gens, is probably terrified in real life because he doesn't know. Kinski's crazy enough where he'll bite him. Right. And he's got those fake teeth in. Yeah.
That's it up for me.
All right, show me a clip from the new one. You got to see the new Nosferatu. I mean, I had never seen a vampire like that, and I think Salem's Lot was made after the TV movies. Yeah, Salem's Lot is super similar to it. There's a scene when he meets the guy at the castle. I did see one scene from this online with Lily Rose Depp, kind of reacting to something which was like very compelling. Go full screen to this. This is when he makes it into the castle. It's really dark, man. He did a fantastic job of like capturing the creepiness of it and also the surreal aspect of him being under the trance of this vampire. You recognize that reality is all fucked up and skewed. Like time passes very quickly. It doesn't make sense. He's super confused as to what's going on. I mean, I have to say, this movie feels haunted by the Herzog version as Herzog was haunted by the Murnau version. Like, I encourage anybody to enjoy all three of them, I guess. Yeah, I wonder if he was haunted by that or if he was haunted by the original. But this is with the use of all Restream's modern ability. Yeah. But it's just the way they made the castle and the way they made him is very unique. There's so many aspects of it that I thought were very unique. Even the way the vampire feeds on people is unique. This guy he's a very, very, very good filmmaker. I just, I don't know so much about the way he's talking. It's weird, but it grows on you. Yeah. It grows on you. Well, I'm sure it has a haunting quality over time. Yeah, like this. The guy just disappears, and all of a sudden he's way far away. There's a lot of that in this movie. So the scene when they get him to sign papers, when he's get up to that. Questions about the right there.
Close many superstitions there that may seem backward to a young cast of the old
Apparently he visits Castle Dracula every year. Well, isn't he related to Vlad Tepes? Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. He's German, of German ancestry. So I think Prince Charles is related to the original Vlad the Impaler. That would track over their head, so they would track with the whole baby thing. They give you a look at what it looks like. They don't want to give away too much. That was the other thing. You don't really get a look at him for quite a while. And when you do, it's horrifying. Yeah. When the movie was made, it washes of darkness. It's very dark. It's very much a candlelit movie. I like because I don't like a film where you're pretending that people are in a candlelit, but it's really well lit. Well, and that's an example of where video actually is a better medium to choose because it digital loves darkness, and it can do things in darkness that film just doesn't have the capacity to do.
Right.
And so it's an excellent choice. When we did Silent Hill, we made the choice of whenever we're in the dark, we're shooting on digital, and whenever it's during daylight, we're shooting on film to create a kind of dissonance between the two. And so, and that's largely because digital loves dark, and this is a great use of it. I'm warming up to it. I've been waiting. I bought it on Blu-ray. I have a movie. I mean, I keep it. It's in that stack. I've just been waiting to, for the right time to expose myself to it. I'm in the right mood.
I loved it. I'm no film expert, but it's my favorite vampire movie ever.
Well, that's actually saying a lot. That's incredible.
I loved it.
That's incredible.
A fun vampire movie is 30 Days of Night.
Yeah, 30 Days of Night is great.
I love that one too. It's not as good as this. This is a.
I think I Am Legend is actually a pretty good vampire movie. The one with Will Smith.
But I thought they were zombies.
Well, they're kind of, it's a Contagion film technically. They're not really zombies, but they've been turned into like vampire-like creatures. They're in that film. That's a really good one. And then that one that. What's his name? Taitiki Wakatakalakalaka. That Polynesian director who did the Thor movie did. God, what was it called? I can't remember the name of it, but it's like a comedy version of vampires, like kind of all living in a house and sort of.
How old is that?
This was made sometime in the mid-2000s, I think.
Vampires living in a house?
What We Do in the Shadows.
Did you see that?
That is an incredible vampire. It's kind of like a mockumentary, like where they're but it takes all of the kind of vampire mythology and it makes it really, really fun.
I've never even heard of this.
It's fantastic. This is his best film. This is, I'm sure, the foundation of everything he's done has been on What We Do, for me, What We Do in the Shadows.
That's so crazy. I never even heard of it.
Yeah, it's wonderful.
Show me the trailer, Jim. We are granted protection for the subjects in this film. Oh, it's like a Blair Witch Project type deal.
It's been like this the whole time. Deacon on dishes, and it still hasn't moved in 5 years. You're a cool guy, but you're not pulling your weight in the flat.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that I'm cool.
No, that's not the point, though.
Yeah, no, I know. Flat meeting about how cool you are.
When you get 3 vampires in a flat, obviously there's going to be a lot of tension. Yakov was an 18th century dandy.
Ghost? Vladislav is a bit of a pervert.
This is my torture chamber.
Deacon's like the young bad boy of the group.
I'm supposed to pay rent, but I don't.
The trouble with being a vampire is you have to be invited in.
You invite us in.
You need some friendship.
The whole movie's like that. It's fantastic.
Oh, that's funny.
We invite us in. Just invite us in. The bouncer's like, no. And they can't do anything about it because they're vampires.
Let the right one in.
Oh, okay. That is, of all the modern vampire movies, I mean, I haven't seen what's his name, Eggers?
The American version of it?
No, I hate the American version. The American version is Let Them In is terrible. I had to wash my eyes afterwards with another movie. I didn't mind it. I hated but because I loved
the foreign version. Which country was it from?
I think Sweden.
Sweden.
It's an outstanding film. The book is fabulous as well. It's an amazing novel.
Yeah, I just love a good horror movie, a well-made horror movie, because the suspension of disbelief is inherent to the enjoyment of the film. Just show me how the guy turns into a monster.
Yeah.
Show me,
make it so. Yeah, so and also you can see they have been making Dracula movies again and again and again. It seems like every year there's another vampire movie coming out, or every couple of years at least, and they're never exhausted. The market never seems to be exhausted by it. You know, it's zombie movies. They continue making them. You know, it's like
That's the most overused genre. Is zombie films. Zombie films, zombie TV shows. I mean, how many versions of The Walking Dead are there? There's multiple.
yeah, and I'm not a big fan of them. I like
The beginning was great. I think first
when
season
it started, but then when I realized, oh, it's just sadism. And I mean, I get the point. After the first season, I realized, oh, the point is that the Walking Dead are the living. They're actually the Walking Dead.
Yeah.
Because they become emotionally.
I didn't like when it got to the point where it was just murder porn.
Yeah, and that, I mean, I think I even talked about this before, that like that's a real problem with television, is that they're just trying to get the serotonin levels spiked by killing someone that you care about.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, real television you return because you love the characters and you want to return to it.
Well, sometimes it's done well. Like Game of Thrones did a fantastic job of doing
But
that.
even that kind of lost its way after a while. I mean,
Well, there's
actually,
like 8 seasons. I'm rewatching it right now. We're actually on season 3 right now. It's fucking great. I kind of forgot how great it was. But when you get to binge it and you don't have to wait, like there was years in between seasons. It took so long to produce.
have you seen the Pendragon cycle? The Rise of the Merlin?
No.
Okay, so these days, like, you almost don't know where to find television, and that's because you can find it anywhere. Like, and the mainstay producers of it, the studios and everything, they're no longer reliable in producing quality television, and so suddenly we see stuff rising, you know, out of places that is completely unexpected, and this was produced by the Daily Wire of all people. Yes, and the CEO of the Daily Wire directed it. This guy Jeremy Boring. Yeah, I hope I'm not mispronouncing his name. His name is Boring. But
And this is good.
Okay, to me, this is better than you know. I have a very high watermark for Arthurian mythology. Like, to me, Excalibur is the high watermark. And this really went through this, like, I had a chip on my shoulder when I started watching this. I was like, okay, this is very unlikely that I'm going to enjoy this production. But they did it for a micro budget, effectively. They made something that is absolutely kind of reinvents the mythology, and they do it like proper television, where you kind of love the characters, and they weave an entire reality and universe that is just fantastic. And it's done for, like, you know, for very, very little. You know, they're spending billions making these Lord of the Rings things, and like nobody cares. They're just awful to watch. And in the meantime, these guys have just, you know, without anybody paying attention, cranked this out. And I've only seen 4 episodes of it, but I am, like, completely blown away by it.
That's so interesting.
The Daily
I haven't
Wire.
heard anything about. I think that's part of the problem.
Well, that's because, well, it's like, we don't hear about a lot of things. Like, and media is, like, the least of it.
Good point. But certainly with the Daily Wire, the problem is it's like associated with this right-wing production.
If you can get over that and put that behind you, and then I mean, this is, to me, as good as classic television.
My prejudice was initially, they're gonna somehow or another embed right-wing ideology in this.
Everybody's embedding their own ideology. Whenever you make any media, there's usually you have corporate propaganda and personal propaganda, and usually there was a balance between the two. Now, if you're making Midnight Express, for example, okay, that movie was nothing like the book at all. Really? And not even close to the book. And it's a complete alternate experience. And you wonder, why was that movie such a big success? Why was that movie such a overwhelmingly, like, Oscars and everything? Okay, I think it had a little bit more to do with the politics of what was going on with Turkey at that time than anything else. And you know, what's his name, Billy Hayes, who experienced it, lived it, spent the rest of his life basically apologizing for the movie.
And why? Because none of he wasn't like raped in a Turkish prison, and that's like the original. That's like a joke that gets in Airplane they're making jokes about it. Right. And so yeah, Billy Hayes, he was the actual character or the person who lived the experience, and so the movie is a kind of propaganda element, and that's like all Hollywood does it. You kind of accept whenever you're making a movie that you're being used in a certain level to do something, whether it's to, on a very basic level, whether it's just to like, mortify or scare audiences, or to do things. And we see that more and more, obviously, in media as the director. Personal propaganda, when you have something personal that you want to get on screen, has become more and more diminished. And you have, sort of more corporate propaganda kind of taking over. And I think the most probably crass example of that is the DEI stuff, in movies, and pushing characters in situations that are just completely out of whack.
Did you see the Star Trek that they tried to make like that?
Okay, I'm like a big Star Trek guy. I watch Star Trek every day in my house. We watch like 2 or 3 episodes, and I'm not kidding. My wife is like a Trekkie. She is like crazy for Star Trek, and so she puts Star Trek on, like at around 5 o'clock. Star Trek comes on.
Original?
Well,
Picard.
We cycle through. We go chronologically from the original series through the Next Generation, and then DS9, and then Voyager, and then Enterprise. Then we look back to, and sometimes when you show an episode like in DS9, there's an episode called Trials and Tribulations, where all the characters go into the past and they kind of interact with Trouble with Tribbles, and they kind of blend them into the set and everything that's happening. We'll then go back and watch Trouble with Tribbles, or same thing with Wrath of Khan. We'll do this, so we'll kind of connect it all together. And so, but every day there's at least 2 or 3 episodes of Star Trek playing in my house. It's like I usually have to wrestle away the controller and say, we're watching a movie now. And my children were like basically raised on Star Trek, and the sort of morals behind Star Trek, and and people complain about, I don't like DS9 as much. It's not as dynamic. I hate Bajor and blah blah blah. But I think Captain Sisko is one of the most amazing captains there is, because he's also a father, and there's all these like father-son lessons that are going on throughout it. It's like really elaborate television. And by the way, all that kind of DEI stuff is still in it. It's still there. They're exploring all sorts of things in Star Trek: The Next Generation. Riker, who's like the second in command to Picard. In that one, there's an episode where he goes to a planet of neuters that are just, they have one gender, and he falls in love with one, and they kind of waken up out of their single gender thing and realize, I'm female, and that person then gets taken and reprogrammed. And then there's an episode where Quark is turned into a woman in order to, for some cockamamie reason that they come up with in the show, and he kind of likes it. He's like getting into it, so it's not like they aren't exploring gender and
not just beating you over the head with it.
It's somehow integrated into good storytelling, and I think something happened at the studios where they fired all of the legacy people and they hired on a bunch of new people who just weren't as good at storytelling or as respectful of the canon, I guess you could say,
right,
is what it was. But those seasons of Star Trek are, which I guess you could call from the Gene Roddenberry into the Rick Berman era. And I mean, they had such amazing writers. They had guys like Rene Echeverria and Naren Shankar, and they had technical advisors. And so if you were just into the tech, you could really and most of our technology and most of our aspirations have come from Star Trek. Our telephones are basically, like tricorders, and we're all, and when we see it on Star Trek, like, oh, we talk to the computer. Well, I want to have that. And so somebody figures out a way to develop that, to make it so. And now we have that.
Didn't he actually say computer?
Yeah.
He would say computer and ask a question.
Yeah. Well,
like, hey Siri, same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so, it's I think it's a fantastic show. And then this dweeb Alex Kurtzman comes along and just shits all over everything, just like craps all over it. And I mean, I went in and met with the guy. I was like, hey, I will write for Scale. I'll write on your new show. I just want to be part of it,
just as an opportunity to work on Star Trek.
And I basically found out he didn't want anybody who had any kind of fondness for the original show. He wanted to do something new and to create something new. And boy, has he shit the bed, like in a big way. And this latest thing that they've made, this Starfleet Academy, it's still ongoing. Maybe it writes itself at some point.
I think they canceled it.
Did they? Good.
The newest.
Good. They read the room. They read the room. They stopped the idea of a season 2? That fucking Alex Kurtzman, man. His company's called Secret Hideout, I think. He's going to need a secret hideout after all these, after destroying Star Trek for, this latest generation.
Are we talking about the newest one, the one with Tig Notaro? That's the newest one.
Starfleet Academy is an abomination.
Is that what you're talking about?
I could not get through 3 episodes of Discovery. And, I mean, they're just it is just awful storytelling.
Well, it's also clunky dialogue and bad acting.
Just horrible. And they're more interested in the corporate propaganda than they are with any kind of personal propaganda.
Right. It seems like that's the imperative. It's like they get across this inclusive,
the card was terrible. It was sad, actually. It was just depressing. It's when what's his name did that show, The Orville, and that is the proper successor. They brought back guys like James Conroy. I
don't know what The Orville is.
It was kind of like a comedy version Seth MacFarlane did, but he hired all the original people that they'd fired from Star Trek and basically used them to do his show, and it actually feels a little bit more like a continuation.
I've never heard of this either. And it's on Hulu?
Yeah.
Is it Star Trek, or is it?
No, it's not Star Trek. It's The Orville.
So they just ripped off Star Trek?
They basically just ripped off Star Trek, and they have a sort of tongue-in-cheek quality, but they bring all the writers from the original and showrunners and people like that, and the original directors Jim blank on his name. I want to say Conroy, but I think it's whatever. So they bring everybody back, and it has a little bit more of the same spirit. Another really good Star Trek-ish thing is Galaxy Quest, something that got kind of buried with
Sigourney Weaver.
Yeah, that was good. Galaxy Quest is hilarious. If you love the original series of Star Trek, Galaxy Quest is amazing. It's so fantastic.
I love Sigourney Weaver.
Yeah,
she's one of my all-time favorites. That's a good example of a movie that was like a DEI movie that you never even noticed it was Alien.
Yeah,
you have a female lead, and you never think about it.
We didn't have powerful women in movies before. We've had them throughout history.
Right.
The history of cinema is built on and by the way, a complex woman character can have faults.
Right.
That's part of it. Is characters have faults. Characters have things wrong with them. They're not always just
dominant and noble,
and can do everything
right. Exactly. Like some of the Star Wars ones with Wet Woke. There was a few of those.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's funny. You had, I think it was here. Ben Affleck was on, and they were talking about AI and how it always goes to the middle, and it always goes to the middle. It always goes to the middle. And I was like J.J. Abrams always goes to the middle. And boy, was that Star Wars he did the middle, where he just basically took the Luke Skywalker story and just reinterpreted it with a strong woman, character. And I just thought it was bland and just tasteless and just, nothing new. He just went to the middle. So you don't need AI to go to the middle.
This episode is brought to you by Visible. Folks, there's one thing nobody wants this season, and that's getting catfished. And it's not just dating profiles that are putting you at risk.
It's also big wireless carriers. You know the type. Looks great at first, promises a low price, but once you're locked in, surprise fees and an expensive bill that isn't what you were expecting. Your knight in shining armor? Visible Wireless. It's one-line wireless with unlimited data and hotspot for just $25 a month, taxes and fees included. Now that's a green flag. The best part, Visible is all digital, so you can switch as fast as you can swipe. Don't fall for the trap of getting catfished by wireless. Visit visible.com to learn more and start loving your wireless carrier. Terms apply. See visible.com for plan features and network management details. No, you just need a mandate. And the thing about Alien 2 was like, you didn't know who the hero was.
Alien 2 or Aliens
as well. I mean, Alien 1. I didn't like Aliens 2 as much. It was fun, but it was like, why are they so easy to kill now? Why are they so obvious?
They were, Space Marines. And Marines are tough. Marines are badass, and Marines can
first
those aliens, they still overwhelm.
I know, but the first alien was clever. He was hiding. He would sneak around. He would jump. You didn't get to see much of it, and that was also cool too because it kind of captured you with the suspense.
It's one of the best movies ever made.
And it's a 1979 movie too, which is crazy. People don't even know how old it is.
Well, it's funny. I recently went back and started watching all the Ridley Scott movies I hadn't seen. There's a ton of them that I just kind of missed along the way, and I started off with. What was it? I started off with Napoleon, because I just missed it when it came out, and I'm like, what happened to Ridley Scott? And I have not liked any of his recent Alien movies. I just think I'm confused by them.
The Prometheus ones.
It's just like when you need a web episode in order to understand what the hell he's talking about in the movie, you failed. And they're just like they're technical marvels. Like nobody shoots big canvas cinema like Ridley Scott. Like no one shoots a helicopter crashing like Ridley Scott shoots a helicopter crashing. And you watch Napoleon and sure, the Battle of Austerlitz, amazing to watch. Cannonballs going into the lake and the ice breaking and people falling in the water. But the minute anybody talks in that movie, it just collapses on its own weight. It's just like, you just don't care. My wife was like, this is the worst date movie. You're not going to sleep with me after this.
What's wrong with it? I didn't see it.
It's Joaquin Phoenix, and I think he made a choice because I consider him to be an excellent actor. But in this movie, I think he made a choice to just play it contemporary. He just kind of talks. Everybody else is doing sort of a British or Frenchish accent, like they're all kind of pretending that they're in a period piece, but not Joaquin Phoenix. He just plays it like he just walked off Hollywood Boulevard, and just like the battle scene. There's no passion in any of his performance. It's kind of this weird, dead performance, and so
he did it on purpose to portray like a sociopath.
I think he came on. He was like, I am going to do whatever I want to do the way Napoleon would, and I'm not going to try. I am a Corsican, and I'm going to be an outsider to all of these other people who are. I think there was an intellectual idea behind what he did, and it completely failed. So I'm like, okay, I adore watching Ridley Scott do these big scenes, but what a terrible movie, and failure. And so then after that, I'm like, okay, let's watch something else. Well, he did Exodus. I've never seen that. Gods and Kings with Christian Bale. Same thing. It's like you start watching that movie, and there's some interesting things in the film. He's got like chariot battles and archers shooting things, and whenever he's doing that, like Ridley Scott's like, oh, this is my day on set, and he's got a cigar, 20 cameras, cameras everywhere, and he's like shoot from every angle, and he's like a great general, shooting. But the minute anybody talks, that movie falls apart. And actually, I don't know how to say this, but that movie almost did its best to turn me on the Jews. Like I'm watching it and I'm like, this is like, first of all, is anybody even Jewish making this? Like, it seems like nobody involved in it was Jewish, and like they start how is that possible? Well, Moses as a character, when he's an Egyptian, when he's like the adopted Egyptian brother. I'm like totally with him for some reason. Then he becomes Moses after getting like hit in the head with a rock, and all of a sudden he's kind of he's like a lunatic, and like like everybody's following him, like he's distasteful all of a sudden. But every now and then they would show a battle scene, and it's like okay, I can like Ridley Scott's doing his thing again, but like. And who's also really good in it is I can't remember, Joel Egerton, who plays Ramses. It's really funny because Joel Egerton is, like usually you imagine Egyptians when they're cast as being kind of tall and, sort of noble looking and everything. He's kind of like this butch, like sort of tough, wide-bodied butch Ramses, like just kind of like a tough Ramses. And every now and then his Australian accent comes out, so he's like, oh, he's like an Australian Ramses. And John Turturro plays his father, bald. I'm like, is that John Turturro? Like, what a crazy choice this is. And so there were all sorts of like interesting things going on in the movie, but again, I was like, this is awful.
Is it impossible for you to watch a movie without just becoming hypercritical about all these different aspects, like how I would do it, what I don't like?
Yes and no. So the next Ridley Scott movie I watched, which I stayed away from, and with great apologies to Matt Damon and Ben Affleck, was The Last Duel. And I just kind of avoided it. I was doing other things at the time, and the poster looked awful, and I was like, I'm not going to go see that. And then I put it on after watching these other two, and I was like, okay, here we go, let's go again. And lo and behold, one of the best films of the century. In my opinion. Absolutely. First of all, those guys know how to write a script. And I know that they wrote it with Nicole Hofstadter or whatever her name is. And look at Ben Affleck. Like, when I saw him blonde, I was like, that's one of the reasons it kept me away from it. But he's hilarious in the movie. He's a genius in the film.
I never even heard about this.
I was gripped by this film. And this is a great date movie. Like, this, my wife got turned on after this film. Believe it or not.
That's hilarious. I don't know anything about it.
And Adam Driver is magnificent, and like this relationship that these two guys have, and it's kind of a Rashomon story, meaning that like Akira Kurosawa's Rashomon, which was 3 stories that are all sort of the same event told from different perspectives. And Matt Damon is like a revelation, and this movie says so much about Hollywood. Like when I watched this, I was like, okay, I'm Matt Damon, and Quentin is Adam Driver for sure. Like Adam Driver totally knows how to, like, you learn about Hollywood in this film, and I'm sure they're writing it like knowing about Hollywood, that the way to really get along in court is to join the orgies. To be in the orgy with everybody is like how you get along. It's like we all fuck together, and that's how we do it. But Matt Damon, who by all accounts in this is a great, he's a fighter, he's a great knight, he's true in his heart, but he's just a pill to hang out with, and he doesn't go to the orgies. And because of that, he's just kind of marginalized. And the whole movie plays off of this friendship that just kind of goes awry, where jealousy comes into play, and it's ruinous to everything until they're finally fighting in the very end. And this is where Ridley Scott just does what he does, which is he has this insane fight between these two guys, which was just, every blow was painful to look at. And this, to me, was the best Ridley Scott movie I've seen of the century. I mean, I guess Black Hawk Down. I also very much like Gladiator over Gladiator 2. I throw that in. I never saw that. I throw that in with Exodus, Gods and Monsters. It was actually boring to watch.
I love Gladiator 1, though.
Gladiator 1 is magnificent. It had some kind of secret sauce in it that was fantastic. And Gladiator 2, it just kind of goes through the paces. It's just kind of everybody shows up. Speaking of showing up, when Sigourney Weaver shows up in Exodus, Gods and Monsters, she's not even trying at all. She knows that she's there for a paycheck. Like, she just shows up and she's just like, does not put on an accent of any kind. She just shows up and just speaks the lines, and I'm out of here. I'm going into Morocco or whatever, into town. I'm going to go party for a while.
You think she just thought it was a bad film and just checked out?
I'm not sure what she was thinking, but like she may have been thinking what, maybe she was trying, but it just didn't look like it. It just looked like she was
Well, that's gotta
She
be a
felt
weird
so
thing when an
contemporary.
actor makes a choice with a character and it just doesn't work, and they don't realize it, but they're committed to it.
And the other Ridley Scott movie that I just watched that I hadn't seen, again, I avoided it partly because of the title of the film. And there's just nothing exciting. I thought it was a comedy. In fact, it was on my Plex. It is. I look at the thing. It looks like a comedy. It's got Javier Bardem and Cameron Diaz, and they're all kind of Javier Bardem looking exactly like Robert Downey Jr. Like in it, like just kind of this crazy Robert Downey Jr. in his crazy phase, you know, with like colorful glasses and everything. Robert Downey Jr. with like a broken up nose or whatever's going on with that nose. And okay, so I put on The Counselor, and this movie. So looking at that, I thought this was a comedy. I thought, oh, it's going to be a romantic comedy. This movie, after I saw it, I was like, I feel like I've seen too much. I feel like I know too much now about the world. Like and it's made like right before. You know, I think this movie is kind of a disaster for Ridley Scott. Had to recover from it probably because of the failure of it, but I never even heard of it. It's written by Cormac McCarthy, and so it is dark, and it is an analysis of how power works in the modern world, which is basically a giant cartel. The cartel runs everything, and you cannot escape the cartel. And it is such a spectacular. I think that's such a spectacular movie. I loved it. When did that come out? Like 2014, I think? 2013. Did you ever hear of it? Jeremy? There's too much content. Well, there's too much content, and yet Ridley Scott, and he's cranking out movies like every year he's doing a movie. It's like just knocking them back. He's constantly making films, and so that was why I hadn't. And so finally, I was like, well, I gotta catch up on some Ridley Scott. And Quentin had been talking about Black Hawk Down and how much he loved it, and how he thought it was the best film of the century. And you know, he's largely correct. That's not a bad. I could have done without the UNICEF commercial at the very beginning, where it's just like, you know, a little UNICEF commercial that people started in Africa and Somalia. But the rest of the movie is just insanely beautiful. So I wanted to check out all the movies I've seen. And so that's why I started researching them and looking them up again. And like The Counselor, how did that fall through the cracks? And it gets terrible reviews. Like people hated the film, apparently.
What's the criticism?
People like, I think they were just like, we don't believe it. I mean, they just don't believe that that's what the world is like. You know, I found the film to be like.
Do you think that's just because of the time period it was released?
Yeah,
I think it was more innocent.
I think Ridley Scott knows things that Cormac McCarthy knows things about the world that they put on film before everything was known. Like I think that's what was released today. That's what's happening today.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're pretty adapted into drums. You know, what the fuck? And shipping them around the world, you know, as a joke. You know, that's in the film. Yeah, there's all sorts of scenes in the film. What was that scene? I can't believe that, like, everybody's kind of like, okay, they're moving on with their lives. Did you see that guy at the Atlanta airport flipping out the well-dressed black dude who just freaks out in the Atlantic just like a couple of days ago? I saw it on YouTube and I saw it on Twitter or X. And this guy just freaking out in the Atlanta airport. I'm not the X-Files! Like, all of you are going about your lives like nothing's happening! Look, you're all zombies! Right, it's like the invasion of the body snatchers. Everybody is just numb to everything. Like, dudes, we had a global pandemic, aliens, you know, and all these, like, revelations. People are, you know, eating babies. And there's a longer version of that, where it's like, basically like you're all acting like nothing's happening. Like, what the fuck? You know, you're all just pretending you're just drones going on in your normal life.
Or a condensed version that lays out all the facts. It's the people that are like really interested in reading all the emails.
So Luciferians cast a spell on people. like, it's just like how vampires can't go into a house unless they're invited. They tell you, what's going on ahead of time. It's predictive programming. And once you say it out loud and you put it out there and make fun of it, do a little skit, like Stephen Colbert did a little skit on his show where, here's a baby, I'm going to take this baby and I'm going to give it to Moloch. And he goes into like a cloudy red furnace and hands the baby over. The baby's going to be fine. And then you can joke about it, the audience laughs. Okay, we're all now conditioned to it. We've all seen it. And by laughing at it, we're complicit.
And you think that's on purpose, that this is like some sort of grand design to get us desensitized to the idea of being babies? For sure.
And by the way, but nobody's doing anything about it. We know what's happening.
But that has to take like a person or some group of people.
About 8,500 people that are manipulating the Colbert show. They're manipulating everything. It's all an illusion. Like, reality as we know it is fake. That's the revelation that guy is having. And he's looking around and he's like, it's like a vision of the body.
Well, it's certain. See, the thing about the emails is, one of the things is it's just stuff written down. And so that's sort of hard to digest. Like, what is this? Like, what are they saying? Like, some of it's in code, like walking over beef jerky. Like, talking about jerky, you walk beef jerky over to the person. What's that for all this pizza they're talking about? Right, never seen any pizza. Right. They're ordering about some grape soda. It's like, with my cheese pizza. Yeah. And, like, there's all this coded language, and everyone's like, that's, you just have Mariola. And you're just seeing things where you want to see, that's clearly a code. Well, then we got to think about absolutely a code. And in fact, Lucas spoke this at me, there's a signature. It's a long-known concept. And so, in Latin, Mundus Voltus et means the world wants to see ergo signature. Therefore, we don't want to believe the horrors that are actually behind the veil. Well, I think with the Epstein files, people are, because of these emails, people are just now starting to be aware of the bizarreness of the code and some of the things, like the facts. Like, let's just talk about the sulfuric acid. So this was like right after he was indicted. 2000.
Yeah, I gotta get rid of some bodies.
How much did
it's all about some bodies.
What did it say he ordered? Like, let's
8,000 gallons of
get our sponsor Perplexity to process this and give us a synopsis of what exactly happened, sort of a breakdown. Because one of the things you're saying is like he was indicted, and then right after he's indicted, he orders how many gallons? 5 gallons full of something. Jesus Christ. Like, that's, so that thing is real. So,
well, yeah, not only that, I think that there's, sacrifices on every day. High-level musicians, let's say, high-level female musicians, is killing chickens every day, doing sacrifices, like, high level. I don't want to say names because I don't want to get sued. I don't want to get sued. Where they're live at, I sort of looked at the comments or something. Not that this is the best answer, but I'm looking at someone that believes that this could be like reverse osmosis, water treatment. This could be on an island. I mean, there's enough pushback because we'll just vote this in the Mississippi tour. We like the timing of all of that, like, where the purchase orders for all of that sulfuric acid before that. Oh, no, I just want to put sulfuric acid into my food. Well, where do you have acid? Well, that's the question. Was there orders for sulfuric acid before this? If they do have a water treatment plant, how does sulfuric acid play into water treatment? Okay, it says RO plant, reverse osmosis seawater desalination facility. Sulfuric acid is commonly used in maintenance of such facilities. Not everything you understand adds up to the worst possible thing it could be. Deception. Look, maybe they're all eating pizza and great soda. Who is that guy? How many billionaires do you know that sit down and get lots of pizza and great soda and ice cream? This is viable here to say. That's why I just go great salt. This is on the way in town. Could even be wrong. Okay, so does he have a desalination plant on the island? Oh yeah, for sure. He had everything. He had a dump, so that's tunnels. So they were using that, so they're using seawater and converting it into fresh water for what? For irrigation, or for drinking, for all the above? Around the island, it's like a map. Like, what the fuck is that? Shit around my island, or what else by that? What does that mean? I don't know. I mean, they say a lot of things, and they're not really coding it very much. Well, the code is glaringly obvious when they say pizza and when they say jerky. That's glaringly obvious. That's not how you want jerky. You know what I'm saying? And why do I need a chilled container to, a chilled bag or whatever it is? And so you think they're eating babies? Oh, yeah. And I absolutely should get with Kurt I don't doubt it for a second. Well, I think this dates back, a long time. Moloch worship. Oh, well, there's another email that said thank you for the torture video. Thank you for the torture video. And it's like, people just, they don't want to accept it. Like, people don't want to believe it, they don't want to accept it. Okay, some commentary notes that a remote island water treatment systems could possibly stockpile such quantities for 1 to 2 years of operations, although others argue that using it directly for reverse osmosis, as stated in one social post, is technically questionable for membrane health. Highly corrosive, strong mineral acid, really burns skin, eyes, dehydration, char, organic material, which is why features involve legitimate industrial processes and darker hypothetical online. Darker hypothetical as well. When you get indicted for sex trafficking and then you order 6 drums of sulfuric acid right away, are you really worried about your reverse osmosis plant right after you get indicted? I'm like, you're going, looks like a duck, it cracks like a duck. Probably a duck. It's probably a duck. 330 gallons of sulfuric acid. And this is the only documented purchase. I came out here last time and I talked about, the pedo cult inside of the Kubrick film. Yeah, I went viral. And I got so much blowback from that. The online critics are like, no, there's nothing in there. Lucasfilm, SAP, they don't want to see it. They don't want to see those 2 guys walking away with that girl in the end. They just like, well, no, it wasn't in the Schnitzler novel and blah, blah, blah. I mean, dude, look at that movie. It's about a cult. Like, what are you talking about? It's a secret cult. And in fact, Sidney Lumet's character even says at one point, do you know what these people do? I'm not going to tell you what they do, but let me tell you, if I told you what they do, they would, scare the hell out of you. I mean, that's after he's been to the place and seen everybody walking around in the sex club. I mean, there's obviously more going on in that movie, but people don't want to see it. I had, what was it, New York Magazine or whatever, went so far as to aggressively trying to get me to debunk it, and which is fine, just fine. It's just an interpretation of a movie. Right, but that interpretation resonated. I mean, that clip went very, very viral. Especially now, it's like people are looking at it and they're like, well, he was obviously saying something. Even if you extract that out of the movie, he's obviously saying something about people at high levels of power. Well, there's always been weird secret groups and rituals. Yeah. And it's one of the ways to ensure that you're compromised, you'll stay. It's a confidence operation. Yeah. And so what you do is you find somebody when they're young and they're, less inhibited, and they, or uninhibited, and you catch them doing something that is illegal, and maybe you even provide the mechanism for that to happen. And then once it's happened, you now have the video proof or the audio proof or whatever proof you have. You've got proof of it. You show it to them and you say, "Look, this is what we have on you, and we can ruin you at any minute. But you know what we're going to do? We're going to give you $20,000 a month, or we're going to give you $20 million a year, whatever level that is, instead. And you're going to work for us." And what else explains some of these people who are so flipped out about, like, about Trump? These are punts. He's like, it's over the top. It's it's strange how people behave regarding that.
But don't you think that's also just because the Democratic Party didn't want him to get into power because he was a complete outsider?
I don't think there are parties. I don't think there. I think that's all an illusion. Also, I think everything that you think that it is an illusion. It's all fake. I don't think that any history before 1600. I think everything has been falsified before the year 1600.
How so?
Well, there's this guy, Anatoly Fomenko, who's a Russian mathematician and historian. And he wrote a book called The New Chronology. It's actually a series of books. It's like 6 volumes. I've read them all. And and also his addendum book, The New Chronology. He has an addendum book about it. And he basically says that all of history has been changed. About 1,000 years have been added to the timeline in order to justify land claims, and those land claims largely have to do with the Eurasian horde, and the elimination of the Eurasian horde by collusion between the Vatican, the Romanovs, the
So you mean like the Mongols and the Huns?
yeah, there was and if you look on very, very old maps, you see that there used to be a country called Tartaria that was in existence, and at a certain point they wiped them out. And so his theory, and it's just a theory, it's just a posit, but when you see how history is constantly being rewritten in real time, it's not so hard to believe. And then he uses astronomical evidence, mathematically kind of proves it. And he basically says that, let's see if I can get this right, that Rome and Greece and and Egypt were actually active till around 1600, and that Rome actually fell around 1600. So kind of imagine, or more like late 1400s, 1492.
As opposed to what's the conventional timeline?
About 1,000 years before. And so, if you can wrap your head around it, the Salem witch trials took place around the same time as the Inquisition. Columbus was discovering America around the time Rome fell, and that all of this was designed to justify or to erase this entire civilization from history. And then there are people who believe that there are a lot of buildings that are still in existence that were this. They claim that Jesus Christ was, I can't remember, it's kind of a composite story. There's a number of,
so they think 1,000 years are missing from the timeline.
Think about it. If you're a Byzantine guy and you're like, hey, I want to move to the country, and you look over at France, let's say, and Germany, and there's all these like indigenous peoples there. We want to wipe them out. So you hire, a mercenary. You hire a guy named Charlemagne, and you get him to go in there and kill all the chieftains in one day. Like 5,000 chieftains were killed in a single day, apparently, by Charlemagne. And you completely wipe out everything, and then you move in. You become Jerome the First, and you run Paris, or you begin, France. And what it really is just land. And so you add time to the timeline in order to justify that land claim. Because what makes more sense, that history was cruising along like this and then suddenly flatlined for 1,000 years and then picked up again? Or does it make more sense that somebody took that time, that the Dark Ages, and kind of added to the timeline?
So I'm confused. So, but isn't there like documented history from multiple cultures about that time period?
it's that history is easily changed. And in fact, we see history being changed before our eyes in real time. And so the deep past is easy to change.
So we're not in 2026.
No, we're in the 1700s.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, my God.
Just a theory. It's just this guy, Anatoly Fomenko. And it's a very interesting theory. And so I read that, and I kind of had a tentpole collapse. I was like, well, holy crap.
Explain to me the flatness. Like, what do you mean by history goes up and then flat?
Well, the progression of humanity through history, as we kind of are progressing as we go. And then all of a sudden there's this flat line called the Dark Ages where nothing happened.
Is there a conventional explanation for this flat line for 1,000 years?
The collapse of Rome and falling into barbarism, the time of barbarism.
That's not plausible?
Everything is plausible. It's
Right.
plausible that sulfuric acid is used for RO, reverse osmosis water cleaning. And so everything is possible. The question is it probable? And
Well, Jamie just pulled up that was the first time they had ever ordered that.
oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, so well, there it is.
Yeah. That's not good.
Yeah, that's not good. I mean, that's the least of the things. The thing is, we become desensitized to stuff. I mean, look at everything that has happened in the last 6 years. It's like an insane amount of stuff has happened, and everyone's just kind of like numb to it.
Well, they get
And I think it literally is that people's brains have been fried.
Do you think by COVID vaccines?
Yeah, for sure.
Well, there's some scientific evidence that for some people, at least, it crossed the blood-brain barrier and had some sort of detrimental effect on their cognitive function.
mRNA is reprogramming your system, and we've been looking at a giant die-off of people. People are collapsing left and right. Nothing is normal anymore. I mean, that guy at the airport who's flipping out, that's what he's realizing. He's having a sudden awakening, and he's tweaking over it. He's like, and he's looking around, and no one cares. Everyone just wants to, well, this is their day. Everyone wants to just make their next movie, and maybe they'll let me make their next movie. And everybody wants to just, I just want to keep going at my job, and I just want to do my thing, and I just want to protect my thing.
There's certainly a lot of that going on.
British only care about it as long as I have my daily pint at the end of the day. That's all I care about. They'll, in the meantime, their entire country is being overtaken and run by. Like, when else in history has this happened and ended well?
No. Well, it's so shocking how quickly it's happening in England that you just go, well, how do you bounce back from this? Like, what is the remedy? Because they're doing this mass arrest thing with social media posts, which is bizarre. It's bizarre to watch. And then they eliminate jury trials for anything other than like murder and rape.
If you say anything, you're in jail. If you repost anything, you're just immediately sent to jail. Look what's going on in Canada right now, with Carney. I mean, I think that's insane what's going on. And most Canadians are just kind of vibing along with it. Nobody wants to rock the boat. Nobody wants to be racist. Nobody wants to be, nobody wants to be discriminatory in any kind of way. Rightfully so. You want to believe that your leaders are taking care of you, and they're not. And it's over. We've lost. It's over. I mean,
you think it's over here in America as well?
Well, it got slowed down a little bit. Whether you like Trump or not, and I don't really like anybody, but
that's a healthy perspective.
It definitely added a road bump in the actions of the cabal of the Clintons and the Obamas and the bankers that control them. And that's when you see the movie The Counselor. That's what you realize is that, wow, the cartels are the banks, and they are law enforcement, and they are the media, and they are everything, and there is no fighting. And there is no individual fighting. There's nothing any of us can do. That is, and I don't mean to be, the only thing you can do is, affect what's happening around you locally.
But don't you think that more people are aware of what's going on right now? There's more pushback than ever before, and so there's a possibility that it could be stopped.
Yeah, look at that guy at the airport. Everyone's like he's crazy.
Yeah, but if you're yelling at a fucking airport, I would think he's crazy too.
Well, it's
if I was there waiting for my flight to go visit my parents, and there's some fucking guy yelling out, "The Epstein file, you're just living your life." Like, yeah, what do you want me to do, dude? I'm headed to Florida right now.
Invasion of the Body Snatchers was about McCarthyism and what was going on at that time. And
really?
Oh yeah, it was the original Invasion of the Body Snatchers was all about McCarthyism. And
I'm a fan of the Donald Sutherland one.
Well, and look at how that ends. That ends with you're walking through the streets pretending that you're just pretending to not be an alien, hoping you can get by, and then you show any kind of emotion. That's it. You're caught, and then they're going to make you go to sleep. And so,
so that the original script was written about McCarthyism.
The original film. So McCarthy.
Okay, so
and in the end, look how that movie ends. That movie ends with him, like that guy in the airport on the street. They're aliens. He's basically, running through the street just in traffic. He's driving.
I don't remember the original one. I might not have seen it. But the Sutherland one was amazing. I never would have thought that that's what it was about.
I see some kind of alternate revolution at the moment right now. So,
in what way?
Well, there's a rise of Bolshevism. It's like we see it occurring. And
how do you define Bolshevism?
Well, it's the Bolsheviks were essentially a kind of, it's not correct to say communism, but it's basically a kind of authoritarianism in the guise of egalitarianism and helping the world. They were all going to be equal and everything. And they were socialism, murdering Christians, socialism. We're very, very close to that now. We're standing on, civilization is standing on the precipice at the moment. And by the way, after this podcast comes out, people are going to be like, "Oh, he's crazy. He's in jail. He's a killer." They're going to say all sorts of shit about me to discredit anything that I say, and that's fine. I'm easy to discredit, and so it's not really my right to speak up anymore about anything. And so
you're a human being; it's always your right to speak up.
Well, it is, but
they can eat shit.
As I look around, like civilization is on the precipice, and mostly good people tend to not take action against stuff
until they have to.
We
were talking about this yesterday, actually, with Cheryl Hines, and I was saying, I think we were talking about this. Well, I was talking about this recently, where I was saying that it's almost like we need something like a 9/11 to wake us up. I would never want that to happen, but I do remember that after 9/11, we were united because we realized, threats are real, danger is real, so we really do need to be united as one group of community. And recognize that our brothers and sisters in the streets are not our problem. And
you know about 9/11 now, so much like Building 7, termite, the evidence is there for anyone to look at.
Nobody wants to
look at it.
Nobody wants to look at the conspiracy, like how did these guys get a hold of these planes? How did they fly in the building? Why were the dancing Israelis watching it, cheering it on? Why did they get shipped out of the country?
Yeah, and that guy who owns the building and bought it took out the insurance policy and then, had Elliot Spitzer kind of push it through and force it through so that he could receive his billions in insurance claims.
Why money?
And really, since they wanted to tear down that building and it would have been too expensive to do, and all the asbestos and everything, so I'm not turned it out.
What was that building? Housing.
Building 7 was housing all sorts of IRS,
NSA.
Yeah,
right? What was in Building 7? Let's find that out so we don't just. I think, but there was certainly some intelligence and data that was being collected. The fact that no one wants to admit that building fell like a controlled demolition is really crazy. And again, I'm not saying it's controlled demolition, but the fact that people want to say, no, it wasn't like controlled demolition. Like, when was the last time you ever saw a fucking building collapse like that? Ever. Controlled demolition? Yeah. There's been many buildings that have been very badly damaged and lit on fire, but their frame remains.
Reputable structural engineers have basically also proven the towers could not have fallen the way they fell without explosives, pre-planned explosives.
Okay.
And the people on the scene, the rescuers on the scene, the people who were there said, yeah, I heard explosions. Boom, 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 boom. And they're describing the sounds of controlled demolition.
U.S. Secret Service, floors 9 through 10, CIA, Department of Defense, sharing the 25th floor with the IRS, and the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission.
Like, you put all that together, CIA, Department of Defense, IRS, you know, who thinks any of those people have your
Right. But yeah, also, if you wanted to destroy data, like, didn't the part of the Pentagon that got hit wasn't, and that was also a day after Rothschild was saying that there was trillions of dollars that were unaccounted for? Didn't the accounting part of the Pentagon get hit by that Air Force plane?
Yeah, that plane that came in during
Jimmy? The building contained about 24,000 gallons of diesel fuel for generators used by tenants like Solomon Brothers and the Emergency Command Center. Floors 46 through 47 and parts of the lower level were mechanical spaces, while files from federal investigations, Secret Service cases were stored there but lost in the collapse. And the SEC, whoopsies.
And has the world been the same since then?
The SEC, like, having that there too, boy, that's super convenient. Guys, we lost the data. Let's just start from scratch. There's no case anymore. Whatever they were doing.
And yet, nobody wants to accept it. Nobody cares.
What's the video of it that is, like, really shocking? I had this really dumb guy on the podcast once that was a skeptic, a professional skeptic, and he was really angry with me for saying that it looked like a controlled demolition. You know, you're promoting a dangerous conspiracy theory. I'm like, no, I'm saying it looks like. You're saying it doesn't look like control. Let's watch it. I'm like, let's watch it.
Conspiracy theorists have had a pretty good run lately.
Let's watch it. Let's watch Building 7 collapse, because it's kind of kooky. Now, one thing that people do point out that is true is that the center, like, there is a small structure at the top of the roof of Building 7 that collapses first, and it does it, like, I think a minute before the actual building
these are skirt buildings, and what that means is that's actually the most structurally sound part of the building. The rest of the movie is a facade that's hanging off of the
building.
That's the most sound part of it.
It was built over a Con Edison substation, requiring large transfer trusses on lower floors to support the tower above, creating long-span floors vulnerable to thermal expansion. Long unsupported floor beams and girders up to 50 feet connected to critical interior columns, like column 79, with shear studs that failed under fire-induced lateral loads rather than just gravity.
It was the auto manual flip-flop.
The exterior tube frame provided stiffness, but the open interior layout lacked redundancy to prevent fire-induced progressive collapse, with connections not designed for horizontal thermal forces. Okay, that's a cute way of saying that's why it fell at free fall speed and looks like a controlled demolition. Because if that was my building, I would say, give me my fucking money back. You made this shit-ass building. This building got lit on fire and just collapsed on itself. Let's watch it collapse. Because the way it collapses is so kooky. Because it really does it at free fall speed, or close to it. It's strange. Like, there's never been a building that looks that intact that falls like that. It's weird, man. I mean, it's fucking weird. Anybody that says it's not weird, look, this is how it happened. It's weird. Now, the planes hitting Tower 1 and Tower 2, okay, that makes maybe more sense to me.
Does it?
Yeah. Does it? Yeah, because it fell from the top down. Like, it looks normal. It doesn't collapse into its base. Tower 7 collapses into its base. The way Tower 1 and Tower 2
people
fell.
saying they heard multiple pop, 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 pop explosions. Is that just girders snapping?
It could be. Yeah, I mean, you got to think you have immense amounts of weight, and it is collapsing. So if it does collapse, the way it looks it's collapsing from the top down, it's not going to be silent. You're going to hear tremendous explosions when concrete hits the slabs below it. It's going to sound like explosions. Also, you have the fog of war, right? So you have these people that are involved in an extremely traumatic situation, and their memory is very fucked. Like, your memory's fucked when you experience something like this. You remember things funny. You have confirmation bias. There's a lot of weird stuff that happens. So this is the explanation that a piece of the plane falls down and hits that building. And big tower on top. Yeah. I'm sorry, a piece of the aerial building. I meant to say, sorry. So that piece of the building falls down and obviously hits the building next to it, Tower 7. And that gash is all it took to take that building down. That's super suspect. And I do know that there's a fire inside the building. I'm sure there was. But the way it fell was crazy. Tower 1 and Tower 2 is like, I don't know what happens when a jet flies into a building like that. Neither do you. And also you got to deal with corrupt construction companies, cutting corners, not doing things up to code. Perhaps. I'll give you that. I'll be super charitable. But with Building 7, I'm like, come on, man, that's weird. That one's fucking weird. Because it doesn't fall like 1 and 2. 1 and 2 fall from where the impact was, the deterioration of the structure, the weight of what's above the impact. It falls down on it, and you see a progressive collapse from the top to the bottom. Tower 7 is nuts. Tower 7 just drops all at once, free fall speed into its base. That's weird. Yeah. Anybody that doesn't think that's weird is being naive. That's never happened before to a building that hasn't been a controlled demolition. Again, not saying it's a controlled demolition. Maybe it's accurate that these enormous drums of diesel are creating this fire, unprecedented load on the structure of the building.
But even that, with everything else that occurred, with all the tangential stuff that's occurred, you're still like giving the benefit of the doubt. You'll have suspension of disbelief.
But I'm saying right now, I was trying to finish. That fire is not on every floor uniformly. So why is it collapsing uniformly from the top down into the base? Why doesn't the base, where you have this incredible fire load, why doesn't that weaken and it fall over sideways? Because it no longer has structure anymore. Why is it every floor has the same amount of damage and it gives it at the exact same time? That kind of doesn't make sense because the fire is not uniform throughout the building. It's not like the building is one gigantic flame ball and then it all gives out at the same time. But even then, I would think it would tip over. It would fall to the side. Falling into its base, that seems to indicate some sort of a control. Like it was done uniformly. They time it. When you watch like in Vegas when they blow up a casino, it's like boom, 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 and then it does that. Let's watch an actual controlled demolition. So when you watch an actual controlled demolition, it looks just like that. And then I don't know.
I mean, the testimony of your eyes are telling you the truth.
Mm-hmm.
But your brain, will come up with all sorts of stuff because you just developed this epi.
Well, I'm not allowing it to with Tower 7. I've always maintained a pretty open mind with that. But also, I lean towards shenanigans in that one because that one just seems fucked. The Tower 1 and Tower 2, maybe. Tower 7, come on. Yeah, Tower 7. Nobody looks at it. And if they're telling you that Tower 7 seems normal, they seem so gaslighty. Everybody that says that seems like they're gaslighting. So here we go. Hit it. Okay, this one they're setting up for a controlled demolition, so they're showing you how. That's kind of a shitty one. There's other ones that have done a better job with. But it's the same kind of thing.
It's still falling onto itself.
Yes, it's falling into itself the same way Tower 7 did.
That's that movie, that
that's
building
a different
has
shape.
That has a skirt building. It's got a center structure.
Yeah, it's a different kind of structure. It has a different look to it. Let's watch that one. Okay, there. Come on. That looks exactly like Tower 7. When you watch that, back that up again a little bit, please. Watch that from the top, from the beginning. Just a little bit right before it drops. So watch. They're looking, they're watching. We're going to watch the building drop. There it is. That fucker goes right down like Tower. Right from there, come on. That's exactly like a controlled demolition. And even the way it looks as it's going down looks exactly like Tower 7.
We were talking about predictive programming and how movies like spells can predict stuff in advance and kind of prepare you for the future of what's coming. In 1999, a movie came out which was effectively a manifesto, and that movie was called Fight Club. And what's the end of that movie? The end of that movie is the collapsing of the buildings, which are the financial system, of the future, so that they can create a new future. Who produced that movie? Arnon Milchan. Who is Arnon Milchan? And he got a commercial director to do it in picture. And he's an excellent director. I think it's an excellently, beautifully made film. But who is Arnon Milchan? Well, he himself has said, I am a Mossad agent. And he said that out loud. Like, that's not me saying that. That's him saying that. And Fincher said, oh, yeah, my last movie, that was made by an arms dealer. Well, that's him. That's Arnon Milchan. And so, what's another Arnon Milchan movie? The Medusa Touch with George C. Scott and I think Lee Remick. And in that movie, what happens? An airplane. Self has said, I am a Mossad agent. And he said that out loud. Like, that's not me saying that. That's him saying that. And Fincher said, oh, yeah, my last movie, that was made by an arms dealer. Well, that's him. That's Arnon Milchan. And so, and what's another Arnon Milchan movie? The Medusa Touch with George C. Scott and I think Lee Remick. And in that movie, what happens? Self has said, I am a Mossad agent. And he said that out loud. Like, that's not me saying that. That's him saying that. And Fincher said, oh, yeah, my last movie, that was made by an arms dealer. Well, that's him. That's Arnon Milchan. And so, and what's another Arnon Milchan movie? The Medusa Touch with George C. Scott and I think Lee Remick. And in that movie, what happens? An airplane crashes into a building. You could probably pull that one up too. An airplane. So that they can create a new future. Who produced that movie? Arnon Milchan. Who is Arnon Milchan? And they got a commercial director to do it, Fincher. And he's an excellent director. And I think it's an excellently, beautifully made film. But who is Arnon Milchan? Well, he himself has said, I am a Mossad agent. And he said that out loud. Like, that's not me saying that. That's him saying that. And Fincher said, oh, yeah, my last movie, that was made by an arms dealer. Well, that's him. That's Arnon Milchan. And so, and what's another Arnon Milchan movie? The Medusa Touch with George C. Scott and I think Lee Remick. And in that movie, what happens? The airplane crashes into a building. You can probably pull that one up too. The airplane crashes into a building. This guy's obsessed with airplanes.
There's fucking
commercial director to do it, Fincher. And he's an excellent director. And I think it's an excellently, beautifully made film. But who is Arnon Milchan? Well, he himself has said, I am a Mossad agent. And he said that out loud. Like, that's not me saying that. That's him saying that. And Fincher said, oh, yeah, my last movie, that was made by an arms dealer. Well, that's him. That's Arnon Milchan. And so, and what's another Arnon Milchan movie? The Medusa Touch with George C. Scott and I think Lee Remick. And in that movie, what happens? An airplane crashes into a building. You could probably pull that one up too. An airplane crashes into a building. This guy's obsessed with airplanes crashing into buildings and buildings collapsing in movies. And so, what's likely? Has he been reading these scenario plans that defense departments make, and that are maybe Mossad plans that are made? I've worked for the DoD through John Milius, and we wrote scenarios. They gathered together a bunch of Hollywood writers into a conference room, it was more like a ballroom, but like a small one, and gathered a bunch of us together around a table and said, let's come up with ways on how to attack Los Angeles. And we all wrote scenarios on how to attack LA. And now they just use AI to do all that. But so has he just been like reading these? Does he have access to them? And so he just puts them into his movies. Well, that movie was made in 1999. What happened right after that movie got released? The buildings came down. 9/11 came down. And so is it predictive programming where you're showing the world what's to come and that makes it almost somewhat acceptable to do? Or is it just coincidence? And most people out there will say, "Oh no, it's just coincidence. It's coincidence. He just happens to be." I mean, that's what he has said. I don't know if he is or not Mossad, but that's what he said. So,
well, that's the thing about the pejorative term conspiracy theorist. It's slapped on things and it immediately sort of diffuses any real questioning of, oh my God, are things this bad? Is there this much? But as time goes on and you're confronted with more and more information, and I think we're in the beginning stages of reckoning with these files that were just released where so many people, like, I haven't really read much of it. I've only read the things that are really outrageous that my friends have sent me because I'm just trying to maintain my sanity.
Well, that's just it. Most people want to maintain sanity. You just, like, I just want to get through the day. You know, I just want to, like,
you're busy.
People are more than busy. I want to be happy.
Right.
I want to raise my children in a world that is, you know, a peaceful world and where people respect each other and where we can, like, you can make something out of yourself, you know, through hard work and through merit. You know, it's like that's the world I want to live in. And more, it feels like we're not in that world.
Did you see that thing that was just released today? I think it's the AI company Anthropic. I think that's the company. So one of its engineers resigned and essentially said that humanity is doomed and he's going to move to the UK and just write poetry and just wait it out.
Hasn't that guy seen Threads? The UK is like one of the most dangerous places to be. That's where he's going to wait it out. Like that's.
Well, he probably has this.
Well, when he says UK, does he mean like we're?
I'm not sure. Maybe he means like the Scottish Highlands.
Yeah.
He's gonna hide.
Yeah.
And go into some small town, and fucking just hang out at a pub.
Yeah, they're gonna populate that town with something like 800 war-capable men from you know, another country are gonna move in. They're gonna move into the local.
Someplace that the West has conveniently been bombing and creating refugees on.
Yeah, creating angry people.
Yeah.
And who have
because you don't want to think that it's all planned out like that. But
of course you don't. Like you know,
that was a bit of the exposure of USAID. You know, so I, like many people, thought USAID was about aid. I thought it was like a beautiful philanthropic program where the United States donates money to all these poor countries. That's how they get food. Like I had Bono on the show, and he's like, I've heard that 30,000 people have already starved to death because of this. 30 million people are going to die. And I'm like, okay, but do you know how much corruption was involved with this? Do you know that it's not aid? It's the Agency for International Development, and mostly what they were doing was regime change shit. And Mike Benz laid it out, and he said USAID was for tasks that were too dirty for the CIA, which is crazy. So, like, if they've been engineering this long game and engineering the collapse of legitimate governments all throughout the world, bombing places, creating refugees, and then having these not just open border policies, but inviting and helping people get into countries and then giving them money when they get there. So many people do not want to admit that was really going on. It's just by all the evidence. That's enough. It's designed to destroy whatever confidence you have in law enforcement, in civilization, in the electoral process.
What's the answer? Okay, so is a choice between totalitarianism or cannibalism. You know, which would you prefer?
Right. Cannibalism.
No, I need to take the totalitarianism. I would rather not be in the movie The Road. But I feel like we're increasingly in the movie Children of Men. That movie was a pretty accurate futurist example of where we're headed. With collapsing birth rates and these portions of civilization looking at extinction. And
they're experiencing that stuff right now. South Korea, Japan. Did you find that guy's manifesto? Was it Children of Men? Yeah, fantastic. So today is my last day at Anthropic. I resign. Here's the letter I shared with my colleagues explaining my decision. I want to read. What is the synopsis? Just ask Perplexity what the synopsis of what this guy said. Okay. Sharma, who built defenses against AI-assisted bioterrorists and pushed for transparency on model risks at the San Francisco AI firm, announced his resignation on Monday. He described struggles to let values guide actions amid mounting pressure, planning to return to the UK for a poetry degree, and step back in the spotlight. His exit follows other safety team departures amid Anthropic's launch of Claude Opus 4.6 and a massive $20 billion funding round at $350 billion valuation, fueling debates on balancing safety with commercial speed. Okay, what is he saying specifically this issue? Let's click on that. Let's click on it. AI started talking to him. Scared to do this part of it. This guy built something, and all of a sudden he's realizing all the players that are fighting it are likely, scary people. Scary who are all in the same club, drinking like awful together. What's awful again? Meconium. That's it. What comes next, I do not know. I think fondly of this famous Zen quote, not knowing is most intimate words. My intention is to create a space to set aside the structures that have helped me these past years and see what might emerge in their absence. Here's words on poetry. I feel called to writing that addresses and engages fully with the place we find ourselves, and that place is poetic truth alongside scientific truth. It's equally valid ways of knowing. And it was written for me. He was talking about the speed of light. That the speed of light can't bypass or exceed the speed of light. He said unless we live in a simulation. Or unless Einstein was wrong. Right. I mean, a lot of astrophysics is based on false premise. People crying. And the sun is designed a certain way. It's completely wrong. Everything that we know about the stars and how we view the nature of the universe is fundamentally incorrect. How is it wrong? It's based on this idea of the stability of Kelvin temperatures in the sun, and which is this P equals P prime. The guy who invented the CAT scan machines, there's sort of a Venn diagram overlapping of photographic technique and astrophysics, and what you realize is, holy cow, that is not true, and therefore so much of everything that we know about how we view the cosmos is incorrect. And so, now how'd they find out that it was incorrect? Well, he's a mathematician. He figured it out. I would have to look at his name and everything. And what is incorrect about it? Do you remember that? Well, it's at the beginning of astrophysics, there is this formula, and if that formula is wrong, then the preceding calculations are also wrong, or at least off. Mm-hmm. And so the idea is that, what we view is really just it's kind of a cartoon that's painted for us using all these formulas and using radio telescopes. And so, it's things are not as they seem. Well, they already have issues with the findings from the James Webb Telescope. Oh yeah, well that's probably part of it. I have to say, I'm a provocateur, and so I'm always interested in finding that which upsets people's, concepts and things. That's partly because I'm a screenwriter and I'm looking for these kind of conflicts and interesting ideas and stuff like that. So take what I'm about to say with a grain of salt. But the big one, the biggest conspiracy theory that freaks everybody out is flat Earth. Now, I don't know what the Earth is, but experientially, through the testimony of the eyes, it is flat. And there is very little chance that I will ever in my life, or most of us will ever in our life experience anything other than
what is effectively a flat Earth. And the way laser sighting across large bodies of water or navigation maps for air travel for pilots is always the presumption of a flat Earth. It's always in the pilot manuals and on maps.
How so?
Well, if you're flying a jet at low altitude, you're not making corrections for curvature, even though you're going fast enough where you should be. And so what's actually happening here? Well, and so the idea is, I don't know what the world is or what the realm that we're in is, but experientially, from my perspective in life, it is nothing but it's a flat Earth.
But what about travel routes? Like, what about when they fly over Antarctica? What if they?
They don't fly.
But you can watch the sun rise and fall as
They
you
don't
fly.
even fly from
They can
Cape down to
predict it.
Buenos Aires.
There's an
They travel
understanding of the precession of the equinoxes.
They travel up into the other hemisphere and like land in London or something, and then travel back down whenever you're doing a flight across the Atlantic. And so, like when you look at it on a flat Earth map,
but there's satellite photographs of Earth from space.
Those are all cartoons.
What are you talking about?
I'm saying that even the NASA, the guys who actually do those composites, those are composite imagery of. Listen, I am not saying that.
But it seems like you're saying that the Earth is possibly flat.
I'm saying experientially.
Right,
But
that's a scale. That's a scale issue, though.
Correct.
We're a tiny little thing on an enormous thing.
Correct.
But snipers have to calculate for the curvature of the Earth when they shoot.
Only the curvature of the landscape that they're
right. Why do you think the landscape curves?
The landscape doesn't curve. It is a mountainous and
not always.
Uneven.
No, on flat plains you have to do the same thing. Well, if you're making a long shot over a flat area, like if you had to shoot.
Well, then why don't pilots make adjustments?
I'm not a pilot. I don't know, but I do know that when you look at
navigation maps always
the film from the space station,
presume a flat Earth.
When you look at the film from the space station, you see an Earth that's not just round but spinning.
I see. The space station, the International Space Station, is actually not high enough to see curvature, and what you're seeing is the lens distortion. And
it's not high enough to see curvature when you look out into the horizon.
It's actually even like it's very, very close to the.
Let's look at footage from the space station of Earth. So when you see satellite images that are taken of the Earth, do you think they're lying? Do you think there's this grand conspiracy to piece all these pictures together and turn it into a circle instead of having flat?
All I'm saying is that's the fundamental conspiracy theory that unravels everyone. And
well, it doesn't make any sense because everything that we see in the cosmos that's a planetary body is round, including stars. So it's all round except for small moons. Everything is round, and that's because
I'm not even certain
that space exists.
The moon is anything more than a plasma.
A plasma.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
That it's a plasma effect, a lenticular effect of some kind.
So that it's not a real thing, but it affects the tides. It is something that we have landed. At the very least, we've landed probes on.
We don't know
other
that it affects the
countries
tides.
have.
People theorize
this is
that it affects the tides.
footage from the space station. This is live footage from the space station.
And I'm saying that that's lens curvature, and that what you're actually seeing.
Why do you think that's lens curvature?
What you're seeing is horizon.
So what you're talking about is like a fisheye lens.
If I'm trying to provoke you, that's what I'm saying.
Right, but let's not do that right now because I don't want you to be completely fucking insane. Because this is a round body, just like the moon, just like Mars, just like Jupiter, just like Uranus.
That appears to be but in your practical life experience, you have to accept a certain amount of faith.
But
is what I'm getting at any moment.
But they understand the precession of the equinoxes. Okay, do you know that the precession of the equinoxes is how they measure the sky over a period of 26,000 years?
I see right there a little stitching, like right there.
So this would just keep going straight forever.
Do you see that line?
Yeah,
Do you see that line right there?
What is that? What is that line?
Yeah, what is that line? Well, that looks like stitching to me. It looks like they've stitched together and it crosses over there through that mountain range right there.
That is weird, whatever that is.
So by your very example, I'm just saying that you have to have a certain amount of faith in that. And on the surface, mundus voltus et pi.
Well, okay. freaking me out. Go back to that, Jamie. So what is the go back a little bit?
What is the explanation of that line right there?
Right, but how weird is that? That is weird that there's this line.
Right, because that in itself is a composite image, cartoon that has been put together for you to look at this apparent light image.
So, and is this multiple images that are supposedly pieced together? Is that what they're...
I'm saying that things fall into, like, the way perspective works is that things appear to fall into the horizon. But now you use what is that camera? Is it a P200 camera? Where you can actually zoom in and get things out of the horizon. It doesn't appear to fall into the horizon.
This live video feed from the International Space Station
has been interrupted because you're watching too much.
A change in the onboard camera configuration or loss of signal with the communications network. The video will return when a connection is reestablished. So this is during the live feed from NASA's YouTube channel. It's just out right now. Okay, so you're saying that this is like a fisheye effect of a lens.
Yeah, I'm saying
potentially.
I'm saying that, and then we can even see that whenever they're up there shooting with cameras outside, you're like, oh, there's the curvature, and then every now and then the camera turns and it inverts for a moment, then it goes back down.
I've never seen that.
I watch a lot of NASA stuff, and listen, I'm not saying that we're not living on a globe, or at least an oblate spheroid, as Neil deGrasse Tyson says. But have you ever noticed how sophisticated that guy gets whenever you throw out the word flat Earth? He flips out like the way Robert De Niro flips out on like irrationally.
He flips out when you say that men can't be women, which is very weird.
Yeah,
is that they should be able to compete in women's sports, which is very weird. Like for a man of science, that's bonkers.
Or that they should be able to go to jail and that a sex offender.
Yeah, fucking insane. Not just that, but rapists.
Yeah,
like people that rape children, and then they have to pay for their electrolysis and breast augmentation, which is okay. At what point in time do you say that this is some sort of a bizarre agenda that you're trying to get us to accept something that doesn't make any fucking sense? So much so that you're willing to house male prisoners in with females because they say they're a male with an intact penis, and then even if they get like female prisoners pregnant or rape them,
we're all just trying to construct what reality is, and it tends to be a consensus of what it is. But there are fringes that on the ends that don't believe with what the consensus says. Are they wrong?
But do you know how many people would have to be involved to promulgate this idea that there's a flat Earth and you got to cover up that thing and pretend it's round? And what's the motivation of covering up the fact that the Earth is flat?
If we're really fundamentally getting down to it, it's about God. And it's about what is this realm that we're in, and are we part of creation? And
but why would every
culture throughout recorded history draws us in this kind of flat, earthish environment with a dome, a firmament that covers it up until like when the 1930s or
right,
so.
When they start making telescopes. So this is a grand conspiracy, like Galileo was wrong, Copernicus was wrong, all these people.
All of recorded history was wrong. And the other option is that we are just specks of nothing floating around in an endless, vast nothing that goes on forever, and that you are completely insignificant, that you are not God's perfect creation, which I think you are.
Well, they're not mutually exclusive. Just because we are in this vast cosmos that's almost impossible for mammal minds to grasp the magnitude of it doesn't mean that God's not real.
It's exclusive to people who believe the Bible word for word. I'm not saying I do necessarily. I am I would be considered apostate by most people.
I've been reading the Bible a lot, and one of the problems that I find is it's clearly got the hand of man on it.
Well, it's been edited.
Yeah,
it's been edited. The King James, or who was King James? He wrote books on demons as well, and so
even the Old Testament. The Old Testament has the hand of man on it. Not just that, but it's also been translated so many different times. Like ancient Hebrew, the letters double as numbers. There's no numbers in ancient Hebrew, so words have numerical value to them. And imagine translating such a complex language where, like, the word God and the word love, they have the same numerical value. I believe. Here's another thing. I read that. I don't know if it's true. So let me find out if that's true. Put that into perplexity.
There's a lot of weird stuff in the Bible. In Genesis, when the Nephilim come down and they find women comely, and so they're like, okay, what's actually going on there? These angels or Nephilim are coming down and they're taking women from men and having sex with them, and then creating, hybrid offspring.
When Representative Anna Paulina Luna was here, she told me about the Book of Enoch. She's like, you have to read that. Have you ever read it? I don't know. So I read it.
Have you seen The Carpenter's Son, the Nicolas Cage movie?
No.
Incredible.
What did I just have you look up before I lose my train of thought?
James Bible thing.
What?
That's what I was trying to ask specifically. Which part did you ask about?
No, what I asked you was ancient Hebrew. So the letters also definitely does numbers.
That's what pi is all about.
And that the word love and the word God have the same numerical value. I'm very, very certain that that's true, but I want to really double check.
Numerology exists around us everywhere, and everything. It seems to have a kind of. And that's what the Aronofsky film Pi was kind of looking at.
That was a great movie.
Yeah,
there was also
it's a very interesting
a really fascinating statement by this mathematician. We talked about it on a recent podcast. Was that how strange is it that we find out that the universe is made out of math and that it's encoded in the universe itself? So a tool that we used, that human beings created to measure the universe, it turns out that tool is how the universe is actually encoded.
Well, this gets back to what Elon is saying about the world being a simulation. What is a simulation?
So it says no in ancient Hebrew, whatever that word is, gematria. No direct name of God shares the exact same numerical value as the word for love. So what is the basis of that rumor? Sacred name equals 26. Name for God equals 86. Okay. Is there a word for God? Does that have the same? It's a name. Right. What is the value of? Click on that below that where it says what is the geometric? What's that word?
I looked up
Gematria.
Primary Jewish mystics. Oh, Kabbalah. Religious studies to find hidden spiritual meanings in sacred texts. Okay. It is fascinating though that there's numerical value in words. Like there's no way you're going to get that when you translate it to Latin. So that is or Greek. That is a value of 86. And what is love's value? What is the value? What is the ancient Hebrew word for love? What is the ancient Hebrew word for love?
What you mean by love is going to be very. You have to say it means like love between two people.
Okay, what is the gematria? Yeah. That's a good point. Definitely. So, what is that? Click on that. What's the gematria value of Avala? Right there? Yeah. Click on that. It's 13, so that's a different number too. Interesting. 13 twice equals 26, the value of Yahweh.
This movie, The Carpenter's Son, it's all about the infancy of Jesus. I think it's written by Matthew, and it's part of his. I may have this wrong, but Coptic texts, and it is like Nicolas Cage is so good in this movie.
So twice 13 equals 26, the value of Yahweh, implying love mirrors or completes God's essence. Okay, so that's where that comes from.
That's where it came from.
Right, that's where it comes from. So God is love. So love twice is God. So here's a question. What happened? So go. I understand. Go there, ask a follow-up. How was the numerical value of ancient Hebrew language lost when they translated it to Latin? to Greek, but to Greek first, right? How is the numerical value of ancient Hebrew words? Numerical value of ancient Hebrew words lost when they translated it to Greek. Because it seems like it's not just context, like what is your word for that? Like the word meant a different thing to them. You know? Numerical values of ancient Hebrew words calculated via gematria, where letters double as numbers, was not preserved in Greek translations. Hebrew letters inherently carry fixed numerical values, enabling word sums. Greek letters have their own values. Equivalents rarely match Hebrew sums exactly, so you're gonna lose it. Like, you know, when you read like Russian translations of English or English to Russian, it's like super screw for sure. Like real or Spanish.
Swedish does gematria, even like all words mean another number that all have some sort of secret meaning.
Runic writing from the Nordics is the same thing, and there's a striking resemblance between many of the runes with Hebrew. And so these ideas and these glyphs and symbols that Odin first saw while hanging upside down from the tree and learned language and how to speak are somewhat universal across the planet.
Let's get to that for a second, but let's find out what Jamie's saying. Primarily used in Jewish mysticism and religious studies to find hidden spiritual meanings in sacred texts like Torah by assigning numerical values to Hebrew letters and words, revealing connections between concepts, and exploring the universe's underlying structure. What's interesting is like it's an older language, but doesn't that seem like a more complex language? A language that combines numerical value with words? Like if you said something to me, it's not just implied by your tone or by the context of what you're saying that I understand what it means to you, but it's in the numerical value of the words. That seems like a better way to communicate than just nouns and verbs and adverbs, like rather than bifurcating numbers and letters together. Like, it sounds like a way better move. It seems like if you can understand that, and if you grew up with that, that seems
What
like
up, G? How you living, pimp?
much richer.
Enjoy the Joe Rogan experience. I'm just chilling.
Isaac Asimov wrote a book called Asimov on Numbers, which is fantastic, which talks about this. And he talks about Kalahari Bushmen, who have no concept of the number zero and how they process and understand concepts like, when no one is around, if the village is empty, things like that. And so just different people are just trying to figure out how to articulate everything. And, computer programming is a language that utilizes numbers.
It's weird when there's like certain languages that don't have a word for something, so people really they have a hard time grasping what the fuck you're trying to say. Like, what's the translation for this? Like, we don't have a word for that.
We don't understand the concept of empathy.
Well, there's certain cultures that are like tribal cultures that can't understand the concept of maintenance. They don't have it. Which is weird. Like, you think about it, like, why would they need maintenance? Right. Why would they need maintenance? If you live a subsistence lifestyle, you live off the land, you don't need maintenance.
And then suddenly you're thrust into the 21st century, and Chinese are building highways for you, and
the highways collapse.
Yeah, the highways just collapse because no one's maintaining it.
Right. Yeah. It's interesting. But it's interesting
You're pulling people out of the Stone Age, dropping them into, or maybe Iron Age, and dropping them suddenly into...
So to take this back to this idea that we're missing 1,000 years. So if we really are missing this 1,000... There's two things I want to get. I want to get to that. And
added 1,000
years. I really want to get to that. And, I meant by missing, like they don't exist in the real world.
Right.
I want to get to that. I want to get to, is there a conventional explanation for that stitching? Why that image... Like, what is the mainstream?
I gotta think of what we're even looking at. It was not the NASA channel we were looking at. I can dig down that rabbit hole.
What were we looking at?
I'm trying to pick up a video of live.
The globe imagery that...
Hold on a second. So that image might not have been an official image. That might have been something that someone created.
I'm not saying that. No, well, let me retract. So we're starting taking out of context. I'm just saying it seemed like a live video. It was live on YouTube.
Oh, but it
could have been
I
AI
don't
or
know
shit.
where. I have to go back to look at the
Right.
I'm working fast over here.
No, I get it. No, I get it.
I found
Jamie, you do the job of 15 dudes, so I appreciate
I found
what
a
you do.
video from 11 years ago on Vimeo that is from SpaceX, so it's not NASA, it's someone else. It's up and down of the rocket. You can argue all day that it's got curvature, it doesn't have curvature.
When you see a rocket launch, what does it do? It goes kind of sideways across the sky. And so, we've now seen that, pretty regularly. And that's because they're really not going above the troposphere, which...
Well, I watched the SpaceX launch live. I was there. It went straight up in the air.
And then it curves and it travels sideways across the sky.
Well, it gets to a certain orbit, and then it traveled and dropped off in Australia 35 minutes later. I went out of command. No, I watched the entire thing from the command center. I watched it from 24 different cameras.
But how did it go above the troposphere? Not likely. This is not above
the troposphere.
This is
how many miles is that up?
This is low Earth orbit.
Right. But at low Earth orbit, Jesus Christ, it looks like a globe, huh?
But watch as the camera rotates.
This is also an edited video. I don't want to get stuck in this.
Right. As Elon would say, it's real because it looks fake. Or when it looks fake, that's when you know it's real.
Just say that about Bigfoot then, bitch. Because Bigfoot looks fake as fuck, and it's definitely not real. You know what's real? That Turkish sharpshooter, that dude was like a G up in the corner. Press play. See what this is supposed to be. It cuts. Yeah. Okay. Oh, I see. So highlight a bunch of different.
Now you can actually see an inversion occurring on the horizon right there.
A small piece of it.
Correct, but the lens distortion on the side of the frame is causing the horizon there
to go the opposite way,
to invert, and that's because of lens distortion.
I see what you're saying. If it was,
and the fact of the matter is, even at the height that these are orbiting at, and I'm not saying presuming a globular planet. And even the word plane, it's like a plane that, or the horizon is horizontal. Even presuming that, the height that they're at right now, you would still only see, a circular, see the limit of your vision, which has a...
Because it's so massive.
Yeah, because it's so massive. You're still high enough. Well, you're still not high enough to truly see curvature.
If we are in a simulation, and if consciousness affects the reality of things, and they are only real if we are experiencing them, that's when things get really squirrely.
The testimony of your eyes.
Yeah,
I know that I'm here right now.
Not just the testimony of your eyes, but your consciousness interacting with reality is what creates it. Correct. I mean, that's what makes it super squirrely.
How do you know gravity exists, for example?
Well, gravity's not clearly defined.
Correct. Gravity is a concept, and it's a truly non-provable concept because you can prove the exact same thing through density and buoyancy. The density and buoyancy, make a lot of sense. How come the oceans, react the way they do? And it's not necessarily provable, but it's believable. That you come to a certain point where you're like, okay, faith takes over at this point. My faith in gravity, my faith in the globe, because that's what's been told to me since I was a baby. At a certain point, that just takes over.
Not just that,
and you
but
accept
also
that as a fundamental piece of what reality is because we want to believe we understand the universe. What I'm saying is, we don't understand jack shit about the universe. We don't know anything. And all we do is we believe what they tell us. They is just the cumulative understanding of how things are. But in ancient times, they had a different understanding of things. And that was how it was back then. And so, because they had no other way to describe it.
Right,
so the reality is just
built things based on where the sun was going to be during the solar equinox. They also were aware of the precession of the equinoxes, which is the wobble of Earth's orbit. So Earth spinning around doesn't spin perfectly. There is a 26,000-year wobble, and you can predict it by the night sky.
Somehow Polaris remains centered in the sky, and all stars rotate around it. That's extraordinary. We're traveling.
What do you mean? So during the precession of the equinoxes over a 26,000-year cycle, Polaris,
no,
just
it has
remains in the exact same spot?
Supposedly that's because that's where we're flying towards as a solar system as we travel through the galaxy.
Right, but
in this
with the
complex
precession
dance
of
of
the
planets.
equinoxes, this wobble over a 26,000-year period, it will move in the sky.
Well, the point of Polaris will always remain where it is, directly.
The point that our perspective of it will vary depending upon where we are in this 26,000-year cycle.
It undergoes a kind of penumbra of sort, a kind of motion of sorts.
It
It's
changes.
Sort of a figure eight.
It changes. It changes. Look at it. It says right here. Due to the 26,000-year axial precession cycle, the North Star changes over millennia. While Polaris is the current North Star, other stars have held this position, including Thuban, 3000 BC, and future stars will include Orion, Alderamin, and Vega. So it's not the same star. It's just what is dependent upon where we are in the precession of the equinoxes. That's why. It's not that the Earth is flat.
I know it's true because it's on Google.
But it's not just that. We know where they've been able to accurately predict the motion of the precession of the equinoxes based on the constellations, which are clearly mapped out. So we understand this wobble, and this wobble may be responsible for cycles of Earth's climate, how things change, and will be dependent upon where the equator sits and where these poles sit. How it goes around.
When we were younger, the sun was kind of yellow and orange, and now it's just like white. Like reality is changing.
The sun looks exactly the same to me.
It does?
Yeah.
The sun is the same to me.
I think pollution has affected it somewhat, especially if you live in LA.
Well, there used to be more pollution, and so maybe that's an excuse of why the sun would be more yellow. But I've lived all over the world.
Did you see Epstein talking about gravity?
Oh boy.
Here we go.
Here we go.
It's not. It's very hard to say.
What does he have to say?
It's only 45 seconds.
I just let it go. So someone's pushing the ball because I'm confident that the only thing that gets something to move is with a force that pushes. So there's a force that's pushing the ball down. In fact, that's called he called it gravity. He measured how fast it was pulled, but never was able to explain why it happened. How is it? What is gravity? It's this. Everybody says, well, why did the ball fall to the ground? Because gravity took it. What's gravity? That's, as Feynman would say, that's the name of the thing. We have no idea what it is.
Or it's just density and buoyancy.
He was really into this topic, apparently.
I knew a lot about it.
You know who you should have on is Eric Dubé. Do you know who this guy is?
Oh, he's the flat Earth guy.
Yeah, he's the flat Earth guy, and he's written a book called 100 Proofs. And in order to prove something, you also have to prove things wrong.
You went down some rabbit holes.
Well, I look on a screenwriter, and so I'm always looking for things like this to write stuff about. And so it's
so in order to prove in order to prove what?
Whenever you have a proof, you also have to disprove. And so, he wrote a book called 100 Proofs about the nature of the Earth and how it is, and it has explanations for many of the things you're talking about.
Hasn't he debated people that actually understand how you can prove that the Earth is round?
He does it very calmly, and it infuriates people.
Right, but I don't think he's done well.
It's very enjoyable to watch because it's really funny.
But to people that are actual cosmologists, he's not performed well in these.
Well, the cosmologists will say things that still need to be, if you're making statements, you still need to disprove the other proofs.
Right, but there's plenty of people that have disproven that the Earth is flat.
With simple experiments. The Joe Rogan experience throughout life. You are really, like, when you go up into an airplane, I do not see the curvature of the Earth.
Well, you can't because of perspective, because you're so tiny.
Correct, you're so tiny. So all I'm saying is that through experience, that the testimony of your eyes, you will never experience a globular Earth. You can't.
But you do experience the effect of a Earth that's a globe if you go to the other side of the Earth and it's dark out. when it's sunny in California.
They've made models of how that could work.
Dorks have
made
but
models.
it doesn't line in with our understanding of cosmology. It doesn't line in with our understanding of our orbit around the sun.
That's assuming you believe that we orbit around the sun. Listen, I'm not saying that we don't orbit around the sun.
But
I'm not saying we don't live on a globular Earth.
But the numbers
Don't get me
match.
wrong.
But the numbers match. If you do assume that they're correct, that we orbit around the sun, but their calculations are completely
if they make the calculations on their flat Earth model as well, then you still have to prove that wrong.
Right, but is NASA doing that? Is MIT doing
NASA,
that? No.
like of all people to believe, the ones who are digitally stitching shit and saying, that's a government agency.
You went so deep with this, boy.
All I'm saying is my experience. You know, when I get on the plane later today and I'm flying back and I look outside, I'm going to see a flat horizon, a horizontal horizon before me. And when I land, it's everything else is faith-based.
Well,
that's all I'm saying.
It's not though. It's science-based. It's based on data. It's
The
based on our understanding.
The word science means observation. It means testimony of
I'm
the eye.
talking about the measurements, data.
That data is so far removed, one, from my ability to understand, but
you
from
can
most people's
understand
ability to understand.
the circumference of the Earth, right? You can understand the numbers, and the numbers line up exactly with how much time it would take for the Earth to go around in a day.
Sure. And
it works.
And what other experiment can you show me where water clings to a spinning ball? Like, that's kind of the classic flat earther thing that they'll ask you. Like, well, show me any other example of that.
Fucking ball that's 24,000 miles wide.
And the answer to that is gravity. And what he's talking about in that clip that you just showed is gravity is just sort of this idea that we came up with to justify that.
But there's clearly a force that does that,
That's
right?
density.
Just density?
Density.
Well, then how come these two things will fall at the same time if I drop them when this is far heavier? How come?
I do not have an answer for that.
Right, but gravity does, right?
Gravity is, like he said, it's just a measurement. It's a measurement of how things fall.
Right.
And
measurement,
and the word that they invented, gravity, is just an explanation for how objects are pulled downward.
Right, but those objects,
how come
if it was just density, wouldn't a heavier object drop faster?
Well, when
There's two balls, there's a bowling ball and feathers dropping in a vacuum, and they're falling at the exact same time.
How weird. Vacuum, no density. They both fall at the same time because of gravity, or whatever the force we call gravity is. But there is some sort of a force that we call gravity that can be measured in a vacuum.
Look how excited they are.
Yeah, Brian Cox would be pissed if he was here right now. He'd be shitting.
Oh no, he'd be. I'm not. Listen, I'm not. All I'm saying is that my experience in the world.
Of course, but your experience is based on perspective of being a tiny little thing on an enormous thing.
Correct.
Yeah.
That is correct.
Yeah.
That is correct.
A few YouTube channels that have broken down all of those flat Earth ideas.
A ton.
Go watch those.
I tried years ago and I gave up.
It is absolutely a rabbit hole. What's interesting about it is that if you extract like the faith that you have in these kind of ideas, and you supplement it with the faith of these other ideas, they're exchangeable.
They're only exchangeable if you don't understand the data, and if you don't understand what's actually been measured, or if you don't understand the path of satellites, or if you don't understand how many different people would have had to lie about this shit and not achieve the same observational results that all these different space agencies have. That the idea that they're all in collusion, that Japan, India, and even countries that hate each other, they're all in collusion on this lie that the Earth is round. It seems much more likely that there's a bunch of people with schizophrenia that think that the Earth is flat, and they make these YouTube videos where they're very compelling because they're articulate and they use great words and they say it all in a nice way without being challenged by real facts along the way by someone who actually has studied this their whole life.
I still saw
digital snitching was your example.
Yeah, it wasn't my thing. It was some shit Jamie randomly pulled offline. That was weird though, and that's perfect for this world that we live in to have sort of a glitch like that.
But that's kind of what I'm getting at. Is there's so much out there is so much out there that it falls to faith. And also, what does it really matter? That's kind of what I'm getting at ultimately. Is what does all of that really matter? What does it matter to anybody that there's a cabal of 8,000 plus people who are secretly controlling the world and doing occultism and drinking baby blood? What does it really matter?
Very different.
As long as
this
you
is
can
a
have your
very
daily pint.
This is a very different subject now. We've shifted. You've moved away from the concept of the Earth being flat and it's a giant lie that's promoted by a huge group of people that aren't even connected in any way, shape, or form to evil people that are involved in cult-like rituals, which has, by the way, always existed. And this is why it's very difficult for people to imagine today that some of the things that you're hearing from the Epstein files, like the potential that they were eating children or killing children, or that they use that sulfuric acid to boil bodies. We don't want to believe in evil that is that deep. But in my opinion, if you can find out that evil is real, right? Evil most certainly is real. There's evil acts that we have documented all throughout the world. There's evil that the cartel does. I just watched a video where the cartel chopped this guy's head off and put it on a drone and flew it over to where the other cartel was to show
That was funny.
Probably did. Having a good time. That's clearly evil. There's plenty of
Do you
evil.
believe in demons?
I believe in the concept of demons.
I mean, demons don't materialize before us necessarily. They rest upon the shoulders of men and whisper into their ears.
I believe
people do evil things.
This is what I believe. I believe that if I was a demon, or if demons were real, they would get people to do things which are verifiably true that they have done. If you were a demonic idea and you got into Oppenheimer's head or Patton's head or anyways, and you wanted them to do something horrific to a bunch of innocent people, and you could say this is because we're at war, so we're going to drop a nuclear bomb on Hiroshima. Like, that's a demonic act. It's a demonic act of eliminating hundreds of thousands or 100,000 plus people off the face of the earth who did nothing. They're just citizens that are unfortunately involved in a country that is in a conflict with some people that they don't even know, and then they just got vaporized like that. That seems demonic. You just expired.
But there are people who would argue that
souls.
there are people who would argue that the war would have continued. I've heard this argument.
I've heard that argument too.
That the war would have continued and so many more would have died.
Well, if I was a demon, I would want to propagate that idea. I would want you to think that you have to do it.
And so, like, is evil justification of things?
Certainly, if you wanted to find a way where a demon, just assume that demons are real, how would demons best be able to enact demonic things on Earth? Would they do it by saying, "I'm a demon, and this is what you should do. This is horrible and evil," or would you creep into someone's head and find justifications for doing a demonic thing? Like, there's a lot of things. Like,
You would creep into someone's head,
right?
And you would boil the frog slowly.
Like, let's imagine this is the AIDS crisis, and you know that AZT is killing people, but you also know that you are making an insane amount of profit off of killing people with AZT, and you have already established a narrative, and Fauci said this publicly, that the reason why they only prescribe AZT is the only thing that is both safe and effective. He literally used the same language that he used during the COVID crisis. He's been doing this for a long time. He has. If I was a demon, I'd want to get in that guy's head, and I'd want to get him to keep doing it and say, look how much money they're making. You got to keep this money. There's a way to justify this. You're the purveyor of information. You are the gatekeeper of the truth. You just find a way to dance around these numbers. You do not know what you are talking about. This is not gain of function. I mean, think just what he did there. That was evil. By taking a virus, funding it, even though it was illegal to fund it in the United States, by doing it through EcoHealth Alliance and then, farming it out to them. They do it at the Wuhan lab, and you are, in fact, doing gain-of-function research on a virus designed for human beings to make it more deadly and more contagious. That's demonic. You don't have a cure.
There was a researcher in Canada at the Manitoba Level 4 lab, Dr. Quee, I think is how you pronounce her name. And she was the one who solved Ebola. Like, she had come up with the vaccine for Ebola, which is manufactured by a California company that is basically a Chinese company. And like a rock star, she had made it was like a hit. She had a hit, a huge hit. And just like a rock star, everybody's asking you, what comes next? What comes next? And so she started actively working really, really hard at coming up with that next thing. And, like most people, you don't want to stand in line. And these level 4 labs, they have to, whenever you move your research from one lab to another, you have to go through all sorts of stuff in order to do that because it's all patented. All of these microbes, viruses, Ebola strains, and whatnot, it's all patented. And so, for example, there was this one kid who was working at the lab in Canada, and he was moving, I think, to the one in Atlanta, and so he was crossing the border, and he didn't want to, have to reproduce all of his work, and so he just put it into a thermos instead of a thing and tried to cross the border, and he got caught. Well, she got caught in 2019 by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, basically moving stuff from Canada via Air Canada freight from Manitoba, from Winnipeg. This is the Winnipeg lab, to Wuhan, and they were moving everything. And I tracked where those because I was writing a screenplay about it, and so I tracked where did that come from? Well, it's like the Qatar, or maybe it was Abu Dhabi, I can't remember, the lab there, and then that went through. In order to get around it, got sent to the one in Amsterdam, and that got sent to her, and she was able to do all this stuff, and she was basically just shipping, everything, Hanta, and all these patented things to Wuhan, in order to do it. And the Royal Canadian Mounted Police basically, stopped it, and she got walked out of the laboratory and everything because they were like, is there a misappropriation of money going on here? What are all these flights that are occurring? And they redacted who her financer was. And we still don't know who her financer was, but it's one of 3 people, and it's the people you probably can guess. These people who have an interest in this, and but her thing was just ambition. It was just like anybody. She was just wanting to have that next hit, and she would do anything to do it, to repeat what she did with Ebola.
So she was helping to engineer viruses?
Yeah, they were engineering stuff, and then she would ship them via Air Canada freight from Winnipeg directly to Wuhan, literally on Air Canada flights. So you're flying on Air Canada to Wuhan. Down below in cargo, there's all this,
some shit that
leprosy and some horrible strain of something that's patented, and then they're just shipping it over to, and none of this has come out. Some papers in Canada, like the Winnipeg Free Press or something, was trying to cover it, but it just gets kind of buried.
That was one of the weird things that I had also seen, that I don't know if it's true, in the Epstein files, that there was talk about engineering a pandemic.
Yeah.
Was it? Did you?
Yeah, I read that too. That they were actively working on it, running models, figuring it out. Well, if we do this, then this will happen. And they were pretty successful at that.
But why would Epstein be involved if he's a financier?
He was involved in everything.
Right.
He was involved in everything. It was amazing, the energy that guy had. Who has the energy to be doing all this stuff all over the world, and in Nigeria we're doing this, and in Yemen we're doing this, and here we're doing that, and at the same time trafficking all these girls and and young children and all this stuff.
Right.
So it's energy to do that.
It says no credible evidence in the recently released Epstein files links Jeffrey Epstein or his associates to engineering the COVID-19 pandemic. Claims stem from a misinterpreted 2017 email referencing routine pandemic preparedness discussions, not a plot. So, what was the claim? The original claim? Go down.
I didn't ask it about COVID-19.
Right. You just asked it about engineering a pandemic. So, what is the pandemic claims? Scroll up a little so I can read that.
That's all.
Scroll down a little. There it goes. So 2017 email originally from 2015 discussions to Bill, widely assumed to be Gates, forwarded to Epstein, proposed recommendations and technical specifications for pandemic modeling of various strains. It focused on healthcare data, simulations for preparedness, and neurotechnology, not creating or engineering a virus. Gates Foundation later ran public event 2001 and 2019, a standard exercise with John Hopkins and WHO, predating COVID reports. That whole public event 2001 is fucking weird. Event 2001 is weird. Context and debunking pandemic simulations are common public health tools for those like those for SARS or flu. Right, but why is Jeffrey Epstein involved in these discussions?
He's involved in everything. He's involved in gravity.
But how fucking weird is that? How weird? A pandemic was reportedly mentioned in the Epstein files
Running the world.
years before
Running the
COVID-19.
world.
Well, this is what my friend Eddie
And
Bravo
creating the
believes.
illusion. In the meantime, Ghislaine Maxwell is running the Reddit forum on World News. Like, she's literally shaping the World News Reddit forum.
She was.
Yeah.
She was running the World News forum on Reddit.
Yeah, she was, and it all went dark the minute she got picked up. Her person, but she was like the main contributor to thousands of posts, like all day long, posting world news, shaping our perception of things.
One email was a subject preparing for pandemics was sent by a person whose name was redacted.
By the way, did you see that?
Why would they redact the person who sent that? That's not a victim. You're supposed to redact
I think
victims.
they did, like, supposedly they just did massive redacting, but sometimes you can see, like, the name is short, it's probably Bill, and then the one that comes after that, if it's a little longer, it might be Clinton, and if it's a little shorter, it might be Gates, you know, like, you can kind of, but again, that's just, you know, it's like, there's no fact, it's like plausible deniability until they release all these names. Did you notice that Jeffrey Epstein's Fortnite account suddenly became active in Tel Aviv, and that somebody is playing under his, right after his supposed death?
Right.
Suddenly he's playing Fortnite again.
Yeah, he doesn't even have the decency to make a new account.
Well, he wants to keep all of his, like, you know,
Stats.
He wants to keep all that stuff. But he's safe in, you know, in another country.
So do you think they just like did? That's another thing. There was another Reddit thread about some guy who said that he was a guard.
It was a 4chan.
Was it 4chan? So it was a 4chan thread where this guy said that he was a guard at the facility, and he posted this before Epstein was killed.
He was a guard. They uncovered, using whatever way they did, using phone records or whatever.
Yes.
4chan, they discovered he was a guard, and that he was like a legit guy. He got caught basically talking about it. That they snuck. They used a decoy body.
Yes.
There was an unscheduled ambulance arrival that night that they never logged in, and you're always supposed to log in. There's footage of, like, you know, orange people in orange moving through the facility on the, you know, just glimpses of it. On
So you
the
think he's
cameras.
alive somewhere?
It's
not possible.
It's not impossible. It's probable.
Also,
It's a probability.
whatever.
It's more than a possibility.
The guy who did the autopsy, did anything happen to him? The guy who
committed suicide.
Yeah, let's find that out. That would be fucking crazy. Because that happened to the guy who did the autopsy on Andrew Breitbart. Didn't he wind up dying shortly after that? Like Andrew Breitbart?
Yes.
And who's the guy who said that Podesta?
An alarming amount of people commit suicide.
Alarming.
Who were
Yeah.
doing this stuff.
Or die of something
Real reason
real
to
weird.
do so. Yeah, something like they do it.
The
A
guy
guy
who
in jail who committed suicide. They didn't commit suicide. They killed what they're selling. Nobody bothered checking in on that.
Yeah, that makes sense. The guy who did the autopsy for Jeffrey Epstein, did anything happen to him? A woman?
New York Chief Medical Examiner Dr. Barbara Sampson, and she just resigned like a couple years ago.
Okay, so nothing happened to her.
You're talking about evil. You know who the devil was in The Exorcist?
Who? Well, they say it's like Pazuzu, and we're presented with an actual devil. But when you actually watch the movie, there's kind of evidence that, and people have talked about this, that there's evidence within the film that it's more than just demonic possession. That the demonic possession comes from someplace. By the way, Jeffrey Epstein was doing also funding research in how trauma affects like clairvoyance and telepathy and things like that. How you're able to invoke those out of trauma. And in The Exorcist, there's you have Reagan, who's Linda Blair, and there's that party scene. And you remember in The Exorcist, they're making a movie within the movie. They're actually shooting a movie. The character of the mother is she's acting in a film inside of the movie. There's a director in that film, and they have a big party scene after it. And the director, he's basically yelling at the butler, her houseman, calling him a Nazi and stuff like that. And he's like, I bet you went bowling with Goebbels and things like that. Well, for a while, he vanishes from the party. And we later see like Reagan afterwards, like completely flipped out, like laying in bed. And then after that, she comes, and then he's leaving the party, and he turns to the mother, and he's like, I have to tell you something. I have to tell you something. And he leaves. And then after that, Reagan comes down and she looks to the astronaut guy and says, you're going to die up there. And then she pisses on the floor, and everybody's like, shit. From that moment on, there's all this like highly sexualized devil speaking through her with a British accent. And the guy, the director, is a British guy. And so the implication, and then he is for some reason left with Reagan, and then gets thrown out of the balcony, and his head is twisted all the way around, and he dies as a character. So the implication is that the director is the one who has raped Reagan, and thus invoking this demonic presence into her. And it turns out that
I thought it was some totem that they found, and it was possessed.
There, all of that stuff is there. The Ouija board is there and everything. But it turns out that William Peter Blatty actually made a movie called John Goldfrapp, Your Life is blah, blah, blah. I can't remember the exact title of the film. And he made that movie with Shirley MacLaine. And the director of the film is this guy, J. Lee Thompson, British director, who looks exactly like the actor in that. And so the idea is that Reagan's mother is Shirley MacLaine. And Reagan is her daughter, Sasha. And the British director is J. Lee Thompson. And when you start looking at his movies, they're a little strange. He directed the original Cape Fear, which has a kind of strange pedophilic thing going on in it.
So does the second one.
And they all do. And then a special, they amplify it.
Yeah, with Juliette
Lewis
and Robert De Niro.
This movie Kinjite with Bronson, and that all has kind of like a weird pedophilic thing. He did this movie, The Reincarnation of Peter Proud, where Peter Proud dies, and Peter Proud remembers his reincarnation. He remembers his iteration of his other self who was murdered. And then he hunts down the woman who maybe did it, and then starts sleeping with her daughter, which is basically sleeping with his daughter because he's reincarnated. So this guy, as a filmmaker, is, and so the question, and so William Peter Blatty worked on that film with Shirley MacLaine, and shortly thereafter wrote the book The Exorcist. And Sasha, in her, autobiography, even mentions, the person on the cover of the book looked a lot like me. And it was saying, it's just a coincidence. And, I never walked down the stairs on all fours, and I never vomited, pea soup or whatever. That none of that ever happened to me. But there's a pretty dark implication behind the whole film. And I brought it up with William Friedkin. Hey, is this meant to be J. Lee Thompson? Is this a way to talk about that actually happened? In real life, he said, I cannot talk about that, but I'm not saying you're wrong. And so, and there's actually a moment where
Reagan is talking to her mother, and she's like, well, do you like him? Do you like him like you like daddy? And so there's this idea that he's been coming over, and they've been having this affair. And then all of a sudden she says to her daughter, and it kind of jumped out at me when I rewatched it, she says to her daughter, well, I like pizza, but I wouldn't marry one. And I was like, oh my God, there's like a pizza reference like in the middle of this, in the middle of everything that's happened.
How long is that?
That's Periola, but
Ben
still.
Swan brought up during the whole Pizzagate thing that got him fired. But how long has the term pizza been used?
Well, it jumped out at me, and The Exorcist is in the early 70s, and so, what is it, 1971, and that movie that he did with Shirley MacLaine, it's effectively, that's the movie, the shooting inside of the movie. And so this was a way for Peter Benchley, William Peter Blatty, to kind of transcode all of that. And the astronaut in the film, Shirley MacLaine, talks about I can't remember, it was her husband or boyfriend that she remarried who was an astronaut. And in her autobiography, she talks about how he was cloned. He came back from space and a different person, that he was cloned. And then everybody kind of laughed it off like, oh, it was just kind of a joke that I wrote into my autobiography. But it's kind of weird. Real weird. Yeah, it's really strange. So people speak through movies, and they hide information in films. And so I think
Some more than others. Right?
yeah, William Peter Blatty, who was doing all sorts of Ouija stuff with Shirley MacLaine, who was really into that kind of thing back in the late 60s and early 70s. And, he sits down to write his book, and what's he writing about? Well, he's writing, that movie's about Shirley MacLaine, her daughter Sasha, Sachi, and the astronaut. It's all, and J. Lee Thompson, who basically eviscerates within the film, but in a way that nobody really connects it. It all happens off camera. But the implication is that she was raped by that director, and from that moment on, has a kind of, she's speaking with a British accent as the devil. It's his voice, actually, that's coming out of her. She's talking about, being raped by a crucifix.
That actor, that's his voice? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like the voice of, I think his name is Gowan, and he died shortly after the film was made, also. Shortly after The Exorcist was made.
Well, we know that people have encoded very bizarre things. Like Kubrick was famous for it.
Yeah, that's Kubrick. Everybody does it. I do it. Everybody does it. I mean, motion pictures are a kind of magic spell. And, when you write, you're hearing, I hear voices that come through me and land on the page, and I don't know where they come from, but it is a kind of invite to possession, and that these things come into you, and then you put it on the page, and then you make this movie, and everybody, like I said, sits in a theater in the dark watching a flicker of this thing, and it's telling you both our myths and traditions, but it's also predictive programming for everybody. So,
Jesus, dude.
have you seen?
Have I seen what?
Well, actually, I was thinking about like that the Daily Wire thing, but media comes from a lot of different places now. You don't know where you're going to find your next entertainment.
Right.
And there's this show that I really like, that show Rome. Did you see Rome?
No, I never saw it.
Okay, I loved Rome. It was.
I watched the first episode and I thought it was flat.
Because it told the story of ancient Rome through Shakespeare and through history and through Plato, and all these kind of ideas of ancient Rome, or Socrates, and all these ideas of ancient Rome, and then it told a very ground level story from the perspective of like handmaidens and centurions, and still has Mark Antony and Cleopatra and everything going on in it, but it tells a very soap opera like drama through it. And so there was this other show, and it had been out like 3 seasons when I started watching it, and it did the exact same thing. Nobody was talking about it. Nobody had ever heard about it. Most people don't even know about it. It's The Chosen. Do you know this show?
What was that?
It does the exact same thing, but it does it with the Gospels. and it's all about Christ. And it's like a low budget, or it was low budget, crowdfunded story of Jesus, and it just basically, like Rome, tells this historical tale and about Jesus. And okay, so I'm watching. I've seen every movie about Jesus ever made. I've seen King of Kings, both versions. I've seen, the Zeffirelli film. I've seen Last Temptation of Christ. I've seen The Passion of the Christ. I've seen all of them. I've seen the Jeremy Sisto Jesus movie. I've seen everything. I worked with Paul Verhoeven on his Jesus film that was unproduced. And so, like, I had a lot of experience in it, and I never really got it, to be perfectly honest. I never really understood the story. This show, I started watching it, and I was like, okay, I've got a chip on my shoulder. Let's see. And it's really cheap. It's like rocks are made out of styrofoam. They can't afford a house, and so they just use blankets and a gourd hanging, and so it's like it's really, really inexpensive, and the script is even a little bit contemporary, which almost becomes like a joke as you're watching it. It's kind of funny, but lo and behold, I'm watching it, and there came a moment by about episode 3 where it was like, I get it. Like, Jesus is kind of punk rock. He's basically saying there are no rules to anything. Like, you can commit miracles on the Sabbath. There are no rules. Anybody is like, all you need to be is wanting of salvation. And it was like a third eye opened up to me. And this show is fantastic. And it breaks all the rules. It's outside of the Pharisees of Hollywood. One guy, this guy, Dallas Jenkins, who's absolutely my favorite modern filmmaker right now. I think this guy's brilliant. He's directed every single episode of this show, and they've got like 7 seasons out, and you can watch it for free. It's on what? On anything. Like, if you have an Apple TV, you can just look up the Chosen app, and up comes the Chosen app, and so it's an app thing. Or you can watch it on YouTube, or you can watch it. I think Netflix eventually bought it. Now they're showing it. Basically, you can see it anywhere. They give it away the way the Gideons give away the Bible, and I thought it was fantastic. And then season 2 came around, and suddenly they had all this money, and they're doing all these they've got this ancient Judea set with cobblestone streets, and like this detailed set, Roman colonnades and stuff like that. And I was like, wow, like, they really got a big budget. And then I looked it up, and I was like, oh, they're using, the Mormons have all these standing sets for their biblical productions in Utah, and they're incredible. These sets are unbelievable. If I had known, it's like Chinichita in Utah. It's absolutely fantastic. And the characters are like, they only have money for like 3 Roman costumes probably, and so they're kind of like making do with what they have. But they've got this guy playing the legate there who is hilarious. He's in the first season. He is absolutely hilarious, and the show is great. And then, like proper television, you're watching it and you're starting to love these characters, and you're starting to like it's you know what it is? The bread and butter of Hollywood is revenge and wrath. Like, that's the fuel that pushes most Hollywood movies. It is much more difficult and requires much more maturity to make a movie about forgiveness. And this kid, Dallas Jenkins, I call him a kid, but he's not a kid. That's an insult. He's super great. He is making every single episode is effectively, because it's the Gospels, about forgiveness. And he has done this magnificent, unbelievable achievement. And the show is huge now. They've got like 7 seasons. They built a studio, like outside of Dallas-Fort Worth on a Salvation Army property that they built the sound stages and everything. And it is, I think, and that's like, you can get it anywhere. You can watch it anywhere. And they're making programming that should have been on HBO. It should have been produced by HBO, the way Rome was. And instead, it's coming out of the ether. And it's almost like, with the inattention given to, most modern, or rather the way that people are making things, that they're focused on wrath and revenge. Like, this other thing, like the Pendragon cycle and the Chosen, have kind of risen out of the vacuum that the studios and broadcasters have kind of created, because they're no longer making that kind of product. It's not as much. And so I think this is actually one of the most exciting times in media and television.
Yeah, I definitely think it's a very unusual time where the normal people that are producing things don't have a complete monopoly on what people see, and that many of the times these alternative things have gotten much larger than the mainstream thing.
I find it like almost impossible to get a movie going. Like I'm like an independent filmmaker. I go out there and I work on a script and then I figure out the budgets and I figure out and I go out and I hit the pavement. It's really hard, probably because I'm a flat earther. I am not a flat earther. I just like to provoke people. But I go out there and I try to get this stuff made, and it's like almost impossible. And then I built a technology company over the last year, and basically making AI movies. And all of a sudden, boom, like that, money gets thrown at it, and all of a sudden, just by attaching the word AI and that it's a technology-based company, all of a sudden, investors came in, and we're in production on 3 films now.
AI's not right now.
3. I know, that's the crazy thing, is that it was so easy for me to get that going, and so difficult for me to get a traditional movie going through the traditional route, like going to, A24, blah, 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 trying to, hit the pavement. Oh, I have to go to Europe to gather together financing and everything like that. No, just put AI in front of it, and all of a sudden you're in production on 3 features, and we're making a Christmas movie, a family Christmas movie that'll be in theaters this holiday season. We're making a faith-based film for next Easter, and then we're making a kind of big romantic war epic, like as classical movies. And we have like a proprietary stack of technology that we use for our process. And I partnered with this company, Massive Studios AI, and formed my company, which is General Cinema Dynamics, and I'm based here in Texas now, and or my company is. And I'm slowly transitioning.
Nice.
And it's actually kind of, I think, so many people are against AI, like Guillermo, and, love him, but he's like, fuck AI, fuck AI. But all it is visual effects. Mm-hmm. And I have experience like with that Beowulf movie doing it, and what used to be $1 million a minute is now $5,000 a minute. And so to do it really, really well, like it looks kind of amazing, actually. So I think for independent cinema and for the future of film and television production, these are super exciting times.
All right, Roger, we just burned 3 hours plus.
Really? Oh, God.
Yeah, it's already 4 o'clock.
Figure this out.
Okay.
Share it with you. All right, so what I pulled up is this.
This is NASA, right? This is
Let me
proper
just explain real quick.
NASA.
So this is a Fart TV. They're pulling in multiple feeds. There's 3 different boxes at the bottom. As you can see, this way in the middle says offline. So as I showed you also, I pulled up the NASA feed, which is this. It says it's offline. When that is offline, this channel adds a 3D model showing where the satellite currently is so that you can still follow along. 30 minutes ago, it wasn't offline, and it was showing a different feed, and I wish I could have showed it to you then, but I didn't interrupt. So, got it. There is a Flat Earth YouTube or Reddit account asking this exact thing. What is that? And the people on the Flat Earth Reddit gave me the answer.
Yeah, so the crazies. The crazies have come out to.
Okay, there you go. So that was what that was.
Well, I'm glad we put that.
So it just says the video description: switch to a simulation with the ISS above the Earth when the connection is lost, aka
I want to point that out because you can see the stars in there, and you can't really see the stars where you can see the Earth.
I'm glad we can be comforted by at least one thing that is secure and stable in our understanding of reality.
Roger, that was very fun, though. Thank you very much. Let's do this
Really
again.
a pleasure.
It was a good time.
Really super pleasure.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it very much. All right, bye, everybody.
Let's ask her about
These chemicals are harsher than your skin and your hair, with a life source wholehouse system. You can clean healthy water from every tap without salt or carbon filter changes. Don't wait. Call our Dr. Fun at 1-800-WATER99 or visit
Supply.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train my name, Joe Rogan Podcast. My name, all day.
Cheryl,
Joe,
so good to see you.
it's really good to see you.
What's happening?
Everything?
Are you good? You right?
Yeah, I am. I'm good now.
Yeah. Woo.
Woo! It's been a few years.
I thought about
Chaos.
you the moment Bobby said he's going to run for president. You were the first thing I thought of.
Thank you.
Because I'm a huge fan of Curb Your Enthusiasm. I thought you were amazing
Oh,
on that
thanks.
show.
Thank you.
It's such a good show.
Thank
It's
you.
maybe one of the greatest comedy shows of all time. And I was like, she's not built for this.
Turns out I'm not built for this.
Nobody is.
No, it's
Trump is the
insane.
only person I've ever met that somehow or another survives it and seems exactly the same. But most people who are attacked like that, it's just like, it is a natural human instinct when you are rejected by your tribe to feel terrified and filled with anxiety. But that's why people do it. And that's what encourages groupthink. Because you're terrified and you wind up agreeing to things that are fucking insane.
Yeah.
Because you don't even know what you're agreeing to. You just don't want to be rejected by your tribe.
Yeah.
This is how they keep people involved in these, where ideologies eventually become cults.
Yes.
And I think you can make a really good argument that both the right and the left, that in a certain section of each one of these political parties, it's a cult.
Yes, because they're, most of us are sort of in the center,
Yes.
right? And then you have the 10% on this side, the 10% on this side that are so extreme and loud, and they keep everybody fired up, and it is cult-like.
Right. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird to watch intelligent people get captured in it. I was just watching this video with Bill Maher, and Bill Maher had Adam Carolla on, and Bill Maher was talking about how Jimmy Kimmel won't talk to him anymore. Like, they have this, spat because of politics. Bill Maher is very much a left-wing person.
Yeah.
Has been his whole life. He has not changed his opinions at all.
Yeah.
But he's always been very reasonable and willing to criticize the left as well as the right.
Yes.
And I don't know if it was because he had dinner with Trump and he met with him, which is just crazy. You're not supposed to talk to people that are the president of the United States.
It is crazy. I know. I was just talking to Bill Maher, and we were talking about this.
Oh.
Yeah, because he was like, he said exactly what you said. I sat down and had dinner with the president, and people went insane. Yeah, and so people, listen, I know that feeling, because even when Bobby started running for president, even when he started running as a Democrat, people were angry.
Well,
Democrats were angry.
They're just mean. When it comes to politics, people just get so mean. It's like, these are not the type of people you ever want in any position of power. People are the least charitable, most vicious people. The moment you're running against them at a political party, they will pull out all the stops, take things out of context, lie about you.
Yes. Even if you're in their party, it doesn't
100%.
matter. It doesn't matter.
100%.
That was challenging, because Hollywood is competitive and it's hard, and you are you're hustling, you're working really hard, but you're not trying to tear other people down.
Right.
So politics, as soon as he said, I'm sorry, before that, people were coming after him.
They were always coming.
They were always coming after him, but it kicked up a notch when he decided to run for president.
Oh, big notch, I'm sure. Yeah.
And it was just, it's just weird, and there was a feeling of doom for me. Bobby's tough. He's so friggin' tough.
Well, they've been coming after him for 20 years.
Yeah.
So he's just developed the rhino skin.
Yeah. And I was like, oh my God, I'm not gonna make it.
A good indication how they come after themselves, each other rather, is during the debate with Kamala and Biden. When Kamala was accusing Biden of, at the very least, sexual assault, right? This.
It's sort of creepy.
Yeah. It seemed like she was accusing him of sexual assault. And then when they confronted her on it, she's like, it was a debate. That's literally what she said.
That is the really strange thing about politics that I'm still getting used to, is they will viciously attack each other. And then a minute later in the hallway, it's like, hey, how's it going? And I'm still in shock, I'm still angry about what just happened in there. And they're already over it. And they're already like, yeah, that's politics. That's what we do.
Did you ever see the debates with Mitt Romney and Barack Obama?
I'm sure I did, but
Jamie, see if you can pull some of that up. God, why can't we go back to that?
Was it like civilized?
Oh, completely.
Yeah.
For Mitt Romney's like, he's Mormon, like super religious guy, never swears, probably doesn't do anything, right?
Yeah.
So he's like super polite.
Yes.
And then Barack Obama, because, they're matching each other's energy. He was very polite too.
Yes.
They disagreed on many things, but they were talking about what they wanted to do.
Right.
Not how this guy's a piece of shit, and they've been stealing and robbing and this and that, and
how they look turn into that,
which is crazy when you look like that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's like the guy makes fun of his own hair, like he makes fun of his comb over. It's like, but here it is.
Governor Romney and the University of Denver for your hospitality.
Okay, this is just a comparison between.
Yeah.
That was the Biden ones with Trump were the worst because they're trying to match Trump's energy. Trump's energy.
Well, they didn't know how to debate him.
Yeah.
That's what
I think
he does well.
If you want to diffuse that, what you would say is like, this is not productive for anybody.
Right.
Like, if you want to have like a completely separate conversation about who's a bigger piece of shit, and you want to do a podcast, and you and me talk about how I think you're a piece of shit, you think I'm a piece of shit, that's one thing. But you have X amount of time to say how you're going to run the country, and what you think is wrong with the policies, what you think is wrong with where we're spending money, what you think is all the above.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what you're supposed to do.
Yes.
And the idea that you can't win that way is crazy.
It is crazy.
It's crazy.
And it's really weird too that a lot, some not all, politicians really work on, I gotta get a catchphrase in there.
Well, Trump's really good at that. Like, he names people, Crooked Hillary, Sleepy Joe. It works.
It works. It did work. I mean, because people get so thrown off, they don't know how to respond. Like you said, that's what they should say, but they just get so thrown off that it's just paralyzing.
Well, at least in this day and age, there's a method through social media for you to respond. If something you think is inaccurate or whatever, you can respond. But there was a time where there was nothing.
Yeah.
And whatever political party was in power, they controlled everything. They controlled all the news stories about you. They controlled everything. There's a great story with Hunter S. Thompson and Ed Muskie's running for president, and Hunter S. Thompson makes this crazy rumor about how he's addicted to Ibogaine, and he has a Brazilian witch doctor comes in and treats him. And this guy literally cracks on the campaign trail because Hunter S. Thompson made up this crazy story about him. And this guy, you see him having nervous breakdowns on the campaign trail. Like, his subsequent speeches are all like nuts, and he falls off.
Yeah.
But he was like a front runner at one point in time, or at least he was very competitive, and it just they killed him.
Well, it's a power of words.
Yes.
Which, by the way, when Bobby decided to run, and I talk about this in my book, Unscripted, when he came on your podcast was a game changer, right? Because everything that you're saying, it is true, and the press was going hard. They still do. They were going hard at Bobby, like, he's this, he's that. Here's what he thinks. Here's what he, represents. And then he came on your podcast, and you guys had a conversation.
Yeah.
And you're curious, and you're a great listener, and you're not judgmental. And people heard what Bobby had to say, and it changed everything for him.
Well, I think it helped also that I knew who he was. I read his book, and I had also had negative opinions of him before I actually read what he said.
Interesting.
Yeah. No.
What were your opinions?
Before the pandemic, I was firmly on the side of science. I was much more of a left-wing leaning person. I just assumed these people running universities, these academics, whatever they said was accurate. Everybody else was a fool, and they believed in snake oil and witchcraft. Right? This is what I thought.
Okay.
And then during the pandemic, I was like, okay, these experts are clearly lying. I know they're lying because they're literally lying about me, right? So,
which was crazy. So when you're in it and you know who you are and you know how you're feeling, what your body is doing, and other people, news outlets are saying, that's not true. It's got to feel so weird.
Well, it felt really weird because they weren't addressing the fact that I was healthy. That was crazy. So you're talking about this massive pandemic, and you've got this guy in his 50s. You know, I'm supposed to be a vulnerable person. And I'm in my 50s, and I got over it in a couple of days, and I'm telling everybody how I did it, and they're saying that I'm some quack who's taking veterinary medicine.
Right.
Which is just was just a flat out lie, but it was weird.
Yeah.
It was weird to watch. It didn't give me anxiety. It made me laugh a lot.
Yeah.
I laughed a lot.
Yeah.
Because fortunately, during this entire time period, I was doing stand-up and hanging out with comedians. We all thought it was so funny. Like, bro, CNN is so full of shit. This is crazy.
See, and
I never would have believed it.
Yeah, and you have this outlet, and you're able to talk about it and tell people. So it's like,
they weren't picking. They thought they were picking on me because they thought they were the bully. But during the whole exchange, they went, "Oh my God, this thing's way bigger than we thought it was."
Yeah.
So my show was like 10 times more listeners and viewers than their show, which is crazy. Because all I can do is come on here and go, "Are you fucking out of your gut? Do I need to sue you people? You guys are cracked."
It is crazy.
It's crazy.
So you saw things firsthand, but you hadn't experienced before.
Yeah. And then when I read Bobby's book, one of the things that I knew about Bobby before...
The Fauci book?
Yes, The Real Anthony Fauci, which was just... I would read it, I would listen to it on audio tape in the sauna. So I'm sitting there cooking at 196 degrees, or you're already kind of freaking out. Because you can only stay in there so long before you die. Yeah. You know, that's the whole key of the sauna. Like, you get it way before you're going to die. That's when you get out. But if you stayed in there for a few hours, you're a dead man. And so I'm kind of freaking out already. And I'm like, this is the nuttiest story of one guy and his cohorts who have been doing this kind of shit. The same shit they were doing during the pandemic, suppressing other medication, promoting something that they had that they were going to make a massive profit off of, gaslighting people, lying about the data, lying about... This is the thing they did during the AIDS crisis. And
And they're footnote after footnote, reference after reference.
Exactly.
Saying here's this, here's that. I'm not making this up.
No lawsuits. No one's trying to sue him. And this is one thing I keep bringing up. If that was lies, people would they would document how it's not true. They would show the actual paperwork. They'd show the actual data. This is how it's not. No, it's all true. Which is, you go, well, how do I not know this? And what kind of irresponsible journalism do we have in this country where this has happened, and it takes this one guy to publish this book before people start talking about it?
Yeah.
I also knew his work as an environmental attorney. And I think that's a very important thing for people to realize. Like, what he did was essentially help clean up the East River. And if it wasn't for him and his work, that would still be probably a polluted shithole unless somebody else came along and stopped these corporations from polluting the river and then forced them to clean it up.
Right.
Gigantic.
And by the way, you know, when people talk about Bobby and they want to paint him as somebody who is trying to hurt people or kill people or whatever that sounds like or looks like, when you look at his career and who he is and what he's accomplished, he spent a lot of time suing huge corporations because they're polluting waterways, because it's hurting people, killing people, giving people cancer. So why would he spend all of his life fighting for people, fighting for individuals, you know, and then suddenly change and want to really hurt a lot of people? It just doesn't track. It doesn't make sense at all.
Well, the whole thing came about because of vaccines and his questioning of the vaccine narrative, which is now way more mainstream. Because I, like many people, said the scientists must be correct. Everybody else is a kook. You gotta get your vaccines. You gotta do whatever you have to do. But I was also pretty aware of, I had a friend who had a child that they vaccinated him, and when they vaccinated him, he stopped responding, and he never responded again. He became nonverbal autistic for his whole life, and he firmly believed it was because of the child's reaction to the vaccines. That's a taboo to bring up. When you bring that up, people immediately back off. They get scared. They get nervous. I firmly believe that when you have this sort of a visceral reaction to any sort of a subject like that, without a rational examining of what is objective truth, when you have that visceral reaction, something's happened. You've been co-opted. There's a thought in your head that you can't question this, or you'll be ostracized. You'll be cast out of the crew, the tribe. You're out. Yeah, and that's what everyone's afraid of.
That is because that is what happens, as we've seen. But to that point, as mother, it's so frustrating to hear parents say, "This is my experience. This is the experience I had with my own child. I'm with this child every day. After the vaccine, there was a change. This is what this is my experience." And for people to get mad at them for even, like you're saying, talking about it. They're not allowed to talk about the experience they had, or ask why it happened, or let people talk to each other to see if they have shared experiences that can lead us to something better.
Right.
It's crazy.
It's crazy, and it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be accepted. We shouldn't communicate like that. It's not smart. We've been lied to so many times. I mean, why would you just assume that stopped, that has ended? If you just go back and think about all the different things that both the government and, of course, pharmaceutical drug companies have lied about, or at least been wrong about. The amount of drugs that they had to pull is substantial. It's a chunk.
Well, that's the question. So we understand and accept that there have been drugs out there that everybody thought were good, were helpful, and then 10 years later, 20 years later, the companies, scientists, whomever, realize, actually, they're doing more harm than
What
good.
about thalidomide? Like what it did with birth defects in children.
It's
crazy. They used to prescribe that to mothers.
Well, it's even like getting x-rayed.
Yeah.
It used to have mothers that were pregnant, x-rayed to see how the baby was doing for a long time.
It'd be cool if it gave the baby superpowers, but it never does. It only happens in the science.
Yeah, that never works out on the
comic
good way.
books and science fiction.
Yeah.
If you feel a little off, it's okay. It's February. Everybody feels a little off in February. It's darker. It's colder. You probably already gave up on some New Year's resolutions. But you don't have to wait till spring to get yourself right again. It all starts with making small changes to your routine, and one of those is AG1. It's not some big dramatic reset. It's one small thing that you can do every morning to keep consistent when everything else is chaos. One scoop, done. AG1 can help support your energy, your gut health, and can support you through the darker evenings. It gives that foundational support from morning to night, and it all comes down to getting your daily nutrition. There's more than 75 ingredients, including antioxidants, minerals, probiotics, and functional mushrooms to support your immune health and overall health. And this is the time of year when it can really help. If you want to check it out, go to drinkag1.com/Rogan and you'll get 3 AG1 travel packs, vitamin D3 plus K2, and other gifts free in your welcome kit with your first subscription. That's drinkag1.com/Rogan.
Yeah, it's intense.
Do you ever see those images of what happened to the women that used to work in those x-ray offices? So every day they used to have to turn on the x-ray machine. They would x-ray their hand to make sure that it would work. And they all got like hand cancer. Oh, it's horrible. It's weird because they have one hand that looks normal and one hand that looks like a wicked witch hand.
Right. So
you need to find some of those. It's very strict because we didn't know any better.
Right, because we didn't know. Nobody was out to kill anybody, to murder, to do harm, but it was doing harm. So let's take a step back, readjust, and do something different.
Well, the extreme amount of money that pharmaceutical drug companies have put into making sure that they're in control of the narrative, or at least they're influencing the narratives. Like, this is a slave.
Wow.
Isn't that crazy?
That's crazy.
That's just from x-raying your hand.
They would use it to calibrate the machine every day.
Oh.
Test their hand.
That lady cooked her hand. Isn't that awful? Ooh, it's so spooky.
That's really crazy.
Yikes.
What are the? You're not gonna have the answer to this, but what are the things that we have to go through in the airport?
Oh,
You
TSA?
travel, yeah.
No, that's
You're okay with that?
radio. Yeah, that's like a radio frequency, right? What is that? Let's pull that up. I do not think that that's dangerous, but look, there's a lot of people that think Wi-Fi is dangerous. There's a lot of people that think that 5G is dangerous. They think that EMF from even electric cars is dangerous. There's people telling you shouldn't have earbuds in your ears. You should only listen with a cord or speaker if you can.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it makes sense. You've got
Yeah.
things going directly into your head. Your brain.
Yeah, it's probably not the best thing for you, but it's like
It
how many
cannot
people
be.
are wearing AirPods and how little damage is it actually doing? That's the question. Is like, what's the real issue? Most TSA body scanners use millimeter wave radio waves, so not X-rays, and do not add to your ionizing radiation exposure. So it's not X-ray based, right? It's radio wave, but is it? What is it? Is it dangerous? How does the dose compare to a flight? What is that? X-ray scanners. That's just scanners. Is there any damage? Just look at.
Mind safe that this is okay.
Follow up. Millimeter wave scanner radiation. Is it dangerous? Is there any dangerous aspects of it? Health and radiation protection agencies note that doses from older backscatter X-ray scanners were extremely low. Whatever. Meanwhile, they fucking don't go anywhere near it when they turn it on, right? When you go to the dentist's office, they hide behind a
they go
brick
into the other
wall.
room, and you're like, what?
They're in a
This
fucking
thing is like
bunker.
right next to my head.
I know. And they make you wear like a lead vest over your body.
Yeah, it's intense. I mean,
Do they still do that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I haven't gotten one of those with a lead vest in a while.
No, and you're right. They go into the other room, and they're like, don't move. And you're just sitting there with a,
If there's any worries anyone should have about these body scanners,
I mean, I don't want to. I'm not causing any outrage here. I'm just curious.
Yeah, it's
I mean, it's just fine.
I don't think the TSA ones are dangerous.
Okay,
Major
let's
health
say that.
agencies did not see any proven health risk at the levels used, but people still raise a few practical concerns. So millimeter wave scanners use low-power, non-ionizing radio waves. Studies and reviews have not found harmful effects at the power levels used in airport screening. Sensitive groups analysis that modeled risk for children, pregnant people. What? Why does it say pregnant people? Which kind of people can get pregnant? Do you think, hey AI, hey super genius, you think maybe it's women, you fucking asshole? And frequent flyers have still found that low added risk from backscatter scanners, far below routine medical x-rays or even the radiation from flying itself. Well, that is a thing too.
All right, radiation in the plane.
Flying, when you're flying.
I mean, there's so many things. Isn't it just
Why
like
let's go with that.
we're all going down?
Put that into perplexity, please. What is, why is flying? Why does that give you radiation? Is it because you're closer to the sun? Like, what is it? You're less protection? Yes. Yeah? Is that what it is?
Yes.
Is that all it is?
Yeah, most of it. I mean,
You're up high?
Yeah, there's not a lot of stuff to diffuse it.
Less air?
Right. Something I saw someone bring up recently too, having those screens right behind your head because there's one in
Oh,
every
yeah.
desk.
Oh, that's gotta be that for you.
Well, Wi-Fi on the plane, it's like just a bunch bouncing around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
Wi-Fi. Well, they used to be able to smoke.
which is crazy. I was just the plane that I was on had the no smoking sign. It's
Well,
never
I
a
would
good.
feel super uncomfortable getting on that plane. That
It's
plane,
not a good
it's an
feeling.
old ass plane.
Yeah, when you're like, okay.
How is this fucking plane? And they used to have that little ashtrays. Remember those? The
Yes,
seats.
and that's really crazy.
In this typical commercial flight, you get a small dose of extra cosmic radiation on the order of what you expect from a medical X-ray spread out over several hours. Whoa! So every time you fly, it's like getting X-ray? That's kind of crazy. What happens to pilots? Okay,
Yeah, that's
put
a good
this in.
question. That's a good
Do
question.
pilots have any health risks from radiation exposure while flying?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Because I would imagine if you're flying all the time,
They're the ones that would.
it's like getting an X-ray every day.
That's. I mean, everything is killing us, right? That's why I came on. I wanted to hear what's going to kill us first.
I don't think.
There's so many things.
Yes.
This is going to be
I don't think everything.
meteorite that's going to hit us first.
But there's a lot of stuff keeping us alive longer now. Pilots and other air crew do get more radiation than typical travelers, but whether that causes health problems is still being studied, and any added risk appears modest on a personal level. Like, they would be the ones that you would be able to study from the best whether or not flying, and flight attendants, whether or not flying is actually bad for you.
Well, we haven't heard anything yet.
No.
So that's good.
You would
news.
imagine that
Somebody would have
flying
said
a long
something.
time. Many studies find pilots and flight attendants have higher rates of some cancers, especially melanoma and other skin cancers, and in some studies, breast cancer. However, reviews say it's not clear how much of it is from cosmic radiation versus other factors such as disrupted sleep. That's true, like UV exposure during off time and lifestyle. Firm causal link to flight radiation alone has not been established. That does make sense with the disrupted sleep, because I talked to a pilot once who did like a lot of late night flights, and it's like your whole body is just so wrecked. Like people who do the night shift, like that can't be good for you. Your circadian rhythm's all fucked up. You're sleeping during the day.
Adjust though? Can't you adjust?
If you can. But if you're the guy who gets the night shift every night, you know, you're working at a factory and you punch in at like 8 p.m. Like you're not, that's just your life, man. That's how you live.
That's like shooting a film and you do like 3 or 4 night shoots. Someone snaps. There's always one person that just like
can't handle it.
Freaking crazy. Well, oh no, Chad just went. We just lost Chad. I don't know what happened to him, but he freaked out.
Some people, when they can't sleep, they become big babies.
Yeah, very emotional.
Yeah.
Very emotional.
Well, there's an indulgence on sets too from actors. It's like there's a kind of a lack of appreciation sometimes, because you just get accustomed to it, of how fortunate you are to be able to do what you do.
Yeah.
You know, very few people get to be an actor in a movie.
Yeah.
And you're spazzing out because you didn't get enough sleep.
Yeah, and then, meanwhile, the crew really didn't get enough sleep. They're working 2 hours before you and 2 hours after.
But they spaz out, they'll get fired.
Yeah, immediately.
Yeah, and that's the difference. Like, it's not an equality thing. So these people, they're aware they're like royalty, walking around this film set. You know, it's kind of odd.
Well, it is odd, and at the same time, it's a very unique experience, right? Because this person has to be on camera, and every inch of their face is, going to be 6 feet tall in a movie theater, and so everybody's just making sure that person is doing okay, and they look okay, and they feel okay. Because if they don't, then you don't have anything. You don't have anything to shoot. So everybody is just like.
Yeah.
Are you okay? Are you feeling okay? Are you hydrated? Do you need water? Do you need a piece of turkey?
Well, the results of that, like psychologically, over a prolonged period of time, people usually get really weird.
Yeah, agree.
That's their normal experience.
Yeah.
Is everybody's treating them like, hey, take your hair.
It's true.
Brush your shoulders off.
It's true.
It's kooky.
It's kooky, and that's why, people that start early, especially that have success early, it's not good. It's not a good way to kick off your life. It's like, this is not normal. If you think this is normal, you're going to be real sad in a few years.
And I don't think you can recover from a bad developmental period that way.
That's hard.
It's different. It's different than anything else. Like, you could have a bad childhood, it'll make you more resilient. But a bad childhood in front of the whole world, and you've never had to really work, and you've never had to really struggle, and you've been famous since you were young. So your interactions with people from the time you were young is people loving you for your work, which is not good for kids.
No, it's not. And the way you look.
Right.
That's a big part of it, which is hard.
Yeah.
It's not just your work, it's like what we're talking about. You have to look good while you're doing it. That's part of the job.
Especially as a woman, it's a big factor. But I always liken it to like concrete. Like, if you make concrete incorrectly, so like if you decide to mix it but you don't add enough water, or you don't, it's not like you can add water later once it's solid. It's like, that's what it is.
It's going to be lumpy?
It's just going to be sucky, weak-ass concrete that's going to break.
Wait, when did you get, what was your first break? Was it News Radio?
Yeah, well, I was on another show before News Radio called Hardball. It was a sitcom that was on Fox. That's what I actually moved out to LA for. And if that show got canceled, and if I didn't have a lease on an apartment, I would have went back to New York. I hated it.
Why did you hate it?
Well, I didn't like the whole scene. it felt. I was used to fight gyms, pool halls, and comedy clubs. Those are the people I was used to. They're the funniest, like most brash, blunt people, and everybody's cracking on everybody, and it's like it's jolly. Those are jolly places for the most part.
Yeah.
And then I went from there to this weird world of groupthink, and seeing people read the Hollywood Reporter every day, getting really upset.
Yeah.
And I would keep telling them, like, that's the devil's rag. Like, why are you reading that? Like, don't read that.
Right, because they're just mad that they didn't get the role or they didn't get the film or whatever. It is odd, but yes,
it's kooky. And it's also the groupthink thing. It's like, I saw it like right away. Like, if a film was really good, if everybody decided it was really good, you had to say it was really good. You couldn't say, I fucking hated that movie.
Yeah.
Like, there was this Jack Nicholson movie where he played this asshole, and I think it was Helen Hunt played. Yes, that one. And I was like, Jesus Christ, like, what? The whole idea was that he was a fucked up dude because he was on some sort of a medication. That medication made him racist. Like, it didn't make any sense. The whole thing was nuts. And I remember everybody just saying, what an amazing movie. I'm like, God, I felt bad for her. Like, get the fuck out of that relationship. Find someone who's nice to you. This is crazy.
Yeah.
This is crazy. Like, you know, it didn't make any sense. And I remember, like, arguing with people on a set about it. Like, they were all like, oh, I thought it was an amazing film. Like, they had to say it.
Right.
It was Jack Nicholson.
Right.
Oh, it was an amazing movie. And I was like,
right.
That movie was fucking depressing, man. Like, that was all that poor lady had.
Yeah.
This fucking asshole, this old asshole was.
It was like the movie Precious.
I didn't see that. Ooh. Yeah, I heard that was
It's
rough.
just, you're just watching it and you're like, whoa, nothing else bad could happen. And then it just gets worse. And by the end of it, you're just feeling like, why are we alive?
I don't like those kind of movies. I don't want to feel depressed.
No. Okay, so then you got News Radio.
So that I stayed in LA just because I had a lease. That was. I'm not kidding. I was so ready to go.
You were not going to break that lease.
I was trying to save. I didn't have the money.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, I have some money because I did the sitcom for 6 episodes, so I had some money. So I was like, how much money would it cost me to just fucking pay this lease off and just jet? And I was like, I just stay here. And then I got another development deal. I got a development deal with NBC, and they had this before I did the show. They said, we have this show that we have a pilot for, but we're going to fire this one person on the pilot. And would you come in and read for it?
Did you know who was being fired?
Yeah, well, it was actually a friend of mine.
Did you know at the time?
Well, he got
replaced. It's hard to replace somebody.
It's Ray Romano. So he was a good friend of mine.
He's a friend of mine.
He's awesome. And I worked with Ray multiple times in New York. But Ray got fired, and then they replaced him with another guy who's in the pilot. And then they decided to fire that guy. So I was like, okay, well, at least I'm not taking Ray's job.
Yeah,
I'm taking. But then Ray went on to do Everybody Loves Raymond, which was like him getting fired was the best thing that ever happened to him. So then I go in, and they let me watch the pilot. It was already made. And so I got to see Phil Hartman and Dave Foley and Candy Alexander and Maura Tierney and Andy Dick and Stephen Root. I'm like, holy shit.
Yeah.
Like, I can be on this show. This show's amazing. So I did that. Then I did Fear Factor.
Well, how long was News Radio?
5 years.
Wow.
Yeah. But it really wasn't popular. It was only popular on reruns. Once it got into syndication, because we moved around, like, over the course of 5 years, we moved 9 times, I believe.
When you were doing News Radio, that's right. I don't know what years.
It was 94 to 99.
Okay. So I got Curb Your Enthusiasm in 99. So before that, I was working for Rob and Michelle Reiner as a personal assistant. And I was also doing like catering at night sometimes just to make ends meet. And one of my jobs and I never knew what the job would be. You know, they'd say, show up here at whatever, 5 o'clock. One of my jobs one time was News Radio. There was a little green room where, you know, agents and people.
Right. Yeah.
And I was in charge of like making sure the food on the table looked good.
That's hilarious.
I just stood there for hours. I think Phil Hartman came in and was like, hey, I didn't know him at the time, but met him. And he said, oh, you know, who are you here to see? I said, oh, I'm just in charge of this table. But that was my big job for the night.
My friend Joey Diaz, who is at that time he had just recently gotten out of jail. He came to visit me on the set, and he realized that the good food was all in the VIP green room. So, and he got overweight for a while, but back then he wasn't. Back then he just looked like a big football player, just like a big, scary looking Cuban guy. And he was in there eating the shrimp cocktail, and they were like, "Who is the scary guy that's eating? Is he supposed to be in here?" They all like freaked out because Joey went into the super secret room. I wonder if he went in there when you were in there.
Oh, can you imagine? I was like, excuse me, sir, you can only have 6 shrimps. I have to watch the table.
Well, he wasn't supposed to be in there. He just went in, he was just my friend. He just went in there. He's like, this is where the good food is. And he went in there and started challenging. They were all freaking. It was very funny.
How are you?
It was very funny.
But did you like it?
You're okay, big man. It happens. You just gotta understand some shit's not funny.
I always felt like
what's new in your neck of the woods, big dog?
The weather's great.
How did anybody say anything? Like, was anybody really good? Okay. Do you think next week is gonna be your week? Whoa, what happened? Are you gonna do that? Can you please elaborate? How are you gonna lose money? Oh, no way. Why is that? Oh, so it's a really big deal. Yeah. So how much does it cost? Okay. Okay. Ah, I see. Okay. And then what happens if you do a good job? Oh, so it's legitimately you setting up your own show. Okay. Let's say I gave you $2,500 and I said, Zoot, I want you to do this. I'm not doing that, but let's say I did. Where would you have the show? What would you do? How would you set it up? Okay, where's the garden? Okay. Why wouldn't you do it at the Rainbow Room or the Rhino Room? Yeah. I mean, that's your home base. You're comfortable there. You know everybody there. Do you know the owner? Who owns the Rhino Room? Who owns the Rhino Room? Okay, big dog. Well, that was nice of Zoo for apologizing. Were you pissed? No, it's just like, dog. I'm not. That's not funny, and I'm not down for that kind of humor. It's not funny to me.
My dad says aliens do exist.
Comedy Store was amazing.
Yeah.
It was great to have that place, but there's too many people. When there's that many people, I think you devalue people. I don't think people are worthwhile to you. I think people are way better off living in a small town or a small city. I think it's healthier. I really
community.
do. Yeah, I just think when people become when you get on the highway and you see millions of people, like fuck, and you see like the 405 at like 4 p.m. It's cooking.
And it's like 10 lanes, just bumper to bumper in both directions.
And everybody thinks that everybody else is annoying because you're in your way.
You mean on the road? Yeah. I thought you meant in general.
Like you're not going anywhere, and someone decides to get in front of you. Like, this fucking guy.
It's true.
Everybody gets crazy.
It is true.
It's not healthy.
No.
I felt like that wasn't healthy, and I really hated the whole mentality behind the group think that was part of Hollywood, because everybody's trying to get cast in something. In order to get cast in something, you have to ingratiate yourself with the producers and the casting directors. Everybody has to like you, so you have to have the same opinions as they do.
Yeah.
And if you don't, you have to fake it.
Yeah.
It's like, this is gross. This is gross. The way they behave is gross. Like the casting people would treat you was gross. I didn't like it at all.
Well, you mean just going in and auditioning? Yeah. No, it was hard.
Well, there's a lot of it where there was like this arrogance. They're giving you this chance, so they're like really arrogant. I was like, hey, I don't even care about this. Like,
that's why you got fired.
Probably I got some of the things.
Yeah.
That's why I got Fear Factor, because I was the only one who made fun of it.
And did you never had to like eat the spiders?
I ate a bunch of stuff. I ate some spiders. Yeah, I ate a Iraqi cave spider. Yeah. I ate a Madagascar hissing cockroach. I ate a tomato hornworm. I ate a sheep's eyeball. I ate a bunch of stuff because I ate it just to show the people that you could eat it.
Ew. Did you ever throw up after?
No. I only threw up once at home.
Waited until you got home?
That was really good editing. They did a great job. And there was this girl that was...
She sound like Bobby. Bobby has never thrown up. It's just that he doesn't... So he will eat anything and do anything.
Well, I've definitely thrown up. But this time, it was this lady was eating worms, and she had to swallow the worms, and she couldn't, so she spit them up into the glass, and then she could keep going if she could re-drink what was in the glass, and she already spit up. And so she did it, and I went, she didn't throw up in the sink. And I was like, and I kept thinking, how odd. Like, what a great job they did. But like the editing, the music, that it got me so wrapped up in it. Even though I was at home, I was like 5 feet away from that lady while she was doing that. I didn't throw up.
And it didn't bother you?
It bothered me, but I was trying to help her. I was trying to get her, talk her through it.
That's why you were so good on it, because you were never making fun of people. You were never...
I definitely made fun of people.
Well, but not in a... You're so crazy to be on this show, and why are you crying? You're the one who wanted to come on. You were very
I wanted to help them.
Yeah.
I wanted to help them at the very least do their best. And there was a lot of it that I said, look, I know this sounds crazy, but if you just force yourself to chew this and swallow it, you can do it. You got to just take your mind out of this place. It's not that bad. And sometimes I would eat things just to show them.
Ew.
Like I ate a roach just to show them, I'll eat this again.
No.
Like I wish eat this roach. It's not that big a deal.
Ew. Did you chew it? Yeah.
Yeah. You can't swallow it. It'll be
Do you remember what
alive
it
in your
tasted
stomach.
like?
Not much. Yeah,
Ew.
they don't. Yeah, I know. But it's in your head. It
Was it
doesn't.
crunchy?
Real crunchy. But the actual taste itself was not bad. I mean, it wasn't good. It wasn't like I look forward to roaches.
And what about rats?
I
Did
know
you do a lot of rat work?
we did work with rats where people had to like lie in a thing in a coffin
Yeah.
covered with rats, and the rats would nibble on it. Yeah, that's not good. But they were pet rats. I mean, they were fed a healthy diet. They were like raised rats. They weren't like dangerous street rats that have been eating each other.
Did anything, I mean, you probably can't talk about it, but did anything ever go horribly
wrong?
No. Really?
No, we got lucky though. It's just luck. I really believe that. Because we made them ride bulls once. And
Yeah, you can't control a bull.
I told the people, don't do it. When all the contestants, I said, I wouldn't do this. I'll tell you right now. I don't think you should do it because it's not worth it. I go, the kind of catastrophic injury that you get from a bull stomping in your face, it's like, you don't come back from that.
Yeah.
Okay, you have to understand, there's not a 0% possibility that this bull will stomp you or kick you or you're in the air being launched off its body and get kicked in the face. Like, that's possible. Don't do it. I wouldn't do it.
Some people would back out, right?
They all did it.
They all did it.
They all did it. I think. I'm
And
pretty sure.
then they
I
got
don't think
thrown
anybody
from
backed
the
out.
bull. How do you, I mean,
They flew. This one lady weighed like 98 pounds, and she got bumped, and she went flying and landed right on her back and was like knocked out. Yeah, it was horrible. I would have never done that. I mean, and look, I've had bull riders on the podcast before. I've talked to multiple. We had bull riders on Fear Factor.
Doesn't it? You might know.
Is that you? Did you see it? What a cute
Bobby.
ringtone. Hey,
It's awkward.
put him on speakerphone.
Seriously?
Yeah, why not?
Honey, you're on speaker. I'm here with Joe.
We're on the podcast. You're on the podcast, so don't swear. Hello?
Can you hear me, honey? You're on. We're talking to Joe right now. You're live.
Thanks, baby. Hey, Joe, I'm looking forward to seeing you in a couple weeks.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing you too. You probably shouldn't have told people that, because then they'll start attacking you.
Is there anything you need to tell me, or?
I was just going to ask Joe to be nice to my wife.
Why didn't you call me?
I'm in tears over here, honey. It's going hard right now.
We'll bring me back some of that
Alpha brain. Yeah, will do.
Okay, baby. I love you.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye, Bobby. Love you too. That's hilarious. What was what were you showing me?
Mexican OT did bull stuff.
No, Mexican OD did it. No.
He got up and ran away.
No. Oh my God. This is a guest that was on my podcast. He's awesome. He's a brilliant rapper. Oh my goodness, dude. Oh my goodness, dude.
That's so terrible.
Oh my goodness, dude. Don't do that no more.
I mean, can I ask a question to the men? I mean, do you wear special equipment down there?
Yes. I assume they do. They might not while they're doing that, because I saw one guy get a horn right up his butt. Yeah, but there's no special equipment that's going to protect you there.
What about your...
Yeah. You should wear a cup, for
You
sure.
should wear something.
Yeah.
Because that doesn't seem like that's healthy.
No, definitely not healthy.
I don't think there's anything healthy about it, right?
No, definitely not healthy.
I mean, it's just like a lot of pressure on your
Oh, yeah.
balls.
For sure. Yeah.
Have you ever done it?
What? Bull riding?
Yeah.
No. I would never do that.
Oh, I thought you were just telling the other people not to do it.
No, I would no. I have a healthy respect for animals.
Yeah.
Especially big ones. I think people get super delusional. We also get super delusional when we compare size. Like if you say, "Oh, a monkey's smaller than me," that thing will fucking kill you.
I
Like,
know.
don't be crazy.
It'll pick your eyes out, right?
Oh, they're ripping your face apart. Yeah. There's a crazy video of this guy in India who's sitting down and he lets this monkey like sit on his lap, and he's like being all calm with the monkey, and then the monkey just decides to tear a giant chunk off his scalp. And the way it does it, it just bites his head and just yanks like a football-sized piece of meat off this guy's head. And you're like,
There's no stopping it. There's no stopping it once it starts happening.
you don't know how strong they are. Like,
Yeah.
Imagine being so strong you could just rip someone's skin clean off their head. And it's like a little thing, little 30-pound.
It looks adorable.
Yeah, and he thought he was being cute. He was like, I'm going to be baseball.
Oh yeah, no, I can't watch, but
You want to watch it?
no, I don't. Do you want to? You can watch it. Yeah, I'll look away.
So he
But you
lets
can
this thing
describe
sit
what's
on
happening.
his lap,
Okay.
and then it just decides to bite his head. Look at that real quick.
Oh my gosh.
He's missing a giant
Oh
chunk of his
my
head.
god.
Yeah, so he's scarred for life. He's, it was a dumb decision. He let that thing dominate you. He didn't understand what he was doing.
No.
He let that thing get on top of him, and the thing just decided for no reason to just bite his head.
No, we used to have a pet emu.
The dumbest birds, by the way.
They are so dumb. Their heads are tiny, so their brain must be, and the rest of them is big. So you just have this emu like coming at you every day.
Wow.
It wasn't relaxing. I got to the point where I had to walk outside with a shovel.
Just to protect yourself from the emus. That's crazy. I have a friend who has ostriches. Ostriches.
Are they nicer? I wonder if they're nicer.
He says the same thing. He hates them. He has this big ranch in Texas and he got ostriches. He's like, dude, I hate these things.
Yeah.
Look at that face.
No, it's terrible. They're mean and,
They tried to bite us on Fear Factor too. We had an episode where they had to drink a whole ostrich egg.
Ew.
A raw ostrich egg.
Ew.
But we had ostriches in the background. They started just fucking with people, like biting their heads.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they'll peck you.
Yeah,
I don't care. Yeah.
You know what else is dumb? This lady was a falconer. That's what they're called, right? Falconer, when they train at
Yeah, that's
falcons.
Bobby.
Oh, does that?
Yes.
Oh, so this lady, she had a golden eagle. She had a couple of falcons, are the most fascinating. But then she had an owl, and she's like, owl is there. First of all, one misconception is that owls are smart. She goes, they are so dumb. They're the dumbest birds next to emus. Only emus are dumber than owls.
I didn't know that.
I was like, really? That's cool. Why? Like, why do we have this?
Idea that they're wise.
Remember?
They're very wise.
Yeah.
Why do we think they're wise?
I mean, he's counting how many licks it takes to get to the center of a throw pop. Remember?
Yes, but he could never get to it. So maybe we should have learned. Yeah, this guy's full of shit.
Yeah, he's full of shit. He's a fake professor.
We've had some owls in our day with Bobby.
Oh, pets?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Is this Bobby?
No.
No, is this someone? What is this? Is that his falcon?
You can't see where it is.
Whoa. That looks like an eagle.
He sees it from way up.
Is that an eagle or a hawk? What is that? Does it say?
It doesn't say. I don't know if it said specifically. They get us another Facebook link.
They had a golden eagle. The golden eagle's amazing. But it kept trying to land. We had a little campfire outside. It kept trying to land on the fire.
That's weird.
Why is this bird so stupid?
That looks like a hawk.
Yeah, it looks like a hawk.
Yeah.
So this lady she had hawks and falcons, and she's like, the problem with hawks is, as soon as you let them loose, they immediately find something to kill. She's like, they just, everything that's near them, they kill. She goes like, this sucker kills birds, he kills squirrels. Like, you let the owl go, the owl just goes over there, back to you. The eagle, the same thing. Not the hawks. The hawks like, it's time to kill.
No, that's what they do. Yeah. It's weird. Like I said, Bobby loves hawks and falcons, and I went hawking with him once.
How do you do that?
Well, you have these, they do it in twos, like these two birds, and...
Are they his birds?
Yes.
So he's trained these birds?
He's trained them, and the other...
That's kind of a crazy thing to be good at.
It's a very crazy, but look, even since he was young. But so it's pretty fascinating because you have to do it after the leaves have fallen from the trees, and there are two birds that hunt together, and they go up into the trees, and then it's really beautiful at first for me because it's
until the carnage.
So they start going from tree to tree, and they're communicating with each other, and they'll see bunny, cute, sweet. You see where this is going, and they see a bunny down there, and they go, and one of them does something, and then the other one swoops down and grabs it, and they just tear it apart. The next thing you know, it's just bunny guts. Yeah. So it's cute until then, but it's pretty fascinating to watch them do it.
There was some kind of a war in my backyard that was going on for a while, and I don't know what animal was doing it, but I found a bunch of beheaded hawks.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know what bird was killing the hawks, but they'll kill the hawk, and rip its head off.
So ask Bobby. He will know.
Oh, I bet.
He will know.
I assume it was something bigger,
It's
right?
but yeah, they're big already. It's hard to imagine what.
An
Oh,
owls eat hawks.
I'm really. But are they fast enough to
Oh, yeah.
get an owl is fast?
Owls are silent, and the thing about owls is there's a really interesting video they can find where they take a bunch of different birds and they have them fly from point A to point B, and then they have a sound meter, and the sound registers the decibels of their
What
flight.
they make.
Owls, it's almost completely silent. They're so silent. They're so sneaky. So there's a great black and white video of this owl in its night vision, the camera. And you see this owl swooping up on a hawk's nest and snatches a hawk right out of the nest.
Oh my God! I wonder.
It comes out of nowhere. Like
That's
you see
weird.
eyes in the distance.
Yeah, it's really weird. I don't think I've ever seen an owl in flight. But not that I remember.
In real life, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, I did. Where I used to
Is it
live.
only at night?
Yes, I've only seen them fly at night. But where I live, one time I was driving home, and there was this owl that was right on the side of the road. And as I was driving, he took off with a rabbit in his talons, and then just decided he didn't want to carry this rabbit anymore and let it go. Like maybe it was dangerous because the rabbit was kind of big. And then the rabbit dropped in the middle of the road. So I pulled the car over and I got out and I looked at this like gutted rabbit and this owl who had just jacked this rabbit and then just decided.
That's so weird that I'm assuming it was an aggressive male owl.
Might have been a female protecting its young or giving its young food. A lot of them was that.
I mean, I wonder if the rabbit was diseased or something.
No, it's food. No.
But that's so.
The rabbits can't even hear it coming. That's the thing about owls. That's why they're such brilliant nocturnal hunters. Is because, like, see if you can find that video of the birds, the different sounds between. They like there's a hawk, there's an eagle, and then the owl is just. It's like nothing. It just swoops in and snatches them. They eat a lot of cats too, by the way. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, a friend of mine found there was an owl nest, and he found like 6 cat collars in the nest.
Oh, I always just assumed it was coyotes.
It is a lot of coyotes, but it's also owls. Owls kill a lot of people's cats.
That is crazy.
Yeah, and they can fly with your cat. That's what's crazy. So watch.
To fly over a series of super sensitive microphones.
So that's a pigeon, super loud. Pretty loud. Yeah, watch the owl. Nothing. You don't hear anything. Is that crazy? Nope. And those are super sensitive microphones. Yeah.
Wow.
It's like the video of the owl snatching a hawk out of the nest.
That's so crazy. I didn't know this.
Yeah, owls are super predators. Yeah. They see so well at night. They have those big heads.
Yeah, then their heads can turn.
Yeah, watch this. So see those dots in the distance? That's them. Watch it. The other hawk barely knows what the hell happened.
Oh my God.
Yep. Just deals with wherever them. Owls are big too.
They seem to be work alone.
Yeah.
Like lonesome.
Yeah. Well, you can't fly on an owl.
But like the hawks, when they hunt together, you know, and they're
Oh, yeah. Makes so much noise.
That's true.
They got a clumsy approach where the owls.
How about pigeons? They do not have
Oh, yeah. So loud.
What is it?
I know what these pictures of rats in New York City. Crazy. A rat in New York City grabbing a pigeon and attacking it, eating it. Yeah, dragging it away. You never seen that?
That's what I'm looking at online.
But are you looking at our grandparents? If you want to live in a big city, that's the nature that you get. You get rats and pigeons.
There are a lot of rats.
Rats kill pigeons all the time. Yeah, if they catch them slipping, they're close enough where they can grab them. Yeah. But rats are disgusting. Yeah. Did you ever watch that documentary on Netflix called Rats?
No, would never.
You should.
No, God, no.
It's a game changer.
No.
It's so nutty. You find out that the biomass of rats in New York City is roughly equal to the biomass of people. Meaning the weight of all the people in New York City is roughly equal to the weight of all the rats.
That's gross. Where are you living?
Is that accurate? Is that accurate? It might be the number. It might be the same number of people as there are rats, but I don't
Did you have a problem when you lived there?
I didn't live there. I lived in New Rochelle, which is a suburb. Yeah, Westchester. I was a road Canadian and I needed a parking spot. I couldn't afford to park in New York City for a car. Whatever it was for a parking spot was like half my rent. Like I can't afford that.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Stacked on top of people like all my friends who live there, they're like, my neighbors, like, this guy went across 6 feet away from me. Fucking no, that's kind of crazy.
No, there are always people upstairs, like,
banging around. Got it.
95.
So here it is, the big picture comparison. 8.3 million humans and 7 density are about 508,000 metric tons of humans. So rats at roughly 0.102% of human biomass in New York City, even though they're easily visible. Oh, so it's only like less than a percent? Wait.
Well, they're tiny. I mean, compared to.
So the number of rats, is the number of rats the same? Is that what I'm getting wrong? An estimated about 3 million rats in New York City, but there's like 10 million people.
That's disgusting.
But I don't think
3 million rats.
I don't think they really know. This is.
Yeah, how
I
could they
think
know?
they're probably underestimating it because underneath the city is where all the rats live. There's no way they're doing an accurate count of all the rats.
I feel like LA.
Oh, I know what I screwed up on. This is what I screwed up on.
Yeah.
It's actually ants with the biomass of ants on Earth. I think that's true. I think the biomass of ants on Earth is roughly equal to the biomass of people.
The things that are going on inside your head are insane.
That is a kooky number, though. If it's true.
Is a kooky
number.
number.
We might find out that's wrong, too. I think it's right, though. Is that what it is?
But I feel like
rats
LA
in New York City
are aggressive and huge.
Oh, okay, that's not true either. Is that right? What is that? Get rid of that little source thing. Okay. Oh, there we go. 20 quadrillion? I've never seen that word.
Me either.
20 quadrillion individuals worldwide. That's the number of ants. Wow.
I mean.
So it's 20% of human dry biomass. What does that mean after you peed? And more than all the wild birds and mammals combined. That's crazy. There's more weight from ants than all the mammals and birds combined. That's crazy.
That is crazy. But
that's crazy. I have them in my backyard, and they're leaf cutter ants. No, they're cool.
They're cute. They carry all those little tiny.
It's weird. It's like, how do you guys know? How do you know to do
and
this?
they work together.
They work together. Yeah. Well, they have things. Have you ever seen what leaf cutter ant colonies look like under the surface?
No.
So they take them and they, unfortunately, they do a genocide on the leaf cutter ants for science, and they fill up their entire colony with cement. And so they show what the structure.
You mean when they were studying?
Yes.
Okay.
But this is how they find out. You have to kill everybody and turn them into concrete. And so this enormous leaf cutter ant colony that's underground, then they dig it up, and only the cement is left. And it's bananas. It's so
little tunnels,
they have fermentation tubes. So they have an area where they put leaves in to ferment, and then they have a tunnel that goes up the surface so they can get air.
That's crazy.
So this is it. They fill up. This is the leaf cutter ant colony. Look at the ones on the outside going, my cousin's in there.
They are freaking out.
Yeah, they're freaking out. And so then they have to excavate, and they dig out this area, and it is absolutely
so that's the concrete that.
Exactly. So the concrete that's left is what the colony actually looks like underground.
Wow.
It's enormous. It's like the size of a house. Like, look at that.
It's so impressive.
These stupid fucking ads that you can't even get rid of that cover a quarter of your screen. But look, pause that real quick.
Look at that.
That is crazy.
Bananas. Absolutely bananas.
But
That a
those are,
tiny little ant and all of his friends can make something like that. Like
I
that.
think that they're all friends. I think that there are some that are like, I hate that asshole.
Yeah, probably.
He's so lazy.
He's lazy.
We're all working our asses off, and he's just over there like taking it easy.
Well, there's some ants where the female will find the male and they cut his legs off, his arms and legs off, and then carry him to the colony so that he can breed. Find out which ant is that. Yeah, they find him and they cut his arms and legs off so he can't go anywhere.
And he does the
Drag him
thing.
away.
Wow.
Yeah, like
You think he thinks it's an honor?
I don't think he thinks. Right? How can he?
I don't know.
I think they're almost like little robots,
But
little biological robots.
it seems like they are working together and coming up with plans and
The ball.
landscapes and.
But the thing is, this is a universal thing. This is what's really weird. Like here we are in Texas, but there's probably leafcutter ants right now in Florida. There's probably leafcutter ants right now all over the world, and they're all doing a similar thing underground.
But leafcutter, so they're completely different than say red ants.
Yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of different kind of ants, but the thing that differentiates leafcutter ants is that they go to trees, they chop off their leaves, they take these little pieces of it, and then they carry it back into their leafcutter ant colony. And then they have all these places. So they store the leaves, and the leaves ferment, and they kind of rot, and then they have air pipes that go up to the surface. It's super, super complex. And it just makes you think, like, what? How do they know to make this chamber and then a passageway to the chamber?
Right.
And how do they all know?
Right.
All over the world.
Right.
It's very weird. It's a very weird thing that they do, but I have them in my yard, and I just sit there and watch them.
I can only find stuff about them amputating the limbs for like saving their lives, not breeding.
Now, it was a specific
I
kind
know,
of
I typed it in 4 different times. The only thing it was that queen ants will amputate their wings afterwards, but I didn't see anything about cutting off a male's limbs and dragging them for breeding. It says they all do it to address wounds.
I wish I could remember what it was. It was a specific kind of ant.
I'm going to
But
get
it's just a
down on that.
ruthless world of insects. We're lucky they're little, you know?
Because they're smart. Well, you don't think they think. You think they've got some sort of activity.
I think they have activity, but I think they're operating on a program.
They don't have feelings.
I don't think they have any feelings. No, I definitely don't think they have feelings. Because I mean, if like a praying mantis was the size of a German Shepherd, we'd have a real problem.
Because they're
They would kill you.
vicious.
100%. You wouldn't be able to get away from them.
Do you think they have feelings?
I don't think so. I think they're the scariest life form to me.
Why?
Because they're so strong for their size. They're way, like, you can't even, like, I've seen praying mantis snatch hummingbirds off of a bird feeder and kill them. And the hummingbird.
Serious?
Oh, yeah. They wait on the bird feeder. They sit there like this, and they just wait.
And they don't move.
They don't move. And the hummingbird doesn't recognize them. The hummingbird comes over, eats out of the bird feeder, and just snatches them. And the bird's way bigger than the mantis. And the mantis can hold on to the hummingbird.
Where do
It's
they
trying
take
to fly
it?
away.
Do they take
Just
it
kill
from?
it. Kill it and eat it right there.
Really?
Sure.
But aren't they small?
Exactly. That's why we're lucky that they're really small. Because if they were the size of like a dog, they would 100% be able to kill you. Just like that monkey is like super strong. Well, if a mantis was the size of that monkey would have no chance. That mantis would just snatch it and just start eating it.
That's a good point, because a monkey must look at a man and think that guy is bigger than me, but I don't care, I'm going for it.
Yeah, well, I don't think they have any respect for people. I think their interactions with people are that people are soft and that they're scared of them. And so that's how they...
What's the monkey going to do with this scalp? You know what I mean?
See, look at that mantis. See him sitting there?
Yeah.
The hummingbird doesn't know what's going on. He's just motionless. And so as the hummingbird gets close, tries to get a little water. And watch how it snatches it to it so fast. Watch it right there. Bang. Gotcha. Look at the size of the bird. I mean, the body mass of the bird has got to be a lot more than the mantis. And the mantis is just holding on to it definitively, like it has no chance. Oh, the guy knocked it loose. What a bitch.
That
Let
is
nature happen, bro.
so crazy.
Really crazy. It just gets it. So there's other ones where you see the mantis like hanging on and eating it. They're incredible little creatures.
Is that what they mostly eat?
No, they eat all kinds of stuff.
Wow.
This one that's just sitting there eating a hummingbird.
Ew.
The other weird thing is the amount that they can eat.
Yeah, that's right. It looks like a tiny twig.
Exactly.
Oh, how can it eat a hummingbird?
There's a video, there's one Instagram page that I follow that's just mantises eating a bunch of different bugs.
Really?
Yeah. I follow a lot
Is
of
it
stuff.
relaxing or just
No.
fascinating? It's just like gets your mind off of politics.
Just weird to watch this creature, and it eats a roach that's like bigger than it, and it eats the whole thing. All like this guy just gets this roach. Look at the size of that roach. He's just gonna chew through that entire roach. And that sucker's still alive for the beginning. He just eats his head, and then he stops being alive, and then he just goes right through him. Like, look at this. This is nuts.
And then do you think it doesn't eat again for a long time like a snake?
Probably doesn't have to.
Ew,
Just look at
that's
it. I know.
so gross.
He sways, and he keeps going, and he eats the entire thing. There's nothing left of that roach. And that roach is just big as him. Like, where'd it go? How are you doing that? You ever see a fat praying mantis? No, they don't exist.
I hardly see them. Oh, I bet I have a different
But you have a highlight reel.
You have a highlight reel.
That's hilarious. It's called Cryptic Mantis. Is that what the name of this? What is it? Cryptic, yeah, Cryptic with a K, mantis.
And their eyeballs are crazy.
Yeah, it's a weird animal. I mean, if that insect was big, it would be a real problem. So look, he's like dangling that roach in front of it and just snatches it.
Ew.
That's like you eating a poodle. It's crazy. She eats the whole thing in one
The
sitting.
whole thing.
The whole poodle.
The
The
little
nose,
paws.
the head, eyeballs, the
would-
tail, everything. Just eats everything.
Ew.
Yeah, but that exists in nature. I mean, we're playing a totally different game. You know, our game is we're soft and
Yeah.
A Peruvian dragon mantis.
Yeah, imagine that was like big. Imagine that thing was like the size of a giraffe. It'd be a giant problem. It just runs into a city and eats everybody.
Sounds like a movie.
It does.
Oh.
That's how actresses think.
That sounds like a great movie. I could be the scientist. The man just gets stuck in a tube with the guy's head.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Dumb, like a fly. Remember that Jeff Goldblum
Yeah,
movie?
of course.
That movie was great.
Of course.
And that was a remake of an earlier one. There was an earlier The Fly movie, which was a lot weirder.
Really?
Well, it was weird for the time because the guy had like a weird costume on, like he had a fly head on, but like a person's body. But the Fly was cool because you see Jeff Goldblum, like that's the original Fly.
Oh.
See, like a one human hand, one fly hand. But the Goldblum one was great.
No, I love Jeff Goldblum.
So this guy just had like a mask on. He's like a regular dude with a mask. I'm the Fly. You know?
But I got a hand, so you know that
The
I'm.
Goldblum one was cool because you see like him start to slowly turn bad.
Yes, and his mannerisms are
Get
great.
weird. The spikes start poking out of his skin. It's like, what is this?
Mm-hmm.
He didn't realize the Fly got in there with him. They matched DNA.
Jeff Goldblum's great.
Oh, he's great. He's
He's very intense, and at the same time, very likable.
Yeah, fun, jolly.
Tell me about you.
Yeah.
Tell me what makes Cheryl work.
Yeah. Well, him in Jurassic Park, like, really helped make that movie. Like, the rational scientist that was like, hey, what have you done? You know? Because you could do it. You never decided whether you should do it. You know, it's like, you know?
Yeah, he's always thinking.
Yeah. Well,
Not judging, not freaking out.
Well, definitely sort of judging. But it was just that, like, yeah, there should be a fucking scientist that says, what are you doing?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Are you sure you should be doing?
Yeah, these don't belong here. These are from a time where we weren't around. You're shouldn't bring them here. We can't compete with them. If it wasn't for that big rock that hit the Yucatan, we probably would have never become people because they would have been around.
I never saw Jurassic Park.
What? How? How'd you avoid that movie? It's one of the greatest movies of all
I know
time.
it didn't sound good to me. Like dinosaurs.
It's so good. It's such a good movie. It's such a good movie too because it was like one of the first movies that used CGI, but they did it really well.
Yeah.
And the thing about CGI with dinosaurs is it's so different than CGI with like. Do you remember I Am Legend? The Will Smith movie? Never saw that one?
No. Is it science fiction?
Yes.
I don't watch.
No? It's a zombie movie essentially.
Yeah.
Like a disease sweeps over the go. But in that movie, there's CGI lions in New York City, and they look so big. They look bad.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because
and
you know
what was
why?
that? That was like 2010?
Was it even? I feel like it was earlier than that. When was I Am Legend? 2007?
Okay, but go ahead. You were going to say why.
Because
Why they
you
look...
know what a lion looks like. You don't really know what a dinosaur looks like.
Yeah.
So your brain doesn't register that, oh, that looks fake.
Right.
Yeah, so when you see the T-Rex, when he comes over the fence, and also the way they shot it, like Spielberg is a genius.
Yeah.
The way they shot it at night, and it's kind of like, in the jungle, so it's like partially obscured. You ever seen the scene where the T-Rex emerges for the first time when the kids are in the car? Oh, you need to see that.
I have so many things to look up tonight. I have so many rabbit holes to go down.
How have you not seen this movie?
I don't know. Is
The
it just
original Jurassic Park is one of my favorite movies ever.
Okay, I guess I'm gonna have to watch it.
I loved it because, for me, it's a real potential possibility. I'm friends with the guys over at Colossal. Those are the guys that brought back the dire wolf. Like, they have actual dire wolves now.
What is a dire wolf?
A dire wolf is an extinct breed of wolf. And I know there's geneticists out there that are freaking out. That's not a dire wolf. It's not. What they've done is just taken the characteristics of a dire wolf and recreated it. Okay.
Are they small? Are they like the
they're
size
very
of
big. They're bigger than a regular wolf. And they're weird looking. Like, they have a mane. And, they're all white. Like, they're really cool looking. Yeah.
And they walk on all fours.
Oh, yeah.
Of course. Well, now I'm thinking about your werewolf in London.
Oh, he walks on all fours, too.
Does he? But
That's
he
from
can
American
walk.
Werewolf in London.
But he can't.
No, that's a dire wolf. So
wow,
that's
they're really
the Colossal guys. Yeah, they're really interesting. It's really interesting because you see him.
Wow, it's really pretty.
And when I saw them, it was in the summertime, and they apparently they were about 6 months old, and they're going to get a lot larger.
Wait, so they came back from extinction?
Yeah, they brought them back from extinction through genetic engineering. They have direwolf DNA. They have direwolf DNA. They mixed it with gray wolf DNA. I don't know how they did it. They could tell me. I'll forget 5 minutes later. But whatever it is, that's a different thing that never existed before since the direwolves went extinct.
Wow.
Yeah, so my fear is that these assholes, not these guys, but that some scientific asshole will make a Jurassic Park. We'll say, hey, we found an island that we can buy that's, 50,000 square acres or whatever it is, and we're going to take and put a few dinosaurs on this island and make it so that people can go visit it. Like, that's possible. People could do that.
Well, it sounds possible, but it doesn't sound worse than like AI things that can be done on your computer and to our brains. Like
you're more afraid of AI than you are of dinosaurs. That's rational because AI is more likely.
Yeah, because if somebody said, "Hey, you could go visit this island that has dinosaurs," at least I'd have a choice, and I'd be like, no thanks. But I will sometimes, if you're just talking about a poncho.
A poncho?
Yeah.
Like
a poncho that, like a little blanket that has a hole in it.
Got it.
It's a word that doesn't come up much, but when it came up, I was just talking to my friend about a poncho. And then all of a sudden on my phone, they're like,
ads for ponchos.
Yeah, so it's that to
I wonder if I'm going to get some now.
You are.
Poncho ads.
You're going to get some poncho ads.
I've never had a poncho ad. If I get one right now, I'll know.
Oh, yeah, I know. We're all dialed in somehow.
Well, that's for sure.
So I would rather be running away from I would rather die from being squashed by a dinosaur than just go crazy from thoughts of things that have been put into my head from AI. Does that make sense?
Sort of. I don't want to die either way. Right? I don't
Well,
want to die
if you had to choose,
I don't want to die by dinosaur.
if you had to choose one or the other.
I really don't think either one is preferable. I think the dinosaur is more unlikely. The AI one seems very possible. There's not a real good roadmap that I've seen where AI is not completely disruptive in every aspect of our life. And the only people that do provide that roadmap seem to be profiting off of AI.
Yeah.
You know, some people think it's going to increase productivity, like Elon thinks it's going to increase productivity to the point where no one will have to work anymore. And you'll have what they call universal high income. That's what he's calling it. But then you have this real problem of what do people do with their time?
Right.
Like, so many people really identify with whatever they do as a job.
Right. And it gives you a sense of purpose, right? Most people need a sense of purpose to feel happy.
They also like providing for themselves. Like, people like the fact that you work all week, you come home, you get your paycheck, and, you know, now you can go to the restaurant, you go, and it's all your money.
Yeah.
You bought it, you worked hard, and now, you know, you bought whatever you bought. You paid for it. You paid for it with your labor. People like being good at something, right?
Yeah.
If you're the guy that, you know, if there's something going on, you need something fixed, and you go to Henry. Like, Henry loves the fact that Cheryl calls him up because she knows that he knows how to fix things. And what do we do with Henry when Henry loses his, like, we say, your job's useless. You're basically like a guy who owns Blockbuster Video.
Well, is that like very, very wealthy people that are born into money that don't have to work, that don't have to?
That's even worse, right? Because that's like very wealthy people that are born into money have never had to prove themselves. They've always been more special than everybody else. If everybody has universal high income, that won't be a unique thing. It'll be basic. So optimistically, I would say the optimistic take on it is, if that was the case, what the real positive aspect is, you wouldn't have to work for your basic needs. And what you could decide to do instead is pursue something you're really interested in. Like, maybe
become an expert in something.
Yeah, or study a bunch of different languages all day.
But
or
will people?
Some people will.
Yeah.
But I think that's always the case.
That's true.
Some people would take advantage of a situation, and like some people during COVID, they said, okay, some people just became alcoholics and they lost everything. Some people said, I'm going to start a side business. I'm going to start an online business, because an online business, they can't shut down during a pandemic. And a lot of people become very profitable because of that. It's like, why do we need to just work all day? If you're a laborer, is that really the only use of your time? Like, if you're doing it for food, I get it. You're doing it for housing, I get it. It's a good job. It's a solid, honest way to make a living. But if you don't have to do that anymore, and then you just get money from the government and from whatever income AI is generating, wouldn't you rather play soccer or go do this or whatever your thing is? Painting, whatever your thing is.
Right.
You know, you could find anything. You could find a thing that gives you meaning other than just your work.
Right. Because if you're working in a factory and you're just, you know, putting the dial on the box, that's not fulfilling, and you're not going in there and you're not doing anything.
That stuff has only been around for a while, like a small amount of time. Like being a worker in a factory or an office, how long has that even been around? The idea that we can't exist without that being around is crazy.
Yeah.
Because for thousands and thousands of years, there was no money. People just like hunted and fished and traded things and started raising animals. There's no money. You basically just tried to stay alive by gathering food.
So do you think that if nobody had to work, that we could do without money altogether? That money could disappear, and then
that's a scary thing, because someone's going to have it. There's gonna be reasons.
But if there's no value to it,
but there's always going to be value. The like this is the scariest
From
thing.
country to country or worldwide?
Everything, like the control of resources. Resources are always going to be valuable. It's always going to be valuable to have oil. If you have oil, you can do so many things. You can make gasoline, you can power things, you can make plastics. Everything comes out of oil. Everything is petroleum based. Even your medicine is petroleum based.
Yeah, but if nobody was paying you to make it,
so everything's free. That's the idea. How's that possible? Because then no one would want to make a Ferrari. Because the only reason why you would make a Ferrari is because it's hard to get, so it costs a lot of money. And
well, if AI is taking over and taking all of those jobs, and you're, and the idea is that nobody's going to have to work. If nobody has to work, then the cars are still being made, right?
Maybe. Maybe they decide how many cars get made and how many people can have a car.
Wow.
Yeah.
This is the real need a car.
Like Oxford, England just established like this new they're doing this thing called like 15-minute cities. We have like an area where you're allowed to travel to, and if you decide to travel outside of that area, you get a certain amount of them per year. And
you get a certain amount of what?
Travel passes to leave your area.
It was a congestion zone.
Okay, whatever it is.
This is what it was.
You go with whatever you want, but whatever it is, it's the government telling you you can't leave an area, and if you leave that area, it costs you money. So it costs you the equivalent of like $100 a day to leave this area.
Wow.
If you get over a certain number of them.
It's similar to what they did in New York City, however, they stopped it in New York, remember?
Yeah, well, it's crazy. That's why they stopped it, because this is the beginning of a terrible trend. So what this is the beginning of them telling you where you can go and how often you can go. And this is the government doing it. And the temporary congestion charge, bullshit. They've been proposing stuff like this. It's bullshit. They've been proposing stuff.
They want to do it
They want to control people. They want to be able to tell you where you can and can't go. The more they can put restrictions on you, the more they can pass laws that they can profit from. The more they can benefit from whatever control they have over you. The more they can tighten down on it. And England's a great place to do this because they've already gotten things passed through in England. Like, England doesn't have jury trials anymore, except for like murder and rape and a few other things.
Just one judge?
It's a judge. So
one person
all
deciding.
the people that are getting arrested for social media abuses.
It's just one person deciding.
No, it's different judges. It's wherever you get brought up, wherever you get arrested for.
Right,
They
but
arrested
one
12,000.
judge.
One judge, yes.
Just deciding
Exactly.
their fate,
Right.
whether they like it or not.
Without a doubt, they're going to go with whatever the government wants. And they've arrested 12,000 people the last year for social media posts, just in England.
I know, that's intense.
So that's the place where it's a congestion zone. Fuck off.
I asked
They're
about
controlling
last week. What we don't know because we're not there. People will get bussed into that area already because it's already congested as fuck.
I don't care. I don't care what's going on. That's Bangladesh, okay? That's New York City. That's a lot of places. That's LA.
Yeah.
But if you don't get to control whether or not people can leave an area. Period. It doesn't matter what you call it.
But this was because they closed.
I don't care.
They closed the road temporarily, and so they had to put up some.
It's a terrible precedent. It's like what they did with COVID. They shut down 2 weeks to stop the spread. And what happened? It lasted a year and a half in LA. Like, it's not, you don't give them that kind of control. You can't have ever the control to tell people whether they can or can't leave an area. Fuck off. That's crazy.
Even their houses.
Yeah,
Remember for a while, like you weren't even allowed to go outside.
Well, how about that dipshit mayor who was saying usually snitches get stitches, but now they get rewards? Do you remember that? In LA, they were telling you to turn your neighbors.
Oh, I don't remember it in LA, but I remember it in other states.
In LA.
That's crazy.
What was that cook's name? It was the mayor of LA. He was he thought he was on the right side of everything until Black Lives Matter started protesting outside his house every day for like a month. Garcetti.
Oh, Garcetti.
That creep. That guy, he find that thing that snitches usually get stitches, but now they get rewards. Like, literally said that.
That is so crazy.
Snitching on your neighbor for having too many people over.
That is so crazy.
The people were exactly 5 feet apart from each other.
Let us know where those folks are. If you've observed recurring violations of the Safer at Home order, please continue to let us know at coronavirus.lacity.org/business violation. You know the old expression about snitches? Well, in this case, snitches get rewards. we want to thank you for turning folks in and making sure we are all safe.
It would be cool if that lady who was doing sign language was just faking it. Sometimes
And
nobody
she's
knows
still going
sign
after
language.
he's still talking. He's done talking, and she's just like, "Hey, over here."
Well, nobody, very few people know American Sign Language, so she could have been faked it. Like a bunch of people have been faking it before and they got caught.
No.
Oh, yeah. There was a guy next to Obama when Obama was giving a speech once, and this guy was completely making it up.
Come
He was
on.
a con man.
Come
who
on.
Tricked himself into being 3 feet from Obama. No security screening. They
Because
just,
nobody knows how to
I don't think it was,
validate
I
or
don't believe it was in
verify.
America. I think it was
Oh
somewhere
my
else.
God. I took
So they had this
American
guy
Sign
on
Language.
stage, and you can tell he's just making things up.
Oh
He's like doing
my
this.
God.
He's like fake sign. You never seen this?
No.
Find the guy's fake sign language with Obama.
How did he get busted during this?
Well, there's sign language people. This guy right here. So this guy on the right, or that guy, he's completely making shit up. So wait for Obama to get. So this is the Mandela Memorial. When does Obama come out? There's one with Obama next to the guy. So that was what it was. So that's the guy. See, he's like right next to him.
Oh my
The guy was
God.
like completely faking sign language. He was just a kook. He was like, I can do it. Yeah, I'm good at it. Let me up there.
That is crazy.
People are nuts.
People are nuts.
You should know that.
I've learned it over and over again, and they're even nuttier at a level that I didn't know.
What was the big turning point for you? Was it just being attached to Bobby and watching all that, or?
It was Bobby running for president. It's so crazy. I mean, I really got a crash course in elections, and it is the craziest shit goes on, and everybody is. That's all they think about. The people that are involved. They get up in the morning. How can I fuck this guy over? I'm gonna say, and they have these people that their only job is to start a rumor, is to say something, put something in the press that doesn't matter if it's true or not. If somebody else picks it up, they celebrate for the whole day, and it's like that story, whatever it was, the thing that they said gets picked up. That is like a day of celebration. It's a celebration from the other camps, and then it's like your camp is now trying to figure out what to do about that, or what kind of damage it's going to do, and is it worth even fighting, or is it better to just let it wither on the vine? It's just all day, every day, people are trying to find the craziest. It doesn't matter if it's about politics or not. It's more exciting if it's something personal. Oh, he's wearing lifts in his boots. Oh, and it's just.
But that is an important thing. So it's when they're wearing lifts in their boots, like, hey,
how are you going to govern this country?
How did you get so tall? Out of nowhere.
It is absurd.
It's so weird. It's absurd.
But you don't like that. Well, who gives a shit? Women wear heels.
Right. But if a man does it and he's lying about it, I think that as a short man.
Didn't we ask?
I think they did. I think they asked. You're talking about a homeboy from Florida. Yeah, I think they asked and he denied it. But it was pretty clear. There was like one podcast or one talk show, one of those late night shows where he walked out. And I was like, why? You're walking like a horse. Like, you're clearly on your tippy toes. This is crazy. You've added like 5 inches to your height. This is bananas. And it's all inside your boots.
And then that's what everybody's talking about.
But don't do that. Don't do that. No one's going to do it. That's like a self-inflicted wound.
But then it's like, oh, well, he's too short to govern the country.
That's crazy. If people think that, that's on them.
Well, people are crazy.
Yeah, but they're not going to think you're taller than you really are. Like, they've seen you for fucking decades. He's been in the public eye forever, and then all of a sudden he gains 4 inches. Everybody's like, what's going on? Like, people know. You can't, they're scrutinizing everything. You know, you can't pull the wool over their eyes that hard.
Yeah.
And also it shows, like, this weird thing where you're so worried about what people think about you that you're willing to wear lifts in your shoes. It's kind of, and again, I say this as a short man. You know, it's like it's important. Like you,
Like just being
that's
authentic.
that's
Because
who
if
you
you're not
are.
being authentic.
That's who you are.
Yeah.
You're not gonna change people's opinion of you if you wear a fucking stilt.
But what does it matter? Like if a guy had a toupee and he was running for president, would you be like, nah, no? Because it might make him feel better to.
Fuck your feelings. Take that fucking wig off.
You should run a campaign.
Especially
Oh
if
my
you're
gosh.
wearing a wig and then all of a sudden you put it on and you expect me to ignore it. That's crazy. That's crazy. If you're like bald forever and then all of a sudden you
And
wear
then the
one.
day that you start wearing it,
Yeah.
there must be a day in somebody's life when it's like,
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go for it and hope nobody.
Well, there's a bunch of like really smart people who have them on, which is really weird. It's like, how can you be so smart and you don't know that that thing on your head is ridiculous? Like you were bald and now you're not, and I'm supposed to just go, hey, congratulations on growing all your hair back. This is fucking nuts.
So you find it so distracting.
No, I just find it a character flaw,
I see.
right?
Okay.
It's like you're a 60-year-old man and you're concerned with looking attractive, like at this stage of your life. Like, come on,
Let it go.
This is a
Like
crazy
whatever
thing.
was gonna happen, it should have already happened.
Right.
And at this point.
This is a crazy thing to concentrate on, especially if you want to be taken seriously. Like you should.
But so what about a guy that's 25 that's wearing a toupee?
It's that. Look, it's like male hair loss is devastating. People talking to
It's gotta
Canada.
be hard.
As a bald guy. Yeah, I got hair transplants. I did the whole thing. I tried minoxidil and all the other different things. It's like you don't have any control over it. And apparently now, like supposedly UCLA has a new remedy that just grows your hair back, and it's in tests right now, and they're going to be able to put it on your. It's probably going to make $1 trillion.
Is it like a helmet that you put
No.
on your hair?
It's like some kind of medication that you topically apply, and it grows hair. It grows hair on mice, and apparently it's going to work. It's kind of amazing that they haven't cracked that code yet. But one day they will. And if the UCLA thing, then the wig business goes out of business.
Then would you take it?
No. Even if I did, I would shave my head.
Why?
100%. I love it. I love having a shaved head. I love not having to talk to a barber. I don't give a shit what I look like.
You
I don't.
would rather shave your head than have a meaningless conversation for 10 minutes.
100%. Yeah.
Do you shave it every day? Like every
No, I
morning?
shave it every couple. I shaved it this morning, but I shave it every couple days. But if
So you wouldn't. So if I said, if you take this tomorrow, you'll have a full head of hair, you'd be like, no.
Maybe I would take it and then just buzz that down and have it really short. But I would have it
So you know
stubble.
what's there.
Sure, but if I want to.
I can do it if I want to. But I don't want to do it. I don't know. But I could.
But I used to love when I had a full head of hair. I used to love having a crew cut. It was my favorite thing.
Wow, interesting.
Yeah, I just love I love the feeling of it, like when you rub it and you get all the stubble up there, I like that. And I just don't want to think about it. It's
Texture.
I don't have to think
That's
about
it.
But when I was in television, I thought about it. I was like, God, I can't lose my hair. That's why I got a hair transplant. I was like, I'm starting to make money.
But that didn't work, or you didn't like it?
It works for a little while, but the way I describe it, I was like, it's like you take people from a neighborhood where everybody's really healthy, and you move them to a neighborhood where everyone's dying. So all your neighbors die. So all the other hair that was supposed to fall out, that falls out, and the only stuff that's left is stuff you put there. And it looks kind of ratty and sparse.
What do you take it from the back?
Yeah, they take it from the back of your head,
And then you
move
put
it
it
to
in
the top. Yeah, a lot of
it
guys go
seems
to
like a good
Turkey
idea.
now
I
to do
know.
it, and they get their whole head redone. But sometimes you get a weird hairline where it's like a little too low and crazy. It's a little too flat and weird. You're like, what's going on with your hair?
That's hard.
Yeah.
Because how do you know? Because you're under.
Well, you probably think it's a good idea. The doctor thinks it's a good idea, and he convinces you. You're like, it's going to look good. He's like, it's going to look amazing. And next thing you know, you look at a wolf man.
Are you out completely when you have that?
No.
You're
you're right away.
the doctor's talking to you, and it's like, I'm gonna put one here.
They don't even talk to you. You like watch a movie or something like that. You just sit there and chill. There's videos of guys doing it online.
You know, I'm not gonna watch
little hairs
that.
out, sticking in the little holes.
Yeah. I wonder why more women don't do
Women
it.
do it when women start losing their hair. Yeah, quite a few of their patients are women.
Oh wow.
Because like maybe they have alopecia. So,
Yeah.
yeah, they can't grow it back, so they transplant it. They do.
Okay. And you're okay with that?
Yeah, I'm okay with women wearing wigs too.
You just don't like men wearing wigs.
Nope, I don't like it. I don't like
That's
men
so
wearing.
interesting.
I don't like men wearing lipstick either. Unless you're a singer or someone freaky, some non-binary person.
But you don't want like the guy at the grocery store checking you out.
Well, I don't care.
It's okay.
You might be a weirdo. You know, you're allowed to be a weirdo. I don't mind
Yeah.
anymore. But if you want me, if you want to be like if we're all hanging out and we're gonna go out to dinner and you show up wearing lipstick and eyeshadow, like,
Yeah.
hey Bob, fuck's going on with your face? Like, if you don't think I'm gonna make fun of that, you're crazy.
Yeah, okay. So you just make fun of him all night, but you're not so mad that you're not going to go out with him. Okay.
I mean, that's a nutty choice. But it's like, I wouldn't want you being the treasurer of the United States and putting lipstick on. You know? It's like, you remember that guy that was working in the Biden administration? That was a man with lipstick and a shaved head, and he was stealing all the women's clothes. He was stealing women's clothes from the airport.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's what I'm talking about.
I mean, listen,
That's a
I
crazy
think
person.
there were a few.
There was a few. They were hiring them just because they were weird. They were like, this is going to make us look woke. We're going to hire all the right people. It's going to be very inclusive. Okay, great. You're hiring mentally ill people. You're hiring a man who likes to steal women's clothes from the airport. Yeah, and you're putting him in charge of nuclear energy.
I mean, that is okay. So this goes back to politics, right?
Yeah.
It's like, so you watch that, and then the next election, it's got a new group of people, and they're weird.
Right.
So it's not like just one side is.
Oh, no. I think that's a big trap to think that it's only the Republicans or only the Democrats that are weird. No, everybody who wants to do that, the vast majority of them are unhinged. Because that is not a normal job.
No,
they're not good at it. That's
not a normal job.
thing. They're not good at talking. They're not good at public speaking. They're even the best ones are like. That's why when a guy like Obama or a guy like Clinton comes along, I'm like, holy shit, because they're or Trump.
Right.
They're so good at like talking to large groups of people and being themselves. So when someone's not good at that, it's like glaringly obvious because. Most people who are good at that kind of stuff, they don't want that job.
Right.
That job's horrible.
Right.
Yeah.
That job is crazy.
Yeah. Job's nuts.
But then do you have to be good at talking?
You do because it's part of the campaign trail.
Well, right.
You have to be good
But
at
that's the other thing too. Is like running for something. Being part of the campaign is so different than actually doing it.
Yeah.
Than being it. They're completely different. It's like auditioning. It's so much like auditioning.
But it's completely.
It's a different. It's a completely different skill set.
Different skill set. Yeah.
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 So it's like So
at least auditioning, you're actually acting in the room.
Yeah.
You know, when you're running for president, you're not running for president in front of everybody. This is how I'm going to do it. You're going to pretend to be my chief of staff. And
Yeah.
You're going to be the
That's
secretary
true.
of defense. And I'm going to put on a play. I'm going to show you how I would handle it if I ran across the line.
I would rather that.
Yeah.
I would like to see a campaign like that where it's just a little mini play.
Oh, mini play.
Yeah.
Yeah,
like
a
a little
crisis
cabinet.
situation.
Yes.
A little Cuban Missile Crisis right in front of everybody's eyes.
And just to see how everyone would handle it.
Oh, that's why when people pretend to be a president in a film, people go, you know what, you would be a great president. Like, people do that all the time.
That's true.
That's how Zelensky became the president of Ukraine.
Because he was a good actor.
He was an actor as a president in a TV show, and that's why everybody liked him. Did you know that?
I knew that he was an actor, but I didn't know he was playing the president.
He was playing the president. He was a comedian, and he was playing the president in a television show, and people loved it. And they're like, he should be the real president. Like, that's how goofy people are.
Oh yeah, that could definitely happen in this country, don't you think?
100%.
All the people that have played the president, people will be like, yeah, that
100%.
guy could definitely do it.
Martin Sheen.
People
100%.
would say, yeah.
He could probably be the president right now if he wanted to.
Yeah.
I mean, if someone like that, like a top-notch actor, really wanted to campaign, everybody would be fucked. Except for they just tear him apart and attack him and make up a bunch of stuff about him and his family.
And actors they have thinner skin than politicians.
Some of them do, yeah.
Yeah, most of them, because it's because as an actor, you're putting yourself out there all the time, and you feel insecure. If one person doesn't like you or says that you're horrible, then it's like, oh my god. But politicians are like, what else you got? That's it.
Well, they're just used to being full of shit. They live in it.
Well,
They're comfortable in it.
I think that there are some politicians that are that are authentic and truly working to make the country better.
Absolutely.
That is one thing that I've seen.
I think there are people on death row that are innocent.
They're just so few and far between.
I just don't think it's most. I think the reality.
What do you think? Why do you think most? Why would most people do it that aren't interested in truly, making the country better or bettering the government?
Well, it all depends upon what's your motivation? Like, what are you doing it for? And I think most of them are doing it for the same reason why people become famous. They're doing it because they want to be special, and they want to say the things that people want to hear, so that people like them, and then they can make money. I think that's why they do it. And then once you get in, here's the thing that seems to be pretty apparent, is that once you get in, for the most part, you have to adhere to the mindset of all the other people that are in your business. And if you don't, you get cast, like John Fetterman. Like, you get cast out. They hate that guy now. They're mad at him because he says, "I think you should probably have ID to vote."
I like John Fetterman.
He's great.
Yeah.
He's a sweet
And
guy.
he says he's authentic, and he says,
Well, that guy genuinely worked in charities for his whole life. Like, he genuinely worked in doing philanthropy work and like real stuff. Like, he's not a greedy guy. He walks around in a Carhartt hoodie and shorts. He went to the fucking inauguration in shorts and a Carhartt hoodie. And I talked to him when he was there. He's like genuinely sweet, like in real life.
Yeah.
He's a nice guy.
He is who he is.
Big teddy bear. Like a nice guy.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, he had that stroke, and so it messes with his ability to recall things. So when you talk to him, like on a show, he'll have like a little, like an iPad that translates stuff.
Yeah.
Just so he can recall the question and do it again. But, he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
He just has a weird problem.
Yeah.
But the thing is, like, you have to adhere. And if you don't, you're not allowed to have a deviating opinion. If you do, you get cast out. Like Thomas Massey. You see the same thing in the Republicans. Like, anybody that has an opinion that doesn't deviate with the groupthink, you get cast out. They'll call you a traitor. There's some terrible things about you.
There's a lot of theatrics.
There's a lot of that. And I think there's a lot of people that are in that business that start off with really good intentions.
Yeah.
And then you see them slowly give in. They slowly succumb to the weight of what that position is.
It's not like they're making a lot of money.
Oh, countless people.
Anything else?
Oh, the way they make money is inside of trading, Cheryl.
Oh, God,
it's so ubiquitous. That's the dark secret. That's not even a secret.
Is that why they never leave?
Well, that's why Nancy Pelosi's 1,000 years old. She's worth $400 million, and she makes $170 grand a year. Make sense out of that?
Yeah, it is a little.
Make sense out of that. First of all, if you had $400 million in the bank, would you keep showing up for work if you're 85 fucking years old and you're in a job that pays $170 grand a year? I'd look at that paycheck every week. I'd be like, I'm good. I'm gonna get out of here. This is
I'm
crazy.
gonna go relax on an island somewhere.
I'm going fishing.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go to Mexico and go fishing. This is nuts.
Yeah.
I'd be enjoying this money. Why would you still be working? Because her net worth keeps going up and up and up. You've seen PelosiTracker.com. We were saying that.
Yeah, my boys talk about it. Yeah.
It's great.
Yeah.
She's better at the stock market than Warren Buffett. She's better at the stock market than George Soros.
But is it possible that she thinks she is moving the needle in the right way?
Sure. It's possible that she convinces herself of that. It's also possible that staying in office is the best way to ensure you're not prosecuted.
Well.
Yeah, because if somebody goes after you, if that's not legal, then if you really did have insider information and you bought a bunch of stock on something that you knew that, I think there's a real good case that shouldn't be legal. It seems like it is legal now, but if you're involved...
No, is it legal?
I think it's a very gray area because the Congress people are allowed to trade and buy stocks, and they most certainly have bought stocks when they knew that a certain market is going to be affected by a decision that only they knew was going to be made.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's a lot of evidence for that. Like, that's how you make that much money. There's a lot of them, and it's not a Republican or a Democrat issue. It's red, blue, white.
Yeah.
They're all making crazy loot. Not all of them. Like Tulsi Gabbard didn't do it. There's a bunch of people that didn't do it.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of them that wind up making a ton of loot, and they get super defensive about it.
Well, nobody wants to say, yeah, I did it.
Well, tell me how you became worth $400 million
Yeah.
without providing any product. Like,
Yeah.
if you invented some new mouse that's like better than any other computer mouse, like,
Yeah.
I see why you made that money. Congratulations.
Yeah.
But what'd you do? Most people make 170 grand a year are kind of doing well.
They're doing
They're
okay.
doing well. They'll probably have a nice car, probably live in a nice house.
Yeah.
You're not worth 400 million.
No.
That would be the rarest of rare people. Imagine if you were making 170 grand and you were working side by side with Bob, and all of a sudden Bob's buying a fucking Ferrari, he's got his own private jet. You're like,
He's showing up with his driver.
Bob, what are you doing?
But I don't know the answer to this, but I probably should. Aren't their finances exposed every year or no?
Well,
Is that just when you're running for president?
I don't know. I mean, certainly when you run for president, then they want to audit you, or they want to see your tax forms.
Yeah.
But
Cute.
But when you look at like the net worth, and it's very difficult to find out what someone's net worth is. But if you look at the net worth of Congress people, a lot of them are millionaires.
But were they millionaires before they went in? Because
a lot of them weren't. Well, Ilhan Omar was in debt before she got into office.
That's a question, right?
Yeah, now she's worth millions. Kind of odd. She's good. She's really good at her job.
Got lucky?
She's really good at her job.
She's really good at her job. I mean, I am seeing, through the lens, which I'm looking. I've seen a lot of people come into the administration that have already had a lot of money. So in that case, it feels like they're coming in for the right reason.
Right, but when they got in, how much more money did they make once they got in? That's when things get weird. Did you start your own crypto coin and do a pump and dump? Because, that's odd.
Yeah.
It's odd. That's legal.
Isn't it? And I don't have the answer to this either. You probably would more than anybody. But is there a group out there, a watchdog group that's looking at all of this? That's like, here's another thing I just discovered about this stock that's such and such voted for.
There's a lot of people online that do that. There's a lot of independent journalists that do that. But the thing is, it never gets covered in mainstream news.
Right.
When was the last time you saw mainstream news doing a deep dive on Congress people's income?
Never.
Yeah. It doesn't seem like, because they want to get access to those Congress people.
Yeah.
They want them to come on their shows. It's a weird business. It's a weird business because most certainly when people get into office, they profit immensely. You don't just, so if you're like, let's just pretend you're the president. If you become the president, I think the president gets paid, what do they get paid? Like $450,000 a year or something like that? How much does the president get? By the way, Trump doesn't take that money. He doesn't take a dime of it. 400,000. But he does have a crypto coin. The point is, it's like, so you make that money, and then you're in office for 4 years, and you go, okay, well, are you going to live like Jimmy Carter? Because Jimmy Carter lived a simple life until he died. He never profited off of the fact that he was a president. Or are you going to be one of those people that give speeches at banks, and you inexplicably make like 300 grand?
All right, well, everybody's been waiting for you. How you living, pimp?
A way they can.
Who was?
Like,
oh, okay.
when you're in office,
is that a joke?
They made it kind of. They were.
All right. All right. Was Michael Jackson as shitty as you are at mini golf?
Yeah, there's a lot of them.
Approved it.
Okay, well, then you got something in common with the King of Pop. Are you ready to lose? That's my question. Are you ready to lose? My man, are you ready to lose? That's what I like to hear, man. Rabbi Rothschild, next question. Dog, I'm funnier than you will ever be. On my least funny day, I'm funnier than you are. When I came out of the womb, I'm funnier than you are on your funniest fucking day. They could pump you with a funny oh ha ha ha. Very funny. All right. Are you ready to lose? That's my question. Okay, well Michael Jackson ain't saving you today, baby. Dog, you know it was one of the best shots you've ever seen. Oh, and that's a better shot? That's bullshit, dog, and you know it. Do you see how good my shot is? Let's see your garbage shot. Your shot's terrible. And everybody knows it. Yeah, when the hole is up against the circle part. What up, dog? STFU. Oh, fuck you, man. I knew that wasn't gonna be good. I knew it wasn't gonna be good. Dog. Why did you do the perfect shot, Zoot? Not necessarily. I could sneak this bad boy in just like this. Oh, that was terrible. Welcome, Kibby. How you living? What up? What up? I'm not gonna give you a crucial intelligence on how to play this hole. What do you want to do, baby? Did you see Chelsea? Was her pussy wet for me? Oh, did you tell her that her boyfriend lives on another continent and is named Rabbi Rothschild and is the biggest fan of her comedy in the world? All right, what's his name? Oh, yeah, it does. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. What letter does her boyfriend's name start with? Suit, you're more protective of this dude than you are of Chelsea herself. Wow, you've got a crush on this dude. Suit, let's see your shot. That was terrible. Did you suck his dick? All right. Zoot, did Moon Bang think that was a good shot? Isn't he Asian? Oh. Why do you say he's the blackest man alive? Is that like a black area? All right, let's just be honest. The blackest man alive lives somewhere on the African continent. I mean, is that not? No, then he's not the blackest man alive. The blackest man alive lives. I think we can all agree. He's like super, super dark. You can only see him when he smiles. He's like incredibly dark, and he is like perhaps a tribal person, and probably some motherfucker in like Scandinavia. That's Scandinavia, baby. This motherfucker lives in China. He's one of the billion people who live there, and it's not anybody in Japan. That's not Asian enough. Thailand, that's not Asian enough. I'm playing mini golf with them right now. Zoot, you lost. Michael Jackson would be disappointed. Oh, for sure. Look how good a shot this is, Zoot. Look how good a shot this is, son. All right, dog. Dog, you know that's a bad shot, and everyone knows it's a bad shot. Maybe one of the worst shots in the history of the game. It's like when they developed this game, they knew people were gonna try that bullshit, and they were like, just make it just a hair like short of that. Let's see your shot. Are you proud of that shot? The answer is no. You're done. Michael Michael Jackson's disappointed in you. Zero. Are you fucking serious? Dude, mine's negative. No, I cannot. No, you're not missing that shot. Dude, it's tied. That's incorrect. Look how good a shot this could have been. Dog, I made it into one of the greatest shots in the history of the world. Don't do it. Don't do it. What up, baby? You think we're equal? That's incorrect. I am, because I'm making this shot easily. I think your shot is garbage. Zoot, you're down a hole, baby. I hate this hole. Oh, dude, that might be the way to do it. You're stealing my fucking strategy. Look how sick this shot is, Zoot. Look how sick it is. Yes, easily. Hit my ball. Are you? No. Wait, what are you talking about? Okay, then my shot was better than your shot. You're stupid. That's not good, dog. What? Oh, I definitely helped you. I need the greatest shot in the history of the game right now. F that, dog. Yeah, no, everybody's gotten a fight. I hate. Hit my ball. Oh, you got so fortunate. Are you serious? Garbage. Hit, scoop my ball over. That's a terrible shot. You're done. Baby, you're done. It's over for you. It's never been more over for anybody in the history of humankind. Zoot, I have a game winning shot. Zoot, I have a game winning shot. Champion, baby. I mean, you still wouldn't get it. Why would that happen? My shot was amazing. They'd make me the most decorated person in the history of mini golf. Zoot, you have an invitation. I don't know. Dude, F your fucking amazing shot. F your fucking amazing shot. Dog, I don't know. Okay. I'm sure he connected with somebody during that time. I don't believe anything that guy says, so. Dude, are you proud of your shot? I bet he could have, but I bet he had a team of people who were running cameras and shit and talking to him on an intercom or something. All right. Well, I mean, that's not really being all alone then. Zoot, look at this shot. I want to know your opinion on this shot right here. Do you think it's the best shot you've ever seen on this hole? Zoot. Zoot. Okay. Well, it's better than your shot. Your shot's way far away. Zoot. Zoot, you have like one of the most difficult shots in the history of the game right here. All I have to do is just Zoot, you're done. It's over for you, son. Yeah, baby. That was a great match. No, dog. I don't think about impossible things. You're gonna hit my ball, and it's gonna be marvelous. Zoot, now are you ready? Are you ready for one of the best shots in the history of the game? That was amazing. You and I both know that that was absolutely stunning. Dude, I don't want to get in that lottery discussion. You're so terrible at it. Look at this. Zoot. Oh. By not winning it? Okay. More. Not necessarily. It could be rigged. Oh, yeah, definitely. Lots of people. I mean, Jeffrey Epstein won the lottery for $85 million. Like, it's fucking rigged. Yeah, we do, and it's all rigged. Yeah, and they just say nothing happened. There was a fucking guy who I think. Oh fuck! There was a guy in Pennsylvania, I think, who won, and he was like, I forget the story. He won. He was like the gaming commissioner or something, and he won. And there was I think he went to jail, but then he was pardoned by Donald Trump or something. It was something like that. Maybe that's not exactly right, but there was something like that. Or no, that was a different case. That was a judge in Pennsylvania who was giving people really long sentences and getting like bribes from different companies to do it, from like private prisons. And but there was something strange about the Pennsylvania lottery too. And there are all kinds of like, I don't know, like investigation shows where that show like that you're terrible at this game, but they'll also show things like the balls. Some of them are filled with like helium, and other ones are filled with air, so that they go higher, or they'll be like a little bit smaller than the other balls, so they go in that little tube faster. There's like all kinds of ways to do it. Zoot, are you gonna accept your invitation? Okay, then it's your last game. Zoot, you have an invitation. I love this hole. That's a terrible shot. Maybe one of the worst shots we've ever seen. I'm going to show you one of the greatest shots in the history of this hole and this game. Look at that shot, Suit. Just an absolute garbage shot. A terrible strategy. Just all in all, one of the worst performances I've ever seen. Yeah, baby. No, we don't have multiple lot. Well, I guess we do. I don't believe it. I don't know. Like, it's rigged, dog. It's rigged. There have been a lot of cases of like showing that it's rigged. All right, and I bet they're all rigged. I bet they're all rigged. I mean, maybe not. There was a guy when I was growing up as a kid who lived in our neighborhood and he won the lottery, and he seemed like he lived a nice life. So I don't know if that guy did it. Maybe some other people could do it. Did he suck at mini golf as well? Why would you resign? You're tied. What up, baby? Baby, I just did, and you know it, and I know it, and everybody knows it. 0 because you didn't score. Did you just gas? What the fuck was that sound? Yo, dog, are you gonna go? I'm gonna deliver a devastating shot to you. Oh no, that actually helped you. What up, baby? Look how good this shot is. Okay. All I have to do is just not help you. Hit the thing. Hit the thing. Are you serious? Zoot, who is Australia's biggest female talk show host? I'll wait.
Ultimately, what does it mean? They have. What does it mean? Either way, you're allowed. So remember, the pump said either way, you're allowed.
Zoot, who is Australia's biggest female talk show host? I'll wait. All right, baby. Look at this shot, Zoot. It's like it's an hour-long show where she interviews people, like Oprah or Ellen or something. Why not? Okay. Did Sam Pang suck dick at mini golf like you do? Okay. Are you going to be on that show someday? I think you could. All right. Come back when you want to lose. Come back when you want to lose. All time Oprah by far. Not even close. Oprah was like a religious icon. Next question. Oh, it's not even close. Oprah got her own fucking channel out of it. She got her own channel and her own president, dog. She said she wanted Barack Obama, and the fucking United States of America followed. She was giant. There's never been anybody bigger than Oprah in the talk show realm, and there will never be anyone bigger after. She's the biggest. Although I've heard rumors Kim Kardashian wants to be a talk show host, she could be bigger. All right, well, that's just like your opinion, man. Why? Okay, well. You know, that's not that dumb of a comment. Her sister's got a popular podcast. Chloe, it's called Chloe in Wonderland. So maybe Chloe will be the big talk show host.
Shutter as well, right? Shutter as well. Because hello, if it's not a cash and it's laying on the ground, hello, you can't bolt that door. Even in the basement, because that would be a potential casino, right? שאינו קשור כלל, אלא קדושתו ונכון להניחה בביתו, הלכות קדושתו בשבת מונעו, ישראל דאורייתא, yours is a boat that is unattached. When it's unattached, you take it out, you put it in the corner somewhere. And you want to refold that on Shabbos, and look at the place, and that will be an Israel Da'oraisa. So because it's outside. We know where this is now, enough, but they know
So,
but ultimately, again, outside of the base, I mean, the both is well. That was the
Then left, and then
They found him.
really,
Yeah, when that documentary Painkiller came out on Netflix, which is just so good. Peter Berg did that. It's so good.
yeah,
Not documentary, drama.
yeah,
Matthew Broderick plays the secretary.
it was really good.
Really good. The guy who approved it, apparently he was saying no forever, and then they took him to a hotel for like 3 days, and then he,
The Stackler family.
Yeah.
Took the FDA guy.
I mean, what did they do
Yeah.
in that hotel? What could be a fly on the
Closed
wall?
the doors.
Yeah, I don't know what happened.
Suddenly,
And then he got a nice job afterwards where he got paid really well.
mm-hmm.
That's a gross thing that they do.
Yeah.
Where there's this revolving door between the FDA and all these other departments and then these other corporations. So you leave and then you get this amazing job working for the very corporation that you were regulating.
Yeah,
Like if you were doing a good job, wouldn't they want to have nothing to do with you?
yeah,
Like this asshole kept us from making billions of dollars.
Yeah.
We're gonna hire him and give him $2 million in a consulting job. Consulting.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's kind of a way to pay people off. Seems like it. Someone like me on the outside, I'm just looking at it logically.
Just looking at it from my point of view, yeah, of course.
Yeah, it seems like it.
That's why.
And it's legal somehow or another. That's a weird loophole that should be closed up. You should not be able to regulate an industry and then leave immediately and go work for said industry and
Yes.
make a shit ton of money.
Well, right.
Because
This
it
is
seems
also.
like maybe you guys
Maybe
talked.
somebody is doing something. Yeah,
Somebody talked.
that's why. But a lot of people don't like Bobby. Bobby's like
Well, he calls people out on that stuff.
fucking around with this.
Yeah, the Sackler family one is nuts because
It
it doesn't
is.
seem like they're in trouble. It doesn't seem like there was a deal, a sweetheart deal, where they were going to give a certain amount of money, a small percentage of the amount that they profited, and then that would also make them immune to prosecution. But then a judge pulled that deal right after the documentary came out or the docuseries came out. But then you never heard nothing about it. So
No.
it's so nice for a little bit. Just everybody shut the
That's
fuck
another
up.
thing I'm gonna have to look up tonight.
Everybody shut the fuck up, and then it never made it in the news anymore, and
Yeah.
it just kind of drifted away.
Talks about it.
But that family is responsible for the death of who knows how many people.
Yeah,
Ruined who knows how many lives.
yeah,
Destroyed families, destroyed children. I mean, think about if your dad's hooked on opiates and you become homeless and you're a child. What kind of fucking crazy path does your life take? Where it would have never taken that path if your doctor didn't sell your dad something that completely addicts him to it
Right.
and imprisons him.
right.
Imprisons him in a life of just fucking horrible addiction.
Well, that's why, when people talk about conspiracy theories, right? It's a conspiracy theory until it's proven true. So, if that can happen, if people can tell doctors this is not addictive, and doctors believe it, and doctors push it, and then you find out later, oh yeah, they knew. There we have documents that prove that they knew that it was addictive. They knew how destructive it was, but they did it anyway.
Yeah.
It's like people can believe that, but then they have a hard time believing it about other things. They can't imagine.
Well, they don't want to seem foolish. And this is the thing about conspiracy theories. They've done a really good job of making it seem like you're a fool if you believe in conspiracy theories. And they did a really good job of that during the Kennedy assassination. That's when the term conspiracy theorist really became popular.
Yeah.
It wasn't really a thing that people talked about all the time before the Kennedy assassination. And then after that, that became this
term that they would use for kooks.
Yeah.
You're
A
a
label.
conspiracy
A label.
theorist.
Yeah.
Like, they use that for me all the time.
I was about to say.
Yeah, all
Are
the
you
time.
like the king of?
I am a conspiracy theorist. Yes.
Because, by the way, what is a conspiracy? It's two or more people working together to do something nefarious.
It's always happened. It's been going on forever. There's a ton of them that I could just rattle off the top of my head. And I've had a few conversations with people on the podcast where, like, I think most conspiracies can be attributed to ineptitude and this and that. I'm like, no. Not most. A few. Some. But when there's profit involved, when there's power involved, when there's control of resources involved, most conspiracies, in fact, turn out to be true. You know? And the more you dig deep, the more you realize, like, oh, there's a concerted effort to make these conspiracies seem ridiculous because you don't want to be taken as a fool.
Right.
I am a fool. So, if you take me as a fool, congratulations. You're accurate. I'm a foolish person. I'm a professional clown.
But why do you say that? Because
I'm the easiest person to mock of all time. I am a conspiracy theorist who is a cage fighting commentator. Like, half of the time when I'm working, people getting kicked in the face. Like, that's that's brutal, normal. I mean, but like, people look at that as like, that's normal for you. Like, that's like brutish, barbaric, like stupid meathead behavior. Like, okay,
that's okay.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Okay. Also, I think they faked the Gulf of Tonkin incident to get us into Vietnam. Also, production of heroin ramped up to 94% of the world once we had occupied Afghanistan. Like, what? Like, how much of that's real? All of it. Plus, the United States, the CIA rather, sold heroin or sold cocaine in LA ghettos to pay for the Contras versus the Sandinistas in Nicaragua. That's all true too. That's real. Like, there's conspiracy theories you can get into that are fucking real.
And you don't mind people, you don't care what people say about you.
Well, I mean,
if they say, no, he's foolish.
I am foolish. I'm a foolish person.
Well, I think that gives you superpower to just say, I don't care what you think about me. Yes, it's like doing improv, right?
Well, nobody wants people to think badly of them.
Right.
But you don't want people to feel badly of them.
Does it affect your day-to-day? Yeah, you know.
It's not good for you.
No. Do you see yourself
Yo, what up?
on... Okay.
Never. It's not good. You don't have to change it. Yeah.
Baby, I'm retired.
More resilient from paying attention, and I hope your kids know who you are.
Yeah, I've made more money in my life than you can count.
Look, I am a fool, but I'm an honest fool.
No fucking stuff.
It might not make any sense.
Go back to your fucking island.
You're a fool. That's so funny.
I think there's some things that I'm foolish with, but it's okay.
Well, I mean,
it doesn't bother me. I'm nice. I'm a kind person. I try to be. I work hard at it.
Well, you're smart and you're curious and you're kind to people.
I think it's important to do. I think it's to live a good life. You should have a good community of people that you love and you care for, and you should be as nice to them as you can and have some fun in this life. That's what. But also, you can't be scared of people who don't know you thinking that you're an idiot if you're saying something you truly believe in.
Yeah.
So I don't mind talking about like the moon landing hoax or fucking UFOs or I don't care. All the things that people are like, oh, that makes you look like a kook. Like, good. Who cares?
They don't listen.
Who cares?
Right. You don't have to listen.
Right, but also like I don't have to audition for something, right?
Yeah.
If I did, then maybe I would change. Like
Right.
I know a lot of comedians that kind of change their act once they started getting on TV.
Yeah.
Because they kind of take the edge off their act. They don't want to be as controversial.
Yeah.
They're worried about a bit maybe getting clipped and going viral, or especially like only part of the bit, where like it's out of context, doesn't show the whole bit, where you know.
Yes.
Yeah.
Even words. I mean, that goes back to the campaign. It's like if any words that come out of your mouth, they can, like you said, clip. Then it's just gone, and then it's now you talk about, You didn't play the whole thing. You didn't say this is exhausting.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. The words came out of your mouth. It doesn't matter.
Well, look at Trump's lawsuit with the BBC. They completely clipped his speech and took 50 minutes of it out and put another thing at the end of it to make it look like he was trying to get people to go and attack the Capitol.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's crazy. And, you know, he's suing them now, and then the head of the BBC had to resign. But it's like, that is normal. That kind of behavior is normal.
Yeah. But what is this election going to look like with AI? And it's just
crazy.
So crazy. I mean, the last one was crazy. This one's so... I can't even imagine what it's going to look like.
Well, it's also Trump has kind of changed the way people interact in debates and in politics. You know, and there's people that are trying to emulate his success, right? Which happens in like all art forms. And I think running for president and being an entertainer are kind of connected in the fact that you could almost say that like campaigning is kind of a performance art.
Absolutely.
I mean, think of like Kamala Harris. She had that one great speech that she did when they announced that she was going to run for president, when she said, "If you're going to say something, say it to my face," and everybody went, "Oh shit, it's on!" And then she ramped up in the charts. And what was that? Well, that was a great performance. That was a piece of art, right? If you're gonna be that's what that is. So it's like this is what these people are doing, and he's changed the art form in a lot of ways. Like he is like, you know, like when Elvis Presley came out and started shaking his hips, and everybody's like, "What the fuck is going on?
Are we allowed to do that? I'm gonna do that."
Or Jimi Hendrix lit his guitar on fire. Everybody's like, "What the fuck? We can do that?"
Yeah.
You know, it's like someone sometimes comes along that changes the way people do the thing.
Yeah.
And he has unfortunately turned everyone into an insult artist. Whereas you go to the Obama Mitt Romney thing, if you find the actual one, not one where people are commenting on it, it's actually interesting.
Yeah.
There's another one that's the really good one. I think the best one is Clinton. When he was running for president. When Clinton was running for president, he was so good. He was so measured.
How are you, Huge?
Not only that, if you listen to what he's saying back then, crazy. A lot of it are right-wing talking points of today. You know, when they talk about immigration.
What's good, Eugene? Just living life, listening to Joe Rogan. What are you doing?
Right-wing talking points of today. For the American middle class.
Okay, is it good? Are you at least 18 years old?
I know. When she was president in 2008, we played this clip a bunch
Well,
of
you're
times.
welcome. Feel free to play.
If you're in
Feel
this
free to
country
listen.
illegally, first of all, you should have to pay a stiff fine. And if you've been arrested for any crime, you get kicked out of the country, no questions asked. Everybody's cheering. And you should learn to speak English. And everybody went nuts. Like, that's so MAGA. It's so MAGA. It's more MAGA than like GP. It really is. It's crazy.
It is crazy. It's crazy, but also, like, no self-focus.
How you living?
Some of the Democrats that are watching what's happening, and also we're supporting that.
There's no other than Gavin Newsom, right? Who's like the ultimate, like, slick politician guy. And regardless of how the state goes in California, regardless of how the city of San Francisco goes, he keeps winning. Because he's really good at like being slick and like saying
presenting
things.
and being personable and
well, he's
articulate.
Fucking politician, and he's a good-looking guy. He's tall. He's got nice hair, and people are dumb. And they're like, "He could be the president. He's my president."
He could definitely play the president on TV.
100%. Right. So like that's all you have to do. Like you have to just be.
Look the part.
Say it the way we like a president to say it. And it's crazy because like they're the only people today that are allowed to talk like that and say things that we know aren't true in a way that is a way that a person talks when they're running for president that they never talk like in real life. Like if someone's over your house and they start talking like that, you're like, "Steve is fucking crazy. You gotta get him out of the house."
It's very presentational.
So
you're right. There's a lot of shouting and yelling.
Now it's become insulting. Now it's a lot of insulting. And Newsom has tried to ape Trump's behavior patterns.
I hope it's I hope the pendulum swings back to a
You need a really good
dignified.
candidate from the left. I don't see anybody. That James Tallarico guy is kind of interesting. He's pretty interesting. I've had him on the podcast before. He's a very religious guy and very opposed to them putting the 10 Commandments in schools, public schools in Texas. And, you know, his take on it is very measured as a religious person. Very religious.
You have to start with fight together. You have to do it. You have to go ahead and find and work together. Because they have to actively find and work together show that you're not using it for firewood. You're using it for remember again, this is a Shimon Miller's custom, right? The Shimon Miller holds in general. But how do you establish the status of an item?
What's up, babies? Today is
It's all about your das. It's all about your das. The same way the shutter
29th of Shabbat, 5786, Monday, February 16th. Everything sucks. Maybe someone may say it's February, not February. Even though they say sometimes on TV, Ru. It's not, it's Ru. Really, yeah. One time I had a spelling test, and I'm telling you that I think that the teacher wrote it incorrectly, and somebody, and I may have gotten it not as correctly as I wanted. Really, perhaps. Dude, spelling tests were so fucking intense because you wanted to get everything right. And math tests, doing fucking math tests, what would we call those things? Like time to math sheets, they would be really good as well. Alright, let's get into it. I got 99 Azuris, but a bitch ain't one. Chillazone, Nurix Trunculus, that bitch sounds like a Pokemon. Dolus, that's the Jewish diaspora in exile. Chachma, Bina, Da'at Chachma, Wisdom, Bina, Understanding, Da'at, Knowledge. Gay Kakin, Af, and Yam, Lek is dying. Piss in the ocean. Alright, I'm fucking gonna do that thing. It sucks. May Hashem bless you and guard you. May Hashem shine his face upon you and be gracious to you. May Hashem lift his face to you and grant you peace. Why? Why not? Hakan Ani Medaber Ivri Vakar Ivri Al Shay Befal Anaknu Amorim Medaber Yiddish O Ula Aramik Shegam Otan Ani Yakol Medaber Bamida Mesu Yemet Lavar Ani Ma'avi Anglit Latin Ba'u Medaber Anglit Zenishma Tov Lecha. Why not? Dog, if I get these fucking bots going, Israel is gonna shit themselves. Really? Oh, for sure. Really? Oh, dog. Hava, Nagila Hava, Nagila Hava. Nagila Nagini Smecha Hava Nagila Hava Nagila Hava Nagila Nagini Smecha Hava Neranena Hava Neranena Hava Neranena Nagini Smecha Hava Neranena Hava Neranena Hava Neranena Venismecha Uru Urakim Urakim Balesameach Urakim Balesameach Urakim Balesameach Urakim Balesameach Urakim Balesameach. Hey, Hava Nagila Hava Nagila Hava Nagila Venismecha Hava Nagila Hava Nagila Hava Nagila Venismecha Hava Neranena Hava Neranena Hava Neranena Venismecha Havana Ramena, Havana Ramena, Havana Ramena, Venistaka. Urakim, Urakim, Benasameach, Urakim, Benasameach, Urakim, Benasameach, Urakim, Benasameach, Urakim. Yeah, there's some fucking anti-Semitic things that they say in the comments. Alright, that was cool. Really? Yeah, I think that's cool as fuck. Alright, now what? We gotta go review Yiddish. Why? Sorry. Something so pleasurable that it's good. You live beside the dead. Halavai. I wish so. Amakai, that's already said. Hopes for that we stood. Amakai, that's Lord of Robertson hopes for. Amakai is where Robertson says after we stood. Halavai, that's a Robertson. Hopes for to stoop. I wish. Yiddish account. Jewish help. Yenta. The talk of the big sky. Fetish among. Tacos. Grass. Tax. Nosh. Munching on pussy. Snacking on pussy. Bashert. Bashert is soulmate. Bashirter is a male soulmate. Bashirta is a female soulmate. Mishmash is taking a bath. That was a mixture. Butt kiss means nothing. Good yontif. It's happy holiday. Acclaim to life. Neutral, black kosher, smooth. Mensch, that's a dude, that's a good dude. The female equivalent is not mensch, I don't like that. It's I feel like mencha should be a word, but whatever. It would be Aisha Khalil could work, or what else? Sedukis Freud, or again Skoyak, that's Yasher Koak, that's it was Yasher Kokaka, which was Yasher Kokaka. May your strength be directed forward, then it became Yasher Koak, and now it's Skoyak. Oh, okay, it's like, oh, fuck. Stettel is a town. Shadel is a wig. Strinel is a hat. Milkpig, Fleischig, Harl. Milkpig is dairy. Fleischig is meat. Harl is neutral. Hamish or Hamish. That's only. Schmata means rags. Spigger means mother-in-law. Chazir is big. Chazer is to keep. Schlep is carry a burden. Sugar is hot. And crazy guy. Gomez means thief. You get Yarmulke. Yarmulke is
Also remember, I want to point out that Hanakama doesn't make any distinction. Hanakama means a blanket statement. The blanket statement is that if you want to move hot covers on
trade. Shit means corn. Yeah, let's have the shit read for you.
When is that true? Only the Kisikakao. Only the covers that cover openings in the ground.
Treif, also found treif, or treif, is the Yiddish word that means unkosher. It is an adaptation of the Hebrew word treifa, which describes something that has been mangled or torn asunder. Here's how this word came to mean unkosher. Treif in the Torah. In the Bible, we read that an animal that has involved treifa is forbidden to eat, as all kosher meat and poultry must be killed by way of shechita, kosher slaughter. As the verse says, flesh torn, treifa, in the field you shall not eat, you shall throw it to the dogs. 1. The meat of animals that die of other causes, natural or otherwise, is also forbidden. As we read, you shall not eat a carcass or anything that was torn in treifa. 2. Thus, the word treifa expanded to include all forbidden dead things. The treifa net extends even wider. Through carefully analyzing the verses, the sages understand that the flesh of an animal that has not died of its wounds, but is injured or unhealthy to the degree that it would die soon, is forbidden, even if someone performed shechita on it before it dies. Such an animal is also included under the rubric of treifa. The colloquial treif. In common parlance, anything that is not kosher is also called treif. So a mixture of milk and meat can be called treif, as is the flesh of a non-kosher species. Then, moving beyond the confines of food, any action can be informally referred to as treif. This mirrors the use of the word kosher, which literally means fit, to refer more broadly to anything that is above board or legit. American treif. Among some pious European Jews, America was known as Etrefini, Medina, the treif land, because of the assumption that those who moved there would soon abandon traditional Jewish practices. All this was turned on its head one winter day in 1940 when the previous Lubavitcher Rabbi Yosef Yitzhak arrived to New York Harbor, having been saved from Nazi occupied Poland. America is dictators, he declared. America is no different. He then set about founding a string of Jewish institutions all across the American Northeast and Canada, which eventually gave rise to the thousands of Chabad centers all around the world and the Jewish Renaissance they had created.
Gemara said, "Holy Allah, everyone agrees that halosha l'maisa, when you have a piece, when you have a cover that covers an opening in the ground, everyone will agree that halosha l'maisa." Everyone will agree that halosha l'maisa.
We're paying $4.59. It's all the taxes and the private policies, regulations.
Basketball player, most valuable lesson. Tamir Goodman has had a dream ever since he was a little boy. He wanted to share his love of GT with the world. He wanted to fight for his people and to help them understand their place in the world and their unique mission. But unlike many religious Jews, Tamir did not reach out by becoming a rabbi as did his brother, who was a Chabad emissary. Tamir was convinced there was another way for him to achieve his goal, through basketball. Tamir excelled at the sport from a very young age. In fact, he was so good that I got invited to play at the Michael Jordan Capital Classic. I won most valuable player, and I was the first Jewish player to win that. He soon found himself the center of a media firestorm. He was featured in Sports Illustrated and interviewed by ESPN, 60 Minutes, and Fox Sports. Eventually, he was offered a place on the University of Maryland basketball team, but he turned it down because they played on Shabbat. As I was talking to Tamir, I couldn't help but wonder if it bothered him that he gave up the potential to be one of the biggest stars in America and become famous the world over. But again and again, he seemed to be totally confident in his choices, as if they were not choices at all. To him, not playing on Shabbat was a blessing. As he said, I always knew my basketball game was GD, and I knew that if you watch after Shabbat, Shabbat will watch after you. Over the past few years, Tamir Goodman has found one hole after another to play basketball. He started out at Towson College, which he loved. The conference changed their entire schedule, so I wouldn't have to play on Shabbat, he related. But after Tamir's first year, the coach who had gone to such lengths to accommodate him was fired, and Tamir decided to move on. He moved to Israel, I signed a 3-year contract with Maccabi Tel Aviv, and I became the first basketball player not to play on Shabbat or the holidays. After this, he served in the military, got married, and rejoined Maccabi, this time for Maccabi Haifa. So far, he plans to stay. Tamir's greatest strength has been that he does not see basketball as an end to itself. For someone with so much skill, Tamir is incredibly humble. He claims that basketball is only a tool. A tool for what? Growing up, I always heard in my Chabad synagogue that we had to make a physical dwelling place for GT, and we all have to do it in our own way. I knew no other way but basketball. Tamir volunteered at Camp Rothschild. And so now Tamir, who is in Israel playing basketball, can do what he has always dreamed of, truly change the world. He has transformed the action of throwing the ball in a hoop, of jumping around in a court, into a holy activity. How has he done this? Just ask his fans. From a lawyer who told him, I never put on my kibbutz court until I saw him playing with your kibbutz to his fellow athletes from all over the world who contact him asking how to be observant and still be involved in their sports. Tamir has been able to affect people just by living the life he leads, proudly, with his head held high. One time, we were playing a very intense game in a college tournament, remembers Tamir, and I dove on a ball, and another guy dived at the same time. He ran into me and gave me a small concussion. When I got up, everyone was up and smiling and clapping, and I didn't understand why they were cheering. When I reviewed the tape, though, I found out that my non-Jewish teammate had picked up my kibbutz and put it on my head, and because of that, thousands of people got up and applauded. While many of us may be afraid of playing the kibbutz on non-Jews, Tamir has shown that being proud of oneself only helps relations with others. Although his roommate in college was Muslim, the two got along well, to the point that his roommate would turn on the TV whenever Tamir would come home on Shabbat. But Tamir is not just fascinated with his part. No, he's pulling GD down to earth with all his professionally trained strength. Every summer, he does as many speaking engagements as he can. In addition, Tamir explained that he and his Haifa basketball team set up a program called Haifa Hoops for Kids, where we use basketball as a tool to get people closer to Israel and closer to their heritage. The program is for kids from all over the spectrum, and some of the participants are from disadvantaged backgrounds. The bottom line is he loved GD, and basketball is just a tool. And while Tamir takes his job incredibly seriously, pushing himself till tears every day, he only does it because I know that's what GD expects from me. Everyone has their mission. No one's mission is more important than the other, Tamir stated. The goal, he believes, is that we all work ourselves to tears every day until we shoot the winning shot in the fourth quarter and come out victorious. See Tamir's website at tamirgoodman.com.
Yeah, with the sweating stage. Really?
My son's badge of honor, wearing his kibbutz in public, wearing a kibbutz or skull cap in public where I live is almost unheard of. There are a handful of religious Jews here, mainly rabbis' families, but our area is largely insulated from any Jewish communities, the closest being a 5-hour drive across the state. Growing up here, I was used to life. Our black grandma parents met men who quickly grabbed from a basket and slap on their heads as they entered the large temple sanctuary. I would often gaze and wonder at the brazen men who bypass the freaky gibbets and choose to go bareheaded. The thin gibbets seemed like a polite attempt to replicate something more genuine, but no one seemed moved. Something within me was stirring, restless, searching for more. So I threw myself into Jewish life, sisterhood, committees, community work. Then I looked outside my religion, finding some meaning, but nothing that seemed right. What I was searching for, though I didn't know it at the time, was authenticity and an open expression of faith in GT versus the often nondescript diagnostic Judaism of my childhood. Here I am, more than 20 years later, living in the same area, but in a different world altogether. Wearing a kippah or smoke cap in public where it is almost unheard of. My husband and I grew up here, around the block from each other. As we got married and had children of our own, we started to look more deeply at our religious practices, or lack thereof. That started us on an ongoing Jewish journey, a lifetime of learning, and a bit of a shock for our friends and family who wondered where we get over this Jewish name. Our religiousness is now most evident by looking at my 5-year-old son, who almost always wears his kippah, and sometimes his tzitzit, or non-ritual fringes. There's still some uneasiness for me as a mother, letting him out into the world with such an open expression of our Jewish identity. We discovered towards certain Judaism when he was a baby, so he doesn't know life any other way. Our children don't realize that my husband and I grew up not knowing about things like Shabbat and Hebrew kosher, that for us kibbutz were only at synagogue, and often not even there. The past 5 years we've been learning, growing, relishing our newly found Judaism, taking it on like children, along with our children, discovering something rich and exciting. It hasn't always been easy. After years of marriage, and with young children in tow, completely transforming in front of our friends and family, who often mocked our changing lifestyle. But we are living by the Torah, like Jews have done for 3,300 years, and we are starting to see how it's affecting our children, who are secure and even excited about being Jewish. We were somewhat combative at first, my husband and I, with each other, and with our extended family as we embarked on this journey, but we are finally reaching a place of peace. My son proudly wears his kippah in public, and in some ways his name follows, helping us become more comfortable and confident in our religious observance. At first, he wore it just to synagogue, and sometimes at home. He would take it off at our encouragement when we were feeling someplace Jewish. When we visited our non-religious family, his grandparents, aunts, and uncles, it just didn't find its way out to his head as we headed out the door. The first few times they saw him wearing it, we were making a clear statement, even if it wasn't intentional. My 6-year-old daughter, like me, has started wearing modest clothing, including skirts and dresses. The garb of women is not as obvious, however, especially to the untrained eye. But parents don't seem to be able, especially to a fellow Jew. There's still some uneasiness for me as a mother, letting them out into the world with such an open expression of our Jewish identity. Whether real or not, I imagine our parents thinking, now they're forcing their newly religious, fanatical ways on their innocent children, having them show their Judaism in public. But as my husband and I become more comfortable in our observance, as we travel to Jewish communities and continue to learn, these feelings have gradually subsided. And as our children spend time with the children of local rabbis and other families in our small community and attend a traditional Jewish school, they're being rooted confident in their Judaism. For my son, a kippah is a badge of honor, something worn by the older boys that he so admires. Now it's a given that he wears his kippah, black velvet with silver and gold trim, and his little head looks naked without it. My husband also wears a kippah more and more, in large part because of our son. We'll sometimes get compliments on my son's hat. Adults will glance at it and try not to stare. Children aren't as polite as their hands whip around to catch a better view as we pass by. My husband reminds our son, and those who ask about the kippah, why they wear it. He tells them it's a reminder that GD is everywhere, of who we are as Jews, and to be good people. I feel like we must look and act our best when my son dons his badge of Jewish honor. That we are somehow serving as an example for Jews everywhere, this Jewish family making the seemingly long walk from the parking lot into the library or grocery store. Sometimes I remind my children that they should be on their best behavior, and how special they are to be Jewish children. And as a parent, I'm aware that the kippah on my son's head is also a reminder for me, which means being a little extra polite even when I'm not in the mood. As we walk in public, my son's kippah on his head for all to see. I hold his hand, pull him a little closer, because I still feel the need to protect him from a world that can sometimes be cruel. And I say a prayer that GT will watch over us and keep us safe, and that we will serve as an example of goodness and gentleness to those around us.
That's a cool story, as I was not paying attention. There's something we're gonna add to this bitch. The fuck? The calendar. What the fuck?
The controversy began after an attack on 35-year-old Benjamin Anselmo, a teacher at a Jewish school in Marseille. The more surprising thing was that these articles were positive, which is unusual in such publications in France. People debated in France seen as a blessing in disguise. They called for Jews to remove their head coverings results in unusual support for Jewish practice. The controversy began after an attack on 35-year-old Benjamin Anselmo, a teacher at a Jewish school in Marseille. Anselmo, who was wearing a kippah at the time, was not seriously hurt in the January 11th attack. Still, it was the latest in a string of assaults and anti-Semitic incidents targeted the Marseille Jewish community, the second largest Jewish population in France after Paris. Signs of solidarity. Anselmo, who was wearing a kippah at the time, was not seriously hurt in the January 11th attack. Still, it was the latest in a string of assaults and anti-Semitic incidents targeted the Marseille Jewish community, the second largest Jewish population in France after Paris. Signs of solidarity. In response to the attack, Chief Rabbi of France Borgia asked fans of the Marseille Soccer Club, the Olympique de Marseille, to wear a kippah at the next home game to show solidarity with the Jewish community, a move that was met with a generally positive response. But a community leader in the southern French city of Marseille recently suggested that Jewish men and boys should stop wearing their kippahs in public for fear of anti-Semitic attacks. He inadvertently launched a healthy dialogue on just how important it is for Jews to be able to practice their faith openly, same leaders of Chatham in France. In response to the attack, Chief Rabbi of France Borgia asked fans of the Marseille Soccer Club, the Olympique de Marseille, to wear a kippah at the next home game to show solidarity with the Jewish community, a move that was met with a generally positive response. And at least 2 French legislators, Claude Boussu and Meyer Rabbi, who is Jewish, wore kippahs at the French Parliament as a sign of solidarity with the Jewish community after the attack on the school teacher. It is very important for Jews to continue wearing kippahs, and not only because it is a Jewish law, stated Nissimon. Rabbi Chaim shared Nissimon, the complex Somer Rebbe Elementary School in Paris, and a spokesman for the body friends thought that perhaps the community leaders spoke under the shock of the event and didn't think much about it. The Jewish people have remained alive, in spite of everything, because we know where we come from and the purpose of our existence. For Jews to give up their kibbutz, he said, would be like handing an easy victory to the terrorists. And at least two French legislators, Claude Gauthier and Rabbi, who was Jewish, wore kibbutz in the French parliament as a sign of solidarity with the Jewish community after the attack on the school teacher. Even in the saddest ages, Jews have faced oppression, pride, and consciousness. It is very important for Jews to continue wearing kibbutz, and not only because it is a Jewish law, stated this month. The Jewish people have remained alive, in spite of everything, because we know where we come from and the purpose of our existence. Zviamar, president of the consistoire, Israel Eliti Marseille, made a statement shortly after a machete building teenager attacked a Jewish man last Monday, nearly a year to the day after the terrorist hostage situation. Measures supermarket in Paris left 4 Jewish men dead. To accept and hide ourselves by removing our kibbutz is exactly the opposite of such an attitude, and cannot cause anything else than a worse situation. Even in the saddest stages, Jews have faced oppression, pride, and consciousness. But Omar's mistake, as Nissimon put it, resulted in some favorable consequences. To accept and hide ourselves by removing our kibbutz is exactly the opposite of such an attitude, and cannot cause anything else than a worse situation. Two French legislators, Claude Gauthier, left, and Rabbi, wore kibbutz in the French parliament as a show of support to the Jewish community following an attack last week on a Jewish teacher in Marseille. In the French newspapers, including the leftist ones, you could read many articles about the kibbutz and the question of being a Jew in France, he said. The more surprising thing was that these articles were positive, which is unusual in such publications in France. Two French legislators, Claude Gauthier, left, and Rabbi, wore kibbutz in the French parliament as a show of support to the Jewish community following an attack last week on a Jewish teacher in Marseille. Rabbi Chaim Nissimon, a spokesman for the body France, thought that perhaps the community leaders spoke under the shock of the event and didn't think much about it. The controversy began after an attack on 35-year-old Benjamin Anselm, a teacher at a Jewish school in Marseille. Anselm, who was wearing the kibbutz at the time,
They say
was not
that
seriously
Marseille
hurt in
is
January
the
11th.
second
Still, he was related
biggest
to a string of
Jewish
assaults and
population
anti-Semitic
in
incidents targeting the Marseille
fucking
Jewish community,
France.
and largest Jewish
I'm
population
from
in France after Paris. Signs of solidarity. For Jews to give up their kibbutz, he continued, would be like handing an easy victory to the terrorists. Rabbi Chaim Nissimon, a spokesman for the body of France, thought that perhaps the community leaders spoke under the shock of the event and didn't think much about it. For Jews to give up their kibbutz, he continued, would be like handing an easy victory to the terrorists. In response to the attack, Chief Rabbi France Chaim ordered arrest fans of the Marseille soccer.
Stop. We get it. We get it. Are you enjoying Safari? I hate fucking pop-ups.
Vegas House settles religious discrimination case. A Las Vegas police officer who sued his department for religious discrimination won a $350,000 settlement this week when his employer's fiscal affairs committee approved the award and granted him the right to wear a beard and cover his head in keeping with his practice of Judaism. The action brings to a close to 2 years suit brought by Detective Steve Rabbi, who joined the Las Vegas Metro Police Department 10 years ago and began exploring his religious heritage in earnest with a local chapel of Rabbi 4 years after that. Over the years, Rabbi took on more and more Jewish practices, including observing Shabbat and keeping kosher. He also grew bread and wore a head covering, actions not inconsistent with the police department's dress code and other detectives.
Who wrote
When he
this?
transferred to a desk job, his superiors
Red.
cited regulations, ordered him to shave and leave his head uncovered. A request for religious accommodation was similarly denied. According to Riddick's lawyers, Lee Rowland, a secretary of the Nevada chapter of the American Civil Liberties Union and general counsel Alfred Dixon, as part of the agreement worked out with the department, Rabbi will remain in his current position and will be able to wear a baseball cap and maintain a beard no longer than a quarter of an inch long. He will not be able to seek a transfer or promotion for 2 years. Lichtenstein said he saw the case as setting an important precedent for religious accommodations in the workplace. Steve should never have been denied the basic freedom of religion, he said. Ryback echoed that point in an interview with the Las Vegas Sun, saying that he hoped his case breaks ground for people of all religions to say. I hope that people can learn a lesson from what happened, said Ryback. So that it's not just Steve's allowed to do this today, but 2 years from now, we're going to flip this around. Rabbi Joshua Harley, who directs Chabad of Southern Nevada, said that many people who attend his congregation have, like Ryback, have committed to more Jewish practices in their lives, despite the obstacles. Steve is an example of the struggle that many people go through daily, said the rabbi. I am Rebbe. People in the department are proud that I stood up for my beliefs and stuck to my identity.
Have you ever been told that you can't wear a fucking beard? Yeah, they said my beard was too long that I was out rabbiing the rabbi, and I looked too. Really? I'll never forget, kids. I mean, I looked like. I remember when another rabbinical colleague saw me there, like, you know how, like, nobody's dressing like you, and I was kind of like, I know. Haven't you ever been to Chabad? And they were like, well, yeah, but I mean, that was not Chabad. I was like, calm the fuck down, like, those are my people. Anyway, they're like, can you make it more modern? I had to get a fucking haircut, I had a fucking beard. I still wore a beard, but not as long. And I did that for a few years. I remember though having this fucking around. Rabbinical colleague put his arm around me, and he was like, when people come into shul, they come into you. And I'm like, yeah, well, is that my fucking fault? You know, yeah, they would come to me, and I'd be like, one of my medical colleagues. But with that, yeah, they come to me and they're like, oh, this is a guy. I know another guy who really frums it up, especially in Shabbat. And this motherfucker walked in, and I was like, oh, this is the fucking chief Sephardic rabbi of Israel. I thought this motherfucker was just like, I thought this motherfucker was Yitzhak Yosef. He's just some fucking guy from Philadelphia. Really, yeah. I like him a lot, though.
You can learn more about a person from his unguarded movements than from watching them when he knows that he is the center of your attention. Similarly, we can learn more about culture or society from its offhand customs than we can from its established philosophy. I propose to call attention to a few offhand customs in Western society and comment on them in a manner that is significant when one compares these with Jewish attitudes to the same things. If I am not mistaken, one can find a fundamental difference between the value systems of the Western world and that of the Torah way of life. In Western society, removal of the head is a sign of respect. One enters a home, a place of worship, or comes before the queen bareheaded. The reverse is some with the Jew. Covering the head is a sign of respect. Thus, it is forbidden to mention GD's name with one's head uncovered. The Shulchan Aruch, code of Jewish law, states that it is the mark of a pious man that he keeps his head covered at all times. In our day, the wearing of the kippah has become the sine qua non of the religious Jew. If you wish, it has become his uniform. This difference of practice is a symptom of more deep-seated divergence in values. The covering of the head is meant as a constant reminder that there is a power higher than human reason or understanding. Even though man's reason is what renders it preeminent among other creatures, the Torah nonetheless proclaims that this is not man's greatest or most valuable capacity, and Aristotle notwithstanding, man's reason is not what makes him divine. The highest power of man is the recognition of the creators who utterly transcends reason, whom we call GD, and before whom man is duty bound to make his reason subservient and humble himself. This is the ultimate truth of man's situation in the world. It is not only a metaphysical truth, it is a moral one as well. It is a fallacy to suppose that the morality and well-being of man advances with the progress of science or the advancement of knowledge. This fallacy is a legacy from Plato, who proclaimed that knowledge itself is virtue, and thus the highest form of knowledge leads to the highest virtue. For Plato, the highest form of knowledge was geometry, and it would seem to follow that geometers are the most virtuous of men. The falsity of this requires no comment. Nor is this fallacy alleviated by replacing geometry with nuclear physics or even philosophy. In fact, the word virtue has almost disappeared from the vocabulary of moral philosophy. One need only peruse publishers' advertisements of books on moral philosophy to see that the latest fashion in moral philosophy is trying to the acceptance not only of abortion, which is already accepted tradition, but homosexuality, incest, infanticide, and euthanasia. If I were speaking to a philosophical audience, I would not assume that they would be shocked by such advertisements, and all that they imply. I would have to present an argument that could rationally demonstrate why adultery, sodomy, and even incest are morally evil, and frankly, I don't know such argument. If your ethical consciousness is shocked by such an advertisement, the reason is that whether or not you eat Shabbat or don't to fill it every day, you are still close enough to your heritage as a Jew to feel within your bones the moral repugnance of such acts, which contravert to its definition of the sanctity of the Jewish people. The general philosophical position that lies behind most moral thinking today goes under the rubric of utilitarianism. Utilitarianism is unquestionably the most popular and forceful ethical theory today. It is so taken for granted that any attempt to challenge it is greeted with ridicule and scorned by most philosophers. In simple terms, the theory says that what is morally good gives pleasure, and moral evil is what causes pain or misery. This is what is really behind arguments that defend abortion, sodomy, incest, infanticide, and euthanasia. When Jeremy Bentham first propounded his theory of utilitarianism in the early part of the 19th century, he had no idea that his theory would be used to defend the kinds of acts mentioned above, which he would have considered truly evil. Himself a British MP, Bentham originally intended his theory as a guide to legislators in fashioning laws that should try to make everyone as happy as possible, rather than catering to a select few. No doubt this is a worthy motivation, but it renders the reason of man subservient to desire. Notice that utilitarianism so defines what is good is to exclude the possibility of there being such a thing as an evil pleasure or desire, for the good is stipulated to be whatever gives one pleasure, as long as one's pleasures do not cause pain and misery to others. Thus, according to utilitarianism, there is no such thing as pursuing a pleasure that is bad. The falsity of this position is attested to by anyone who has ever felt himself drawn to desires that he notes at a time are bad. Certainly I have experienced this, and I would assume that many of you have too. Sometimes we have the power to overcome them, and sometimes we do not. Giving into such desires creates disharmony and disturbance within ourselves and between ourselves and others. This in itself is a sign of evil, the creation of disharmony. At this point, the Torah steps into the picture and bids that we humble not only our minds, but also our power of desire before GD, and this in turn brings an inner harmony into the life of the person. The oneness of GD attests to the oneness of the world, and also of man. The essence of man, the world, and GD is oneness, and the cement of this unity is love. The contradiction to this is the ego of man, and its desires, which man's reason struggles to control. There is a story told in the Talmud that before the famous sage Rabbi was born, a fortune teller told his mother that her unborn child would grow up to be a thief. The distraught woman went to the study hall to inquire of the rabbis what she should do. They advised her that from the moment her child was born, she should be scrupulous to see that his head was constantly covered. So she did, and her son became the rabbi instead of a thief. One day, the story continues. Rabbi Nachman was walking in the street, and the wind blew his headgear off his head. Immediately, he was seized by a desire to steal, which persisted until he replaced it. The power of the recognition of GD and our subservience to him can neutralize the instinctive desires that one might consider uncontrollable. This is the power that the kippah gives the Jew. The covering of the head is thus a fitting symbol that distinguishes the Jew in a society where acting on desire and pursuit of pleasure defines the meaning and value of life. This story of Rabbi Nachman can instructively be compared with one about Jeremy Bentham, the founder of utilitarianism. Bentham endowed the University of London on a condition that his portly body be embalmed and hung in a glass case over the entrance to the university, and there you can see it today. Bentham thought this would ensure eternal gratitude and respect. What it has earned him is derision, I think. I recently heard a radio program in which the successor to the Ridley's believed or not stories was asked which of all the weird and unbelievable stories he had collected from his travels over the world he found the strangest, most unbelievable. He answered that there was a man, he didn't mention his name, or that he was the founder of the most predominant school of moral philosophy today in England, who endowed the University of London on a condition that his embalmed body be placed over the entrance. This radio interview revealed an aspect of the story which I had not previously known. The benefactor's body had to be present at all board meetings, and deference paid to it by a salute of some sort at the beginning of each meeting. The radio announcer's comment was that the story is revolting, and indeed it is. However, it is not much more revolting than some of the things now being defended by philosophers on the basis of utilitarianism as an ethical theory, things which Bentham in his day would have considered just as revolting. Nonetheless, there is a consistent line of development from a game of Bushman, a game mentioned by Bentham, being good because it is pleasurable, and Sami being good because it is pleasurable. In either case, the head is uncovered, the ego reigns supreme. So it is a fitting memorial to the system of values that it is crowned with Bentham's sporting body hovering over the heads of those who conduct the daily business of the pursuit of knowledge and understanding at one of England's most prestigious universities. All this acquisition of knowledge, when it is distilled into a way of life that is lived and defended by its practitioners, is far from what one would call a life of moral virtue or goodness. How different from the image we have of the Talmud Chacham, to a scholar, where wisdom and understanding is traditionally associated with humility. The ultimate exemplar is Moses, our teacher, who, though the greatest mortal who ever lived, there arose no prophet ever again in Israel like Moses, whom G.D. knew face to face. Deuteronomy chapter 34 verse 10, was also the humblest of men, and the man Moses was very humble, more than any other man on the face of the earth. Numbers chapter 12 verse 3. How are these contradictions merged into harmony, greatness on one hand and humility on the other? The answer to this question is that a Jew covers his head. There are two more customs I would like to know here. In the world of Western fashion, men button their garments left and right. The origin of this custom, I am told, was to make access to weapons easier. When you meet a stranger, be on guard and have your weapon ready, to ensure that you bear no malice. Stretch forth your right hand and shake to show you conceal no weapon. Jews have no fear of this. Our garments are traditionally buttoned right over left because we bear no weapons, and when we eat, we need not show that our hands are empty. Instead, we say, Shalom, peace. The Kabbalah says that the right side of a person should always take precedence over the left, for the right side of man signifies kindness, while the left signifies sternness, justice, and retribution. Just as G.D. created the world primarily out of love and kindness, so love and kindness should predominate in men's dealings with one another. Therefore, one buttons the right over the left even though it is made hammer the drawing of a weapon. A third and final custom, in Western society, when men drink together and toast one another, they clink their glasses. This is a throwback to the time when men, suspicious of one another, would not drink unless they poured some from each glass into every other for fear of poisoning. Jews have no fear of this when they drink together. They simply say, L'chaim to life. There is a connection between all these practices. The pride and egoism of man is that which sets the hand of one man or nation against another. It is the root of violence and destruction. It is what brings divisiveness to the life of man and destruction to the world. One needs no philosophical argument to show that this is bad. Deep down, everyone knows that harmony and unity are good. The ultimate source of harmony and unity is G.D., whom we choose for the first to proclaim as truly one, in number and in the sense that everything ultimately is one and unified with G.D. Man, the world, and G.D. compose a harmonious unity that transcends the external divisiveness of these three things. The goal of Torah is to reveal this hidden unity. This is the ultimate good, and the cement of this unity is love. Love of our fellow, love for the world, and love of G.D. This ideal is the end of a long and arduous journey, which began when G.D. supplied all the Jewish people with one enormous kibbutz. As the Talmud relates, G.D. picked up Mount Sinai and held it over their heads to compel them to receive his Torah. All the other nations excused themselves when it was offered them. It did not seem rational to accept a commitment before one knew what one was committing oneself to. Indeed, it is not rational, and yet this is what G.D. demanded, the surrender of one's will. He demanded that Jews cover their heads. How our ancestors summoned up the ultimate trust in G.D. required for this kind of commitment, I do not know. But we, standing more than 3,300 years down the road from that great event, have it distilled into our bones by that many years of a history forged with sacrifice and faith. The struggle continues in modern terms with which we are all familiar, and which each of us in our own way can document from our personal lives, whether we be university professors, businessmen, or just plain Jews. For me, however, the essence of this struggle is captured by the now familiar figure of the soldier at the wall praying, his head covered.
Cool story, bro.
Yossi is told to take off his kibbutz at a soccer game. Would you? Sometimes doing the right thing is easy, but sometimes it involves giving up something we love. Yossi Weinbaum is 9 years old and lives in Hawaii. He has been playing soccer for 3 years, but recently he came home from a game in tears. Before we began playing, explained Yossi, the referee saw my sits hanging out of my shirt and told me I couldn't play unless I took them off or cut off the strings. Unsure of how to proceed, Yossi, who has never encountered a problem like this before, took the advice of his coach to tuck his sits in and get back on the field, joining his teammates on Hawaii 808. Within minutes, he scored a goal, and things appeared to be back to normal. But then in the second half of the game, the referee noticed his kibbutzim and ordered him to remove it or leave the game. Even though he loves the game and wanted to play, taking off his kibbutzim was non-negotiable, so Yossi walked off the field. Later, Yossi received a letter of apology from the referee who did not know what a kibbutz and sits are, and also from the Milwaukee League president. Yossi can now play again with confidence, having learned a valuable lesson about himself. He is strong in his convictions, even in the face of challenge. Have you ever been in a similar position? Tell us about it in the comments below. Yossi Weinbaum left, and his soccer team in Hawaii. The 9-year-old left a game this season when a referee asked him to remove his kibbutz after he was required to tuck his sits in.
Yeah, I have. It's known as Young Israel Orange County. Really? Dog, I was fucking. Really? Yeah, alright. Yarmulke? Yarmulke. Yarmulke videos. Gefilte fish, tuna fish. Alright. How is this a fucking Yarmulke video?
Depicting gefilte fish's life in the ocean before it became a liquid journal. Just in case you don't know, a spin-off is an often poorly thought out new series guaranteed instant success based solely on the popularity of a character from the existing series. Anyways, enjoy.
Embarrassment, reputational harm, political censorship.
I'm having so much fun at the Ocean Wide Fair. Hey, son, why don't you sign up for the potato sack race? Do you really think I could win? Sure I do. And besides, it's not winning that counts, but having fun. Go on, give it a try. Don't count on winning, you filthy fish. I'm the king of burlap. Oh, I don't know about that. Don't let me, son. Just go out there and have a good time. Getting tired, you filthy fish? No, I just have a glandular disorder, that's all. My carrot! It's a symbol of like a filthy fish heritage. See you later, you filthy fish. Little filthy fish, I want you to know that I'm very proud of you. Why? I lost. You sacrificed something that was important to you just to stay true to your heritage. That's what I'm proud of. And that makes you a real winner. Now go back out there and finish the race. Just for fun. Check out my feet. Hey, City, should you go finish the race? Yeah, I can feel to me doesn't have a chance. Hooray for me!
That was the most disturbing fucking cartoon I've ever seen.
From my weather from KFI, listen to that evening tomorrow, June 3, 40s around high desert right now. Diamond Bar and Sleeping Valley. Stock market is closed today.
Oof, perhaps.
That two left lanes remain off limits due to all the water that's sitting in the two left lanes, and that's just adding to that very slow driving from long streets. It's also trying to drive in Ramona and Street 57 south of Wood Temple. Traffic still loading up.
Yeah. What are you doing? I'm sorry. What? You scared me? I'm sorry. I'm just trying to learn a little bit, damn. You were fast asleep, Rabbi. Look, the thing is, I'm kind of ashamed of myself. I was trying to get your lollipop. You could have just asked me for the lollipop. Yeah, I know that, but it was either that or bug you for money, because I gotta feed my gefilte fish. You need money to buy some gefilte fish? Is that what you're saying? No, that's not what I said. I said I need to feed my pet gefilte fish. Look, I don't know what you're saying, but there's no such thing as a gefilte fish, Jonathan. Then what was I just playing Scrabble with? Sure it is, fish. The rabbi uses it all the time. For example, when I started tap dancing on the dining room table, he said, "Hey,
What's this, Michigas? Like when I had the marching band practice in the living room for over a month, he said, I'm tired of this, Michigas. At that time when you made those radish latkes from the annual Hanukkah luncheon, I said, radish latkes, what's on a Michigas dance? Don't triple word score. I finally turned it on. What are you playing Scrabble with? I told you, my pet gefilte fish, and he gets super cranky when he hasn't eaten. You know, I've been wondering this for a while now. Why don't you just eat that carrot on your head? What? My carrot? Is that a joke? No, I think he's serious. I wear this carrot as a reminder. It's a reminder of my gefilte fish heritage. Do you know what it's like growing up in an ocean and being the only fish in school with a carrot on his head? No, you don't have any idea. It was hard. Stares, questions, they even made up songs about me. Where do you get off asking me that? I told you he gets cranky. He's calm and that's what I'm doing. What I don't understand is what is he? Why am I gefilte fish? I've seen some strange things, but I've never seen anything that explains this. But I got a lot of questions, but what I'm going to ask you is, why do you have a pet gefilte fish? Why do you buy a mezuzah and put it on your door? Why do you have matzah on Passover? Those are things. The Torah says we have to do those things. So, it isn't written in any book that you have to have a pet gefilte fish, but I like to. It sort of makes me feel more Jewish. So, what you're saying is that sometimes it's the little things that we don't necessarily have to.
This motherfucker sounds like Guy Smiley. Or like some fucking Sesame Street guy. Not Guy Smiley, but somebody else.
So when I saw this crazy little guy in a spooky shop in Chinatown, I just felt like I had to get him. Oh. Now I understand why you're so touchy about that
Sesame Street. He would be like selling fucking like knockoff Rolexes.
Let's go get some bagels and some lox.
Have you ever been sold knockoff Rolexes? Watching DC something? Yeah. They didn't have like a fucking thing. Okay, this is the worst. So we'll continue. I don't know what that had to do with fucking kickball. And somebody's like, what does this have to do with Kabbalah? No one fucking knows, kid. We'll figure it out. Alright. There's this thing I used to read. I had it on the wall in my fucking room. There's a timeline. Now we're gonna time this bitch. Because I'd like to read it every fucking day.
Timeline of Jewish history. Jewish history spans nearly 6,000 years, beginning with the creation, approximately 4,000 years before the Common Era. It continues through the years of the patriarchs, the Egyptian bondage, the judges, the first temple era, where the kings of Judah and Israel ruled, the Babylonian exile, and the second temple era, which included our being taken into exile yet again by the Romans. Throughout, Torah study and our faith in GT and his promise of redemption were our constant companions, providing the Jewish people with a divine compass through every challenge and change. Print this timeline. Creation of heaven and earth, and Adam and Eve. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Negative 3,761 creation of the world. Birth of Adam and Eve, Java. Negative 3,631, 137, son of Adam, was born. Negative 3,526, 235, Enosh, son of Seth, was born. Negative 3,436, 325 Kenan, son of Enosh, was born. Negative 3,366, 395 Behel, son of Kenan, was born. Negative 3,301, 460 Yer, son of Behel, was born. Negative 3,139, 622 Chanoch, son of Yer, was born. Negative 3,074, 687 Metushalach, son of Chanoch, was born. Negative 2,887, 874 Lemech, son of Metushalach, was born. Negative 2,831, 930 Adam died. Negative 2,705, 1,056 Noah, son of Lemech, was born. Negative 2,225, 1,536 Noah began the construction of the ark. Negative 2,205 minus 1,556 Yavin, son of Noah, was born. Negative 2,204 minus 1,557 Shem, son of Noah, was born. Negative 2,203 minus 1,558 Shem, son of Noah, was born. Negative 2,105-1,656 Metushalach died. Negative 2,105-1,656 the Great Flood covered the earth. Negative 2,103, 1,658 Arpachshad, son of Shem, was born. Negative 2,068 is less than 1,693 Shelach, son of Arpachshad, born. Negative 2038, 1,723 Emer, son of Shelach, was born. Negative 2004, 1,757 Peleg, son of Emer, was born. Negative 1974, 1,787 Reu, son of Peleg, was born. Negative 1942, 1,819 Sarah, son of Reu, was born. Negative 1912, 1,849 Nebarai, son of Sarah, was born. Negative 1,883, 1,878 Terah, son of Nebarai, was born. The forefathers. Secular year Jewish year events in history. Negative 1,813, 1948 Abraham, son of Terah, was born. Negative 1,803, 1958 Sarah, daughter of Haran, was born. Negative 1,788, 1973 Abraham married Sarah. Negative 1,765, 1996 dispersion from Babel after building the tower. Negative 1,761, 2000 Terah left her pastor with his family. Negative 1,755, 2006 Noah died. Negative 1,743, 2018 covenant, great being a veteran with Abraham. Negative 1,738, 2023 Abraham settled in Canaan. Negative 1,727, 2034 Ishmael, son of Abraham, was born. Negative 1,713 is less than 2048 Abraham circumcised himself and Ishmael. Negative 1,713, 2048 Sodom and Gomorrah were destroyed. Negative 1,713 is less than 2048 Isaac, son of Abraham, was born. Negative 1,677, 2084 the Akedah, where Isaac was brought on the altar by Abraham. Negative 1,677, 2084 Sarah died. Negative 1,653, 2,108 Jacob and Esau were born. Negative 1,638, 2,123 Abraham died. Negative 1,603 minus 2,158 Shem, son of Noah, died. Negative 1,590 minus 2,171 Isaac blessed Jacob instead of Esau. Negative 1,576, 2,185 Jacob went to Haran. Negative 1,574, 2,187 Eber, great grandson of Shem, died. Negative 1,569, 2,192 Jacob married Leah and Rachel. Negative 1,566, 2,195 Levi, son of Jacob and Leah, was born. Negative 1,562, 199 Joseph, son of Jacob and Rachel, was born. Negative 1,556, 2,205 Jacob left Haran. Negative 1,553, 2,208 Benjamin was born. Negative 1,545, 2,216 Joseph was sold. Negative 1,533, 2,228 Isaac died. Negative 1,532, 2,229 Joseph became viceroy of Egypt. Negative 1,526 is less than 2,235 Ken, son of Levi, was born. Negative 1,523, 238 Jacob and his family went to Egypt. Living in Egypt. Secular year Jewish year events in history. Negative 1,506, 2,255 Jacob died. Negative 1,429 is less than 2,332 after Levi died. The enslavement in Egypt began. Negative 1,393, 2,368 Moses was born. Negative 1,355, 2,406 Joshua was born. Negative 1,314, 2,447 Moses encountered the burning bush. Negative 1,313, 2,448 the Jewish nation left Egypt. Traveling through the desert. Secular year Jewish year events in history. Negative 1,313, 2,448 the Jewish nation crossed the Red Sea. Negative 1,313, 2,448 the revelation at Mount Sinai at the beginning of the Torah. Negative 1,313, 2,448 Moses broke the tablets. Negative 1,312 is less than 2,449 Moshe came down Mount Sinai with the seven tablets. Negative 1,312, 2,449 the tabernacle was erected. Negative 1,312, 2,449 the spies returned from Canaan with bad news. Negative 1,274, 2,487 Aharon and Miriam died. Negative 1,273, 2,488 Moses died. Judges and early prophets. Secular year Jewish year events in history. Negative 1,273, 2,488 the Jews crossed the Jordan into Canaan. Negative 1,258 is less than 2,503 the appointment of the land of Israel was completed. Negative 1,245, 2,516 Joshua died. Negative 1,228 is less than 2,533 the rule of judges began with Othniel ben Kenaz. Negative 1,188 is less than 2,573 Ehud ben Gera became leader. Negative 1,107, 2,654 Shemer ben Adam died. Negative 1,107 2,654 Deborah became leader. Negative 1,067, 2,694 Gideon became leader. Negative 1,027, 2,734 Abimelech, son of Gideon, became leader. Negative 1,024, 2,737 Tola, son of Bueg, became leader. Negative 1,003, 2,758 of Jer, the Gileadite, became leader. Negative 982 S, ER 982, 2,779 Jephthah and Agility, became leader. Negative 969, 2,792 Elon, Hazbiloni, became leader. Negative 959, 2,800, 2 Adon ben Hillel became leader. Negative 951, 2,810 Samson became leader. Negative 931, 2,830, Eli Cohen became leader. Negative 907, 2,854, David was born. Negative 890, 2,871, Samuel became leader. Kings and the First Holy Temple. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Negative 879, 2,882, Saul was appointed king. Negative 877, 2,884, David became king of Judah and Hebron. Negative 869, 2,892, David became king of Israel in Jerusalem. Negative 837, 2,924, Solomon became king. Negative 833, 2,928, the building of the first Beit Hamikdash commenced. Negative 827, 2,935, the first Beit Hamikdash was completed. Negative 797 is less than 2,964, Solomon died, and his kingdom was divided. Negative 797, 2,964, Rabbi, son of Solomon, became king of Judah. Negative 797 is less than 2,964, Jeroboam, Ben Nevi became king over Israel. Negative 718, 3,043, Elijah went up in a chariot of fire. Negative 677, 3,084, Yoash renovated the Beit Hamikdash. Negative 619, 3,142, Isaiah began his prophecies. Negative 574, 3,187, the first two of the 10 tribes were exiled. Negative 566, 3,195, another two of the 10 tribes were exiled. Negative 562, 3,199, Hezekiah became king of Judah. Negative 556. Negative 548 is less than 3,213, Sennacherib invaded the land of Judah and retreated. Negative 533, 3,228, Manasseh, son of Hezekiah, became king of Judah. Negative 463, 3,298, Jeremiah began his prophecies. Negative 458 is less than 3,303, Josiah renovated the Beit Hamikdash. Negative 442, 3,319, Jerusalem was conquered and Joachim was exiled. Negative 443,321, Joachim burned the book of Lamentations composed by Jeremiah. Negative 434, 3,327, Jerusalem was conquered again and Jehoiachin was exiled. Negative 433,331, Jeremiah persisted in prophesying calamity. Negative 429 is less than 3,332, Ezekiel prophesied in exile. Negative 425, 3,336, the final Babylonian siege of Jerusalem. Negative 423 is less than 3,338, the walls of Jerusalem were penetrated. Negative 423, 3,338, the sacrifices ceased in the Beit Hamikdash. Negative 423, 3,338, the first Beit Hamikdash was destroyed. Exile in Babylon. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Negative 423, 3,339, Jediah ben Achikam was killed. Negative 421, 3,340, Daniel interpreted Nebuchadnezzar's dream. Negative 410, 3,352, Ezekiel prophesied about the future of Beit Hamikdash. Negative 372, 3,389, Daniel read the writing on the wall. Negative 372, 3,389, Daniel was thrown into the lion's den. Negative 371 is less than 3,390, Zerubbabel led the return to the land of Israel. Negative 373,391, building the second Beit Hamikdash commenced, then halted. Negative 366, 3,395, Achashvarosh to make its great banquet. Negative 362, 3,399, Esther was taken to the palace. Negative 357, 3,404, Esther took action against Haman's decree. Negative 355, 3,406, Mordecai proclaimed the celebration of Purim. Negative 353 is less than 3,408, building of the second Beit Hamikdash resumed. Negative 349 is less than 3,412, the second Beit Hamikdash was completed. Building of the second Holy Temple. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Negative 348, 3,413, Ezra led the second return to the land of Israel. Negative 335,326, Nehemiah returned to rebuild walls of Jerusalem. Negative 313, 3,448, Ezra died. Negative 313 is less than 3,448, Simon and Sadak met Alexander the Great. Negative 313, 3,449, Dominion share began. Greek cultural domination. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Negative 273, 3,488, Simon and Sadak died. Negative 246 is less than 355,000, 1572 elders translated the Torah into Greek, Septuagint. Negative 140 minus 3,621, revolt of Mattai, the Chashmonite. Kingdom of Judea, dynasty of the Chashmonite. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Negative 139, 3,622, Judah the Maccabi ruled. Negative 139 is less than 3,622, the second Beit Hamikdash was rededicated. Negative 138 is less than 3,623, Hanukkah was declared a festival. Negative 133, 3,628, Judah the Maccabi was killed in battle. Negative 133 is less than 3,628, Yohanan, son of Mattai, ruled. Negative 127, 3,634, Shimon, son of Mattai, ruled. Negative 119 3,642, Yohanan Hyrcanus, son of Shimon, ruled. Negative 93 and 3,668, Judah Berzimlas, son of Yachin Hyrcanus, ruled. Negative 91 minus 3,670, Alexander Yannick, son of Yachin Hyrcanus, ruled. Negative 73, 3,688, Nushalans and Salome, Alexandra, wife of Alexander Yannick, ruled. Negative 65 minus 3,696, SH, Berzimlas, two son of Alexander Yannick, ruled TD. Negative 61, 3,700, the Romans gained control of Judea. Negative 61, 3,700, Hyrcanus, two son of Alexander Yannick, ruled. Negative 40 minus 3,721, Antigonus, son of Aristarchus, two ruled. Roman client kings and rulers, the Herodian dynasty. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Negative 36 minus 3,725, Herod ruled, killing all the Cheshmonite. Negative 33, 3,728, Hillel became the leader of the Torah scholars. Negative 19 minus 3,742, Herod began rebuilding the second Beit Hamikdash. Negative 11 is less than 3,750, renovation of the second Beit Hamikdash was completed. 1,761, Archelaus, son of Herod, ruled. 8, 3,768, Hillel died. 10, 3,770, Archelaus was deposed by the Roman emperor. 21, 3,781, Rabbi, grandson of Herod, ruled. 28, 3,788, the Sanhedrin ruled from the second Beit Hamikdash. 44, 3,804, Rabbi, two son of Rabbi, ruled. 53,810, Rabbi Gamliel, son of Shimon, grandson of Hillel, died. 66, 3,826, Vespasian arrived in Judea to reassert Roman authority. 69 is less than 3,829, the second Beit Hamikdash was destroyed. The Talmudic era, the Mishnah. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 74, 3,834, Bar Yochanan ben Zakkai died. 86, 3,846, the Sanhedrin moved from place to place, under Gamliel II. 133, 3,893, better fell, and the Bar Kochba revolt. ended in tragedy. 134,894 Judaism was banned, and Archie was imprisoned. 189,949 for Judah and Nazi completed the Mishnah around this time. The Talmudic era, the Gemara. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 219,979 Rab left the land of Israel and settled in Babylonia. 247,4,007 Shmuel was the Talmudic authority in Babylonia. 254,4,014 Bar Yochanan was the leading Talmudic authority. 290 or 4,050 Yehuda was the leading Talmudic authority. 298 is less than 4,058 Yehuda was the leading Talmudic authority. 300 or 4,060 Chisda was the leading Talmudic authority. 309 4,069 Rabbi was the leading Talmudic authority. 321 4,081 Bar Yosef was the leading Talmudic authority. 325 4,085 Rabbi was the leading Talmudic authority. 338 is less than 4,098 is Rabbi was the leading Talmudic authority. 359 4,119 Hillel II, who established a calendar, became Nazi. 392 4,152 Bar Ashi was the leading Talmudic authority. 427 4,187 Bar Ashi died after the completion of the Gemara. 475 4,235 the Talmud was complete. Rabbi II died. The Rabbinate. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 551 R 4,311 Mar Sutra proclaimed Jewish self-rule in Babylonia. Kajianim. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 589 4,349 the Talmudic Academy of Baghdad was reconstituted. 609 4,369 the Talmudic Academy of Sura was reconstituted. 614 4,374 the Persians conquered the land of Israel. 614 4,374 the Jews were allowed to return to Jerusalem. 629 4,389 Byzantine Empire reconquered the land of Israel. 636 4,396 Argitzchak was the last god of the Harya, Shabbat. 637 4,397 the Arabs conquered the land of Israel. 645 4,405 when attack in Egypt was enacted at this time. 755 4,515 Bar Ashi God left Iraq for the land of Israel. 759 or 4,519 Yehuda became God of Surah. 759 4,519 the Hawashid Jeddah was rigged at this time. 788 4,548 another attack at Egypt was enacted at this time. 858 is less than 4,618 or Amram, who wrote the Siddur, became God of Surah. 928 4,688 Rabbi Messiah was appointed God of Surah. 955 4,715 four captives were ransomed at around this time. 968 is less than 4,728 Bar Sharon became God of Megadeth. 997 or 4,757 Bar Hai became the last God of Megadeth. 1,038 4,798 Bar Hai died, and the academies of Babylon declined. The early Rishon, the Crusade massacres. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1,044,800 for the universe of near Hagla died. 1,088 is less than 4,848 when Britain arrived in Spain from Morocco. 1,096 4,856 the Crusaders destroyed Jewish communities. 1,099 4,859 Jerusalem was captured by the Crusaders. 1,103 4,863 the Red died. 1,105 is less than 48,865 Russian died, and the era of the Ottoman began. 1,135 is less than 485 the Rebbe Maimonides was born. 1,144 4,900 were the first recorded bloodline took place. 1,147 is less than 4,907 the Crusaders attacked Jewish communities. 1,147 is less than 4,907 when Tam was captured by the Crusaders. 11,148 4,908 the rebels, and the Radix families left Cordova. 11,165 minus 4,925 the Rebbe visited the land of Israel. 1,171 ER 4931 Rabbi Tam died. 11,175 minus 4,935 the Rashom died. 1,184 4,944 the young son of the Rebbe was killed. 1,187 4,948 Jews were allowed to return to Jerusalem. 1,189 or 4,949 are Yabba Dorleon was killed in London. 1,190 is less than 4,950 Jews were massacred in England in the Third Crusade. 1,191 491 Rabbi David Kichi, known as the Rabbi, wrote his commentary. 1,194 4,954 the Rebbe Nashonites was born. 1,198 4,959 the Rabbi died. 1,204 4,965 the Rebbe died. 1,236 4,996 Red mobs massacred Jews in France. 1,242 5,002 massive burning of the Talmud took place in Paris. 1,244 5,004 Jerusalem was sacked by Egyptians and Turks. 1,252 5,012 Inquisition began to use torture. 1,267 5,027 the Ramman left Spain and settled in the land of Israel. 1,275 5,030 the Ramman died. 1,286 5,004 6 the Mabra Rotenberg was imprisoned. 1,295 050 new works advanced the study of Kabbalah. 1,295 050 SE the era of the Tosafot included at around this time. Later Rishon, persecutions and expulsions. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1,295 05050 all Jews were expelled from England. 193 505 the Mabra Rotenberg died in prison. 1,298 is less than 50,058 the Rindlish massacres began. 1,298 is less than 50,058 the author of the Mordecai and Haggai and Nehemiah were killed. 1,305 5,065 the Rashom placed a limited ban on philosophy. 1,305 5,065 the Rosh and his son, the Tur, arrived in Spain. 1,306 5,066 all Jews were expelled from France. 1,310 5,070 the Rashba died. 1,325 5,080 Jews were massacred by the Pastoral Crusaders. 137 5,088 the Rosh died. 1,336 5,096 Jews of Germany were massacred by the Armenian bands. 1,338 5,098 Rabbi wrote his commentary on the Bible. 1,349 5109 209 the Black Death massacres swept across Europe. 1,367 5,127 the Ram, Rivash, and other scholars in Spain were in prison. 1,391 51 Jews of Spain were massacred. Many were forced to convert. 1,391 51 to the Rivash and Rashbats left Spain. 1,394 5,155 the final expulsion of Jews from France. 1,413, 5,173 Bar Yosef was not forced to debate with Christians. 1,421, 5,181 Jews in Austria were massacred in the Wiener Gazette. 1,475 is less than 5,235. The invention of printing was used for Jewish books. 1,481, 5,241 the Inquisition was established in Spain. 1,488, 5,248 Barbavania to Bernardo settled in Jerusalem. 1,491, 5251 E251 Columbus consulted our Autonoms Q for his travels. 1,492, 525 2 Jews were expelled from Spain and Sicily. The great scholars of the Shulchan and Torah consolidation. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1,493, 5253 Yitzchak Barnel arrived in Naples from Spain. 1,486, 5257 EWE Jews were expelled from Portugal. 1,516, 52760 EDI Yaakov was printed. 1,516, 5,276 the Turks, Ottoman Empire, conquered Eretz Israel. 1,525, 5,285 Yosef Yoselman saved many Jews during the Peasants' War. 1,553, 5,314 a mass burning of Jewish books took place in Rome. 1,563, 5,323 the Shulchan Aruch was completed by R. Yosef Kiro. 1,570, 5,330 the Shulchan Aruch was published with supplements of Rama. 1,572, 5,332 inches / the Arizal died in Tzfat. 1,573, 5,333 the Mackerel came to Prague. 1,573, 5,334 2000 the Maharsha died. 1,575, 5,335 Yosef Kiro died in 7. 1,599, 5,359 the Mackerel returned to Prague again. 1,614, 5,374 the Maharsha became Rabbi in London. 1,616, 5,377 the Tosafot Yom Tov commentary was concluded. 1,621, 5,382 the Shalom arrived in the land of Israel. 1,629, 5,389 Yom Tov Ibn Hiller was imprisoned in Prague. 1,645,400 Yoel Sirks the Bab died. 1,646, 5,406 the Shach and Taz on Shulchan Aruch were printed. 1,648, 5,408 Jews were massacred by Chinese forces. Early Assyrian and East European massacres. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1,654, 5,414 is less than the first Jews settled in New Amsterdam, New York. 1,655, 5,415 many Jews killed in Russian and Swedish invasions of Poland. 1,656, 5,416 Jews were permitted to live in England. 1,656, 5,416 were Spinoza was excommunicated. 1,673, 543 the Maiden Omicron on Shulchan Aruch was completed. 1,676, 5,437 Shabtai Sidi died as a Muslim. 1,689, 549 page on the Shulchan Aruch was printed. 1,698 is less than 5,458 the Baal Shem Tov was born. 1,702, 5,463 the Name Yahushua's family was killed in an explosion. 1,712, 5,472 72 the Sidi Chachman was arrested. 1,724, 5,484 Yaakov Kili Lowe's arrived in Constantinople. 1,727, 5,487 the Misnah Lemelech died. 1,734, 5,494 Jews were massacred by the Canaanite bands. Acharanim and Berlin Chasidim. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1,741, 5,501 Hachem arrived in the land of Israel. 1,747, 5,507 Moshe Chaim Lazado Rothschild died in Akko, Acre. 1,755, 510 Jonathan Ibashutz became Rabbi in Hamburg. 1,754, 5,515 Yechezkel Landau, known as the Noda Yehuda, became Rabbi in Prague. 1,757, 5,518 the Frankists instigated mass burnings of the Talmud. 170, 5,519 is Frankists supported blood libel charges in public debate. 1,765, 520 the Baal Shem Tov died. 1,764, 524 the Council of Four Lands, known as the Bad Arba Razin, was discontinued. 1,768 is less than 55,528 despite resistance, became max massacre thousands. 1,772, 5,532 the Maggid of Mesrich died. 1,782, 5,542 RN, Adler, and Chatham Sofer visited the Noda Yehuda. 1,786, 5,546 Limelech of Lizards died. 1,791, 5,551 the Pale Settlement was established in Russia. 1,793, 5,553 Jews summoned in reign of terror and French Revolution. 1,797, 5,558 the Vilna God died. 1,798 is less than 5,559 the Baal Netaniah was released from first imprisonment. 1,799, 5,559 led an army expedition through the land of Israel. 1,806, 5,566 the Chittim, Archaim Yosef David Azalai died. 1,806, 5,566 the Chatham Sofer became Rabbi in Pressburg. 1,809, 5,570 Levi Yitzchak of Berditchev died. 1,810, 5,571 Nathan of Breslov died. 1,814, 5,574 Kiva Ager became Rabbi in Posen. 1,814, 5,575 is less than Kostin Sermagat and Yehudi of Peshisha both died. 1,815, 5,575 is Rachazel Lublin and Armendel Rabanov both died. 1,819, 5,579 anti-Jewish riots spread throughout Germany. 1,827, 5,587 Russia began conscripting Jewish children to the army. 1,840, 5,600 Israel Razin was released from imprisonment. Later Acharanim and the Changing Society. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1,843, 5,603 the Semach Zedek Lubavitch was repeatedly arrested in Russia. 1,846, 5,606 Sir Moshe Montefiore visited Russia to help local Jews. 1,848, 5,609 Israel Salinger left Vilna. 1,851, 5,611 Shimshon Rabbi Elbersh became Rabbi in Frankfurt am Main. 1,859, 5,619 Ramenachi Mendel Kotz died. 1,864, 5,624 Melvin was imprisoned and then expelled from Romania. 1,866, 5,626 China Shihara, Tiferet Shlomo, and Semach Zedek died. 1,867, 1,873, 5,633, Jacob's High was published. 1,874, 5,634, Da Vinci Judge died. 1,878, 5,638, head of Jacob agricultural settlement was established. 1,881, 5,641, many Jews began leaving Russia after a wave of pogroms. 1,886, 5,646, Shlomo Gansri, author of Yitzhak Shulchan died. 1,892, 5,652, Rahayim Brisker became Rabbi of Brisk. 1905, 5,665, his fat Evan died. 1905, 5,665, many Jews were killed in official Russian pogroms. 1911, 5,671, Chet, Ish was published. 1914, 5,674, over 500,000 Jewish soldiers fought in World War I. 1918, 5,678, over 60,000 Jews were killed during the Russian Revolution. 1923, 5,684, the Dapio study cycle events. 1927, 5,687, the 6th Lubavitcher Rebbe was released from Soviet prison. 1938, 5,699 Jews were attacked in the Kristallnacht pogroms in Germany. The Holocaust. Secular year Jewish year events in history. 1939, 5,699 Germany started World War II and mass killing of Jews. 1941, 5,701 Nazi Germany unexpectedly invaded Russia. 1941, 5,701, 200,000 Jews were killed at Babi Yar and Pottery. 1942, 5,702, 400,000 Jews of Warsaw were sent to death camps. 1943, 5,703 Nazi Germany experienced massive losses in the Battle of Stalingrad. 1943, 5,703 the remaining Jews of Warsaw staged a massive uprising. 1943, 5,703 Jewish uprisings at Treblinka, Salvador, and Bialystok. 1943, 5,703 the Danish people quietly rescued 93% of their Jews to safety. 1944, 5,704 300,000 Hungarian Jews were killed in 3 months. 1944, 5,705 uprising in Auschwitz death camp just before freedom. 1945, 5,705 Nazi Germany was conquered, and World War II ended. 1945, 5,705 6 million Jews were killed by Nazis during the war. The modern state of Israel. Secular year Jewish year events in history. 1947, 5,707 publication of Talmud Encyclopedia was commenced. 1947, 5,708 United Nations divided Israel. 1947, 5,708 Arabs attacked Israel to gain territory. 1948 is less than 5,708 the state of Israel was established. 1948 is less than 5,708 Israel was invaded by many Arab countries. 1949, 5,709 war of independence in Israel ended. 1955, 710 is less than 510 all Jews left the ancient Jewish community in Iraq. 1955, 710 is less than almost all Jews of Yemen emigrated to Israel. 1951, 5711 the Lubavitcher Rebbe accepts the mantle of leadership. 1956, 571,717 Jewish forces invaded Egypt and conquered the Sinai Desert. 1967, 5,727 the Lubavitcher Rebbe established the Tefillin campaign. 1967, 5,727 Jerusalem reunited under Jewish rule in the Six-Day War. 1973, 5,734 2,500 Jewish soldiers were killed in the Yom Kippur War. 1974, 5,734 the Lubavitcher Rebbe established the Shabbat Candle campaign. 1982, 5,702 massive enemy arsenals were discovered in Lebanon. 1987, 5,746 the first international conference of Chabad Lubavitch emissaries. 1993, 5,753 a secret agreement signed in Oslo. 1994, 5,754 the Lubavitcher Rebbe passed away. 2008 is 5,767 deadly terrorist attack at the Chabad house in Dubai, India, killed 6. 2020 is last 578,700 Israel signed Abraham Accords, normalizing relations with UAE and Bahrain, soon followed by Sudan and Morocco.
Alright, so that takes like 22 minutes. But it's good. We might integrate it like every 10 times or something. I used to read that just like basically every fucking day. I definitely look at it every day. Alright. I like to memorize it someday. Alright, now see what that fucking man is doing.
Toyota makes a vehicle
Supposed to be called.
it has a camper shell on the back,
There's a
tracks on the front and back. It has Fox suspension, so that has been amazing. I have not done bumpers yet. That's going to be next.
Now it's easier than ever to modify your Toyotas at your local Toyota dealer. We're partnering with leading accessory brands like ARA, Fox, Rigid, Rhino, and more, so you can customize with confidence.
Recently, we took it to Colorado, did a few trails out there. That thing is just solid as a rock. My name's Brianna Music. I have a Toyota Tacoma off-road.
From lift kits to camping gear, modify your Toyota truck or SUV at your local Toyota dealer just the way you want, with warranty and custom work. Or shop online at toyota.com/accessories.
The resting place of the Lubavitcher Rebbe is located in New York City, and many Jews visit it throughout the year, including many leaders.
Do we ever go viral? Because this is the first place we're going. Did they? Yeah.
Figures and ordinary people. It is in a very simple place, just a 10-minute drive from Kennedy Airport. Welcome to the holy gravesite of the Lubavitcher Rebbe. Right from the beginning of the Rebbe's leadership of the Chabad Lubavitch movement, Hundreds of thousands of people have flown to see the Rabbi throughout the year, to ask for a blessing or for advice, even just to be close to him. Even today, hundreds of thousands of people still come to visit from around the world, to pray, to ask for a blessing. The OL is located in Montefiore Cemetery, New York borough of Queens. Here is the entrance to the OL. You can always find some therapy right here at this house, which also functions as a clubhouse. Behind the house is a large hall that is the entrance to the OL. You can prepare before you actually reach the Rabbi's resting place.
I'd like to see those things.
You can find somewhere to sit. There are keyboards for men and scarves for women.
Wouldn't that be fucking disrespectful? I think I would like it.
Before you go into the OL, you can write a Pidyon Nefesh, a personal letter to the Rabbi. Write whatever is on your mind and ask
Dear
for a
Tim,
blessing for yourself.
why didn't you let me go viral sooner? I've been emailing you for years.
In one of the sinks here. Soon you will place the letter on the Rabbi's gravesite. Write the full Hebrew name and the mother's Hebrew name of any person who you mention in your letter to the Rabbi. Please dress modestly as a sign of respect for this holy site. Are you wearing leather shoes? Before entering the OL, please observe the custom of removing them and putting on a pair of long leather shoes provided for visitors. Here you may take a candle and light it at the OL.
I love the fucking grotto.
When you're ready to enter the OL, this door will take you to the path that leads you there. The OL is a small building that's a short distance away from the door that we've just walked through.
No cell phone. I'm gonna text him there. Hey, why don't you fucking
As you go
answer
inside,
me?
you'll reach a narrow lobby where you can light the candle that you brought with you. From there, you can go into
I'm
the
gonna use a
actual
USB
OL.
lighter. Why? Just to be
The
sexy.
door on the right is for men, and the door on the left is for women. As a sign of respect, knock gently on the door before you walk through.
Which one will you go in? It depends. This is a queen, so I don't know. What is it? Is it chicken scratch? I'd just be like, is chicken scratch? Cool, dog.
In this holy place,
I think his motherfucker's frozen in the basement of Mount Sinai. Really? Uh-huh. Why?
while you are praying, quietly read the
I
note that
don't
you
know.
have
That'd be
written,
tight.
and then tear it up before leaving the pieces of paper by the
You
gravesite.
never fucking answered me. Maybe it is that. If I'm there, then my prayer got answered.
As you leave the OL, go back to the lobby that you walked through earlier and wash your hands. You have now visited the Rabbi, leaving you with a feeling of joy, inspiration, and the hope that your prayers will be answered. Coffee and cake are provided for visitors in the corner of the hall.
Is it Adam?
It's important to know that whenever you face a dilemma, have a problem, or you simply want to feel connected, you can always write to the Rabbi about whatever is on your mind. You can
No one's watching my streams.
24 hours a day via fax or email. The staff at the OL will then place your letter on the Rabbi's gravesite. Don't worry, no one will look at your letter or read what's written there.
Well, look, my
You
letters
find
back there.
redemption is closer than ever. Another good deed can make it happen today. Before you leave the OL and go back to your car, make a good resolution. Maybe this is what will bring Mashiach.
Let's go.
And may we see the Rabbi again very soon. Have a safe trip.
I like how they're not driving correctly. Good job. Alright, is that the end of your fucking set? You gotta do something. Yeah, we got a question. Yo, Doug, I don't want to read Torah right now. Can you give me a breakdown on when the bris happened? Why Abraham circumcised himself and Ishmael, and then like what happened with Isaac? Give me a breakdown, timeline, baby, please. Alright, let's do some clean card. Bears come out the Brit covenant, the circumcision of Abraham and Ishmael, and how Yitzhak fuck. So, we're in Bereshit, mainly chapter 17 on timeline, the Brit and what happened at it. For the Brit, the set of Abraham, exalted father, leaves Mesopotamia at age 75. Has the Brit Bain Habetarim, covenant between the pieces, in Bereshit 15, where God promises numerous descendants, the land of Canaan, future exile, and redemption. At this point, Abraham still has no child with Sarah. Ishmael is born. Sarah gives her maidservant Hagar to Abraham. Ishmael is born. This happens 13 years before the circumcision covenant. The big moment, Brit Milah, age 99. Dude, imagine being 99 years old and cutting your dick off. The big moment, Brit Milah, age 99, Bereshit. Abraham is 99 years old. God appears and changes his name Abraham to Abraham, father of multitude, Sarai, Sarah, princess. Name change, identity shift, new destiny. Establishes Brit Milah, covenant of circumcision. God commands every male must be circumcised at 8 days old. God appears and changes his name, establishes Brit Milah. Okay, sign of the covenant, an eternal covenant between God and Abraham's descendants. This is not just medical, it's covenantal identity. Abraham circumcises himself same day. Abraham is 99, Ishmael is 13. All males in the household are circumcised. Midrash emphasizes Abraham does it immediately, no hesitation. Radical obedience, 99 years old. Dog, if you told me that 99 years old, I don't care who it is, I'd be like, go fuck yourself. Really? Probably. That's just how I am, though, baby. Promise of Yitzhak. Still in Bereshit 17, God tells Abraham, Sarah will give birth, the son will be called Yitzhak. He will laugh. The covenant will continue specifically through him. Important. God says explicitly, my covenant I will establish with Yitzhak. That means Ishmael is blessed, but covenantal destiny flows through Yitzhak. I like, dog, I just cut my dick off, and I'm just blessed. Abraham laughs when told he'll have a child at 100. Abraham laughs, not visibly displayed, more astonished. Later, Sarah laughs too. Bereshit 18. Hence the name Yitzhak. Yitzhak is born. Abraham, age 100, 1 year after the Brit. Yitzhak is born. He is circumcised at 8 days old. First person to be circumcised on day 8, as commanded. Ishmael and Yitzhak tension. When Yitzhak is weaned, Sarah sees Ishmael mocking. She demands Hagar and Ishmael be sent away. God tells Abraham to listen to Sarah. Covenant line confirmed through Yitzhak, but God promises Ishmael will also become a great nation. Why did Abraham circumcise himself? 3 layers. Obedience, God commanded. Abraham obeyed instantly. Covenant marker, unlike Brit Bein Betarim, which was a symbolic ritual, Brit Milah is on the body, permanent, generational. Spiritual refinement, Jewish thought, especially later in Kabbalah, sees circumcision as removing spiritual blockage, perfecting creation, human partnership, and divine refinement. So he leaves his homeland at 75. Brit Bein Betarim, 70s and 80s, Ishmael born, Brit Milah, Yitzhak born.
Better life. There's no better life. You don't go to LA for a better life. LA's a hell. Someone living on the streets. And of course, it's ridiculous. If ICE came and deported this family, terrible. Okay, maybe it should go back home where they say it's 1,000 times better. Maybe they should say Karen Bass is LA and die. Because Karen Bass is going to help them. To me. If Trump gives you $3,000 a person and you voluntarily, would that be 12,000? Hopefully, the kids get the 3,000 because that's the price right now.
Leaves his homeland 75. Brit Bein Habetarim, 70s, 80s, Ishmael born 86. Brit Milah 99, Yitzhak born 100. Core takeaway: Ishmael is a biological son, blessed. Ishmael is a biological son, he's blessed. Yitzhak is a covenantal heir. Brit Milah, physical sign that Abraham's family carries a unique mission. That covenant becomes embodied literally. The Brit Bein Habetarim, the covenant between the pieces. Let's break down the Hebrew first. Brit, covenant, Bein, between. Habetarim, the pieces, cut pieces. So literally the covenant between the cut pieces. Where is it? Bereshit, Genesis 15. What happens before Brit Milah? What actually happened? God tells Avram, he's still called Avram at this point, bring a cow, a goat, a ram, a dove, a young pigeon. Avram cuts the larger animals in half and layers the pieces opposite each other. Then a deep sleep falls on Avram. A terrifying darkness descends. God tells him his descendants will be strangers in a land not theirs, Egypt enslaved and later redeemed. A smoking furnace and flaming torch pass between the pieces. That passing between the pieces seals the covenant. What does it mean? In the ancient Near East, this was how treaties were made. The idea was, may I be cut like animals if I break this covenant. It's serious covenant language, but here's the wild part. Only God's presence passes between the pieces. Avram does not. That means the covenant is unilateral. God binds himself to the promise. What is promised? Three big things: numerous descendants of the land of Canaan, exile and redemption, Egypt prophecy. How is this different from Brit Milah? Covenant circumcision.
And traffic conditions continue all the way to the 19 line. We're also looking at a really slow drive on the 91 eastbound in Anaheim Hills, leaving Imperial Highway to continue in stretches towards the 15. Let's look at the 15 southbound out of Hesperia that's loading
Brit Man Habaton. God obligates himself, national destiny, land promise, prophecy of exile. Brit Milah. Abraham must act physical sign of the body, eternal generational obligation. Identity covenant. One is historical, national, the other is embodied, personal. In one line, Brit being Habaton, God promising the Jewish future. Brit Milah, the Jewish people making themselves as partners in that future. Please give me a list of in order chronologically of all of the Kabbalistic works, like as it seemed in order of who wrote what in Judaism. You don't have to tell me everything. Just give me a list, 1 to 50, with approximately the years that they were written or when they take place. Just a list, 1 and then 2 and then 3.
This report is sponsored by LifeSource Water System. Do you really know what's in your tap water? We believe your water should support your health, not work against it. Upgrade your home with a LifeSource house system. Water from your tap, no salt, no hassle. Call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit LifeSourceWater.com.
Alright, so we're not going to do this today. So, okay.
Debbie Crabbit brings her sassy style illustrations to an afternoon of sun and fun. Don't miss Debbie Crabbit's Sunday afternoon, March 15th. Tickets at LaVeroniVeer.com.
Run a business and not thinking about podcasting? Think again. More Americans listen to podcasts.
Doug, don't make me make decisions. Just give me the list. But make sure to include the Book of Enoch if it's relevant.
Twice as large as the next two combined. So whatever your customers are into, true crime, sports, comedy, culture, they'll hear your message. Plus, only iHeart can extend your message to audiences across broadcast radio. And all this reach means everything. Just think about the universal marketing formula.
Please ensure the Book of Enoch is included if it is relevant.
Equals the results. Now let's get those results growing for you. Think podcasting can help your business? Think iHeart. Streaming, radio, and podcasting. Let us show you at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. Or call 844-844-iHeart. One more time. Call 844.
Also put who wrote each book.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys Recent licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just
Yo, dog, what about the book that Adam wrote?
stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-764-6022. 800-764-6022. 800-764-6022. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You wouldn't trust a butcher to babysit your pet pig. You wouldn't trust a lumberjack to repair your antiques. Or a professional wrestler to be your massage therapist. So why would you trust anyone but Amco to fix your car? For over 50 years, we've been the trusted experts in transmission repair. Check out Amco's multiple financing options, so you can fix it fast and pay it off slow. AAMCO.
Hey, can you pull up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex saline from Mix.
Sinex saline nasal spray.
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex saline instantly clears every congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle
Alright, that's cool. Dog, if this fucking thing works, it is gonna light Israel on fire. You're fine. Go fuck yourself.
It's pretty simple. We're neighbors. We're in your city, talking about your town. You can't fake it. Take your favorite spot on the dial. Download the iHeartRadio app. Guaranteed human.
Religious person. Like, he's in seminary right now, and he essentially said that you're pushing people away from Christianity by doing this, and then it's not fair that if you are not a Christian and you go to the school, you have to read the Christian rules. And what about the Buddhist rules? What about the Muslim rules? What about this? It's just not right.
And he can talk about it in a
He's
great
smart,
way.
and he's also a very religious person.
I'm not very familiar with him at all.
He was a school teacher, and he was realizing that cuts to the budgets were directly affecting vulnerable students in his class. And he pointed to this one kid that he had that was doing really well because he was getting counseling and came from a troubled background, but he was really like showing progress. And then they cut off the funding. He lost his counseling. He started falling apart, dropped out of school. And he was like, that is a direct result of this lack of funding for important things that he thinks directly affect people that are vulnerable. And he was coming at it from a very honest and a very moral and ethical place. And when you could talk to him, you could realize that I think he's a good man. And he has a real good chance of being like a...
Is he from Texas?
Yes.
Yeah.
He also pointed to the fact
And he's kind of young, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Very young. I think he's like 35 or 36 or something like that. But it's also, he pointed out that there's a group of very wealthy oil people in this country, or in this state rather, that want to turn Texas into they want to fund all the religious schools and cut the funding for the public schools. They want to turn it into a theocracy. They essentially want to turn it into like they're Christian, what you would call a Christian nationalist, and they really want to push that agenda, and they're doing it with an enormous amount of money. They have an incredible amount of money, and they're these evangelical Christians, and they have these very rigid ideas about what people should be able to do in this country. Sketchy.
Yeah, that's sketchy.
Very sketchy.
And it also goes back to money.
Yeah.
So even hearing that, like, to run for president, takes so much money.
Yeah, a lot of money. But if people think you can win, they might get on board.
Yeah.
That's where things get interesting. Like,
Yeah.
if you think someone can win, like, how much are you willing to, like, ignore just because this guy will get in? And then once he gets in, that's the dirty part. Once they get in, very rarely do they do what they said they were going to do.
Yeah.
Very rarely.
Yeah.
Very rarely.
Well, and do you think it's because it's so hard to make change, or you think once they get in, they're like, I don't care, I'm just going to do it?
Well, I think if you want to be really cynical, I think they say a lot of things that they don't mean in order to get elected.
Yeah.
They say the things that the people want to hear in order to get elected. And then I think once